Fellow offlaner Saber, how do you feel about the Vi?
Still a bit edgy in my experience, for sure. a bit less ever since becoming a father. I'm sure it is a big boost to like your, personality. It's a much more responsibility, and I'm sure that also transfers to his gameplay. From my experience, I would still like a little bit less edge, but maybe that is what gives him the edge to be this edgy. So I'm sure he can take it. He's a very good player. He has many heroes that he can pop off on.
Yeah.
So
He's an expert.
Yeah, one to look out for sure. Fly, you want us to pay attention to Vici Gaming.
Oh yes, I am a big fan of Vici Gaming and their players. I think they have legendary TI players, with Bach, with Y, Zinq, and then you have XM and Shiru, who also have remarkable careers. So big highlight on them, especially for me, Bach and Y. I think they've been an amazing pair. They've gave us some of the best TI moments of all time. One of my favorite teams of all time in Wings back in the day. So I think they could be a surprise for everybody. I think they've had a good run in a couple of the last tournaments. I think XM gives him that kind of edge where he plays these unique heroes like Slark mid and these weird, not so common things you see, especially for Chinese Dota. I know, right? Like his Sniper, his Viper, his DP. So I think he brings a mix into Chinese Dota that makes it very unique and very exciting to play. And I really think they could surprise us this TI.
And speaking of exciting play, there's a team that always delivers some exciting play, Saberlight. You went for Liquid.
yes, I think similar to Falcons, Liquid have been with us for years and years, and they always seem to have solid results. I would say like last year they made a few changes. They Insania semi-retired, he might join us here later throughout the tournament. And yeah, they got Tofu, who's an incredible player. They also got rid of Saberlight, very washed up player, very cringe, and they got Ace instead of him. Finally, a proper addition, and I think with a proper offlane, they kind of popped off this year. To be fair, like they did have some worse tournaments, but they won the Blast Slam, and they won the last tournament's Essence 2, right, coming into TI. So I think they're in a very good spot to make it very far.
Yeah.
I would also say that Liquid is like, they're the experts at not choking. They always pull through somehow. They win.
They're a clutch team.
Yeah.
They always clutch.
Yeah, they're the lower bracket, champions. So this is the team that I'll keep an eye out for. Very exciting.
Very exciting stuff, and you guys might all be wondering, like, all these great teams, how are we going to see them play? What is the format, Jenkins? We've got a modified Swiss.
We do. We have a modified Swiss format, Sheaver. We're going to have the top 3 going to playoffs. Then we're going to have 3 getting eliminated. There will be an elimination phase where the 3-2 teams get to pick from the 2-3 teams of who they want to fight in a absolutely brutal bracket where 5 teams are going to be eliminated, 5 teams go through. You might be wondering how it's possible to have 3 teams that are going to the upper bracket, and that is because we have 2 groups until 3 rounds, and then the groups are going to join. That's why we have modified Swiss format here.
Yeah, and we end it all with the top 8 teams from that modified Swiss in the double elimination bracket. So we got a lot of cool Dota coming your way. Let's take a look at the Swiss bracket and see how that one is going to play out. Mind you, this is maybe a little bit of a daunting looking bracket, but don't worry. Throughout these couple next days, we're going to make this all make sense. But it's very simple at the start. There's just one big list of matches we're going to watch in round 1 of this group stage. And these are the matches, all matches you can see today. So that is a big list, but it gives you a good indication of what's coming. And you can easily see many, if not all, blockbusters coming your way. And the group stage that Cenk has already mentioned, the 2 groups for the first 3 rounds.
3 rounds. Yeah.
These are the 2 groups that the teams will be in. Just a quick check, Fly. Do you feel like any one group is stronger than the other, or that you feel like, oh, that's the group of death? I kind of felt like it was quite even.
I do think it's quite even because there's so many strong teams at this TI that it's actually confusing. Like usually you would pick a clear winner.
Yeah.
I might still go with Group A, just on the account of having Vision and Falcons and Boom Boys there. I think they might have a slight edge, but even then, Group B has like Spirit, Liquid, Yandex. It's really close, honestly.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I mean we're gonna have to keep our eyes on all the matches. And I know you guys have already done the math a little bit. It's like, how are all these games gonna be taking place on this one stream? They're not. there's 4 streams going on at the same time. We'll, of course, make sure you keep up to date with all of them as we're going through them here, Jenkins. This will be happening on Stream B.
Oh, wow. These are bangers. These are good. I mean, I feel like I have to choose NGX, right? I picked them as my team to watch. And, Iron Wing, this is a team that could win the entire thing. So I love these early matches because you have... Like, this is where a lot of upsets could happen. You could have NGX like making their way through the upper part of the tournament if they can clutch something out early on here.
Yeah, they could clutch something out. Absolutely. Let's take a look at Stream B, Fly. C.
Yeah, so on Stream C, we're going to have a match that I'm looking forward to between Gamer Legion and Aurora, because I think Gamer Legion is a team that could come off strong. They could surprise people. They have the potential, they've done like Venomancer Woods in the past and like sneak a game on these better teams, like in theory. So that's a team I'm looking out for. I hope we're going to see some crazy stuff, especially from Gamer Legion to be able to take down Aurora. But overall, fantastic games. I think there's a lot of potential here.
And then finally, Saberlight, Stream D.
Oh, wow. These are bangers. These are good. I personally am looking forward to Yandex against Huligani. I would say both these... Well, they're very interesting teams from different angles. I would say Yandex is the favorites in this tournament. They've been winning for a long time, and they seem to have a really good grasp on the meta. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with. To be fair, the same could be said for Vision. They're also extremely crafty with their drafts. So I would say for these 2 teams, I'm very excited to see what they come up with. And for the other 2 teams, Team Resilience and Huligani, they're maybe like the dark horses of this tournament. So we'll see. Maybe they pull through, and if they manage to beat one of these teams, that would be absolutely insane. And it kind of sets them up for the rest of the tournament.
I was tempted to pick Huligani as my team this morning, actually, because they have Corrupted. And this guy at Dream League was so impressive when he stood in for Falcons. And every single time they would pick a hero, it would be like, there's no way he's Grandmaster tier on this. And we went through like maybe 10 of them or something. And he was Grandmaster tier on every single hero that they picked him. So even these like Dark Horse teams have some exceptional players. Like, they could surprise people.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to seeing them play as I hope they will deliver as strong a performance that we see them deliver in those qualifiers. Now, of course, you're watching on Stream A, so let's see what's coming your way today right here. We are going to start the day with the defending champions, Falcons, up against LGD. A lot to talk about with that series for sure. Team Spirit versus Extreme Gaming. I mean, I feel like there should be a little bit of a pause after saying those 2 names, because that is such a storied matchup for so many reasons. We'll get into that when the series starts, and I'm sure you've noticed that at the end of the day, there is a 3rd series, and every single series has to be decided, because this will be a match within Group A. So on Stream A and B, you'll get to see the winners of the first round of games, and on Stream C and D, you'll get to see the losers of the first round of games going up against each other. But we won't know those matchups yet until all series of the first line of all streams is done. So we'll keep you up to date with what's happening with that one. There's one more thing that I really think we should be talking about here, because yeah, we got defending champions, and that makes sense because Falcons won last time. They're the same team still. But we got a couple of other people that are hoping to take their 2nd and some even 3rd ages here. And we felt you should be up to date with that, as we have the 3-time hopefuls here all in a list. And I think maybe, Saber, some special attention to the guy on the bottom right.
Yeah, who is this guy? I feel like I have not seen him this year very much. Maybe on stream.
He's a popular streamer, I think.
Yeah. I feel like he streams a bit. Yeah, Topius, he is here. I'm batchesting super hard. I am super excited. This guy is extremely talented, especially at TIs. I would say like he always pops off. So yeah, I'm looking forward to what he has prepared.
Yeah, and no surprise that it's Falcons players there, Team Spirit players, and the odd one out maybe also in 33, the only player that has won 2 with 2 very different organizations with 2 very different lineups, like completely different. And here are the 2-time hopefuls. This group keeps getting bigger and bigger, Fly.
Yeah, there's a lot of names here that, you would not be surprised if they're going to win again. starting from somebody like Saksa, you know, an amazing player. You have people like Bach, which I highlighted earlier. You have the Liquid, you know, trio between Nisha, Mickey, and Boxy. So there's a lot of people here that I could see taking it all, and they've looked really strong coming up to this tournament. And it's just incredible to just be able to consider yourself, even for the running, to be a 2-time winner or a 3-time winner. It's crazy, you know?
It is crazy, and it is all within grasp. That is going to be something that we cannot understate time and time again, because the playing field is so even right now. We are going to dive into our first matchup of the day with Falcons and LGD, focusing our attention first on Team Falcons, the defending champions. This is a team that has been doing well this year. We showed you their results. They've been good, and Cenk has already talked a little bit about how they're always kind of doing the same thing. But Saber, could you shine some light on how you would describe Falcons' playstyle here, how they're coming in and how they have been playing throughout the year?
Of course. So I would say that different teams have different psychologies of how they approach the game. And I think Falcons as a team, they kind of have the approach of let's be consistent and let's have like a certain structure to how we play. I think they're incredible laners, especially Amar, and they kind of win their games through that. They would do really well in lanes. Amar is going to usually win his lane. Marine is extremely good at drawing matchups that are not good for him, you know, some Viper counter picks, stuff like that. And Skitter's always solid. And then after they win the lanes, they keep it stable. I think that's probably one of the reasons why they've been able to perform so consistently, because they just keep to their structure and they're not afraid to go late game. When it goes late game, they're extremely good at team fighting. And yeah, they just kind of win a lot of games through that they have very solid plan. And then if it goes late, it's fine. They'll just win the game at minute 60, and that win counts for just as much as winning at minute 10.
I remember the stat at the previous TI was that they were the only roster ever to lose a TI, stay as the exact same 5, and then win the very next one. Like, that has never in the history of Dota happened before. So this team, you know, I know they get their criticism for these like 60-minute games. People meme on them. People meme on every like legendary team, but they have done something no other team in history has ever been able to do, and maybe we'll never. Like, it's just such a difficult challenge. So maybe they can do it a third time. Who knows?
Yeah, Fly, you've been on a lot of teams. Seeing a team stay together for we just saw it was 2 years, 9 months. Like that seems crazy.
It's obviously rare for a reason.
Yeah.
I think it's really easy to just point out mistakes after you lose a big tournament, TI, and just be like, hey, we got to change this guy. But it speaks volumes to how much trust they have within the team, how much they trust each other as players, and they believe in their principles, they believe in each other, and that could eventually make you a stronger team in the long run, because once you overcome those problems you have as a team, you become stronger. And it's easy to just exit out, but not for these guys. So Amar, I know he assumed the captain role at some point, and I feel like that was a shift. That was like the biggest change they've had, essentially. It's like going from Snaking as a captain to Amar, and that sort of rolled the things again to like give them a new like fresh breath, more momentum, and that's what we see from them today.
How much do you guys think Owie factors into all of this? Like when it comes to the consistent gameplay and the fact that they're able to stay together for so long?
Yeah, I think Owie has like a huge part in this. I would say there is different types of coaches. You know, like some Blitz is really good at like the people side of things, whereas for example AY is more so focused on Dota and like the nerdy stuff. Like, you know, this is the farming pattern. This is maybe like some OP neutral item that you can get on this hero. And like plans, like for example, as I mentioned, the Marine drawing lanes, when I stood in for them for one tournament, AY pulled me aside and he was like, okay, so when Marine does this thing, I need you to like block the wave here and like set up the map in this way. And yeah, they just have it prepared like this, and then it's much easier to play.
Yeah, it's a very unique composition for a team anyway, because oftentimes when we talk about Falcons, we talk about Marine and Amar for good reason. But within the drafting side of things, it is also very, very heavily focused and very similar.
Yeah, it's always really difficult to draft against these guys just because, especially on second pick, they're going to pick a hero. They're going to be like, hey, we're just going to pick the Centaur and you're not going to know if it's going to go mid or if it's going to go off lane. Or the same for the Pangolier, or you have to deal with this Huskar. Usually it's just perma-banned against them. These guys share a lot of heroes, even more than these 6 heroes throughout their entire season.
Yeah, we had to minimize the list.
Yeah, we wanted to take it easy. But when you have two players who are so good at the same heroes, it just creates a whole nother problem for you. And you know, these guys have been obviously amazing teammates and an amazing duo. And I think they're one of the most feared like mid-offlane combinations in the history of Dota, honestly. So, yeah, difficult.
Very difficult. Definitely a conundrum for a lot of teams to try and dissect and try to beat in the days to come. One thing I still want to mention about Falcons as well is there's only one player that has the most TIs to his name here, and it's 10 TIs. And it is going the way of Crit. And this is 10 TIs in a row. His first TI was 2016, and he's the only player here at this TI with, well, this being his 10th. So we're counting this one saver. The fact that it's Crit, I don't think comes as a surprise.
That's a lot of hoodwink, Shiver. A lot of hoodwink.
It really is.
I mean, yeah, he's a talented guy. It's like unbelievable. I don't know how many other players have reached this 10 number.
It was, I think at some point it was only Puppy, Kuro, and Ice Ice Ice,
Yeah.
I think, I want to say.
And now Crit is the only one
yeah.
remaining.
And Snaking is second with 9s.
Wow.
So both on the same squad as well.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, Crit had the nice story of like putting all of this time in and then finally making it, you know? Like that was really, really cool last year. So we'll see if the motivation is still there. It looks like it is given his gameplay. Like this guy is just good no matter what.
I think I've played with this guy for, you know, a good amount, and he's just a very stable person, and it comes out in his gameplay. He's going to do his job. He's going to do it well. Regardless of whether he's feeling it or not, he's just going to perform. And that's what that's why he's getting to 10 TIs in a row. He's just a guy who's going to perform when it matters. And I think these are the kinds of players you want at TI. You want guys who will perform under pressure. And that's just Crit.
And then you would put Snaking then, I would imagine, in the same category as well.
I think Snaking as well. I just think he had a different road. Like I feel like he got better over the years. Well, Crit was honestly, he was always good.
Yeah.
I don't think there was ever a season when somebody would look back in Crit and be like, this guy was not good.
He started good.
Yeah. Snaking had a different path. He played different roles, and I feel like he actually just got better over the years. And that's also a different testament to how good the guy is. But yeah, Crit, consistency king, honestly.
Yeah. And I guess also for Snaking, it does show in his TI history where he was attending a couple at the start, TI2, for example, and then he had a little bit of a dip, and then he comes back out there at the end with 2 TI titles, though. There's a little bit of a different, success rate there, a bit higher for Snaking, but both of those definitely towards the end of the 9 that he has appeared in so far. So very impressive for both of those players, and is that a measuring stick? That's cool.
So what is he doing?
Oh, never mind. He's making sure that the placement, is staying in
blind
the
shot.
mouse mat.
Oh,
That's good.
I was like, is he actually measuring like the exact table height? That
Oh,
would be
wow,
crazy.
that's a new height there.
We're getting insight into the mind of a TI winner right now. by watching this.
This is how consistency is created.
Yeah.
I would actually not be surprised. I think if you're playing it, you want everything to be perfect in the way you're playing in your setup. So makes 100% perfect. You take good care of the surface you are playing at. But I can't wait to see what shape Falcons is going to be in at this TI. We'll give a word of warning, because when they do well, they do always lose game 1. It's without fail.
That's true. And they also do bad on the first day of group stage.
Generally,
That for some reason, we're talking all about this consistency, but I guess this is where the young guns come in, and they're all excited and hyped for the tournaments. Okay, let's relax on the Centaur mid for a second here, Malrine. Okay,
Yep.
let Crit play his hoodwink, let him carry you. Chill out with the wave cutting and all this BS that you're doing.
All right. It's enough about the defending champions, guys. We'll talk about them probably plenty more, but let's talk about the challenger on their opponents here, LGD. There's a lot we need to talk about with this squad, because this squad has high hopes. This squad has Thompson, and I think there are so many eyeballs on this team right now. It's the LGD, the organization, making it back into Dota 2 as well. I think that gets a lot of extra points there as well for attention there, Saber. How do you feel about this roster? Honest question, where are they in your predictions?
Yeah, I put them winning the decider, the 5v5.
Yeah, the elimination. Same.
Yeah. I think this team is super nice. I've talked to a lot of these players at EWC, especially King Jungles and Theo, and they're just lovely people. I would say King Jungles especially. I feel like he kind of came out of nowhere like 2-3 years ago, and he's just been getting better and better and becoming more and more of a personality over these years. He's just extremely charismatic, and also, more importantly, he's a really good Dota player. I hate playing against him in pubs. He is similar to Whitemon, that he usually just destroys me in lane. I want to go farm the back camps, and then he's there as well, blocking my camps. But yeah, it's not only him. They also have Yuma, extremely talented player, and
one of the most improved of the last like 2 years. The guy's an incredible carry player.
Yeah, he has like so many heroes that he can play, and yeah, I would say very consistent as well.
Yeah. I want to take a step back to KJ though, because I think KJ also got a lot of new fans last year. I think a lot of people will remember at previous international when his team came top 6, he gave a killer of an exit interview, and we have, in case you missed it, we got a little snippet for you.
It's you that's watching that makes this special. If it weren't for you, this would be very boring. It's just a game. But with you, it's a dream. It's everything. I love this shit. Let's go. Next year, you're gonna see me here. And I'm gonna win. You're gonna see me here. I'm coming back.
That was one of the most wholesome exit interviews that I've ever seen, and I think a lot of people resonated with that energy that he gave there, Fly.
Yeah, it's impressive to do that after a loss, because there are a lot of emotions. I've had to give exit interviews, and it's not easy to do what he does, where he turns it around, makes it into a positive, and that leaves an impression of everybody. I was watching it as a viewer, and I was like, wow, this guy, it lit some fire, in you, and that's amazing. That's what this is about. This is an emotional ride for all of us, and KJ, he's an incredible emotional person, and that's why we love him.
This guy's a top tier human. I love KJ. Like, I remember having a conversation with him on the way back from Wallachia where I asked him, like, hey dude, 10 years from now, what are you gonna do after Dota? And he said, after Dota, that's death. Like, I don't think that far ahead. and
a lovely human.
I kid you not, I looked this guy dead in the eyes. He was serious, full serious. He does not think that far ahead. To him, this is all there is. He is the fiercest competitor.
Okay, well, let's see what LGD did this year, because it has been very good. LGD has been the only team. At a Tier 1 event, they came second at Blast number 7, and that was an incredible result for this squad. And it does set a little bit of an expectation there. So these are their most successful results of the 2026 season, which definitely climbing up there also in terms of time. So they're kind of peaking at the right time. Asterisk. Because they do have a last-minute stand-in. But their last-minute stand-in is Thompson, Fly.
Yeah, I don't think you can ask for a better last-minute stand-in with somebody who had such an impressive track record at TI, especially. We all know Thompson is a legend. I also think he will lend well into LGD because he's sort of this wild card of a player that can play different heroes, and I think that's kind of what LGD likes to do. They're a very chaotic team.
Yeah.
And I think that is where Thompson thrives. So I don't know how they pulled him out. It was a perfect stand-in my opinion, and I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table, what Thompson is cooking. You never know with this guy. He's a trendsetter. You can see from his results, at all these different TIs, he has an incredible record, right, Saber?
Yeah, I would not want to face against
no.
Thompson. I feel like, what Tal said, that basically, in my head, Whisper is a very unique player. He plays a lot of different weird heroes, and I would say Thompson is similar to that. So you combine, suddenly there is 2 weird heroes. There's like an Arc Warden and also a Bat Rider, and you have to deal with both. So I'm super excited to see what they come up with and how they mesh together. Because from what I've heard, he only arrived to China maybe yesterday or maybe day before. So they've not had time to scrim together. Yeah. So they're just sending it. And, you beat Falcons in the first round, you're the GOAT.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. People are going to be scared. This guy streams, and he's setting the meta for pro matches.
Yes, he is.
You know, like people see him playing some crazy hero mid, and it becomes the meta in actual pro matches.
You see a strange hero in your pubs, all you need to do is ask a question, what did Thompson play yesterday?
Yeah.
And then it's probably, that's the answer. It definitely has still such a lasting impact on the scene. And, well, potentially also at this international, definitely not unfamiliar with an underdog story and a last-minute replacement for a team as well. And we've seen him be successful in that role in the first international he participated in and won with that as well. So, looking good for that squad in that regard, but I do want to talk about the matchup with LGD and Falcons. We talked about both of their play styles a little bit. Fly, how do you think that these two styles will clash?
Yeah, so I think we mentioned briefly, like for me it is discipline versus chaos.
Yeah.
And it's exciting because you honestly don't know who's gonna take it. I think personally I'm more of a fan of the discipline style where it's like very structured, they know what they're doing, they have these certain expectations of what should happen in the game. But Chaos can take it down because you don't know what's coming your way. Maybe there's going to be a Pudge off lane, and that suddenly throws a wrench in your plan.
Or
Maybe
safe
they're
lane.
going to catch you level 1 of... Oh, yeah.
Yumo Pudge.
For a second, I forgot. But even from practice, when I remember playing against LGD, they were just complete chaos. We played them. We don't know what's coming. Caps is always cooking up something, and that can throw a wrench in a disciplined plan, for sure.
Yeah, that could be leading to quite the blockbuster. How will LGD do if the game does go late, Jenkins? It's a question I have because we do see Falcons games go late a little bit frequently, some might say, which obviously great for a viewer perspective. But how is LGD going to deal with that?
I mean, to be honest, it depends on how the game is being played. If there's a lot of team fights that are happening, South American Dota has always been, like, they are the kings of outplaying you in team fights, right? They would play like the Tinies, the Bat Riders, they'll reposition you. They'll just find a way to win the fight, even if they're at some disadvantage. I think if it's coming to map play, Falcons is going to beat almost any team, barring maybe like Team Spirit or something when it comes to the super late game. So it depends on what heroes they have, but LGD, they do have a real shot in the late game.
I agree. I think what you said about like the about the stability from Falcons and the discipline. Because in my head, I think the way LGD can lose this the most easily is if somehow Falcons have like a better strategy. They come in with the draft that they've prepared and they just kind of roll them over, with LGD not practicing before and not being ready to what Falcons have coming. But I think if somehow they get through that and it's like an equal game, then LGD can super easily take this series.
Is a honeymoon phase a thing that we can talk about? Is that because I feel like from my perspective, like it's a real thing.
I 100% agree, because when you have a fresh breath of fresh air coming into a team, and in this case it's Thompson, he brings new ideas. It's sort of this like motivating factor where like, hey, suddenly my mid laner is gonna play these weird heroes like, oh, maybe we should rate this whatever Arc Warden, Zeus. Suddenly we can incorporate that into our strategy, and then Whisper is like, yo, I really like how you play Arc mid. I'm gonna play Bat. We're gonna pick them off on the whole map. That sort of creates a conversation within the team that will roll into different ideas and sort of like this inspirational thing for each other. So I 100% believe in the honeymoon phase, and unfortunately they don't have too much time to practice, just a little bit, but maybe that's a good thing. You know, maybe that's just what they need to, as Saber said, send it.
If you're picking weird heroes and like changing the meta, I guess, like that, it does take teams a lot of time to react to that, you know? Like if you're in a very teamfight heavy meta, even if something like Mirana comes back into the meta, I feel like people get hit by more arrows because they're literally just not used to playing the hero if it's been out of the meta for years. So that you can have this positive effect as well.
And if they're more used to the chaotic style, as we say, then that is already the style that they are used to playing as well, with more different ideas coming in as well. So that could be just really propelling them forward, as we are going to talk more about the Dota coming your way. So these are the hero pools as they have been this year, or this patch. But I want to know, and I know you guys have your ear to the ground, I want to know what's been happening and what we can expect to see, because everybody knows that the most recent tournament, yes, it's nice, the results probably still important, but the heroes, the meta that was played then, it probably completely changed from 2 weeks ago till now with all the scrims that have been happening.
Yeah,
What's been happening?
there's
Tell us all.
always going to be like a development to the meta. People slowly realize like, hey, the X hero is really good in the meta. Let's just say it was Centaur was really popular in the last tournament. Okay, how do we counter that? They're going to come up with new ideas. I've been hearing there's a lot of like potential IO carries coming back to the meta,
okay.
which Thompson is quite familiar with. So just saying, maybe there's going to be some throwback there with some gyro potentially mid. No, who knows? Or Bistel, but yeah, I've heard weird stories about IO, anti-healing heroes. Maybe there'll be like a Pudge with Ags offlane. I think Whisper plays that.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see this anti-healing meta because I think Heart of Tarask has been an incredible item in the meta, and it makes
Gets
these
busted.
super tanky heroes. So people have to come up with ideas of how to counter that.
But you think there is an item that counters healing.
Oh, here we go.
That item
All right.
being Cruella's Crozier. My favorite item. Ever since Valve decided to buff it, you can see it in almost every game. It's, well, especially in pro games, because I feel like the meta kind of became healing. A lot of people played Kotl, Necro, you know, some IO maybe. So I would imagine we'll see a lot of Croziers and heroes that can buy it. I'm excited to see what they come up with. I've seen it on some Largos since, you know, thanks to your innate, it is even longer Crozier. So, I mean, that's just broken.
What is a Crozier is the first question that I have, and then the second statement that I have is I've seen a lot of Leshrac in pro level pubs going for Crozier. Like I really do feel like a lot of the heroes that are having the high, you know, pick to win rate ratio, where they're picked a pretty decent amount, but like incredibly high win rate. It is a lot of the Crozier heroes because you have some like Necro in every single game. You even mentioned Largo. A lot of these heroes are insanely tanky. They're healing. You're playing against some Earth Spirit mid who goes like Heart second item. You can't kill him. Like you need something. You need something like this item.
So what is the item? Because people that watch last international and watch this international are like, yeah, that wasn't there last time.
Well, I don't know what an actual Crozier is, but I can tell you it's an upgraded Ghost Scepter. It creates an AoE where you're stealing healing, so you're doing 90% healing reduction. It already has an aura where you're doing a smaller amount of healing reduction, but when you press it,
30-40, yeah.
yeah, it makes you Ghost Sceptered, and then it steals healing and it steals move speed from around. It does a lot of effects, and the thing has a lot of stats on it too. So generally, it's just overall good item.
I think that's something really cool about TI is that it is often defined by items, right? It's the items that come first, and then the heroes that sort of match them. Whether it's the Heart of Tarask meta with all these tanky heroes, and then somebody comes with a solution, or you know, let's go back for Wraith Pact, being a defining item in the
Those are the
meta.
days.
Like you can even go back to Necros, Necrobooks, and things like that. Items that no longer exist. Thank you. So maybe this is going to be Cruella's TI. I don't know.
The Vision Urn is a really good item too. Like there's a few items that I'm seeing in every game out of the new ones that have been added in the last year. It's like Vision Urn and the Crozier. Is there a third one that people are going?
I mean, definitely, like you said,
Like
Essence
Whisper.
Distiller is definitely has been a staple ever since it's been added to the game. Just having vision in the fight on any sort of hero is just ridiculous in itself. And it's good against invisible heroes because it's going to reveal them. Makes Night Stalker very sad to exist in the game because you gain his vision, for example. So it's been rough out there for our boy. I'm sure Saber can attest to that.
Yeah, you can't pick Night Stalker anymore. Or if you are playing against Night Stalker, buy an Essence Distiller and steal his vision.
Get a Manta style.
Wait, you gotta wait until he steals your vision and steal it back? Does that work?
No, it's... Oh, I don't know, but I think you just... Whoever you Essence Distiller, you like...
You get their
You
vision.
get their vision, and as we all know on this stream, because we're professionals, Night Stalker, he has a lot of vision, especially during night, especially when he presses his ultimate. It's a big circle of vision, and if you manage to Essence Distiller him, you also get that vision, so you see everything.
Yeah, very true. And therefore, maybe a hero that is countered by the one item might not be played that frequently. We heard about the odd ones out that we hopefully will get to see with the IOs and the Pudges. Are the heroes that were stable in the last month still very much highly contested? I think Lone Druids, Nature's Prophet Centaurs. Is that still all as it was?
And the funny thing about Lone Druid is that this hero has been busted ever since like people found out this like Aghanims built on the bear. It's been absolutely busted, and yeah, people were just like the meta became that you just first ban this hero, you don't want to play against it. Then Valve decided to do like a tiny little nerf, which did not help at all. The hero was still busted, but I would say after that some of the more ambitious teams like Vision or Yandex have decided, okay guys, we know that every team is first banning this hero, so let's just let them pick it and let's see if we can counter it. So then the meta became, okay, can we actually see if we can figure out an answer to this hero, and like some gameplay where we can like kill him so he can't have his bear, he can't resummon. And then he got nerfed again. So I feel like at this point, Lone Druid might not be as popular as it is.
Okay.
As it was.
So what is the strat? Is it you kill the bear or you kill the guy?
You kill the guy.
Kill the guy. Even with the nerfs to the removal of the bear cooldown talent?
Well, that's the thing. I think like if you lane normally, the bear is weaker now in lane. So you if you lane normally, you can just focus the bear. You like hit it every now and then, and you play chill. But I would say before that, or just in general, like let's say there is rune spawning, so you just send free heroes and you try to kill the Lone Druid. I would say this hero is like a feast or famine hero. Either you kill him a few times and he cannot lane, or you don't kill him and he is just gonna keep killing you and you can't lane.
Okay, interesting. I mean, it's important because Yuma's a big Lone Druid player, right? This guy loves Lone Druid.
Yeah, when we touch upon Yuma, I feel like I have to ask the question as well, is Meepo even in the conversation?
We got to go there, yeah.
I think Meepo, it's always going to be this wild card hero where it can always come out at the right time. And I think the hero is valid in some situations. I think it's actually not bad against Centaur in some lanes, because if you're able to snowball against Centaur, which is a very popular hero that ATF likes, and Maureen, I could see him maybe finding the chance. And I know this guy, I've played with him. He always wants to play Meepo. It doesn't matter. Like
he's asking for it.
He is always asking for it. When I played with him, it's like, this looks like a good Meepo game. And I'm like,
There's a single ban.
Are you serious, Yuma, or are you just saying it because you want to play the hero? So he will probably find a way to sneak it. Maybe we'll see it this series. I would love to see that. I'm not even sure what they buy these days. I think it's probably this like tanking up build that we saw Satanic do not that long ago, where they buy like these tanky items like Skadi, they would buy the Ags.
And surely he wouldn't buy a heart then as well. If everybody's buying a heart, then he should buy one too.
He could definitely buy a heart on Meepo. So honestly, I think it's very doable that we will see a Meepo.
I would love to see it. It's been a little while, I feel like, since we've seen Yuma play. It is also because he's of course one of the players where everybody is hyper aware that he does play a very good Meepo. So they're gonna be having that Meepo on their radar, and they're gonna make sure that they have something that can deal with it if it happens. When we're talking about Falcons versus LGD, we have already touched upon on the players a lot. I want to touch upon two players that we talked about a lot already, Malrine and Topson. But how do they do against each other? Because both players are mid dominators.
That's a good point. This is a weird matchup. You have a guy that entirely dodges the lane and just pulls the jungle camps and like breaks the lane, and then you have Topson, who's Pugna or something mid, also not playing normal Dota. It's going to be the wackiest, goofiest circus mid lane possible, but also, like you said, two very high-skilled mid laners as well. Like, they can also play the Embers and 1v1 and duke it out and go for every single CS.
It's also really interesting to see, because usually during the year, like, teams will play each other, you'll see these mid matchups, you'll know who's probably, like, better. But in this scenario, I don't think Topson played any mid laners this year. He maybe might have played Malrine, like, at some point in his
pubs.
career.
But in career,
of course.
in career, not really.
Yeah,
maybe.
so this might be like one of the, well, maybe not the first time, but one of the times in a long time where we see Topson against Malrine matchups. So very rare.
This is good. This is special edition matchup. I'm really excited for this.
Is that also the matchup? When we look at this team, are we gonna, when we look at both of these teams, are we gonna keep our attention mostly on the mid lane? Are these two players gonna dictate the game for their team? I guess for the side of LGD, we don't really know too much about how they're gonna do it.
I think it depends on the hero a lot, because I can see Topson playing some Invoker. It's very popular hero these days, and he has crazy good Invoker. And in that case, I would imagine him farming a little bit more. But to answer your question, I'm also very interested to see the Falcons offlane. I think Amar against Yuma will be a very interesting lane, because Falcons, they love playing through Amar. So I think whoever wins that lane, that team will have the tempo for the early game.
Yeah, I think mid lane is going to be an X factor of chaos. We don't know what's happening. I think the side lanes are going to be very important to dictate the pace of the game. I think Whisper as a player, he's somebody who wants to have a good lane. they will often pick his hero late. Maybe they'll hide it. Maybe they'll, flex some weird heroes on King jungles. I know, like, I've seen him play Axe and things just to juke the enemy in the draft. But if Whisper gets a good lane versus Skitter, that could be a pressure point for King jungles and Yuma to be able to gate on the enemy. And I think that's how they like to play often. Even that's what I experienced against him, is like, Whisper is not showing his hero, even though, like, we've already picked our safe lane, and now he's coming out with something crazy, like his Enigma, his Batrider, his Darkseer, and just completely takes over the game. So that is something I'm interested to see how they deal with in the draft, what LGD will do to kind of hide their heroes. So I'm looking at the side lanes for sure, and mid will just be like a unknown territory for us. So that's kind of cool.
We'll just wait and see what happens. And maybe once the matchup is known, we'll have a little bit more information as well.
Yeah, once we know it's Pugna versus Primal Beast. I've seen this one before.
Yeah.
No, we of course want to get the game on your screens very soon, but you might have noticed that there's been a little bit of a delay, but absence makes the heart grow fonder, and it does mean we have some extra time to show you guys the players, and in particular, one of the guys on your screen now playing his 10th international, it's Crit, and we had Pyrian catch up with him earlier.
Here with Crit from Team Falcons. Crit, how are you doing? Reigning champions, returning to TI. You think you guys are in good shape after TI last year? Obviously, the squad is still the same. How is the mood in the camp? Are you guys still hungover from TI, or what's the deal?
We won the tournament, I think, right after TI, but it was like a few weeks after, and I think we were still like riding the confidence.
Still buzzing.
Yeah. And then we kind of hit like a little bit of a bump in the road, I think, when we lost to one win in Singapore. We've had some ups and some downs during the season, but I feel like it's been looking better. I think we are getting to a place where we can win tournaments.
A lot of teams these days, perhaps, they sort of lack the sort of identity that Falcons has, where I feel like everybody can identify a kind of Dota that you guys play, a hero pool that you guys have that's quite unique. Do you think that not only having a unique style, but also being the champions has put a big target on your backs, where now teams are looking at how you play, looking at your hero pool, and now they're like, well, we've got to beat them, they won TI. Do you think that was a factor?
I think it's always a factor. I think that goes for anyone that has like a long period of time where you're winning a lot. Like, people will naturally just look at you more and be like expecting to have to beat you, because it's mostly about that people know that at some point they're going to have to play against Falcons to win the tournament. So it's interesting, because there's a lot of good teams that could go far and could win. And yeah, it's just about whether or not you're able to play through what people counter you with.
So what have you focused on ahead of TI? Is there anything you've been working on specifically as a team? Any particular weaknesses you're trying to address? What's been the approach?
I think it's been mostly individual stuff. I think we also know that it's probably going to be the last tournament for this roster together, so that also means that
Why do you say that?
We played with each other for so long now that it's like we all kind of understand like it's time that we switch something up,
Really?
Yeah. It's just how it is. Like,
I mean, you've set the record for longest.
Yeah, it's a big thing. We played together for 3 years, 3 TIs. So part of that is also there's some pressure involved in that as well. And then when you're losing games because of it, like, the best thing you can do is just being a good teammate and trying to like be available and like try to work through it.
Has that been a long time coming? You guys have been talking about changing the roster and shaking it up?
I mean, we talk. Every team talks about it after TI, So we talked about after TI. And when you make changes, it's because you want to get better. You want to have some upgrade in some role. And for us, like, it's hard with the success we've had to be looking at somebody and be like, oh yeah, if we change this guy, we're going to get something better, And I think just people on this team need that at this point, So I think, it's just natural. I think it's good.
Well, from a personal perspective, obviously you're still going. How many TIs is this for you now that you've played in?
I think this is I played TI 6, so this is my 10th.
Does it ever get old playing at TI? Do you ever think, here we go again? Or
No, TI is always fun, always exciting. I think for me the bigger struggle is through the year with all the other tournaments. But that's part of the reason why TI is so big, is because you have to earn it. And I think for me, I've always been very happy just participating, and I think you gotta have that respect for the tournament as well to have a chance to even go in the first place.
Crit, thank you so much for that interview. It was really interesting, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
I think if you don't have that kind of respect for the tournament, you don't make it to the 10th And it was corrected. Fly, you kept quiet when we were talking about 10 TIs in a row. You're one of them.
It's too humble.
He's too humble.
I didn't want to say anything. I was like, I don't, it's fine.
This is why he went to 10 of them. He's
That's
humble.
true. That's true.
That actually makes sense. You're just like Crit.
Yeah, I think it's just myself, Crit, and Puppy, if I'm not mistaken, who had 10 in a row, which obviously it's an impressive feat. And, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to sound egotistical or anything. So, yeah, it's an achievement, and I am proud of it. I'm sure Crit is proud of it as well, as he should be.
I love this concept of the respect for the tournament. This like conscious gratitude that he has for it. I'm curious what you think about it as another 10-time TI player. Like, do you also practice some conscious gratitude towards tournaments?
For sure. I think we should all be grateful to have a chance to do what we love and make a living out of it and be able to compete in the highest level possible in front of the whole world, the whole Dota community, and all the fans who honestly make this happen. And I think it's weird to not have that mindset, honestly. So anybody who has made it this far, I think, to some degree, will respect the game, will respect the audience, the fans who made it all possible.
I guess maybe this is a bit of a weird question, but I guess my question is, does it give you a competitive advantage? Is this something that gives you the stability as a player?
I think it helps the mindset because you know what you're playing for, right? Like you have this goal in mind, you have this vision of where you want to be, how you want to do it, and you want to be able to get here again to this thing that you had before. So for sure, I think on the mental aspect, it helps a lot.
10 in a row, but you've been to 11. You didn't say that either.
Wait, I've been to 11?
Yeah.
I thought it was... I don't know.
This guy's
I'm
really good.
I'm not sure.
What? Why are you here?
No, I actually don't know.
Damn, so many that you lost count.
Yeah, exactly.
My steak is too juicy. My bank account is too full. That's good.
3 to 13. So if you count and 3 and 13. Like, yeah. Crazy. That's super impressive. And of course also for Crit and for Snaking as well. 9th, he's doing very well. He's also very much up there. Very impressive. And we'll see how far they can get as we are getting ready to get LGD and Falcons underway. Don't worry, we will get there. But I do want to talk a little bit about the support duos because we touched upon the players and the longevity about having played long. And I think we touched a little bit about the stability of Crit. But I want to compare Crit and Snaking to Theo Liqueur and King Jungles. Saberlight, how would you compare those two support styles? Because I feel like both are quite different. Is that where the chaos comes from LGD?
A little bit. I would say the chaos is mainly just their drafts, kinda, and then it kinda builds on top of that. But I would say, like, for both of the fours, I can see them a lot as roamers. I would say Crit especially. Well, it kind of depends on the game, because I think some games Crit is like roaming, helping Malrine, securing a Skitter's lane, and some games he's just enabling Amar. They kind of bring everybody there, and they play through him. I mean, I'm sure that is why they're so good, because they can kind of do whatever is necessary from the game. And in my head, I see it a little bit similar for LGD, where they can play through Whisper, but they can also play through Yuma. So I think both these teams are able to like just do whatever's necessary in the game, whatever makes sense.
I feel like also the side of Falcons in terms of the support duo Fly. I mean, we can easily say, like, that guy's going to play Enchantress and then Crit's going to play Hoodwink, and it doesn't differ that much. And maybe there's different hero there, but their heroes also are not going to get banned. But they're going to play it, and they're going to play it consistently. There is maybe a higher variety on the side of LGD. Is that fair to say?
I think so. I think especially King Jungles. I think Theo Liqueur kind of has his heroes that he's good at, which are pretty similar to Crit, actually. They both love their Hoodwink. Maybe Theo has his Coddle, which is a bit more like his style. But King Jungles is the kind of guy that is... He's going to play anything for the team. It doesn't matter what.
Banned, but they're going to play it, and they're going to play consistently. There is maybe a higher variety on the side of LGD. Is that fair to say?
King Jungles, you go play it. He's going to be like, yeah, guys, that's fine. Especially I've seen this guy play Axe. I think Theo Liqueur kind of has like the weirdest heroes, which are pretty similar to Crit, actually. They both love their Hoodwink. Maybe Theo has his Coddle, which is a bit more like his style. But King Jungles is the kind of guy that is... He's going to play anything for the team. It doesn't matter what. You're going to pick like, let's just say Necrophos, and like let's just say Necrophos and be like, hey, this is not that good of a Necrophos game. King Juggles, you go play it. He's gonna be like, yeah, guys, it's fine. I've seen this guy play Axe. I've seen him play like the weirdest heroes, just for the sake of being able to give one of his cores like a better pick in the draft. So he's gonna be the one that I think will have the bigger variance on his team for sure.
Theolacor in crit comparison is actually very interesting because Theolacor, I think, is like modeling himself after crit. Because I remember back in the day, you know, when I was playing Dota 2, I was playing...
You're not playing anymore?
No, mostly Minecraft. Theolacor, like there was this archetype of NA/SA Dota player that, because we all played on the same region, that modeled themselves after crit. And it was really obvious. They'd be spamming the replays. They'd be playing his exact heroes. That was when like crit was on EG, right? Like everyone looked at you guys as the dominant team that nobody could beat in the qualifiers, and people were copying. So it's actually kind of cool here because I feel like this is a meet your heroes type situation for Theolacor. I bet if you asked him like who his biggest role model was in terms of learning how to play position 4, you can literally see it in his heroes. It's crit.
Yeah, I want to talk about one of the heroes that you see on your screen. Wasn't there last international. It's the Frog. Largo has joined the fray, and Falcons deals with it a little bit different compared to other teams. We've mostly seen Largo taking an off-lane role archetype. Apart from Falcons, they put it not frequently, but they do sometimes, Saber, give it a crit.
Yeah, the hero is a bit weird. I think it's maybe... Well, at this point, I think it's a little bit figured out, but you could have kind of played anywhere. I've seen people play it mid. I think LGD themselves played it mid at many occasions. It's a very solid offlaner. I'm surprised that Amar doesn't like it, because you kind of farm on the hero, you win your lane. So I think it does fit his archetype. But to be fair, it also took me quite some time to get convinced to finally frog it up. So yeah, I think they just put it, but you can also play it as 4, right? So crit has very good frog. The beautiful thing about it is you just kind of lick people out of danger, and then yeah, you just play your song. So it doesn't really matter what role you are, your spells are...
Do the same thing.
Yeah. Like as long as you can lick them, you're good.
Yeah.
But you're saying that Amar is not really playing the Frog that much.
No.
And we know Melreen doesn't either. I mean, they share hero pool, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So for Falcons, do you feel like maybe it's a little bit of a handicap that they don't have that flexibility to the Frog? Or are they just that strong on all the other heroes fly that you feel like doesn't matter?
I think it doesn't matter for them. They have plenty of heroes that they excel at, and I think they'll pick Largo only if it makes sense. I think if Crit sees like a position 5 that Largo is good against, he will pick it, and Amar will probably pair up like some Razor, some Viper, some kind of like this range toxic hero, Necrophos. So again, like we keep talking about discipline, consistency, that's just how Falcons are. And I do think they have solutions as well for a Largo on the enemy side if it is picked. But with LGD, you're not going to know where it's going to go. It could be King of Jungles, it could be Whisper, maybe it'll be Thompson. I'm not really sure what he plays these days. You never know with this guy.
Everything at this point.
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember him playing Largo on his stream for one day, and then everyone was copying the Largo build. So I get to see it coming out. It's not as big of a deal that Falcons can't play it for Amar compared to when it first came out, and Largo was literally the best hero in Dota, bar none. Like there was nothing else even on the S tier. Yep. Maybe even between S, A was empty, and then B was all the other heroes in Dota. Largo was that good, but to me, it seems like it's just a decent hero.
I think the funniest thing is that when we first heard about Largo coming out, I was like really excited because this was like supposed to be a support hero.
Yes.
And the offlaners stole it from us. They're like, we'll take this Frog and we'll just be better and more, this is where it's going to go now. You're not getting your Largo anymore. I'm sorry. Right, Saber? Nice
Not to me, though. I did not like the hero. I did not want to play it. But eventually I got convinced. But yeah, it took some time. Now I miss not being on the bandwagon when it started.
Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Like No, I agree with you, Fly. Though I really thought that's a support hero, and then it wasn't.
I thought it was
turned into it.
I thought it was a second IO. a fun IO that gets to play music. I mean, the cores are stealing IO right
They
now,
are
too.
stealing IO right now.
Every time.
It's really hard up there.
Heritage is out here playing IO Undying safe lane. It's unbelievable.
We need
Playing
some more Terrorblades 4 to like balance it out.
Yeah.
Put some carries on support.
Oh, those were the good days.
Yeah.
I think there could be a situation right now. I think Darkseer is a very good hero in the meta right now.
Yeah.
I think he's very popular, buys good items, he's strong in lane, scales really well into the game. Largo 5 could potentially be a counter to Darkseer. I have played it before. I don't know if it was an official or a practice, but I have laned as Largo versus Darkseer because I finally had an excuse to play it. Like, give me the Largo Saber, just, go away.
You lick the shell off, right?
You lick
And
the
then
shell
if
off.
he tries to run
And
away
also
from
his
you,
search.
yeah, you lick that off.
But then I have the question, traditionally, before Largo, it was always Oracle versus the Darkseer. Is it better than Oracle, or would you only go for it if Oracle is banned?
I think it was sort of like a pairing where if you have a Largo and a Shadow Fiend
Yeah,
together,
that's a
they
good
just pair nicer. If you have an Oracle and let's just say a Sven, a hero that's decent against Darkseer, that could be a nicer pairing that we might see as well. And that is a good shout out to Oracle. I think that hero is a little under the radar. It's not the strongest laner, but if you see a Darkseer, you could have an excuse to play Oracle, and that hero has amazing spells in the game, and it tells you where the runes are, which is like a really underrated thing about the hero because you're always going to know where the rune is.
And if you have Melrine versus Thompson, if that is an X factor, you want every advantage you can get.
If one of them is a rune-taking hero, yeah, for sure. Because sometimes you'll end up with like Invoker, for example, as you guys were mentioning, and that hero doesn't really care too much about runes. It's just so hard to say because, like you guys are mentioning, for LGD, the draft can play around any of the cores, and we don't really know what's going to happen in the mid lane. So there's just too many question marks to surmise whether runes will be important. For Boom Boys, for example, to me, they're the best current Oracle team.
Yeah.
Because GPK will get every single rune. I think there was some series they picked Oracle twice, and he got something like 39 out of 40 runes. Like, this is how much they focused on that element of it, and a lot of other teams are not really thinking as much about it as they are, I think.
If we're talking about Oracle, I feel like, especially with Falcons about to play, I feel like I have to bring out the Huskar, and talk about that, because for a little while that was a hero that was first phase banned, but only against specific teams, this being one of them.
Yeah.
Is that still the case?
Very much so.
Yeah?
I don't think Falcons are going to get Huskar the whole tournament.
Sure.
First phase ban every time.
Yeah. I mean, that's how we approached it. It's just Malrine is too good. He stood in for us for one tournament, and he was just too good. We got him Huskar one of the games, and it was just, I don't know, I was farming creeps, and this guy just did everything in the game. He made all the calls, killed everybody, killed Roche. I think his Huskar is way too good. So I don't believe many teams will.
When was the last time you guys actually played against Mallory Huskar?
There was one tournament where I think we made the mistake of leaving it. I don't remember exactly when. It was during the season. I'm pretty sure we lost.
What are the comms like after you let the Huskar through and this guy's just like 8-0 at 16 minutes?
So usually it goes like, he's not going to pick Huskar here, guys. We can do X. We can pick whatever, Ancient Apparition or something. And then he picks the Huskar, and then they're like, huh. Silence. There's just dead silence for like 3 seconds, and then somebody's gonna try to bring the mood up. Like, it's okay, guys. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna deal with this Huskar. Don't worry. No, don't give this guy Huskar. He has the unique ability to, like, it's kind of a static hero when you think about it. It's a hero that doesn't move around a lot, but somehow Malrine plays it in a way where he's winning his lane. He's taking your mid tower, and he's also attacking the side lanes. He's literally everywhere on the map. He's a menace, and then he scales into the game. He takes Roshan. It's so hard to play against this guy's Huskar.
Are there any other heroes that have to be first phase banned against one player in particular? Because I feel like that doesn't happen for so many tournaments in a row. Normally it
in
doesn't.
The whole tournament.
Yeah, normally it doesn't stay so consistent, and I feel like Malrine Huskar has been like that for a little while.
I mean, I guess maybe not for Gamer Legion now, but there was like the Ghost Lone Druid.
Yeah.
That has been a thing in prior tournaments. Maybe not on the same level, because obviously the success Malrine has had in the last 2 years, picking the Huskar is pretty unmatched.
I think 9 class actually is a unique
Oh,
player where he
you're
has like
absolutely
some
right.
really amazing standout performances. I think actually Io is one of the heroes that was kind of consistently banned only against him.
Yeah.
Maybe GH as well, actually. Now that we're thinking about it, he was
Io.
another Io guy that you had to ban it against him. So yeah, now that we get the conversation going, I can think of those two players: 9 class, GH with his Coddle. Probably some more out there, but that is a very unique thing to have in a team because it forces your hand to either deal with something that is so hard to play against, in this case like the Coddle, the Huskar, or you're gonna give these guys something completely different.
Maybe XM.
Oh yeah, XM Sniper and
Yeah.
Viper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even first phase?
So
It depends on. I remember there was a tournament. Maybe it was one of the Wallachia where Blitz said, "You just first phase ban Puck against this guy. You do not let him get it." And then the second phase is for the Sniper Vipers. You know, but if it's a really strong Puck meta, which I'm not so sure. I think the Orb nerf, they took like 1 second off of it. It's a pretty big deal. We'll probably still see it. I think it'll still be good. But I don't know if it's as oppressive as it was prior.
We'll see. In my head, it's also Huskar is quite unique of a hero that basically it doesn't really matter what kind of meta it is. If you're a good Huskar, it's a problem always. And I guess Marine is like one of the players that doesn't really care about counters.
Yeah.
So then it's a problem.
Yeah.
Like if you at least have like 2-3 heroes that you can play against it confidently, then it's fine. But yeah, against Marine, he doesn't care about Viper. The only hero he cares about is Ancient Apparition, but he bans it right before he picks the Huskar.
That's a cool hero right now. I think it's
Ancient
gotten,
Apparition?
yeah, it's gotten buffed a couple of times. She was getting
She was
excited.
so happy to have you here today.
Okay, I can never be the first one to bring it up. You know, it's one of those because it's like, oh, here she goes again. But you did it first, so
No
thank you.
problem. We did say how it's a healing meta with a lot of, Necrophos, Ios, Coddles, Ancient Apparition. It is a hero that obviously stops all that, and it's been buffed consistently. This is usually like what you want to look at as heroes that have been buffed like multiple patches in a row, and that is Ancient Apparition. I'm pretty sure I've seen Boom Boys play it already. I think Katomi is like some guy who likes the
Oh,
hero.
he will.
He'll
Yeah.
play heroes like that, yeah.
Yeah, he likes these like spellcasters. So that is a hero that I'm actually looking out for.
I think we're looking out for a lot of heroes. But as you might have noticed, they're not yet on your screen. We are working very hard to get them on your screen very soon and to get, of course, our series started. But it's not going to happen just yet. We are going to take a break and we'll be back when the games go live. So stay tuned for our first series of Dota 2 here at the International.
Sa labas na ako mag-aalis Ang dami kong kalat sa labas. Detention. Iwan tayo detention, diba? Diyan talaga. Wala pa na doon tayo pa rin sa labas. Turong tayo. Ikaw dyan, ako dito. Kalat. No.
Baka ikaw pa, sipa ka din. Diyan! Mira. Bien.
Itu bisa. Oke. Ambil satu mana ini? Oke,
Sama. Ini kinain ka naman ang ano. Ang buwan. Bakit na? Hindi ka ako nagtutulog. Sana.
stop yung ano ko password. Password.
Ito po ay tapson.
Sana ka. Ano ko akong kamaya? Ayan. Wow, sige. Dati nito kawan. Yung nito kawan dati, ano yung free lang. Pera. Lahat kamo ano. Lahat kamo meron. Ano. Yung mga building.
The moment we have all been waiting for, our first game of the International 2026 is upon us. We got Team Falcons on the Radiant side, LGD Gaming on the Dire side. And the first bans are already on the board. The first pick will go the way of Falcons. And yeah, we're in it. I'm here with Saberlight, Fly, and Jenkins, just in case you forgot. And we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of this draft. We already have the Enchantress band that we talked about for Snake King. We have Earth Spirit Centaur removed from the pool as well on the side of LGD. And we got, actually it's LGD first pick, my bad. I was wrong on that one. But we got Tree and Protector, Keeper of the Light, Viper, and Lina band. And that means a hero that we talked about is still left in. Please, Saberlight, why is the Husker not banned?
I love speedrunning being wrong, so thankfully we at least had a break, so I wasn't wrong instantly, but I was wrong like an hour after. But perhaps they will not pick it, and I will not look as dumb. Yeah, they left the Husker. I like the bans. They banned some Ench. Perhaps that's for Darks here. I think Earth Spirit and Centaur, they're just very good Marine heroes. And they also stole the Hoodwink away from Crit.
Sorry,
Okay.
there it is.
There it is!
Yep, that's exactly what we said. And now there's going to be a moment on LGD's side like, guys, they won't pick Huskar, right? We can doom them or Ancient Apparition, but then they pick it anyways. The Hoodwink did not stop the Huskar. Quickly touching on Hoodwink, I do think this is going to be the hero of the tournament. I think we're going to see Hoodwink in pretty much every single game that it's not banned, because it is just such a powerful support right now in the meta. It can go both as position 4, it can go as position 5. Any hero that can deal, you know, like 1,000 burst damage and basically just have two heroes be able to pick off one hero on the map constantly, which is what Hoodwink does. I think it's just too powerful. But there's a Huskar on my screen and I'm already worried. I'm already sweating for LGD. Jenkins.
You mentioned the Ancient Apparition as something that Malrine always tries to ban out. So I guess let's ignore that for a second and talk about some of the other potential counters.
Doombringer?
Doom is there. It's a long cooldown. And I know these really good Huskar players like Malrine are pretty good at playing around it with like blink daggers and only taking fights when you can like kill the Doom or when there's somebody behind you and you can like save from the Doom, things like that. The most frustrating thing here for LGD, which they knew that this was coming, is that now the whole draft is dictated by, okay, how do you counter the Huskar? Because you're not going to do it from just gameplay, right? You need some sort of counter picks.
On the bright side, this is something they could have easily spent weeks preparing. You know, it doesn't matter. You know what you're up against. The game is going to be defined by the Huskar pick as well. So LGD can have crafted this monster plan. And better yet, in this game, if LGD is able to beat it, this will put Falcons in a very different position, because if they're no longer going to be the team that have that first phase ban against them always, it leaves a lot of options open. The Ancient Apparition does get banned out.
And that's what the part I want to highlight, is that I feel like both these teams were kind of preparing for the Huskar. Because I feel like the Hoodwink is good hero against Huskar on paper, because you have your ultimate, it breaks, it's like good. Hoodwink ultimate does counter Huskar. And if you look at the Falcons draft, they already banned Viper and Lina, which are two good mid heroes against Huskar. They're both ranged, they can kind of stay away, not get speared by him. So I'm imagining that LGD had a talk with Thompson, like, are you afraid of the Marine Huskar? He probably said, no way, Jose, I can play my Arc Warden or whatever it is.
Sniper?
Perhaps?
Maybe that's the whole reason it gets let through.
I think Sniper is actually very volatile against Huskar. I think if you are not an excellent sniper, where you don't make a single mistake, the Huskar will just destroy you in lane. And if Sniper has a bad lane, that hero is not very useful in the game. So I know Thompson does play a good sniper, but I'm actually really curious what they're going to pick here to match up against Huskar. And then let's not forget that Ammar also plays Huskar.
True.
Yes.
They could just be keeping it hidden. I think that's what they'll do. Crystal Maiden. I love this hero, so I'm going to quickly just touch on that. I think that's a sort of this underrated hero in terms of supports, where she's kind of been forgotten, but that is a snaking staple. She's a very solid laner, no pun intended. She has pretty good spells to move around the map, you know, with 2 offensive spells. And I think she lanes okay into Hoodwink, because you have like this physical damage barrier with her innate. So I think CM is a nice hero. I don't think it directly counters anything, but I'm glad to see it here, honestly.
Yeah, and we also see the Wind Ranger, which could be both carry and mid. I think Yuma has a really strong wind, but on paper it is good against Huskar mid as well. You have your Wind Run, so you can just trade hits while you have 100% evasion. It's not as good against Crystal Maiden. The roots are a bit annoying, but let's see. Maybe they can leave it like they flex it until the last pick, this Wind Ranger, and it could be both carry and mid.
Yeah, that's a really strong lane. Win Tusk as well. So if Falcons did run a Huskar off lane, he could potentially struggle against these 2 heroes together. It's like lots of physical damage and kill threat on him.
I think they're no longer going to send this Huskar off lane no matter what now. I think when they see this kind of lane, potentially Tuskar Wind Ranger, I think you don't want to lane that. So I think they're just going to focus on putting it mid. And we see a return of Shadow Demon. This hero has been kind of out of the meta, and Mars. They're really busting out some of the most, you know, iconic Falcons heroes here, because they saw this Wind Ranger and they decided, we are going to counter this Wind Ranger. Shadow Demon with the Purge against Wind Run. That means you can always kill the Wind Ranger in fights. Mars against Wind Ranger, another very good hero where you can arena her, keep her in place, because, you know, Wind Ranger is this very mobile hero. So they are directly countering, and indeed, like, they decided that this Huskar is just going to go mid, which I think makes sense, it's logical. So now is the question, what is Thompson going to do? Is he going to play the Wind mid? Are they going to counter this Mars with some kind of Yuma hero? Actually, Meepo's not that bad against Mars, just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, it's a decent Meepo game. Well, how is CM against Meepo?
I don't think it matters that much, because you're going to root one Meepo. It doesn't do...
Well, with the shard, you could root all of them, so then it's maybe okay, but...
It's not enough, I think, to dissuade you.
Ooh, even spicier. And that's a good hero. They have maybe like a CM root against him and a spear, but that's about it. Otherwise, it's really hard to kill the PL from the Falcons heroes. And it is Wind Ranger mid. Well, or offlane actually. Whisper also plays Wind.
That's true.
Okay.
It's the classic LGD of flexing everything, because we know the supports can either play the Tusk or the Hoodwink. They can put that in either lane. The Wind Ranger can go now mid or off lane. So if I'm Falcons and I assume it's just a Skitter last pick, it's pretty obvious here. He kind of needs to address this PL, I think.
But they already banned the Sven, which is one of the best counters to PL. I don't know what else is there. Maybe like some Luna. You just need some AoE damage to deal with the illusions.
What about like a Necrophos, something like that? That's a pretty hard hero for PL to play against pretty much the entire game, honestly.
It could work. I can see that. And then, oh, I see. So Falcons, they are banning an offlaner. And they're assuming it's Wind mid, which makes sense. But yeah, the Falcons ban are a bit harder in this situation, because you'll basically need to... Oh, they have last pick, right? Falcons have last pick. So at least they'll see like how the lanes are when they pick their carry.
Darkseer being banned does make me lean towards like, the Luna type heroes that are really good to get an illusion of.
There's also Alchemist. I think that could be an interesting hero for Falcons.
Yeah.
Like additional initiation, which is something they like. It's a hero that buys Radiance, not too bad against PL. And funny enough, I actually think Crystal Maiden is one of the best supports in the game against Phantom Lancer, because you have a lot of AoE spells and her ultimate just destroys illusions.
True.
Obviously, she could also get punched and instantly die in the fights. That could also happen. But if she doesn't and she gets her spells off, it's one of my favorite supports if I had to choose something against PL.
I got a spicy one.
Mm-hmm.
Skeeter Tide Carry.
That might be a little too spicy for me. I'm gonna stick with the Alchemist and the Necrophos, but they are gonna see everything, so they get to choose the best possible matchup. So what are we thinking for LGD actually? Because they have to make the choice. Where's this Wind Ranger going? And I think it's just gonna be mid at this point because they know the matchup.
Is any of the signatures that Whisper had, of course Darkseer is already out, is it still viable for either a Bat Rider or an Enigma? Is that completely out of the question?
It's hard to say, right? Because it's a blind pick.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what he's laning against, so some Enigma can get a bit scary because Gyrocopter and Bristol, they kind of destroy you when you're playing Enigma. I imagine he's going to pick... Yeah, I agree with Tal that it's probably Wind Ranger mid, and I would imagine Whisper picks some melee hero that pairs well with the Hoodwink. What that hero is up in the air. Maybe I can see like some Brewmaster. I don't know if he plays it, but
What do you want out of it? You want some team fight?
The Doom is still there.
True.
For the Huskar counter. That's a melee here. I mean, it's a bit greedy having like PL, Doom, Wind. Who's gonna do something on your team?
Thompson on the Wind Ranger.
I also believe like their approach to this Huskar on LGD isn't necessarily let's counter him 1-to-1 with the Doom. Let's just counter him with our like free man basically. Because as long as Wind, Tusk and Hoodwink are together on the same screen, clicking clicking spells on this Huskar, he will die because they have enough stuns, they have enough physical damage, they also have a break. So they don't necessarily need to counter him, I think, anymore. But they might.
I'm actually curious because I think you can usually look at the bans and that sort of tells you the narrative of what they want. And these bans kind of tell me Enigma still. I know it's a little sus because they can pick the Gyrocopter and stuff, but if you're a confident Enigma player, and I do think they want to put the Tusk as a position 4 because Phantom Lancer should lane better with a Hoodwink in lane, just natural synergy. I can see Enigma, that is my call. Let's see. I was wrong. That's a different range hero, though. A Whisper Special.
A Whisper Special, or is he gonna? They're gonna still swap.
They could theoretically. They could.
Up in the air in this point, maybe. A quick question: how much impact do you think Wind Ranger level 5, the execute talent, is good against Huskar? Like, are we even gonna get there, or is that so late that it's nice when they get it, but it's not like part of the discussion?
I think we might get there. I think both. Well. I think LGD wants the late game. PL is a hero that scales really well to a late game, so we'll see. If Falcons are able to like make early game moves, open some towers and just end early, then I think they're happy with it. But yeah, late game, if Wind gets this talent, PL gets his items, then it gets really hard for Falcons.
Let's go Alchemist.
Well, they got only 7 seconds left, so yeah, this decision needs to be made. And
There it
it's
is.
indeed the Alchemist.
Good calls, good calls.
Yeah, I think the Alchemist just makes sense. It's just Falcons, right? We know they're gonna pick their signature heroes, and they literally pick like the most iconic Falcon heroes that I can think of, like some of them. They needed a Radiance hero, something, an additional initiation to the Mars, so you have like this double jump, which I think Falcons loves. So this is honestly exactly what we predicted. This is stability versus chaos. We're gonna have a PL, which we didn't really expect. We have this Thompson Wind Ranger mid. I don't even know how good Wind Ranger mid is, right? Like, it's a bit of an X factor for me.
No, that's what we expected, the X Factor in the mid. So that's, yeah, I don't think anybody was expecting the Huskar to be let through. So that's another X Factor there coming out. Is there a team you're leaning towards with this on the board?
Honestly, I'm definitely going for Falcons.
Okay.
I think I'm just naturally inclined towards the stability discipline, and I'm like, I can see what they're doing. This is just classic Falcons. I also really like the Shadow Demon as like a counter to this Wind Ranger. I think this is a hard Wind Ranger game.
Yeah.
So a lot of it is going to be up to Yuma getting a good game and Whisper getting a good game. But I don't know, this is classic Falcons. I'm going to go with them.
We're going to find out if Falcons, the defending champions, can start the day with a win on the board, or will LGD start their honeymoon phase here on day 1 of the group stages of the International. We're finding out with our commentary duo. It's ODPixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, absolutely looking forward to this one, and thank you very much all at home for your patience as we've been waiting to get into the action of this one. Falcons versus LGD. We're going to have a lot of fun here, Fog. Already, we're just seeing Thompson turning up here with LGD, and he absolutely would have said to them, I don't care about the Huskar. Leave it in. I've got a plan. His plan is the mid-Wind Ranger. Is it a good enough plan?
It's a hero kind of counter, but in the game overall, like they were saying, is it actually a good hero in the overall state of things, right? Where I have to say, because this is definitely a really different kind of style style that we maybe anticipated in overall games. But for this specific two teams playing against each other, we knew that this was going to kind of happen, right? We knew this Huskar, it was going to be posed the question. You got to answer it. Let's see if they actually did it.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see play out. And also, obviously, just a question for me looking at Falcons lineup. Yes, it's Falcons as stable, heroes, no surprises. It's what we know they like to play. But one of those heroes does stick out, because the last few times we've seen it over the past few months, the Mars, this hero, it always loses fault. It's had some changes, some buffs.
Small.
But very small. And obviously, Amar, one of, if not the best Mars in the world, can he show us that this is the hero right now?
I mean, this is going to be a definitely test, and I think when you're playing like the first game of group stages, this is the time to test. And we not only have Mars, right? We have CM as well too, which is really the most popular shirt.
But Falcon, he loves it. Always tries to find to get the CM. And the CM, I don't mind, right? We do CM, and I feel like CM, honestly, I would say maybe underpicked. I think other teams might look at this hero and see a position for it. As you can see, we do unfortunately just have a little bit of a pause. Hopefully, there's a little bit of a pause. Hotkeys, nothing. It's going to be fine. This pause is only going to be a couple of minutes. Don't quote me on that. And we'll be on the action as we just get everybody reconnected back in.
But I think Tal summed it up really, really well toward the end of the things, right? Here we
go.
See, what we anticipated from these teams, but overall for the overall state of this TI, we're not going to see drafts like this from every single team, not by any means. We didn't get Io or Largo even touched. I know a lot of teams are talking about how popular these were, so yeah, we'll have to see what we get. As you said, stability versus volatility. Let's see which one reigns supreme in this one.
Absolutely. Of course, Thompson. So good news, obviously, for all the top. Well, I was a little worried myself, coming to TI. I was like, well, I'm probably not going to be able to keep up with all the Thompson streams. Well, lo and behold, we are the Thompson stream now. So we're ready to go with him. Ready to play here. Mid for LGD into quite a challenging matchup. As you say, sure, hero to hero. There are reasons for the Wind Ranger, but you're still turning up to TI in your first game. It's in the mid lane against a Maureen Huskar. That's quite a challenge.
And we got to mention the game overall for the Wind Ranger, right? Yeah. There's an SD Purge. It's one of the absolute hardest counters in the game for the hero. You can't really use Wind Run too effectively. There's not great other targets to really purge either, too. So
they've got some. Well, they've got the snowball.
They've got the snowball.
There is
and
a save and
some.
Yeah.
So there are potentials to kind of protect him, but that is one of the hardest things. And same thing for Mars. You get that Wind Ranger in the arena.
You can't
need a BKB, pretty much. So,
and you don't want to buy a BKB, because who wants to buy a BKB? You want the damage items, you want the flashy stuff, especially when you're someone like Thompson playing it in the mid. So we'll be excited to see what sort of build he does go for.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see also, right, like the Snapfire, we have to address, it's gotten nerfed quite a lot. Team is not really straying too far away from it still, but we'll have to see how that ends up working for Whisper in the soft lane. I know it's one of his favorites. He has a super aggressive lane that he's probably going to have, right, with the Tusk. So see if he can put that pressure onto the Alk.
Do those nerfs mean that it's kind of been pushed out of roles such as the mid, or you think we will still see mid Snapfire?
Well, certain mid Snapfires weren't really nerfed. GPK wasn't even going the Spellcaster build a lot of the times, right? Sure, I think he started to switch toward the end, adapt, and be the same as some of the others, but I think we could still see the chance of it.
LGD gonna try and annoy Amar a little bit here. See if they've got enough to bring him down with the two of them.
He should be okay.
I think so. Let's take a little bit of damage on the way out.
Nice rebuke usage. As soon as the tag team gets popped, rebukes them back. I think they missed like 2 full seconds of that tag team there. So this is what LGD is very good at doing. So I know they're talking about stability versus kind of chaos in a way of these teams, but something the two supports from LGD are always very good at doing is stability in early game of planning their moves, right? They always end up blocking camps. I think Saberlight was mentioning too. Sometimes when you go to those side camps, those supports are just there. So they're very good at determining what they want to do, in the first like 5 to 10 minutes of the game. If it's going to work, we'll have to see.
And so with the last pick from Falcons, going for the Alchemist.
Strong.
As our panel did what Tal predicted. What are we seeing from the Alcs nowadays? Are we getting Acronyms coming up early in the build, or you're building entirely for yourself? How does it vary when you're playing the Alc safe lane at the moment?
I think still those Radiance BKB, then you can start giving some of them if you feel like...
Who's getting an Ags this game? Like, who are the hot kind of early Ags?
I mean, the Huskar.
Gifties.
The Huskar, sure, yeah. Tends to go to the mid laner as well, too. Bottom, a lot of damage. Whisper's alone.
Should be able to take him out here. Yes, they will. Skeeter gets himself the first blood. Start things off here in the safe lane as the Alchemist.
It's insanely far up there. Gets isolated, just gets brought down. This CM, something they were mentioning. Hero you don't play against too often nowadays too. It can catch you a bit off guard. does do a lot of damage, is pretty strong in terms of the laning phase.
It's in the mid.
Yeah, it's mid matchup, right? We got to see how it ends up going.
Yeah.
They picked it specifically for Thompson. Not only, of course, for the matchup in the mid lane. Of course, later you can just focus fire the Huskar. You have ways to address him, but it is to be able to not, you know, just get crushed by these fire spears. But as we know, Malrine, the best Huskar.
Yeah, he's definitely going to play against a few mid-win rangers in his time, so not an uncomfortable situation for Marin to be in. So far, Thompson keeping up very well with the CS.
KJ.
If that continues as the levels come in. Poison stack up. Crit's going to be able to bring down King Jungles on the top lane. Already able to find some early kills on both of the side lanes here, Falcons.
A lot of the games that we've seen, me and you, right? The Mars, he struggles from the moment the game begins, too. And I feel like they got him in a position where I don't know if his lane is going to be too difficult, right? We look at the PL, it's hard to get aggressive with this hero in the laning phase versus something like Mars. So I am looking at Amar this game, and it looks like I'm going to hold it a little bit. It looks like a pretty decent Mars.
Setup's nice.
Right? There are ways to play around. He's got ways to set up with the SD. He's got someone else that's going to lead the charge for him with either the Huskar or the Alp. So Snack trading here with Theo. And some things we should, of course, mention with this Alk and this Crystal Maiden. I would say that these two are the big addressers of the PL in the game. As Fly was saying, that the CM can be sometimes, you know, not really the best because you just get exploded, but you have ways of controlling the illusions. You have ways to slow down the attack speed with your ultimate at times, so.
Lane. Thompson. Slightly fallen behind now. The denies starting to go in the favor of Malrine, but at the least, you know, showing no signs, of course, as this Wind Ranger of getting bullied out of the lane. He's able to hold his own.
And I know something me and you were mentioning to each other was, are we going to see that early rotation that comes out from like a Tusk? Because they do have some pretty decent ones to try for. And okay, small adaptations. Orb of Frost has been buffed recently as well too. So I was hoping we'd get to see more of this picked up. We're getting to see it at least from mid lane versus a Huskar.
What are you going for first as the mid-lane Ranger? You're still just getting the Javelin, or...?
What do we see? I mean, Treads, right? Treads, and then, what was Makoto, the one that we saw doing it the most? I think he went Dragonlance a couple of the games that we saw. I can't recall exactly, so we'll have to see.
I never know with Thompson.
No, exactly.
Might have something, you know, in particular that he's cooked up, which I imagine he would have. You know, if knowing that he was going to be going against Falcons here in this first game against Malrine, who if they leave the Huskar in, he's going to pick the Huskar. Thompson's preparation's probably gone beyond just I'm picking Wind Ranger. He's got something exactly in mind for this scenario that any mid in this situation would have known that they were going to be in if they leave the Huskar in the pool.
It's hard to vary too much, though, right? As these Wind Rangers, you can't go for something crazy like a, I don't know,
Amar.
Weird item. Amar has the Lotus. Looks like he should be all right.
Gonna be all right. Plays it cool.
Has a lot of HP built up here. Steps up again. Doesn't have to be a lot.
Yeah, he's feeling confident. He's gonna be ready to press that Lotus if he needs to. He's sort of teasing with the mirror, Amar. Nima wants to chase. Oh!
The power shot.
Oh, this comes in just in time from Amar.
That was very close.
That
to
was
drop as well.
Yeah, that was as close as he gets there. Nice attempt from Thompson, but Amar, he was more than ready for that.
Thompson already straying slightly away from the mid lane. Sure, not crazy amounts because you're a Wind Ranger, you can do it from such a distance, but looking at the last hits, definitely feeling that pressure from Malrine in the mid lane. Bottom lane, though, even though they did kill Whisper, we're seeing the effect of that Snapfire with the Tusk. Very strong versus Skeeter. So much burst damage if he does step up. Still a threat.
Yeah, it's going to be a good setup for Whisper to get some good ults off this game. Right, having like a Tusk, a Wind Ranger, Hoodwink, looking to set things up with their stuns up front.
And they don't have, let's say, like, distance close, right? Ways to gap close in a way. This Snapfire could be a little hard to get to sometimes to cancel the ult,
That's true.
right?
It's going to be down to the Mars, right?
Yeah.
You know, having MR getting the blink online.
Like, they want to get the initiation for the most part onto the Snap to prevent him from getting those far kisses, because they have great ways to blast from the distance. Skeeter?
The other course been nice and annoying here for Skeeter.
Very obnoxious.
Showing that he doesn't have an easy time picking up the camps down here on the bottom.
The lanes already look to be broken. They're actually shifting. KJ down here too. The PL in a 1v1 versus the Mars. So let's see how Yuma is now going to do as he's been left alone up here. Not easy for them to really set up onto this PL. Bottom, Snay.
I mean, he's really trying to do his best to keep Theolacor and King Jungles away from Skeeter, but nice little snowball comes into play, and Snaking's going to lose his life for this. Big pressure being put on here by the two supports to just really try and slow down this Alk's early game.
That's what I was mentioning early on. That's the biggest thing I've always seen from LGD is these two supports. Like when the way that they pick and choose their moves early on, they know who they want to pressure. And as we're seeing, it's the Alchemist. But that does mean you're gonna have to deal with this big Huskar. Unless you want to make another rotation at some point soon, you're gonna have to accept the fact that he's gonna have this armlet. He's gonna be able to show up to these side lanes. He's gonna be able to assist.
Bring King Jungles back up to the top here as Yuma's starting to feel the heat here under the tier 1. Further TP's coming into play. Thompson going to be looking for the rotation. Straight in with a focus fire on a crit. Got the protection of the disruption to hold Thompson back, but as it comes to an end, Thompson continues to chase down. The rest of LGD look to close it onto Amar. Crit taken out. Power shot's going to be off the mark. Shouldn't matter though, as they'll be able to chase Amar down with the rotations. Take down the two of them. Thompson gets the double.
Punishing the aggression. They went under the tower. They're a bit deep. They had everybody already rotating through the gate there from the two supports. And Thompson with the quick move. Yuma staying very low on HP here to kind of bait them as well too. Very nicely done. Yuma does have to be careful. You know, some small mechanic interactions that we do see. The Shadow Demon Poison, right? You can't dispel it. So it's always going to indicate a lot of times which one that real PL is. So Yuma does have to be quite a bit careful, but his farm looking pretty decent. Sure, he's at the bottom of the course, but, well, bottom of the other course. The Mars now, though, is the lowest one after that death.
And this is the thing, right, that Thompson can do to kind of keep on track with the net worth of the Huskar. Now, Marin, sure, once he's got the arm that he's going to be making these moves up and down the map, but even then, he's never going to be able to be as mobile as the Wind Ranger that can very quickly zip up and down the map, look to get involved in these early plays, and find these sort of dream situations where Thompson gets both of the kills going his way.
And overall for Malrine, right? Sure, going to the PL's lane can be easy, but going to these other lanes, they're not the easiest for him. There's Focus Fire, there's Snapfire Kisses now at this point. There's definitely kill threat if Malrine's not careful. So some very good pressure plays as we see from LGD now in these last few moments. Not letting Skeeter get some good time. Skeeter's still only level 5.
Yeah, pretty deep. Now, 8 minutes in, already playing around this cliff.
Yeah, liking it.
Marin, he's going to have something to say about this. He's going to look towards Thompson. Thompson turns with the Focus Fire concoction out onto Thompson. Got to be a bit careful, keep his distance now from Marin as the win run comes to an end. They'll lose the Illacore.
A little too deep this time. Really trying to put that pressure onto Skeeter here, but the numbers turn up from Falcons this time. And Amar will be very happy about that too, because that all the enemies turn up into his jungle. He's able to hit that top tower a bit here and catch up on the Mars as well too.
And what do you sort of see this game from? Is it going to be Soul Ring into the Blink, or is it going to be some sort of Soul Ring Yules build from Amar?
It's a pretty good Yules game.
I do like the Yules.
It's good versus the Windrunner, right? Yep. Good versus the Snap as well too. Some protection if he needs it. So could see it. Amar.
Going to be some reaction to this.
Going for a solo play here is incredibly risky.
Yeah, Yuma TP's in and quickly behind him. It's the Illacore. They're closing onto Amar. He was not ready for the fast TPs.
He kind of... I mean, he going for that play was pretty...
But maybe he's setting up the long-term play. Marin and Critter here. See what they can get a response, but the kisses are coming in, so Marin cannot push forward for now. Has to start backing off. Crit, he's going to end up going down, so it's all ended up with Yuma getting a double.
Double!
Not going to connect in time, so Marin at the least will be able to bail out there.
But that was, I mean, hemorrhaging a bunch then. That was, honestly, Amar playing way too far forward, going for some type of like little pressure solo play, and there's quick reactions. LGD, last 5 minutes, all going their way, at least in terms of them pressuring and slowing down any of this farm. Alchemist, though, as we're seeing, Skeeter is starting to get that catch-up because of
even with that pressure that they're trying to put on him, he is still managing to not fall too far behind, so should be on track to still have a pretty solid entry into this game as the out.
So perhaps maybe this is something they're, you know, it's not like Amar wants to die there, right? But he wants to try to pull some attention away.
Yeah.
So.
Pressure coming on the tower as well. I mean, Amar had to cancel his TP back out to lane. The fact that LGD still had the 4 of them up here.
Love how aggressive they're playing.
I mean, TPing in, but he's also going to have to cancel his TP.
They did reveal their ward, though. That was a sneaky position that he is TPing from, so the fact that they see it gets identified. Amar is 6. Considering if he wants to drop the ulti.
He's thinking about it. Honestly, might just settle for King Jungles. Yeah, he's going to get the push back up pretty quickly, but will not save himself. Mar's going to push on for more. We'll get the courier. Can't quite find any opportunity, though, to catch anyone else in the arena.
No, not the easiest with the Tusk around. Tusk can bypass that arena, of course, with the snowball. So, and with the space, yeah, Thompson doesn't make the shift toward tops. His team had enough, and he's going to go Maelstrom.
Going to go for the standard.
More of the standard, unlike we've seen like Makoto and a couple others do. Cool.
I like this. I mean, I do feel sometimes when they don't go for the Maelstrom, it just feels like such a great item on the Wind Ranger. Like, just it's like, well, if you don't go Maelstrom, you feel like you're missing out.
He'll have some great scaling, that's for sure. It's going to give him the extra, of course, not true strike, but versus the Radiance as well, too. When he's hitting the Alchemist, that'll also be pretty decent as well. Getting those extra little procs that can bypass.
Radiant's timing should still be pretty solid for Skid, as we say. You know, they really did try their best to put the pressure onto him, but he's still finding ways to stay at the top of the net worth now as the Alchemist.
Slow down a little, though, right?
Yeah,
we have
it's not, it's not like a dream out start,
Sure.
but considering the circumstances, I feel like Skidder is definitely getting more than LGD wanted him to with how much focus they were putting on him.
The fact that the Huskar lineup, though, is the team that has lost their first 2 towers in particular, right? The top tower did die with the rotations from Falcons, but losing their mid, losing their safe lane, it allows LGD to have access to these jungle caps a lot easier, and honestly, Falcons, they want to hit a lot of jungle. When they have this Alchemist, even when they have this Huskar still at this point. And the scaling, we do have to look, right? LGD has some very strong scaling. So does Falcons, of course, but a PL, a Snap, and a Wind Ranger as it gets to these super late stages, when they have built-in breaks as well, too, for a Huskar, can be pretty problematic, so.
And it is early days, but as so many times, Fog, when we've seen teams try the Mars over this last year, it falls off, and then it never gets back up. And we're seeing at the moment, now Mars at the bottom of the network.
Nice
Great
shackle.
coming in into the kisses. Not enough time to initially get the
toggles.
He's surviving throughout this all. They will finally bring him down. Thompson, is he going to survive? Yeah, he's going to be fine. The spears won't kill him off. Maureen definitely gave it his best shot there with the armlet toggles. Was not enough to survive. As LGD come out top, and more top lane, they close out to Yuma, but King Jungles comes in with a sharpshooter and just bursts through Amar. So the arena comes out, and oh dear. Crip, he also might be in trouble. He'll have a disruption. Should be able to catch him with the stun, King Jungles. Yuma's closing in.
Yuma, careful!
Oh my goodness!
The poison!
Nearly dead!
Oh my god!
A blood grenade! He's bleeding out!
He's alright.
Okay.
That was insanely close. So I think he got, what, the 4th or 5th poison stack there. Snake trying to get a sneaky way. No way.
I mean,
he's got him.
There we go. That blood grenade with the Snake King. Okay. He's trying to hold the team together as everything else kind of falling apart a little bit here on that top play there from Falcons. They try and go with his move with the arena, but goes horribly wrong. It's another death on Amar.
We said it was going to be more stability from Falcons. So far in this game, we're seeing the stability quite a bit more, I would say, from LGD. Some questionable plays a little there from Falcons bottom, though. Those nice toggles, but it wasn't enough. Thompson showing up with this Ring Ranger so far. 4 kills for him.
Very, very, very clean entry into the game from Thompson.
Top 2 net worth as well. Not too far behind an Alchemist.
Oh, see if they can do something about him here. The shackle.
There's the purge.
It's going to cause some issues. Disruption will stop the sharpshooter from hitting.
He's caught.
They'll take the 4 of them, but they do bring him down, and the kill goes the way of Maureen, puts an end to the streak.
Having a good entry to the game. Now that Shadow Demon is online, though, has the level 6. The purge will be something Thompson has to be able to address somehow with his teammates. Snay, he's going to do what he always does. A bit greedy, right? Rushing that shard. I think it's something you have to do on the CM, so you can continue to get that farm. And it is very good versus PL and versus Tusk. Having that secondary root can prevent the saves pretty effectively. Amar.
Getting some good info here, Theo Lecor. He's able to set up straight away on a Snake King here off the back of that Invis. They take him out.
And Amar, Roche.
Watch out for the Roche. Whisper jumps in. Amar trying to crawl away. Should be speedy enough, though, with the phase boots. He'll get out.
Space for Skeeter, I guess.
That's the thing.
That's what they're trying to do.
All of this space. Right? Even if these plays up top don't go smoothly for Falcons, Skeeter is getting all the space in the world down on the bottom side of the map.
Okay.
They want to do something about it. The smoke's coming in. LGD, they're going to get back on to trying to slow down this Alchemist game. They're looking for the gank in the jungle. Let's see if they find him.
And Amar is going...
He's a step ahead. He's already out.
And Amar is going for the blink instead. I guess because of that reach thing that we were indicating as well, too, being able to get into the back lines, get that clean initiation. Sure, Yules is excellent this game, but wants to just have that initiation. Yeah, stop.
It's fair. But it can be risky, right? Because then you are this hero that is a little behind. You've got that blink. If you jump in and you die, it gets kind of tricky making the team fights work. So let's see what they can do here with the blink reveal. Smoke up from Falcons. They've got to hit hard with this one.
Purge is online, so does have it again available for Thompson. If he gets found, very likely just dead. Whisper's farm continues to be pretty crazy. The power of the Snapfire sure has gotten some nerfs, but still, as we're seeing, lane is good. farm potential is great.
They've sort of got Theo Lucoria in position to try and block off this move.
Skeeter.
But he's been seen and they go in with the blink. They catch him. Snowball comes out, buys him some safety here from the spear. The Snowball actually taking him out of the arena. Is it enough to get him away from this? He's going to try for the TP, but there's a frostbite up. They'll bring Thompson down.
Was having a good entry. Now they're starting to find these kills onto him. Getting a bit aggressive there. Gets found. Good shackle, but nonetheless, they have more than enough to catch him.
Yeah.
Falcons, they're reading the movements.
They are.
So, you know, they're hemorrhaging some of these kills, but it's their sacrificial lamb that's the one who's, you know, getting killed. It's the Mars a couple times, and Skitter, he's getting all the benefits from all of it.
But then I guess on the sort of flip side for LGD, it's sort of at a moment where, sure, Falcons, they can go for these plays where they're like, let's hunt down Thompson. We've got to kill Thompson. But
And
Yuma's kind of like, Thompson, you've done enough.
Sure.
My game is set to go. I'm going to have the chance now to get this, you know, the PL online. You've done enough. It doesn't matter if they're ganking you. I'm going to be the one that's able to take this game to the next stage.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we do have a bit of similarities coming from both sides in that front.
Yeah.
Because this is, as we said, it's going to get to a point where it's a difficult Wind Ranger game. There's going to be these answers, but for the PL overall, his game as it gets later and later looks pretty damn good, right? If he eventually gets that Scotty timing, it's 3 strength healing cores. Like, actually 3 strength healing cores. It's not the Mars as much, but Huskar and Alchemist, that Scotty's going to be fantastic for us.
Rip. Gonna get some nice, easy setup here for Maureen.
Starting to get some big kills here. Maureen up to that 4-1. He's got the Lance finished up. Similarities coming from both sides in that front.
Yeah.
And these heroes, as you said, triple strength cores too. They're going to get very tanky very quickly. BKBs are also going to be huge, especially once Skeeter's able to get his. Once he has his, it's very limited options for them to really go for the kill on the Alchemist.
It's a step ahead here, Amar. Whisper though, ready to follow up, and Amar not going to get any help here.
Still, he is definitely struggling though, as we're seeing. Up to that 4-1, he's got the Lance finished up. 9-12, nice action-packed early game here. And these heroes, you said triple strength cores too. They're gonna get very tanky very quickly. And yeah, it's gonna be BKB, as we figured, right? BKB, and then he can start going for, if he feels like they want to go for those Aghanims, or if he wants to just build along for himself. It is also a very good just Alchemist building for himself game, to be honest. Going for like these ACs and Bashers and whatnot. It is quite nice for him. So we'll have to see if he does want to go down that route. Thompson, as we said, needs a BKB this game, but that's not going to be the end-all be answer. Can just get purged. Going to be able to bypass that completely, but will be able to prevent him from just getting stuck inside that arena.
Falcons, they want to go again here. Amar, straight in. He has to jump onto Thompson. TPs are coming in to try and help out. He's going to miss the spear. And now with the Kisses coming in and back up around, Thompson's fine. They just turn. They're going to be able to blow up Maureen.
He gets a tip for that one.
Oh, that's, yeah. We'll see if Skeeter can clean up anything in return. Another great shackle comes in from Thompson into the cookie setup, onto the both of them. The Olacore does die, but Skeeter, he's in trouble. The ult comes out here and attempt to buy space for Skeeter to back off, and honestly it does. It allows Skeeter to get out of there. Snaking able to rectify some of the fight. Skeeter does jump back forward, but they still manage to snipe King Jungles at the end with a spear. So
what an insane fight.
They get the support kills. They do lose their mid, and as you say, could have been a bit smoother there from Amar, but off the mark with the spear initially.
It's also losing the Huskar, right? A hero that you don't really want to have these type of deaths on can hurt quite a bit into your scaling potential as these later stages. So yeah, spear off the mark. I believe Amar had just bought the shard as well too, so that hurts quite a bit there.
Indeed, we saw very quick to turn up to that.
Yeah, and Thompson, he's getting some really nice shackles, gotta be honest.
He is.
A couple there that we've seen. Smoke, LGD, Mars Arena's on cooldown, same thing for that Chemical Rage. They're gonna take advantage of that.
Here they can catch at the moment. It's the two supports that are the closest from Falcons. They'll settle for it.
Quick, easy one. Tormentor is also up. If they can go through the portal and set up for it, it is a potential for them.
They can take it down pretty quickly.
They can. And hard for, as we said, for Falcons to contest her. They've got Arena, but can they even get there in time? It's not really looking like they can.
Would be risky if they did want to try. They're probably just going to let this one go to LGD.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing, you know, even though we talked about it a lot, the panel did too, right? The stability versus the chaos. I feel like we're seeing, even though it is the chaotic thing from LG, it's a little bit more of the stability from them with the way that they're predetermining their moves, making that move top for a potential kill, but then it just progresses them into that Tormentor. So Some really clever stuff. KJ gets the shard, one of the better ones you can get to.
Can you, if you're LGD, contest this rush?
Ultis are online, they're healthy. Can they get there in time though? I think they can, yeah. Not easy for Marine to just go for this.
Yeah, they're a little hesitant on fully committing for the Roshan, especially with LGD just sort of back off the map.
Uh-oh, look at Amar's queued up. We always talk about this. It's never a good sign when we see Amar.
And he's not going to buy it.
Not going to buy it.
He's not going to buy it.
It's a frustration Midas queue up. Concoction gets popped. They're trying to secure the area here to...
Yeah, they want to fight first.
Yeah, or fight first. Because the BKB is there for Skeeter now, so he is very strong in the fight. Can they get there in time, though? CD, though. BKB's now finished up for Thompson. Falcons is going to continue to poke it. Continue to get this information here with Amar.
Yeah, trying to speed it up with the CMO.
Looks like they should be able to get it now with all this. Speaking of Snay, you know, also, we had to mention this Crystal Maiden. He's level 13, Owen. Quite high level.
He's having a good time.
Yeah, Crit only level 10. And we did mention the CM, he is going to be kind of this hidden factor versus the PL as the game goes on.
We'll be interested to see what Amar does spend his money on. What do you think he's considering? Is it
he just goes BKB?
Just the
yeah, I think it's a BKB game. When you're playing versus Snapfire, it's too much overwhelming damage. That puts the hoodwink. Continue to get this information here with Amar. Ag's done, so Yuma getting closer and closer toward those big timings.
They're going to make the jump on a Skeeter straight away. Amar's going to try and get help out. But
doesn't get the BKB.
He's got to back off. They lose their carry. They will get the other core in return, but they won't get Thompson. He's out with the BKB in the win run.
Quick and explosive kill.
And Yuma, he cleans up Crit at the same time on the top lane. Able to find him here by the looks of it with the help of King Jungle. So LGD continue to find these favorable trades, keeping the overall net worth even, you know, considering the fact that they're against this carry Alchemist. And being able to get away with plays like that. They fully commit onto Skeeter. Falcons, they couldn't get there in time to keep him safe.
I think overall for Crit, right, the fact that he's not there is a bit of a problem, right? He has to be the one that's sitting around the Alchemist overall for the most of this game because he is the save. Sure, you've got this arena, but you want to have this SD disrupted because if he's there, that Alch probably lives. Gets disrupted, gets the BKB up, is going to be able to turn, so Crit maybe with some mispositioning there, a little here, but does get caught from the PL. Thompson did have to use BKB for that kill, and okay, Thompson is even going to go. I was wondering if he's going to do this because they're playing versus so many of these, you know, strength/healing.
That's fair.
He's queued up the Scotty himself. It's usually not what you see built on these Wind Rangers.
As you said, that sounds pretty good, Brian.
Sounds very Thompson.
Scotty's great, and just having those extra stats on the Wind Ranger. Nah, he switched.
It sounds very Thompson, but nah, he's the
maybe if this was a pub, he would have done it. You know, he would have experimented, gone for the Scotty mid-Wind Ranger build, but not yet at least. Maybe later.
They
maybe
probably
4th, 5th item.
I think they also communicated, and Yuma was probably saying
he's switching it around a lot, actually.
Yeah, and I think Yuma's probably saying, "I'm going with the Scotty. Like, let me do it. It's better for me." And then we can adapt.
So what do you think will he settle with? Because he was going for Chrysalis, and now he's queued back up the Lincoln Sphere. Does he need the Lincolns this game? Is that pretty...
Versus the SD Purge, I think the Lincolns is probably the best in terms of defensive and offensive capabilities. The Crit is the best for just straight-up offensive, but it's also way cheaper, so... I prefer the Lincolns. It's just more beneficial for everything, right?
That's fair. And it seems like they're already doing enough for the damage, right? Like we just saw then, if they get on top of the Alchemist, they could kill him.
If the SD is not there. Yeah.
Sure.
Like, let me do it. It's better for me. And then we can...
Marine
does have
still,
a Satanic now.
Yeah, very, very stacked here with the Saint Sanic. There's still a couple of minutes left on the Aegis. They'll settle for just trying to take the tier 1 down on the bottom lane.
I gotta be honest, we're getting quite a treat though. Less than 1k lead. Yes, there's an Alchemist on one side, so you could say for LGD it looks nice because of all this, but Falcons still farming very effectively here. More beneficial for everything.
That's fair. And it seems like they're already doing enough damage. Like we just saw
as we said, overall for Falcons, sure. They like to go for these late games no matter what. Even if their lineup might not look like it's the most late game oriented, they're okay. Right? It doesn't overall.
But you would say the Falcons element of them being so used to those sort of situations means they can make it work.
They can. But I would say, yeah, LGD, there's looks. Just on paper, if it gets to these super later stages, it does look stronger. But we'll have to see how it plays out.
Are on the hunt again here.
Whisper. That's a great find.
Yeah, they'll go for him.
Literal best target you can find, especially because Whisper's also gone. Very greedy build. Foregoing the BKB even with the next. Now he probably needs to buy it on this Snapfire, but going for the Chasm Stone and all these other small items in between too. He's vulnerable now on this snap. Probably for the next 5 minutes or so. If they just get on top of him, he is dead. And Amar now does have the BKB, so This could be a pretty big timing here that Falcons can take over the map with. See how LGD responds.
See what they can do around the mid. A minute left on the Aegis. If a Maureen. So they want to try and see if they can poke it out of him easily. They can. They will be able to take the Aegis out of him. MMR gets the arena down. He's managed to sort of trap the two supports. Ult comes in here for snaking. They'll clean up both Theolacor and King Jungle. So the supports are taken down.
Falcon's not afraid of a fight at all at that point without Whisper. When Whisper's not alive, they know there's not really a way that LGD can fight into their lineup. Whisper is very important. Maybe, I mean, I think it is a bit risky that he did go for such a greedy type of build from that off-lane Snapfire, because he can just get jumped and killed over and over again now until he has that BKB. And Falcons, they will have triple core BKB to be able to play very aggressively forward. That's 2 tier 2s claimed. They can go for that last one now if they'd like to. Quite a big gain in these last few moments for Falcons.
Skeeter very close to having the AC. Interesting enough though, because I did see him buying and selling. He did for a moment buy the Maelstrom, but then
I would
must have sold it.
Yeah, I would not have liked that. I mean, I can get why he wants the Mjolnir versus the PL, right? But I think this is better for your team and for you overall.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
that's why I thought maybe
he did consider it.
Yeah, that's why I was like, maybe this is a game where Alchemist is built for himself, and yeah, he is, at least for now, doing that. Eventually, of course, the Aghanims for the Huskar and for the CM even can be pretty valuable. It sounds silly, but it's a CM versus a PL. So like this, if this CM can get to a point where he has BKB, Aghanims, etc., snaking can do a lot in this game. Just has to worry about one thing, right? The punch. If he gets to that point later.
And of course, Thompson, you know, he's a smart young lad, the Basher Wind Ranger. You know, if this CM gets out of control, Thompson would consider it.
Yuma.
Go with the punch, Shackle in as well. Thompson's going to commit with the BKB and the focus fire. They take down Skeeter.
No save again.
They'll look over to Tamar, get the arena off, but it's just going to have to use it defensively to back away from them. They'll lose Theolacor, but it's a good trade so far from LGD.
Whisper. Burning down.
And we'll lose a second. So Marin at least killing up a couple of heroes, but still losing the carry doesn't feel great. And on LGD's side, Yuma and Thompson getting out alive.
Thompson did have to use BKB though, so has to be careful for the next couple seconds here how he shows himself. We'll be able to distance away. Triple BKB is ready for Falcons, but again, crit, not really close enough to get the save. Skitter did make the jump when he wasn't in that range, so does get killed again because of it. LGD looking like they want to hit again.
Oh, they do. Very nice catch there from King Jungles, able to set up on towards Amar. They'll look to Marin, they'll get the shackle shot in and the sharpshooter. That's going to be the both of them dead.
Oh, wards. That's all you need,
that's,
right?
I mean, that's a massive couple of pickups. The initial fight, they got the carry, great, but they did lose 2 heroes. But then after that, getting the chance to just wrap around and catch off both Marin and Amar after the fight. That's a slip up there that's going to hurt Falcons big time getting caught like that. They did not expect that one bit.
They were getting good momentum on the side of Falcons too. Now it looks like they should probably find Thompson.
They do. So they will at least get a bit of, you know, revenge back their way around the quick play in the mid. You know, Maureen and Amar might have got caught out by surprise top, but Thompson on the other side definitely wasn't expecting that quick play.
But Yuma is getting to this very dangerous territory now, right? We were mentioning there's not the best overall ways to deal with him. He's a force to be reckoned with.
Look at the stun onto the both of them. And these two actually take out the PL at this moment in time. Frostbite's there, but the Manta's up. Yuma's able to run away. Skitter trying to chase. See if Amar can get a catch onto Yuma. Yuma looking for the jukes. They're going to have the kisses coming in. BKB's popped. They've caught him in the arena. They managed to find the PL. Amar back onto the map, gets out with the BKB in the arena, and make sure they get a massive kill, taking out the Phantom Lancer.
Oh, this game is truly delivering. I mean, this is fantastic. It's 20-20 at 30 minutes. Oh, and both teams giving it their all. Just constant fights back and forth. And look at the graph, right? It even says, like, it's like, okay, the PL is looking pretty decent for the Alchemist, but it's just these trades over and over again. And the fact that Falcons has this outpost here, that's why they went for this super aggressive play. They can all collapse onto that PL. That's an interesting game so far here. KJ now does have a gem. Has to be very careful.
He's got a lot of money as well. 3k gold saved up here. Do you imagine he will commit for the Lotus, or are there other things you could be considering here when you're on the hoodwink?
Probably just going to commit for the Lotus.
Is there any temptation for a little bit of scaling yourself? You know, slipping a Maelstrom, hope your teammates don't notice.
No. Not on these hoodwinks. There's too many other good items. Hex is just too good. You don't need it. You don't need damage as your support hoodwink.
So, do you think he will go in deep for this? You know, go for this now, Skeeter, because he is now back up the Maelstrom Mjolnir to have that further answer against the PL.
I'm more okay with it now. I was still okay with what he had queued before. I thought the Abyssal and the Basher has its own function as well too, but maybe they just want to have that extra clear as well too for the illusions. Both are fine. Ooh, that's an early pickup. And not the most usual one we see for the Tusk as a support. Buys the BKB so that he can get in and save his allies.
I like it, yeah. It's, you know, when you got Thompson on the mid, ready to pop off on this win rate, you got to be able to make sure you save him at all costs. And if that is buying a BKB so you can BKB get in there and get your snowball off, you're buying a BKB.
And now they have the BKB on the Snapfire too, so overall Whisper much more protected. Let's see how this fight ends up going. Who's going to get the initiation? Who's going to get the saves too? Crit now does have ways to save with this Blink too.
Yuma coming in with a wraparound. They found Amar. They're leading straight away with the Tusk Punch. Disruption will be there. Buys him a bit of a chance to get out of this one. Amar pops the BKB. Skeeter got his hands on Yuma, but Yuma's able to jump out with the doppelganger. Thompson moves in with the BKB, focus fire onto Amar. Arena gets dropped down. Amar surviving through the damage, or the lack of damage, finally comes in with the burst.
Where's Maureen?
In the scatter blast, as they do inevitably bring an end to Amar. And with the punch back up, they can slow down, set up for the shackle, into the bushwhack, catch Skeeter on top of it all. Yuma gets a double, they kill off the 4 of them.
A 4v5, they didn't have Maureen the entire time. This PL just running havoc through all of them there. Literally just a perfect move from LGD, catching Falcons totally off guard. They have, you can literally just see it, right? Maureen's running across the map to get to his team the entire time there. On the timing, too, of the full BKBs being finished there from LGD, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, as even as the...
He TP'd to the tier 2 mid. Maureen did there. So not having
unfortunate
availability
timing, yeah.
to join now, pretty big deal.
Back in action, getting the space for that Roshan. But yeah, this sort of fight, I feel like everyone at home's been here before, where you're in this game, the PL, that you don't know how he got there, or why he's disfarmed, or why he's killing everybody, why you can't do any damage to him, but it's happening, it's real, and what do you do? Apart from make sure that you got PL in your bands next game, because you're like, I do not want to play against this hero again.
The scaling is starting to hit for...
Shackles
in. Whisper, whoopsie.
Maureen, look at the BKB and the Satanic off, but the win run's there, and that's Maureen dead again.
LGD starting to run away.
Oh, disruption will buy a bit of safety for Crit, but it's starting to really build up now. This pressure from LGD. Yuma well and truly online now as the PL. The game has been very much kept in a state that's allowed Yuma to get to exactly where he wanted to be, and now he's taking over.
It was 20-20. They found him isolated, but now when he's with his full team, we're seeing the chaos that the PL can really do.
To the high ground they go.
That was probably the most important fight around that top side for LGD, well, for Falcons to actually have. Because, yeah, as you see now, LGD can just walk toward this high ground, pick up, what, 2 full next items? I believe Whisper has his full next one picked up as well.
Can Falcons find a way to stabilize the game again against this Phantom Lancer?
They have to have their whole 5. It's a full refresher now for Whisper.
I certainly feel like, you know, Yuma, once he has that heart online, like how are you gonna kill him? How are you gonna kill this heart PL?
You have to isolate him, just like it has to be like a 5 versus 1 essentially. And even then, we've seen what these PLs can sometimes do of juking in and out.
They just, because they just don't really have on their lineup at least a clear kind of big scale up on burst physical damage, right? You got the fast flurry of attacks, sure, from an Alchemist with his Chemical Rage and this attack speed of the AC, but there's nothing that is really going to just consistently cut through a PL with thousands and thousands of HP.
Let's see what their next option is to try to do it, right? Because they have to try to find a way, even though they know that they're in a very dangerous position here. Skeeter is going to go for that. Mjolnir has the Cloak of Flames as well too, but it's not any of these Aghanim's, it's not any like extra stuff for snaking to deal with this PL or any of this either. LGD, they've hit their stride pretty hard now.
I mean, honestly, yeah, the cut. Well, talking about snaking, he will get caught out. But maybe later down the line, the kind of the BKB Ags high-level CM, that might be one of the better options of damage against the PL.
He kind of just, I mean, this hero does so much damage when he starts to get to this point. You know, we were talking, actually, I was with Saberlight at, what was it, yesterday, and we were talking about PL in particular, because I was like, how do you address this hero right now unless you have pretty much like 3 full counters to him? Because as we see too with their itemization, right, it's a Radiance Alchemist, they buy the Shivas on the offlaner, which are the old traditional counters, but just not the same as it once was. The hero just hits his timings, and if you don't have overwhelming way to deal with him, he just runs through you.
And just really top lane.
Dobson.
Looking for the wraparound onto Amar.
Does see him, but he'll be able to get
Bago tong
himself out.
Teolikar. Support.
I think for Falcons overall, you have to just, when the Aegis goes down, you probably just have to go for some type of 5v5 fight, or just try to catch someone out of position here too. But as we're seeing, I feel like LGD, they're very prepared for all these moves, at least in these last, I mean, for most of this game at least.
It really has. There's sort of the play from the four of them around kind of the space that Yuma's needed. It's been there, right? They've matched the moves of Falcons. And,
very fast.
And a lot of the times outplayed Falcons in some of those early maneuvers.
Yeah, it's 20-20, right? They're matching every single time there was these kills that was coming up from Falcons. It's not like Falcons was getting out cleanly, nothing like that. LGD was getting cleanup kills. Whisper now has it 25. Now we're seeing that win probability
It's
going absolutely insane.
When a PL's in this sort of spot, and especially when it's someone like Yuma on the PL, he doesn't lose these games. Unless Falcons can find some miraculous sort of play or way to take him out. 50 seconds still on this Aegis, so I imagine they ideally want to try and time it with that.
Yeah, I imagine you can't just go for a farm. You can't go for like a farm game now by any means on Falcons. You have to do something kind of crazy, find them around a ward, but lots of items being picked up also for everybody else on the side of LGD.
Yeah, the Zagans on the task on Theolical is going to be very annoying, right? Even if you did have all the items in the world on one of these heroes, suddenly you're getting kicked a million miles away from the PL and you've got no chance of actually just laying down the damage into him.
Let's see what they go for
It's difficult.
MMR, pre. Kaysa ganyan. MMR, yan. Mabilis yan.
Damage coming out from Thompson, treated himself to Daedalus. Ready to start getting the Dragon Lance.
And honestly, the great thing about playing these type of like Wind Rangers and whatnot, when you have a PL, right? There's so much distraction. Now you actually get they're like, good luck purging me. There's 50 illusions on you. I'm just gonna run in.
You got two very slippery heroes, very farm slippery heroes that you're trying to deal with.
You can see how Falcons, how they're posturing, right? Not really able to step out. They're like, okay, we kind of have to play around this board. Hope that one of the heroes of LGD gets caught off guard and we can take a number advantage, but LGD's not giving that positioning here. Thompson in a very careful spot, Whisper as well with the boots of travel to join in with this team. Just camping high ground.
Mga ganun. Mga retirado. Si Miracle.
Posing the question to Falcons, what are you going to do now? Our PL is fully online. All right, the Falcons, they're going to go for a pretty risky one here. With their only ward that they have right now on this top side, they're going for a smoke move.
This is tough. I mean, ideally what they try and find and burst Thompson. Yeah, because the Wind Ranger, maybe you can still burst.
Honestly, just burst a single, one of the targets, anybody. Need to get a single kill before the
Jackal comes out pretty quickly. There'll be defensive disruption. They do jump forward to take out King Jungles, but Kisses are coming in. Thompson just goes for a Wind Run TP. He gets out of there. Marin is BKB soon to come to an end. Theolical jumps back into the point, but Marin will get the same go. Starts to heal up, but he gets kicked away to the side. They've lost Skeeter. Amar's trying to back up with the BKB and his shield up, but Theolical and Yuma chase him down. Falcons are going to lose a third hero off this fight. They only got the hoodwink.
PL too big. You can feel the desperation from Falcons trying to go for something here, and they can't even. I can't believe they couldn't even kill Thompson. He just Wind Run and stood his ground, TP'd out. Get themselves the kill. They don't even get the gem, don't get out with it, and they lose their two main cores. Maureen, the only one who actually really kind of does any damage there for his team. The only one who actually really kind of does any damage. Again.
Definitely not what you want the case to be if you're against a PL. If the Huskar's the only one doing something, because the Huskar alone is never going to take out a PL at this stage of the game.
Kind of none of them will, right? It needs to be all of them in unison to try to put that effort together versus this PL at this point. As Yuma, time to clean up the base.
He's ready to close this one up here. Falcons, can they find one more fight in them?
And I gotta say, it's a pretty big deal for LGD to do this when Falcons, they put out that Huskar as the first pick, right?
Yeah, it's a big move. The jump in onto Theolical. Thompson, he gets the shackle and he just takes out Maureen.
No spear again.
And he's dead without buyback. Crit's gone. Not sure how much more of this Falcons are going to want to endure. They're probably starting to look towards game 2. No Maureen for 70 seconds.
And I think
not have the buyback goal.
And I think me and you are looking to maybe no more Mars as well. For poor Amar again.
He had to try it, right?
He did.
You know, first game of the tournament. See if the Mars can, if it can be made to work. Yuma, he's kind of dying, but the Lotus comes out. Skeeter's dead. The BKB's come to an end. This game comes to an end. It's GG is called. LGD turning up it in game 1, featuring Thompson. They get the win here against Falcons, and in a very confident manner, as you say, they turn up. They say, You can have your
Cluster.
Huskar mid. We don't care, and they certainly didn't. Excellent play all around from LGD. Falcons getting shaken up.
Falcons getting shaken up for sure. The Mars dying a lot, and overall
Yeah.
for Skeeter too, right? A couple of these times, no Shadow Demon saved when they were getting these advantages. He kept dying too, so
MVP
LGD
stops
playing
dito,
really
dalawa.
nice here.
Absolutely. We'll see if Falcons can punch back hard in game 2, but this game 1, impressive stuff from LGD.
A great start for LGD, getting that momentum in their first game
Topso pa rin
against the
talaga.
defending champions Team Falcons, and some might say great start for Falcons as well,
Tinalo kayo
considering
ng
the majority
nagko-compete
of their
ng
tournaments,
tournament.
including the ones that they do well in and win. They lose game 1. It's their MO. That's just what they do. So if you're a Falcons fan, you're not totally surprised or unhappy with this, because this is just their, their good luck badge. But a lot to break down with this first one. I think, Saber, we were treated to a very cool game 1.
No, this was incredible. I thought both teams played super well. Like the early game rotations, I thought LGD made super nice rotations, coming bot, opening Whisper's tower, and then Falcons tried to do the same and eventually did. It was super close game. They got the first Aegis on Falcons, and then eventually once PL got the Skadi, they managed to claw their way back in.
Yeah, the late game, if you just look at the last like 5 to 10 minutes of the game, it does look like, oh, they got PL'd. But that absolutely was not the case early game. I love these games of Dota where one team has an Aegis and the other, being LGD, actually smokes into the Aegis and gets a kill. Where you have these like subversive plays where you know that the play when a team has an Aegis is to dodge, but because both teams know that, then it's actually a good move to go try to pick somebody off. And you just have these like next level things happening. And it's really cool for a team that has a stand-in. Like they didn't look at all like they have a stand-in right now. This was just good Dota.
It was just good Dota fly.
Yeah, I think this entire game, I really liked how LGD positioned their heroes, where Thompson was constantly with the Tuskar. They had like these pairings on the map where they can continue pressuring. A lot of good reactions as well. Like Saber said, they took the bottom tower, they defended their top tower. They slowly got a little more out of the map than Falcons did, and it was like this game of cat and mouse where both teams are trying to attack each other on different locations, and that's what makes for an exciting game, right? It was not really over until it was over, right? When the PL was like too much to handle, but until then, it could have been anybody's game.
Yeah, we put a lot of emphasis at the start of the game on the mid matchup being the X factor, and we got treated to a Wind Ranger versus Huskar in our first game. It didn't really. Okay, I was kind of expecting Malrine to run away with it a little bit. That didn't really end up happening, Jenkins.
No, they were kind of going blow for blow, which I find quite exciting to see Thompson coming back from, the streamer life, and he's actually duking it out with the best Huskar in the world in the middle lane. And we saw a lot of the matchup, right? We watched a lot of it.
Yeah.
Malrine was doing all of the annoying stuff that he normally does, where he's like running under tower, taking a few tower shots, taking aggro from creeps, going for those like annoying denies. And yes, he did have an advantage. He was winning the lane, but only very slightly. Like Thompson was wind running at the right time. He was trying to go to side lanes, hitting power shots. He was also getting every little thing that he could out of the matchup, which is just impressive.
What's even more impressive is that LGD now have beaten the Falcons Huskar, which makes the rest of this series a little bit easier for you, because now as Falcons you have to decide, okay, do we run in the back? Clearly they have some idea of what to do against a Huskar. So you're not as afraid as before, right? Because before you were like, okay, we need to ban it. Well, okay, some stupid panelists were like that, but LGD, they were brave and they decided to play against the Huskar. And now you've beaten it, and suddenly it opens up new avenues in the draft of what else you can do.
Yeah, and we have one standout player, Yuma, with his Phantom Lancer. I know this is not, this wasn't an easy choice, Fly, but we gotta go for Yuma on this one.
Yeah, I think we were debating the supports or Yuma. Obviously all of them played well to get this win, but Yuma did carry the game at the end. He got this PL pick. When it goes to late game, you know how annoying PL is to play against, and we have a 15-2 and 8 score on Yumo, like almost hitting 1k XPM, almost 900 GPM. Clearly the guy played really well. And then you had Whisper on the offlane on his Snapfire. I think that's sort of like a signature for this guy. He always busts out some cool heroes, and he went for the scaling like magic build with the refresher, and you could see he was a menace in fights where Falcons, they had to target Whisper first, else the fights were just too difficult. So these two cores caused too much problems in the end.
He was so fat on the Whisper, on the Snapfire.
He was big. Like that's the thing with Snap. I totally get that there has been nerfs. Maybe she's not like first pick, first ban, like god tier hero, but you always have potential to win the game with Snap. We saw the amount of damage that she was doing in the fights. I really love the way LGD played the fights, by the way. I think you mentioned it in the game where you said like snaking on TM is actually a really big problem.
Yeah.
You say that, and then immediately in the next fight, I see Theolacore and Whisper just gun it for snaking in the fight. And they just say, okay, this guy's not going to have the impact. He was like level 19, and his mid-Huskar was also level 19 at that point, right?
Yeah, he was having a fantastic game. We're going to focus our attention a little bit earlier on in the game, because we talk a lot about the laning stage, of course, and how much impact that has throughout the rest of the game. And one rotation in particular caught your eye, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, this was maybe the second rotation that we saw from LGD that I think we all agreed, like, damn, these guys are like cooking. This is a really good rotation. Thompson coming towards the top lane, you know, seeing that basically the Falcons off lane is super pushed up. Just the way that they used the spells in that fight was flawless. Thompson recognizing that against Huskar, who is going to eventually start outlaning and outfarming you, you need to abuse the fact that you're better at making moves. And yeah, LGD, for pretty much the entire game, they were finding these rotations at like the exact moment that they had to against the reigning TI champions.
Yeah, and I think we saw a couple of rotations and a couple of fights going the way of Falcons after that. And it kind of looked like, okay, this is what they're planning on doing until Fly, this one.
Yeah, we were thinking they're stabilizing the game. They're hitting like this peak timing with all their blink daggers on all their heroes. And this is a fight that on paper, it should be a massive stomp for Falcons. But the spear misses, he gets tipped by Thompson, actually classic Thompson, you know. And that kind of leads to the fight just breaking apart. Everybody reacts from LGD, and they're able to stop this insane timing from Falcons, which I think would have propelled this game in a very different direction. So just really well played by LGD, a missed spear, and that's what, you know, this Mars hero can be a little volatile. I'm not the biggest fan of the hero, even though Amar is like an incredible, you know, Mars player. But when you miss a spear and the fight is just cooked, that is a problem.
Yeah, that was... He was having a rough game. It wasn't even just that fight. It was just overall, he was not having the greatest lane, and then the transitions into the game, and it's a little rocky for him. And then we have one cool fight we want to highlight, Saber, that you wanted to point out.
Yeah, so after a very equal back and forth, the PL eventually got his Skadi, and they used this timing super well in this fight. If you look, they got the perfect team situation where they're all on the right and they're just throwing spells from the Snapfire. PL is in, making space. They got the snaking at the top. He's dead, and suddenly Falcons, they had to use their BKBs. They're trying to disengage, but you can't really focus anyone. You can't disengage. Your BKBs are out. And I think after they won this fight, the game is just kind of over. The PL just kind of ran away with the game. They got Aegis after this as well, and it becomes really, really hard to play against the PL with Heart, with Aegis, and yeah.
Got a very important question after that, because I think what we've seen in this game, I feel like Saber the Alchemist kind of felt a little empty, and this was the overall last pick. So normally from that overall last pick, you're expecting like an oomph. I didn't feel the oomph. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's very fair to say. I think Whisper did a really good job playing this Snapfire against Alch matchup. He did really good. He was like one of the highest net worths from his team. So after Alch lost his tower and lost a bunch of farm when LGD supports rotated there, he just kind of never really caught up. And even though on paper he should be good against PL, he just kind of struggled. There was like a bunch of fights where he died instead of Malrine, and I don't know, it was hard for him to make impact. They do have the double jump of the Mars plus Alchemist, And there was a few moments where the Alchemist was able to charge his stun, jump in and stun someone, and I think they killed Thompson in the mid lane doing that, but they just needed a little bit more. The PL matchup is too strong. The PL counters all 4 other heroes, maybe except for CM. And then the Alch was supposed to deal with the PL, but that kind of never ended up happening.
No, big question then, Fly. How is the adjustment going to be for both teams potentially coming into game 2?
I think Falcons, if they look at this game logically, which they usually do, I'm sure, you know, AOI is going to be like, probably a big reason why we lost this game is actually, I think, Shadow Demon not reacting to the rotation from Hoodwink and defending the tier 1. I think that kind of created a snowball effect on this game that was too big, because Huskar wants to defend his towers because he can TP and jump in. That's how he's going to initiate. But when they lose that tower too early because Shadow Demon stayed in his lane, that's what I would be if I were AOI.
Yeah.
So, having said all that, I think next game, I don't think it was a Huskar problem. I really don't.
You're going back for it.
I'm going back for the Huskar.
Okay.
Going back for the Huskar. The Amar, sorry, might have to get benched for now. Yeah. But the Huskar is here to stay. I think Malrine was a standout player for his team still, him and Snaking.
Yeah.
I think they kind of tried to carry this game, but it was just too hard. So I'm going in for the Huskar again.
That's an interesting breakdown. I wasn't thinking of this at all in terms of the Huskar. But yeah, I do agree. Like Huskar, it looked like Malrine was Malrining in that game. It's just that there was a lot of weight for him to bear on his shoulders. There was even a point where he was almost armlet toggling the Wind Ranger ult, and we're like, dude, no way, no way he does this.
That was super exciting.
Yeah, and he did survive for
longer than we thought, longer than it should be.
Yeah, like he was really, really trying. But I agree on the Mars point. It hasn't been in the meta for a long time now, and I think we can kind of see the reason for it. Like you guys mentioned, like if you're missing a spear and that determines the entire fight, that's pretty rough.
Yeah.
The other problem is, like, on paper it counters Wind Ranger. It's good to like trap him in the arena. He can't run away, but it does not deal with PL at all. And so thanks to LGD having such flexible draft, they pick the Wind. They get countered by Mars, but who cares? It doesn't matter. The Wind is just mid, and you get like a free matchup. Mars gets punished pretty hard by some of these melee heroes, and then it becomes a bit harder for Falcons to play.
Yeah, the PL is definitely a problem. I mean, I guess to me it looks like if we could talk to Cavs, I bet the PL was a big reason that they leave the Huskar in, because it is one of the best matchups in the game for Huskar, the game for PL against Huskar. And the later and later the game goes, the better it gets. And then, like you said, you know, feeding the Mars into it, you're kind of like, the PL's like, all right, okay, I'll take it. Well, a free matchup.
In this situation, we saw there was one ban for Falcons that they could do after picking up the Huskar, and they banned out the Ancient Deparation, which makes sense. If they banned out the PL at that point, that would have been it. That would have been changed. That would have been a win for them. Is it that simple? It can't be that black and white.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think they, in hindsight, obviously, I think they should have just picked Skitter's hero. So they would pick the Crystal Maiden with a combo, which would have been fine, whether it's the Tiny, the Alchemist, whatever. Like, they're gonna be doing fine in their lane, even if they get counterpicked. And then they leave the Huskar for last because, you know, they have the flexibility of putting it off lane, which was what I thought initially. They ended up deciding not to do that because they saw the Wind Ranger, but then maybe they didn't consider Wind Ranger as mid. So again, this is like all this chaos coming into play here where it could throw you off, and that's exactly what happened, right? I think they ended up making a mistake, even though I still went and I put my money on them. It ended up being this chaos prevails.
Now, it was very clear that this first game that we saw, this was scheduled, this was planned. It was like, okay, we're gonna leave the Huskar in, and this is our plan against it, and it worked out. Would you really go into game 2 just adjusting the same plan, or will you just hit him with something different? Hit him with something that is completely disregarding game 1, strategy-wise?
It's a good question. I think the problem with this Huskar hero is that, from my experience, they always need the AA band. I think he just hates that matchup, so it doesn't really give you much space to manipulate the bands. Like, you can't really replace the AA band with something else. So it would have to be the same bands. You can just have different side lanes. Like, let's say they don't have Mars, but I'm not sure what other hero they can pick, because they kind of need the same archetype of hero of like team fight / jump and Centaur's band. But yeah, if they can find some replacement for this Mars that doesn't get punished as hard by the PL, or maybe let's say some Meepo, then maybe they could run with it again. And yeah, LGD, they did not bother banning the Huskar once again.
Yeah, and it is similar to previous game in terms of the first pick going the way of LGD. We do have the Hoodwink and the Invoker banned, and that means that Viper and Lina, 2 heroes that Falcons banned out in the first phase previous game, they are still in the pool. So maybe a little bit of change definitely for LGD, as they cannot pick Hoodwink anymore on their opening pick. So we'll see where they go for from there. But yeah, the Huskar is still in, and LGD did not change anything on their bans.
It's interesting that in my mind, it looks like Falcons, initially they were like, okay, we will have the Huskar, maybe, so let's ban Viper and Lina, and there's no more counters. But now that they saw that Thompson plays a really mean Wind Ranger, they're like, okay, no bothering banning these heroes, he's just gonna get something, so let's just ban Hoodwink and the Invoker instead.
Still the respect ban, I guess, for the Invoker for Thompson there as well. They open up with the Clockwork. This is a very stable hero and has been doing good all year round, I think. So.
Yeah, and they actually don't slam the Huskar, so they do adjust. I thought they're just gonna slam it down again. Like we're confident, we're gonna go with this, but they change it up, and you know that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's okay to take a different perspective instead of just slamming your head against something. I think LGD is also a team that has a lot of experience with Huskar specifically. I think throughout the year they played it a lot, so they probably have more ideas than just one like we saw. So Necrophos, that is a Mars hero, usually. I think he's been a huge fan of this hero. So another healing archetype hero that wins his lane usually, scales well into the game. I don't know if Clock really does anything. I think Clock was just like a, let's just pick a support that we play on 2 roles, and it's just, you know, nothing wrong with him. So we'll see what they do with this Necrophos.
Is there any interaction between Clock and Necro? Because like I know a lot of people were picking. I remember when Clock was like really cancer with the bowling ball strategy. People were picking cog hitters like Beastmaster, Lycan, stuff that can just like insta kill the cogs. Obviously, Necro's gaining regen if you're killing the cogs, but I also feel like you can like mana burn and really annoy Necrophos too. Is there any interaction here?
You don't really have that high of attack speed to really kill it. Like theoretically, if you have a 4 that can hit them with you, then you could kill it. But I don't think there is much. It's just like maybe you get mana burned and you don't care as much on Necro because you'll just heal the mana
Get
up.
it back eventually.
But I think they're just both solid heroes. Falcons, they love picking their toxic first pick, whether it's Huskar or Necro.
I mean, Lina is a nasty hero against Necro. It's very good with Clockwork. It's Yuma, one of Yuma's favorite current heroes. I could see him slamming that one down.
Yeah, I think they're going to look for something along those lines, whether it's like Lina, maybe even a Drow Ranger. SF, some kind of range hero. I think SF is not Yuma's favorite hero. I think he likes the other 2 more. But I can definitely see him going for that. And I think for Falcons, they're going to pick Crit, some kind of hero that can protect the Necrophos in lane. Because Necrophos is a hero that needs to have a good start, and he cannot get gone on constantly because he's a little squishy in the start. But if he gets a good, first 2-3 minutes, he gets a couple of levels.
Yeah,
it's very hard to kick him out. So maybe there's going to be like a Tuskar angle here for Crit. I can see that.
Yeah.
This does also block a PL pick. I mean, you probably wouldn't want to run like Clockwork PL. I mean, I suppose you can run the Clock as a 4.
Well, funny you say that because LGD did ban Sand King and Sven, which are both heroes that are good against Illusions / Meepo. So I'm wondering what is their angle with that. Maybe it's just Skitter has a really good Sven. Let's get rid of it. But from the bans, it looks like they don't even care. They might just send it again.
I don't see the PL versus Necro personally. I think that'll be a bit too crazy. Mirana, that's another, I think, really good support in this meta. I think after Hoodwink, this is probably the one I would call as being one of the most popular ones right now. She's been buffed constantly. Her Starstorm is very good. It's a snaking staple as well. I think it's good against Clockwork, where you can just leap around, you can get out of cogs. Just a really solid support right now.
Does so much damage. I like that people are going for the Ags build again.
It's fun.
A lot of damage coming out from that as well. It's like his Crystal Maiden, so similar vein to that. As LGD is taking a little bit longer here to think about what they are going for in their second pick phase. And they got to pick 2 in a row. We got ourselves the Lina, seems to be very hot hero right now. Sorry.
Someone had to do it.
Someone had to do it, but I can see her in 3 of, including this one, of the games live right now, because one of the games is not live, but she is everywhere.
Now, Lina has just been a really strong hero in this meta because she's flexible, where she can go this magic damage build, where you buy the Aghanims and you're sort of like this assassin on the map that can deal like 2,000 damage straight with just her spells alone. And you also have the other side of it where you can play just a regular carry style, where you buy Mjolnir, you buy maybe Wizard Travel, like the old Lina carry style. So it is a flexible hero, and it's very much like this, the first game where they picked this Wind Ranger and it can go multiple roles. I don't really know if Topson plays Lina. I don't think historically he has, but this guy is like, he can pull out anything, it feels like. So another time, another flexible hero. And we see a Spirit Breaker, which is, that's an interesting hero. I have not seen this hero much.
One of Theolacor's favorite heroes to play, and pretty good against Mirana, I would say. Like, you run around and you're invisible with Mirana, you know, and a lot of the time in a game, Spirit Breaker just happens to be charging. Like, he can always be there to dust, or at least to like give vision for his team. Tiny's pretty good against it though. Just the fact that you have 2 stuns that like essentially don't care about status resist at all.
Yeah, it's good against Lina as well. It's an interesting draft so far because Lina is good against Necro, but yeah, then they picked Tiny to counter this Lina and the Spirit Breaker. But I would say what my understanding of this Lina hero is that the main reason why it's so OP, because on 15 you get magic resist talent based on your fiery souls, and then you have some like 35% from this.
Yeah.
Then let's say you're like 25 by default. So then basically all the spells deal half damage to you for some reason. It's kind
I'm pretty sure it goes up to like 80% actually.
Yeah,
it's
crazy. Insane. So that's like more than a BKB, and you just have it permanently. And so far, like Falcons, they have only magic damage and then a tiny hitting here and there. So as long as Lina is able to survive the tiny assault, then you're good. You're not gonna die to the other hero.
I'm curious to see what they think here, because now they have the choice of either picking the Whisper hero against the Tiny, because it's most likely going to be a Skitter Tiny. So maybe he's going to think about something like Timbersaw. That's a classic hero, even though there's a Necrophos in the game. Or maybe they'll just pick a Thompson hero that can go 2 lanes again, like some sort of like juke. I'm not entirely sure. It might just be Snapfire again. I think it's a good Snapfire game, actually. Dark's here.
Dark's here coming out.
That's bold. That's very bold. Because from my experience, Shadow Demon is pretty solid against Darkseer. If you ult him, he can't surge away. And you can also hide him when he tries to cut waves the first few levels. So the lane is not the easiest, but I would say Whisper has a super good Darkseer. And it also buffs their teamfight a lot. Like, I can imagine some teamfights where he's just gonna vacuum into charge on 4 heroes, so then he's just gonna stun and boom, you just lost the fight.
I mean, I imagine it's going to be Mirana safe lane and SD top, but I agree with your point. Like, Darkseer, Spirit Breaker combo, I think it's a super old classic combo because those heroes just pair really well together. You put the Shell on the Spirit Breaker, he can charge other lanes, and it's like, you know, it's another hero in the lane. It's like Spirit Breaker plus a Shell, so you have so much damage. So they went for the combo. Like, I think Tiny is one of the better heroes against Darkseer because he doesn't care about the wall. He's decent in lane. So I feel like they more picked it for their own draft as opposed to trying to counter Falcons, which is totally fine, right? Like, I can see it.
Pretty nice to have like Greaves pipe fire too. Maybe it'll just be the pipe. I'm not sure if people are going. I know like the Ags build is a thing on Darkseer, but pipe against Necro Radiance, all the magic damage coming out of Falcons feels pretty nice.
We have an OD being banned out by Falcons. Is that just because Falcons feels that LGD needs something to save people from the Reaper Scythe?
This is because Topson has been playing OD on. I'm dead ass serious. It is a scourge in pro level pubs right now. Is OD.
Okay.
You're just insanely tanky. It is the latest Topson creation. So it's cool to see that they're respecting it here.
I like the research that they had to go through. They had to go through a stream and look at a little different.
Look at the VODs.
Game, check the VODs.
I mean, pubs might not be public, but you know, Topsons are.
Yeah, exactly.
and everything.
I'm sure they actually did it. That's so funny. So yeah, I honestly don't know what Thompson's gonna play. That's the hardest call I think anyone can make on this panel.
They banned out the Huskar and the Ember still, so the respect for the Huskar is still very much there. Is there anything we can learn from those two bans in particular that Thompson might not want to play against those two when he plays X-Hero?
I mean, Huskar, no. That's just every mid laner hates playing against that. Giving Falcon's last pick, Huskar is just stupid. Even,
And the pug.
they banned Pug. That's so funny.
Like he's laughing. He knows. This is a hard call because I think it's, for example, it's like a good puck game potentially for LGD, but you just can't call this stuff, right? Like, I guess it's Lina mid then?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah. Unless we're gonna say, we're not even 100% certain.
Yeah,
you never know.
We're all like scratching our heads. Okay, so I'm thinking it is Lina mid, and it'll be like this magic build, which is very good this game because he can pop one-shot anything here, except the tiny. So what does Malrine have against Lina mid? Because I think this hero is very hard to straight up beat in lane. I actually see Puck for him as well. I think it is a good matchup against Lina, and it's very good against Spirit Breaker as well because he can dodge the charge. So I think Puck is a pretty good, solid choice for Malrine.
Yeah, I can see it. I think they need a playmaker because Tiny needs to farm like 2 or 3 items, like some Echo Saber plus Blink, until he can make moves. Okay, there we go. Pango is really nice too. Yeah, you can play through the Pangolier, like fight with him whenever he has roll ready.
No, it's Thompson Gyro.
Yeah, this top wow.
Hold on.
He's bringing back the old PI combo right here.
I gotta respect that. You know, I like that LGD, they bring Thompson on their team and they're just giving them, they're like, dude, you're the GOAT. We're just gonna give you the GOAT heroes.
But I have no idea what he's gonna build because on one hand, you kinda, it would make sense to go right-click build, but you're not gonna play carry Gyro from mid, no?
Corella's Crozier. It's perhaps your way against Necrophos.
It's time to Crozier.
On top, I think he's gonna go some like pseudo magic build.
I think so too, because they did buff something like the cooldown on Rocket or his Q, like
Shard and then run at them. Or
yeah. I think
so.
People were talking about on the recent letter patch support Gyro, and you know, because it's magic damage Gyro, that is right up Thompson's alley. What a great first series we have.
I love it.
RTI,
I
what
love
a
the Thompson
fantastic
X Factor.
What a good day.
It's some good players, Thompson players coming our way with this first series. I mean, dare I ask, Saber, do you have a favorite when you see these two drafts on the screen?
Yes.
Yes, Saber, make a prediction.
Of course.
I do have a favorite, and it's LGD all the way, always. I think they... Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what he's gonna do with the Gyro, but I am sure it's gonna be epic.
I think it's gonna be Falcons again. I'm gonna go Falcons, guys. Malrine's gonna pop off in this one.
You gotta go for the stability. Malrine had a good game in game 1, even if the game didn't go their way, so you gotta trust in him too. Then a quick question, Jenkins, before we head into the game. We had Amar in game 1 have a rough game. Is he gonna have a better game? Is he set up for success a little better this time around?
Yeah, I think he's kind of chilling. I mean, Lina is like a good answer in the game to Necro, but in lane, I think Necro's totally fine. You give him Marth like a good lane, and the guy will snowball the game. So I think he'll be good.
Well, let's see if we can get a tie out of this one, or if LGD will take the first series with the 2-0. We're heading over to Odie Pixel and Fong.
Thank you very much, CBS. Game 2 time coming up between Falcons and LGD, and some excitement with that last pick, of course. We saw in the bans right there, they're like, well, we've got to ban some of these Thompson heroes. The problem is you can't really ban all the Thompson heroes, because all the heroes are Thompson heroes. He's going to bring in this Gyro mid. What do you make of this, Fog? Do you see the sort of the vision here? It has had some little buffs recently, the Gyro.
A lot of mana buffs, right? I think it was Missile got reduced from like 120, the scaling got reduced, so it's like 120, cooldown got buffed, and then Barrage got set to 75 mana, I think it is.
Yeah, the mana cost.
So overall, right, fighting is going to be something that he's going to be looking to do constantly, and I have no idea what to really expect from it. I do like that there's a lot of magic damage, though, when you see a Necro first pick, right? You're going to be able to bypass that at all times. He can't just press Ghost Shroud this game and be safe by any means, right? Everything bypasses it pretty much. So, yeah, this would be pretty interesting. And I think overall what LGD just wants to do, right, is fight, fight, fight. We saw it work in the last game, right? They matched the aggression moves because we knew that Falcons was on a bit of a timer in that game, right? They wanted to play fast and aggressive. I think that's what LGD wants. They just want a lineup that's going to be able to run at them. Even if they're behind, you just bring this Darkseer plus Gyro together. These two heroes are insane in team fights, even if they're behind.
Oh, yeah. They've definitely got some good wombo combo in their hands here, LGD.
But Falcons overall, I would say this time with much more of a stable draft. Sure, the last one, it was still their draft.
I mean, there's no Mars,
but it's
right?
super stable.
There's no Mars, there's a Necrophos, and, you know, Mars, we're not a big fan. Necro, this hero's kind of crazy. This is a great hero right now. Absolute night and day.
I think Amara went from playing I'm going to say this kind of meanly, but bottom 2 offlaners to one of the top 2 or top 3, right? So
definitely in pro play for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so this is interesting. KJ already a little different of a thing. Level 1 cogs are been nerfed pretty hard, so he's actually going to go battery assault level 1. Going to take quite a bit of damage here from crit. Some good body blocks coming in. Trying to get that early aggression onto Amar here. And yeah, let's see how these lanes end up going. I feel like I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of cool action on these side lanes, but I've never seen Gyro versus Pango in the mid lane, so I don't really want to look at the side lanes, right?
Top lane. King Jungle's trying to be as annoying as he can to Amar, but never really going to be easy with the disruption and the illusions. Yeah, the battery assault damage is going to get split pretty reliably by Crit's play that.
Yeah, SD, one of the better heroes in general versus the Clockwork, and overall, again, sure, Crit had a bit of a rough, not the best game overall on this SD last time. Again, he does have some really good plays he can do with the disruption and with his ultimate, just to stop the, the Darkseer in particular.
This mid, yeah. What's the build? You're maxing the missile, you're maxing the barrage. What are you maxing now?
You're maxing both.
Okay.
You go 4-4, right? And then
so no points in flag.
I honestly, I have no idea on. I have no idea what build he'll fully go. I imagine it has to be some type of pseudo caster build, or like they were mentioning, Krullas. Right? Maybe he does some type of weird shard meteor octarine Krellas. I have no idea. I really don't know what the potential could be for it. Because it is Thompson overall, so can be pretty crazy, and he is playing versus this, Necrophos overall. And he already has a right-clicker, so is he actually going to go down that right-clicking route as well, too, or is he just going to be that full spellcaster?
No, I think you're absolutely right. The fact that he has the Lina doing the right-click
exactly.
means it just lends much more towards playing for that mid-position to go for some sort of cool magic build.
Yuma got a Fairy Fire. We'll have to pop it. Should be all right, but the pressure already starting to build up here from these two. KJ started to drop low as well.
Yeah, it's looking tough, and as you sort of pointed towards, I'm not really feeling the level 1 battery assault in this situation.
Not versus Shadow Demon. In most situations, it ends up being weak. But what do you get, though? Like, right, both. There's not really a great option level 1 nowadays on the clock because the cogs have gotten nerfed so much, and you don't want to give extra regen.
But can you not at least stop them from getting away with these sort of aggressive plays where they're moving in onto you around the tower?
Theo might just be dead here. One more hit.
That's going to be a first blood for Snake King.
Too much damage. Yeah, I mean, overall, probably. It would have just been better to play like this. He was just trying to get this kind of cheeky level 1 play, but now it might end up hurting quite a bit here in this top lane. Malrine has 7 denies right now versus Thompson, so it is even at least in the CS in particular, but yeah, those extra denies definitely going to be huge. And yeah, I don't know, this is 4 CS on Alina. So, I mean, this battery assault type of aggressive play, it's hurting Yuma a lot as this Lina right now. That's actually astonishing. Only the 4 last hits versus this Necro. I've seen Amar destroy lanes with this Necro, don't get me wrong. But wow.
Well, one thing for sure, that the mid gyro is definitely going to get put to the test this game.
That is for sure.
Thompson, he's going to have a bit of a tougher one to try and carry through the early part. Last game on his Wind Ranger very much did carry kind of that early game. This one's going to be a little bit heavier for him, considering how rough the safe lane's going on LGD.
Okay, he's going Vessel then, I guess. That's the build, right? Since he's playing versus the Necrophos, that actually does make sense.
Yeah, so I mean, someone's going to have to buy it, right? Yeah. And it does make sense that he would be the one too.
At least the Urn. I think the Vessel actually does. That is an old build that we used to see from the support gyros in particular too, so maybe it is going to be something along the route that he goes, but...
I think you want to go for full Vessel Rush, right?
Yeah, I think so. We'll have to see.
Especially when the Necro's having this good of a start. Someone's got to have some sort of answer to try and slow Amar down.
And I like Vessel versus Tiny too, right? Just high HP hero, ends up being pretty successful as well. Charge in the mid lane. Malrine, more than healthy enough.
Just keeping him away from the water runes.
Thompson will get the fill up. Nice little backpacks. The lanes overall, Falcons in a much more comfortable position. I feel like like they were mentioning on the panel too, I feel like this game overall, LGD, they like pick these heroes for their lineup rather than try to counter it. Because the Darkseer pick in particular, right, it's not really countering anything. It's more just further lineup. So we're seeing the result in the laning phase, right? Versus that Tiny, Skitter is able to get that free farm. They're able to pressure as well versus the Spirit Breaker with the Mirana. So at the moment here, Falcons, honestly, all 3 lanes looking pretty solid.
Very, very solid start here on these first few minutes.
Oh, and it's 32 to 12 on Necro versus the Lina. That is pretty crazy.
Not been an easy safe lane.
No.
And of course, the safe lane that, as you were saying to me during the draft, you're maybe a little bit surprised, not only because we don't really see the gyro mid, but just because you felt that was actually a lane top. Well, I showed that thought mid. They're trying to make a move on to Maureen, but backup comes in from Snaking. The other core's taken out. Thompson will get to walk away, but takes a lot of damage there from that attempt. But yeah,
I thought they were going to swap that.
In that safe lane, you could have seen a gyro doing all right up here. Or at least doing better than Alina on the early levels? It's still it would not have been from.
It probably wouldn't have been that great either, but yeah, we just haven't seen this gyro mid, so we just have to see what it's going to really do overall in the game. So from the laning phase, we're not seeing too much of it. That got insta-cancelled.
Yeah, he decided against that immediately, the other core.
Did he, like, misclick it? Like, because I didn't even see the animation of it. It looks like he just before it even started at all.
Well, not going to be able to make a play top.
Nope. Power Rune. Going to set up for this one around the top side here. They're bringing everybody. 3v3 in the mid. We'll get the RNG. Thompson will. The crit. Actually able to sneak between the 2 supports, able to just hit it away.
They might be able to go for him.
Disruption.
Well, probably not going to be able. They've got the missile, but it's going to be able to create quite some distance between them.
It's way too far.
They won't be able to chase for the kill.
Too risky. Okay, level 5 here for Thompson.
Is it?
Find the connections. Maureen is now 6.
Oh, this one does feel like it's going to get pretty hard pretty quickly. This is, you know, if LGD are able to clean kind of their act up out of this early game, it's going to be very impressive.
Agreed.
But this is a very, very tough start. You know, as we're seeing, tops on the gyro, it's just not got that same kind of ease with the rotations, right? You can't just, not like on his Wind Ranger where you can go up and down the map without losing too much mid. And you're much less mobile, it's so much harder.
And not like he's elusive, right? If he does get, I mean, sure, if he'll build up the movement speed a little, if he gets some damage from his barrage and all that, but if he gets caught by a Rolling Thunder, he's dead in like 80 to 90% of those scenarios at this point. So definitely seeing a lot more difficulties for LGD, at least in these first 7 minutes.
Yeah, 3K lead already for Falcons.
But what their lineup does do, right, is what we were mentioning, is the 5-man, right? I think that's probably what they were thinking about, is this Darkseer group up. Because I've seen this quite a lot from teams, too, is like when your Darkseer doesn't have this kind of like counter, where he's with like a clockwork, and he's versus like a Shadow Fiend, he can take advantage. You end up playing this game where it's like, okay, Darkseer gets this first item timing, you smoke, and you like 5-man with this Ion Shell, and you look for that fight to catch back up with the Aura. Or with the Dominator, which it usually ends up being for Whisper.
Because how much can kind of Whisper carry the early to mid? Darkseer against what he's up against.
Not easy, honestly.
It's not an easy Darkseer game.
No, because like we did see one from quite a bit ago.
We've seen some Darkseers carry games.
Yeah, but this is not one of the ones that looks easiest on paper because of how tanky the heroes are, right? Pango just naturally gets tankier. Necro has the increased healing. They have a save from the SD, and Tiny, yeah, that damage takes quite a long time to build up from these Ion Shells, even if you have allies on top of them. And the 2 heroes who are going to be carrying the Ion Shell, too, as supports. It's not like one of these core melee heroes like an Ember Spirit or something.
No, like you can just kill them.
You just kill them, exactly. They can just get burst in a heartbeat, so we'll have to see how they do adapt and fix after this laning phase. After this laning phase looks quite rough. And yeah, it is going to be that vessel build that we were kind of alluding to there for Thompson, and see what it can actually do in the game. He's very squishy too, is my big concern too, right? A Tiny comes in and just gets a combo on him.
Avalanche or a Rolling Thunder or disruption to set up into an arrow.
There's a lot to bring down this gyro.
It's hard to survive. And last game, of course, he did have some mechanics to save him out of Snowball. This game, who's saving him? Yeah, you can't surge someone that's stunned.
No.
Well, I mean, you can.
You can, but
anything. It's not. They're not going to be able to run.
You know what save he has? He has Planner Pocket.
That's honestly, that's the one save. Yeah, that's the one kind of one that might able to help him from some of the bigger lockdowns.
I mean, there could be some
redirect them.
There could be some cool kind of redirects, right? If he does eat like a Reaper or something in the mid game in particular, but Yeah, we'll have to see if that ends up actually working out.
But I guess that's also the problem, right? Because the other stuns are not going to get affected.
No.
The Avalanche doesn't do anything against that.
Nothing.
The Arrow, the Rolling Thunder, you can't redirect any of those. So it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's going to be a much harder recovery. We see the Boots of Travel already coming out here for the Necrophos. Looks like they are trying to bring the numbers. They throw that level 4 Ion Shell onto the Spirit Breaker. They're going for a Mar.
Let's have a look. See if they can take someone down here. Charge forward into the Laguna.
So much healing.
It's going to get the heals off. It's a lot of damage, though, and with the Iron Shell burning him down, it will be enough to take Amar out. A big kill there for LGD.
Level 4 Ion Shell on the Spirit Breaker. Starts to add up very quickly when they have the stun lockdown. Malrine is able to find Thompson there.
And Thompson able to get himself knocked down to the river, which will allow him to run away safely.
Did a good kill, slowing down this Necro, getting Yuma some space to catch up and farm. As we were saying, Yuma's lane was pretty miserable. Still bottom of the chorus, but slowing down Amar nicely. And the first Rolling Thunder, not successful, so let's see if Thompson can take advantage of that with it being on cooldown, if he can look to go for another aggressive play here.
Yeah, because now, he's going to want to hit the side lanes, knowing that the Pango won't be turning up.
Exactly. Either you go for the SD or you go for the Necro. It looks like it's going to be that SD.
It's good aggression. Amar thinking about trying to help out Crip. Able to get the disruption off to hold Thompson back. It will be enough to save him.
That was an interesting blood grenade there.
Very hopeful.
Yeah, minus 50 gold.
Maybe this blood grenade is going to do 300 damage. You never know. But won't get the job done. I'll get some pressure onto this mid tower once that move was made.
Honestly, a lot of that damage onto it has been snaking. I've been watching him kind of just poke it this entire time here. So, Whisper, you said Dominator's finished. He's finding these levels. He's still having an okay time, and Thompson just trying to hold them off from that tower. They'll pop the glyph to ensure that they can protect it. And who's going to get the rune?
Oh, it's going to be Top, and it's going to be Thompson. We'll get the shield rune.
Pretty strong rune. Arrow? Ooh, nice try there.
Gives them the vision for the setup for the disruption, though. King Jungles.
Very dead.
Not get out.
They're trying to really protect this mid tower on the side of LGD right now.
It's hard, though. It looks like this tower's going down to the next push.
They have the arrow if they want for the catapult. If Schnee wants to use it, he will. And he spams it out again. The shield rune is allowing him to just hold them off from that tower for now here still. So ensuring that he can still keep that up so they can get this extra farm here. Top. Yuma's catching up.
He is just only a few hundred gold behind that of Amar. It's not too bad considering how rough the CS was in the lane.
But Owen, it's been 11 minutes. We have yet to look at the bottom side. How's Skeeter doing, right? He's got absolute free farm. And as we're mentioning, a lot of squishy heroes.
It's a good game for a tiny, right?
One for him to sneak around and find the pop.
You're going to eat up this Gyro or Lina for a large amount of the game.
Until the Lina has like the 15 talent for that crazy magic resist, you can die pretty easily to just a combo if he's able to find the wraparound. So see if Skeeter wants to go for that Blink next, or if it's going to be the Shadow Blade. I think, yeah, Blink sounds a little bit better this time just to get in. They already have Invis on their team with the Moonlight. Doesn't want to be redundant, the stacking of it. And it's just easier to just jump on top of these targets and burst. Okay, now the tower. Let's see. Another call down. Will deter the push. Ooh, missed the money creep.
Easy cogs.
And even putting the that's different. 2 points in battery assault. This is the old clockwork.
Okay. I mean, as you said, cogs just ain't.
No, I mean, no, they are. No, they are. They absolutely.
Well, they are still as
you
good.
Still
as
max
you still, yeah.
Level 1 and 2 are a little bit nerfed and all that, but they still are incredible.
You still want to get them up.
Oh yeah, you still want them maxed first. Marine.
Charge that slowly connects.
Too tanky. They can't go for him here. So trying to bring Whisper together here with that Ion Shell. So it's trying to, make that move that we were mentioning with bringing all the numbers in. But they're very under-leveled on the supports. Theo's still level 4. Doesn't have an ulti to be able to add with that Ion Shell damage. Amar, isolated.
Got the stun.
He's looking to be very dead.
Got the burst. I mean, big kills to take down this Necrophos. In the middle. I mean, we'll find Theolacor here with the help of Crip.
And they should get the tower
They
now.
will indeed finally be able to bring this tower down. By the looks of it, Whisper trying to hold them back a little bit with the Mud Golem, sending it over and tries to deny, won't find it. Snakey gets the last hit onto the tower.
Thompson falling behind. Skeeter. Another tower that he's looking for here. 2,000 HP, Tiny, of course, too, so this is going to be a very hard one for them to go for in this early game. Let's swing around toward bottom. Wisdom Rune is coming up in a minute here. I think Gyro, I believe the cooldown was used already, too, so I don't know if he can show up for the fight himself around here, too, if they want to contest. All 3 tier 1s.
Yeah, they just have to let them go.
Very early. 13 minutes, they've been able to claim them all, and that's going to allow, I mean, for Skeeter, right? When you get Blink Dagger, a lot easier for you to find some of these targets like this. Okay, Thompson. Vessel is soon finished. They have the level 6 on KJ. Got the hook shot to close the gap. Does put the 3rd point in battery.
Yeah, so a bit of a different approach.
So this is anti-necro, so extra damage with it, I guess, in a way, but the cogs are hard to skip a lot of times.
And for moves like this, definitely going to work out. Extra damage coming into play and more than enough to bring down Amar. Maureen and Snake King will respond.
Thompson.
He's going to try for the TP out, but there's a Rolling Thunder coming his way. He'll do his best attempt to try and dodge the rolls, but the connections are there, and Maureen will clean up Thompson on top of that.
Well, they're bullying Amar, but not worth it this time at all. Another big kill that they're able to find, and now Skeeter, massive stack he's able to find, and now the blink is finished. Can look to speed things up. Snay, this is an old build that he used to do, just going for the drums on the Mirana. He's also finding a fair bit of farm here, fair bit of levels as he tends to. Now he's got a hero to play around too. Rather than just a support with the disruption plus arrow combo, now he's got that blink, Avatos, arrow combo. Pretty much anybody's gonna die to that, the two of them. Ideally, finding one of the big cores, either Yuma or Whisper at this point. If they can with the Tiny would be ideal. They do see Whisper right now.
Speed up. Perfect reveal there, gets the jump.
Nice ward.
Setup.
We see there on the far right there from Snaking, even blocking the camps too.
Gonna go in with the hook shot on towards Maureen. And he'll be able to break his way out of the cogs. And he's got backup with him, so they can't finish the kill, and now Falcons are ready to strike back. Skeeter walks up, gets the avalanche set up straight away on the Thompson. The Reaper Scythe comes down. Thompson's gone.
And they find KJ as well. Ooh, yeah, this is looking harder and harder. And this mid gyro is looking pretty susceptible to everything that Falcons is bringing to him. Snaking's honestly starting to catch up pretty quickly.
He might just overtake Thompson this game.
And overall, like I feel like this is, if you, as we haven't seen it a lot, right? But if you do want to play these type of like mid gyro, this is a hero where you have to like dominate. This is not where you can start to fall behind a big guys. I'm going to catch up.
You cannot catch up in farm. It's very, very hard.
And Yuma, absolutely. Yuma and Whisper have the work cut out for him this game.
But they can get Maureen this time. Charge set up into the light strike array. They've got him.
Nice little extra bash there from Theo. The way they got to play. Honestly, just play around Yuma, play around this Spirit Breaker charging, finding heroes isolated until they have Whisper, perhaps with like the blink, so we can get these type of wombo combo plays for team fight. Just got to look for these plays when Falcons is split up, because fighting into them a little too hard right now.
Well, they might try for Skeeter.
He is pretty far up here. They do get some vision of him. They could consider going for it. The vessel is ready.
Fully backing up. Senses that there's a chance something was coming from on this bottom lane.
And what was Skeeter Q? I imagined it was going to be B. Okay, it is BKB. Playing versus pretty much all magic damage in this early game besides the Lina. The BKBs are going to be incredibly powerful for the side of Falcons. Yuma's catching up, though. So, as much as the Gyro is falling behind, the Lina, which is the important hero for the team, of course, is doing pretty well. Radiant's about to be done. Has been delayed quite a bit here, as we see for Amar as well.
LGD. Do you think they would, what's the next timing from their side of things?
I think the blink, right, from Whisper. I believe that's always looking, blink and shard if he was looking for it. I think he did go for the shard first. But if they can, it's still kind of same. If they can find heroes isolated with Spirit Breaker charge, they can look for it, but I think straight up fights is still too complicated.
Not easy to enable things around Thompson's Gyro at the moment. Still very vulnerable at this point.
And for him, he also desperately will need a BKB in this game, probably as his first item. And yeah, he buys the shard, so...
So it's going to miss. They'll get the cogs out to stop Skeeter getting the initial jump, but he'll still get the combo down on the Thompson. The both of them dead.
He's looking kind of like a support right now.
And we'll be able to blow up crit at least with the Laguna Blade, but yeah, this game is that position with Skeeter just getting on top of him. It just goes to show how powerful the time.
Skeeter though,
jump, but he sticks around maybe a bit too long, and they'll get
massive
him.
Kill. Oh baby!
All right, he maybe felt a little bit safer than he should have there. I mean, he was having a great game, a clean opening, and easy kills for him to have, but sticking around on his own there around the mid, they punish him.
That's absolutely massive. Because Lena's now going to be ahead. Get what 40 seconds of extra farm time. They get time to get all these ultis to come back up too. That was dangerous positioning there from Skeeter. Instantly punished. Similar, honestly, last game he had some of these deaths too, where a bit far forward does get caught off. LGD seem to have good reads on how Skeeter is going to play when alone in a lot of situations. Now Yuma, he's got the talent. So at 15
very close to the Aghanims.
Yep.
And we saw, last game, a very different hero, different style, but Yuma's, as the carry, was very solid in how he was able to kind of bring things towards that mid-game to late game. Might be the same here, that space has been created in a bit of a different fashion this time round, more around kind of Thompson suffering a little bit in the mid lane this time, as opposed to the domination that he came in with in game one. But, maybe there's a chance it has the same sort of result with just giving Yuma the time and space to do what he needs to as the carry.
We'll have to see, because it is going to be kind of like this pseudo 1 carry versus 2.5 in a way from Falcons. We'll see if the team fight, right? The Darkseer prowess is going to have that extra effect with the vacuum combos.
And a carry, I guess, against 3 cores that are very ready to get on top of you.
Indeed.
Coming in with the Death Seeker, the Rolling Thunder, or the Blink on the Tiny. So many ways of jumping the Lina carry.
And when you're playing versus like an individual carry in a way, right? That's what the SD can also do, purge the Lina. The Reaper is going to go on the Lina as well too. Everything is going to be thrown on that Lina. 5k lead at the moment for Falcons. BKB, first one is finished up. Whisper getting close to the Blink. If he can get this Blink before that next fight, they still can look to win these fights if they land the Wombo combos. Little harder, of course, with the deficit playing into the BKBs, but if they get the initial stuns, it would be massive.
He's holding off on spending. Is there a chance that he's like, well, just get the full BKB first?
Yeah, it might be the case. He's getting the time to be able to sit back and farm it. If Falcons isn't forcing, maybe they do feel like they have more time. Falcons looking for more.
And Jungles will be the one to tank the gang.
Roshan Tormentor can soon start being on the horizon. The Pango on one side. Snay starting to set up for the area of it. Does have a ward at least placed down right now.
Saving up that money, Whisper.
Whisper's getting a lot.
4k gold in the bank. I mean, I guess...
Does he go Ags?
Yeah, just get
That's
the Ags.
the question, yeah. I mean, he's getting a lot of space.
Or just buy the full BKB, or just buy the full Aghanims.
Probably discussing it with this team at least, which one they do find is going to be the most valuable. Crit.
The
Bash
charge on him. The other core with the control, and they will have the damage.
Can Whisper get out?
Snake King here with Malrine. They'll get the vacuum wall down onto the 2 of them, but Whisper, caught by the Rolling Thunder, will die. Snake King looks to jump away. Should be fine to TP out.
Thompson, though, does get found on the side there from MMR and Skeeter. So 2 for 1. And they find 2 cores, of course, there from Falcons. Lead continues to grow and grow, and it really is just... They're going to have to just deal with the fact that they have like a support gyro from the mid lane. He's just going to have to contribute when he can, when he gets that BKB. He's had tons of pressure on Yuma and Whisper in this game.
And did Whisper end up spending up? Was he still holding on to that gold?
I think he did spend.
He just spoiled it. Yeah, for the BKB.
Makes, I mean, yeah, sure. Versus the Pango, right? In that situation, you can just BKB and get out, right? You can't just survive. Overall, though, Falcons, much cleaner approach so far this game. 16-7. Not seeing the same type of matching kills as we did last time from LGD. Oop, catch on the SB. That ward that Snake King had placed earlier does scout it, and looks like they should be able to set up for that Tormentor as well.
Scaling, looking pretty terrifying from Falcons. So one of those games where they're getting a lead, but they don't necessarily have to be in that much of a rush.
Because the Lina overall, yes, Lina scales, but Lina is not PL. by no means is Lina PL. Snaking gets the shard. Nice when he goes for this type of build and he gets the shard given to him as well too, since he has the drums you can actually utilize. And has Yule, so even more answers versus the Spirit Breaker versus the Darkseer as well, has extra answers, so those BKBs absolutely necessary. And Yuma, although he's got a lot of magic resist, still very susceptible to just getting burst at this point. They will show.
He does have Maureen around to help out.
He's got the Yules.
Yules in a couple of leaps. Try for a hook shot, but the Blink's already out from Maureen.
Theo got a bit greedy there, going for the extra tap into the ult rather than just going for... I don't know if he saw the Yules, but they might find Snay anyway. And they will. Oh, in the meanwhile, though, the Necro farming. See that lead go from 7 to 9k.
Very, very difficult to keep up on the farm as the mid-Jaro. Thompson trying his best here, but after a rough early game, he very likely will stay down there on the bottom half of the net worth.
And he's been using ulti on neutral camps. I was hearing it a couple times. We didn't see it on the screen in particular, but he was trying anything to make sure that he can stay at least in a decent position. But yeah, 0 and 4, not finding much of anything. Lincoln's now picked up. Necro will have that protection. Charges along the map will be a lot more difficult. Same thing with Laguna to pop. Yeah, they're just farming. Amar looking much more comfortable on the Necro. Even though Mars is his hero, right? Like, it's so much more chill. Mars just feels, it puts so much pressure and stress on you. Necro's just so, it just vibes.
I feel like we've seen it previous tournaments, you know, he always gives it one game.
Yeah.
You know, this time they got it away early because it's TI. You know,
game one.
Game one. We're going to try the Mars, and then I think it's very likely they won't try it again.
Yeah.
You know, they tested it. The test was not a success. And indeed, this scenario here in game 2 without the Mars and with something like a Necro, a completely different showing so far here.
Oh, Thompson. We'll see him haste pop. Did they actually go the right direction?
They did not, so he might just be able to get out of this one.
They got the scan on him, but not able to quite go for it here. Whisper does have Blink and
if he farms these camps, though, they might come looking for him.
Oh. Oh, he's getting greedy. Farewell.
They're going to get him. I mean, it's always the temptation, right? You know, you've been pushed away from the Ancients. It's like, well, there's these couple camps on the side. And most of the time, these players don't come for you. But Team Falcons,
they do.
They're not letting Topsy get away that easy. They're going to make sure that they thoroughly check the area.
Disruption. Arrow will connect. More than enough. And Roche now, perhaps, that's why they want to be playing around down here, right? Get these extra 2 kills. Can look to set up for that Roche pretty soon here with the Pango and the Tiny. Yeah, much cleaner as we're seeing.
This is one of those games that does seem to be all Falcons right now. If LGD is able to turn this one around, this will be very impressive, but not many a team are able to sort of turn around games against Falcons when they get this sort of a hold on it, and especially with these sort of heroes.
I'm really, I'm like, obviously the game is not done, but I'm so curious to hear what the reasoning for this Jaro was, right?
I mean, you just got to trust him, right? It tops him, right? It's vibes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
what are you vibing tops?
Yeah,
give me the mid Jaro. Sometimes the vibe, most of the times the vibes work out. This time maybe not.
Snaking. We'll have another leap. Actually survives.
He's getting out. They have to BKB TP on the 2 of the cores. Steal the core will not share the same luxury. Still a few hundred gold off his own BKB. He will die.
Having to use the BKBs to TP out like that is pretty rough too, right? Your first showings of them, and you just, there's no way that you can fight versus this. And they try to go for snaking too. He ends up surviving. 5 position, they can't even burst him down. Thompson, BKB is done, but as you were mentioning, Theolacor is about to have his too. So he, like you said,
similar
third support.
Supports, yeah.
Even though he has that 1 or 2 little item in betweens too, but it's not much. All the weight on Yuma and Whisper. Bar?
What the kill? And they've got the control and damage easily with Yuma around. Big money for Thompson as well. Gets the last touch on that.
Any kill is important for LGD. Octarine almost finished up for Whisper too, getting closer and closer to it.
I mean,
his farm is
might be able to
absurd.
do big things. Yeah, Whisper
Farm is insane.
But it's just not one of those games where you're sort of seeing a clear kind of get on top of these heroes, make an illusion. That illusion's going to kill everyone.
No, it's like
they don't have that vulnerability on Falcons.
Like it's usually these agi carries, right, where you get this illusion and it runs rampant. Tiny he'll turn and kill his illusion pretty quickly here too. So, but maybe it'll be enough chaos with the Lina. Maybe it's the Wombo combo with all the stuns that they can get together with the charge,
some
the LSA.
5-man light strike into charge.
High execution, but slightly possible. Theo. He said close to the BKB. Yeah, the amount that they're forcing the waves in pretty nicely too, right? The fact that Whisper's able to always do this with no pressure, no like risk of zero. Always gets that extra farm. The Octarine is pretty much done here.
It's very fast timings.
And that just means he's gonna farm even faster.
Either ready to walk up. Oh, is the Octarine on the courier?
No, he got it.
Oh, he
picked it up.
Yeah. So that
Jump forward on the Lina.
BKB's there in time.
Had enough stacks. Fiery Soul. I think sitting at like 70-something% magic resist probably right now, so I don't remember exactly what it is. 65 with the 7, okay. More than enough to protect Yuma at this point. But if there's a follow-up, right? If the arrow connects, then he's very likely just dead there too, so has to be careful. In the setup on the side here, they're trying to be sneaky.
And can they go for a move to Malrine?
It's a little difficult versus these Lincolns when they don't have somebody else to break it, because it will eat the Laguna. Skeeter will be just fine. And they're still waiting down there. They were waiting forever to try to go for this play onto the Pango if he stepped to the side, but not the case. Amar will go for the safe play. He buys the BKB for himself, as we saw last time. If he gets stunned, he still can't just die. KJ. Malrine will take care of him. Take him a moment, though. Oh, bounced the wrong way.
Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe not.
He's going to be fine.
See ya. Will Malrine let him out, though? We'll see. Top, Skeeter.
That's a big one.
Ooh.
Top net worth taken out there. Amar gets him with the side.
Risking his hero there, too, right? Playing pretty far forward. I think that's the first mistake we've seen from
Yeah,
Whisper.
he's pretty much not left the bottom side of the map, or at least, when he has, it's been very cautious. But yeah, right up at the tier 1 there.
Oh, KJ is being obnoxious. Look at this. Malrine just got his entire mana pool burned. Didn't get him with the ulti either. It's being very annoying.
Skeeter's on the hunt again.
Gets the catch. Is the arrow connecting?
It is. They get the arrow into the toss. The other course trying to keep them off Yuma. As you say, Yuma still with pretty high magic resistance. Having a tank through, tries to turn the combat.
Physical's too much.
TP, but the punch is coming from Skeeter. The BKB will not save Yuma from that.
They're just too far behind. Yuma just doesn't have the protection. They really they don't have a mid, right? They don't have that mid to rally around, even though Whisper and Yuma are trying their hardest here. Pops are just too far behind to even be like a body for him, essentially.
Especially into this pipe that the team's got there.
Yeah, Snaking's got it.
What does the mid jar do at this point? There's not a lot of options for Thompson.
No. Now, good itemization, good plays from Falcons this time, and not hemorrhaging as many kills. We saw one on Skater in the mid lane, but that was it, right? He didn't really die that much compared to that last time on the Alchemist. Getting the Roche, getting the Tormentor, they're taking all the boxes, getting that high ground now, getting the racks. Limited moves for LGD to make. And they're continuing. Still 20 seconds without the Lina.
I'll start to push them back a little bit. They respect the fact that Lina's coming back up in just under 10.
He ain't finishing that charge, that's for sure. Has to stop it immediately. All the waves now starting to be forced onto the side of LGD, though, and just hard for them to find any... I mean, we can't see them take any fights. Any of these 5v5 engagement. Pickoffs, perhaps, but now we're seeing Falcons just playing together. They're ready for any of these fights that come to them. Too far out now. You know they're all going to connect. They're trying to find that small little pickoff, and now Malrine getting the jump.
Straight in on the Thompson. We'll be able to dodge the arrow. Whisper wants the BKB, maybe seeing if he can find some sort of way to fight back, but they're completely spread here, Falcons, so no chance for a big combo. He'll just settle for the ball onto Amar.
Whisper.
The BKB's there, he'll turn with the scythe, take down Whisper. Yuma's been caught in the midst of it all, tries to run, goes for the BKB TP out, but again, the physical damage is there. Yuma's gone. As LGD, they just do not have anywhere close to enough to throw back at Falcons at this point in the midst of these team fights. They don't have the damage. As Falcons just survive through it all.
I thought that might have been them calling it for a second there. Losing Yuma and Whisper outside there, trying to look for any of these fights, but you can just see they can't pop any of these targets, really. Yuma just has to like try to BKB TP out almost every one of these times, but yeah. We had a feeling when we saw this gyro that this game could very likely
sometimes it doesn't work out, you know.
Yeah.
Both teams get to kind of experiment a little bit. You know, game one, saw Amar trying out some Mars.
True.
Game two, Thompson says, I'll try something a little bit unconventional in the mid. Go with the gyro. Didn't work out here.
What do we get game 3 now? Anything else unorthodox? Probably.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, one loss ain't going to stop Thompson.
Oh, no, we saw
doesn't
ODs
push
and
it.
Pugna's banned, you know.
He's still going to bring the fun stuff in game 3, you know it.
Amar, though, I don't think we're going to see the Mars.
Oh, we're not, yeah, that one's not coming back.
No. He'll stick with the guns. Stick with this Necro that looks very strong.
Now, if Thompson wants maximum style points, he comes in with a game 3 mid-Mars.
Oh. I don't think I've ever seen Thompson play Mars.
One day. 27k lead. Mega creeps out.
Dragonlance.
All right.
Look at that. I mean, Amar now starting to have fun with it. I think they know this one is in the bag. Yeah, he tips him. He's like, you're gonna, all right, whatever.
Hurricane Pike's kind of nice, right? Can
Yeah, I
get out the
mean-
cogs, stop the Spirit Breaker.
Sure.
It's not bad tech against the Spirit
mean,
Breaker,
yeah,
you know what I
whatever,
mean? It's pretty annoying for the Spirit Breaker, I'm telling you.
He can buy whatever he wants at this point, Amar.
Oh,
Except the Midas. Never okay.
No Midas.
No Midases ever.
On any hero? Is any hero cool with Midas or no? No. But there will be a game. This is not going to be a Midas free TI, is it?
I think there'll probably be a couple. But
Someone's going to buy a Midas phone. Don't do it, kids.
Well, we like
The
it.
maths is not good. It's
not.
really bad. It's really bad. And I say that as someone that has bought a fair few Midases in my time.
Yes. On some pretty bad heroes.
Yes, and some pretty bad patches. But and even this is too much for me. So no Midases.
No, the Roche should be pretty easily secured. Even the ward coverage, Falcon's on top of it, even though Mar's going for his Dragon Lance and his, some more of these fun items, of course. As you said, it does have some merits to the build, even if it looks funny. Okay, they'll stop from the Roche for a moment here. They just want to kill. And Skeeter at this point, literally anybody's going to die to him, even solo.
Yeah, he's had a great time on the Tiny this game.
Absolute freedom, right?
Yep.
As we said, the Darkseer pick was not to address the Tiny, but Tiny's able to do pretty much anything he wants this game.
Dire's middle tower.
Get the Roche.
Another one.
The Aegis. Get the throne. The plan here for Falcons.
Whisper in some trouble.
Oh, he's got Theo the Core to try and help him out.
Well, that almost helped, actually. Bashed him into Whisper.
Iron's going to stay hot in the chase.
He's got a blink, but he gets hit again. Bye-bye, Whisper.
No buyback on him either. So he's going to be dead for the defense. Amar.
Dobson.
I'm going to try and go for him. The Manta's there, though. Barely any damage being taken here by Amar.
Now he's just fighting the two of them.
Go for the scythe.
Arrow.
Azuma is going to try healing up here. Mosquito comes in with a wraparound. Couple of right clicks from the Tiny will do it. Azuma gone. No buyback on him. And we're going to a game 3. GG's called. Falcons striking back ever so hard here in this game 2. LGD, we get some fun stuff. They try and come in with the mid gyro. This one doesn't work out though for Thompson.
No. On top of the mid gyro not working, the lanes also were pretty disastrous, right? It was 36 to 12, I think
Yeah,
it
the
was.
safe lane
Necro
fell
versus
apart
Lina.
very early on, very quick.
Yeah.
The Yuma did manage to recover a little
Did.
bit, but the start was rough.
It was. So overall, I think Falcons, they pretty much ticked all the boxes this game. Much
much
cleaner.
better. Much better from them.
Overall, everything looked much better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, can't wait to see what's going to go down in game 3 because we're going to get one. It's 1-1 now here with Falcons taking game 2.
To be honest, I don't think anybody is going to complain about getting a game 3 between these two teams. Maybe a little bit too cute on the gyrocopter mid, but hey, I am very happy that they tried, and I can't wait to see what they'll try for game number 3, which will come your way, of course, very soon. We're first going to break down this game, as there was a lot to talk about. It was not just the gyro flopping in the mid lane. It was also just Falcons, as our commentary team said, playing very clean, Sabre.
Yeah, this was a really nice showing from Falcons. Amar, especially on the Necro, that's his classic. He popped off. Marine made so much space. And yes, Skitter on his tiny. It was like super hard to play the map. He was picking off everybody. With the Mirana combo as well, you stun someone, he gets arrowed. What can you do?
Yeah, I think, Fly, this is the type of Falcons that when you say they play stable, they play structured, this is what you mean. This was just clean showing.
Yeah, this is definitely Falcons Prime. I don't know if it's like some self-fulfilling prophecy about game 1 that happens for them.
Fair.
Game 2, they turn up. I think that is a skill in itself, just being able to recover after a loss and be like, hey guys, it's fine. Let's just reset. We did XYZ wrong. Moving on to the next game and just play amazing Dota. I think all of them were kind of on point this game. I also really like the Pangolier last pick where we needed hey, we need some physical damage against this Lina hero. Pangolier kind of covers everything. It's initiation, it's a signature hero, and it's really good in the game because the Rolling Thunder is just going to disrupt all the fights for LGD. So really good pick. Malrine, my MVP, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they went back for the Skeeter Tiny. We were kind of talking about that after game 1, that this is kind of one of the big advantages of having this guy on your team. You can just get him his generic hero and he will always do fine with it. And if he ends up in a game where he is relatively unanswered, which in this game, I mean, I think he was, none of the heroes on the enemy side, there's no Lifestealer or something that's countering him. He just popped off. The guy 1v5'd. It almost looked like he was just pubbing, Yeah.
I mean, when you say he 1v5, he was just pubbing. I feel like we should talk a little bit about the gyrocopter, maybe in a little bit as we're first. We are going to see the MVP, and you'll be happy to know, Fly, that we did choose Malrine on his Pango. He played a great first game as well, so I felt it was only fair to give him this MVP as well. He was solid. Yes, he was up against a gyrocopter, which might be a little bit easier on the lane for him. Helps.
Yeah, I think, like you said, the first game, I think Malrine played really well, and again, second game now, I think his side lanes, they went well. Everybody was on some comfortable hero, comfortable matchup. No Mars this time, thankfully. So it makes his life easier as well because suddenly he has a good lane. He can hit his rotations and get good item timings and actually use it with his other heroes, connect together, which is what they want. And the first game, they weren't able to do the same thing. Yeah.
No. Second close MVP for me was Skeeter.
I thought you were going to say Thompson.
Oh, wait.
That would be mean.
Oh.
I'm not mean.
I mean, he had a pop-off game 1. I feel like
He did.
this is the dichotomy of Thompson.
You gotta understand with these heroes, it's kind of like cooking with salt. As a very respected chef once said, with salt you're trying to put as much as you can without going too far. And I think this Jaro, it was a little bit too far.
Which chef?
It was, the good old chef back down the street. He has a restaurant around there. I asked him. I mean, he said it in Chinese, so maybe that's why. But there's a little bit of a.
You speak fluently.
Yeah, but that's just how it is. You cook, and then eventually you overcook. And I feel like they had a really nice plan for Huskar, but for this Necro hero, it didn't seem as cohesive, I guess, because I don't really see what was the plan. Because I guess the Lina against Necro matchup is good, but then why pick Gyro, right? I am guessing the idea is let's just pick two heroes that can go to two lanes, and they can't really counterpick us. But yeah, then they just end up having Gyro mid. But here the thing is, if they won this game, we would all be sitting here saying, "Oh my God,
Yeah,
Thompson
I know,
Jaro
I
again,
know.
he's a
That's true.
genius." So, yeah, but it did not work.
It was pretty rough. I mean, if you look at the net worth difference at 28 minutes into the game, Mallory was almost 2 items ahead at this point, and on one of his classic heroes, it's normal. It's just a totally normal hero, you know. I thought maybe there was some tech here, like, okay, Thompson, he's gonna pop off. You know, you watch that game 1, it kind of tricks you. But I will say, I don't believe that LGD will be too upset about this. I know Cavs, I know the boys. They're enjoying the fact that they've got Thompson and they get to cook some things. I don't think we'll see the gyro again. Not for maybe
one day.
Maybe one day. Not soon. But I think they're going to continue cooking interesting things, but maybe not with this much salt. Or they'll change the spices a little bit, as a good chef once said.
I think it's part of the honeymoon phase of a team as well, where there is just blind trust, right? Because this guy is coming into your team as a stand-in, and you're going to ask him, hey, what do you want to play? That's usually what happens with stand-ins. Like, what are you comfortable on? And Thompson, being Thompson, he's going to ask for weird things, which sometimes look genius, sometimes not as much. And that's what is so fun about this guy in particular. I don't know what he's going to do. Like, I'm watching the draft. I'm like, this is going to be some Thompson crazy meta coming here, developing. And I just want them to continue having this trust in him so he can bust out whatever he thinks is good. And some games, he's just going to destroy the game. Some games, not so much. That's what makes it fun.
50-50.
It's because they banned his OD. There was, I know he wanted to pick it, but you know, sadly, it's not there.
We will see it.
The OD, yeah.
I hope so.
Oh, yeah.
I've not seen this hero in like 2 years at least, like including Pops. I've just not seen it at all.
I'm not going to, come out here claiming it's good, but we will see it. You know, I also wouldn't have expected a gyro mid, but it's Thompson.
I have seen OD in some of my pubs, a couple of them. He's very tanky, very hard to kill. Like, I actually had to go and reread his spells because I didn't even remember what he does. So I agree that we might see an OD. I'm not sure about his matchups, but I'm really curious to see if this hero comes out because, you know, I would like him to be resurrected.
If Falcons considers him important enough to also ban, then yeah, it's on the radar, you know. It should be respected that way. I'm sure potentially we'll see it. In the game we just watched, how much of this was just for LGD? If Falcons is playing the level they did in this game too, you cannot have one lane that is completely flopping like the gyro. Can we just contribute this loss completely to the gyro for LGD, or were there other problems that we feel like they need to solve in the next game?
I would attribute it all to Thompson, to be fair.
Okay.
Like, not even the gyro itself. Just entirely Thompson. And to be fair, I think the rest of his team should also do it. Be like, it's the stand-in's fault.
Healthy.
That's healthy, yeah.
But to be fair, because I like watching the game, I think Bisper did a really good job of farming. He was like the highest net worth in the game. So I think if they have like a mid hero that can provide more for the game, I think this game was winnable. But you know, you can't expect to beat Falcons if one of your cores is having a rough game.
Yeah. That seems, I mean, it seems like that should be then, as said, an easy one to shake off and go for game 3 and
For sure.
have a new idea for it.
Part of that is the honeymoon phase that Fly was talking about. I think, like, no matter what happens, they're going to shake off pretty much anything right now. But on the Falcon side, one thing that I really like about them when they're playing super well, and this is a big test for them because Thompson's really crazy, is that they do adjust to the weird picks, but not over-adjust, you know? Their draft in both of the games looked very stock standard Falcons. Game 1, they lost with the hero that they never get, and still in Game 2, they just go back for like Mallory and Pango, Skeeter Tiny, normal kind of almost boring stuff. The gameplay wasn't boring, the gameplay was there, but in terms of the draft, there's nothing too spicy. But like you said, they do ban the OD, so they still respect it, but not like, oh, we need to ban all Thompson's heroes. Like, look out, he might gyro mid. You know, they're like, it's whatever, just pick Pango.
Yeah, it's just part of their philosophy as a team, and I think it's what makes them great and so consistent. They will stick to their guns. They will adjust a little bit here and there. The fact that they went to on the Thompson stream and found out the OD, that, you know, that's like AOI is probably prep and all that, but it's why I love watching them, because I think they can always find a little bit of flexibility to adjust for whatever is missing and who they're playing against. So, okay, we play against this guy, we'll adjust a little bit, we'll ban whatever we think could be problematic, deal with it. Game 1 didn't work out, Game 2 looked clean, and I expect the same thing for Game 3.
Does it mean that we're giving also a slight edge to Falcons for Game 3 because they have proven that the adjustments, Saber, are just easy for them to make?
It depends, I think. LGD kind of came into the series prepared for the Huskar, and I think they had a really nice idea. And I think this Game 2 draft just wasn't cohesive enough, but I'm sure they are like smart enough to figure out a way to make it cohesive for Game 3. If I were to guess, I would expect them to leave both Necro and Huskar in once again and just have a little bit different plan of how to approach it.
Because so far, both games that we've seen, LGD had first pick, Falcons was Radiant. It's been the same, so it's been stable. Is that going to change? Is there going to be a change coming from that, or will both teams just be happy with the choice that they have?
I think that's the fun part about drafting is sort of like this battle of the minds, where you're like, do you want to be stubborn and keep doing the same thing? Do you want to be flexible and change? Like we saw Falcons going for a different route Game 2, not being too stubborn, unlike what I was saying. I was like, you should slam it right now. So I honestly, I've drafted against these guys, and I think Cavs is a pretty flexible guy in terms of how he thinks. So I would not be surprised if he changes it up and maybe goes for a second pick if they have choice. I'm not really sure who gets what.
Yeah.
But clearly second pick is very good for how Falcons plays in drafts, just because they have this power duo between Malrine and ATF where they can just change the heroes that they play and pick things that overlap so much.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out very soon if we're gonna have the same scenario again, because it's also been the same 3 bans every single time out of LGD against Falcons, which is also pretty unique. And with the first picks coming out from Falcons, changing it up as well. Would you do a 3? Well, for third game, Jenkins, would you go for a third hero, or would you go back to the Necro or the Huskar for that matter?
If I'm LGD and I'm considering my first bans, it's an Enchantress Earth Spirit. I think you're not going to play against Crit Enchantress or Snay Enchantress. Like, they've been flexing it on both lanes, and Crit has been popping off with it. So this is just something that they really like right now. Earth Spirit is completely toxic in the hands of somebody like Malrine. I don't think you ever let this through. There's some potential in letting Centaur through. I think that's something they could look to let through and then...
Have a plan?
Yeah, and then have a plan for that. I'm sure they do. It's just that the other heroes that they thought Falcons would pick, like the Huskar and the Necro, they're like, they trust these plans more. But after that game, maybe you just let the Centaur through and then you use whatever that plan is.
That's very bold.
I don't know what the plan is.
It's all mind games at this point.
No, I mean, I like the bold plan. I feel like it will depend a lot on who won the coin flip.
Well,
but
I can have a little spoiler. I don't know who won the coin flip, but what I do know is that we're having the exact same situation. LGD Dire, Falcons Radiant, and so far, you will get it on your screens very soon. And that means I kind of like that. I kind of like people that stick into their guns. They're like, this is not the problem. Problem lies elsewhere. Problem lies potentially with Gyro or with a stand-in, as Saber said. That just means they have other ideas about how to win their game of Dota 2. Deciding game coming your way between Team Falcons and LGD. It's 1-1. Of course, we are in a modified Swiss stage, which means the winner of this series will go up against other winners of the same group later today in the third series of the day, and the loser will go on to see which team joins which. In terms of bans for Falcons, they kept it the same as the previous game, so they still keep it the way they adjusted for in the first game. And we got the third new first phase pick. It's this time the Mirana.
I like this. I mean, that's a good adjustment. Fly, you were saying like you think that Mirana is the second best support next to Hoodwink, and I feel like the Hoodwink in the first game for LGD was just kind of generically, this is a good hero, it doesn't reveal much, and it wins lane. It's just really flexible, It's always going to be good in the game, and they're also stealing it from Falcons.
This is very interesting because this is, every game we've actually had different openers with a lot of the heroes still being in the pool, where now they take the Mirana, which I do think is a good adjustment if they want to stick to the idea of first picking a support. you might as well take the best one in the pool, which was Hoodwink. The clock didn't work out. Mirana it is. I think Mirana's looked amazing. And now we get Lina instead of this Necrophos or Huskar that we had. So this is also a change up from Falcons. I'm not sure what the read is exactly yet. I know Malrine plays a fantastic Lina mid, and she is a very strong hero in the meta. I don't think they really interact that much, Lina versus Mirana. I don't think there's anything crazy between these two interactions. So it's just let's pick a generically strong hero that we believe in. Maybe Skitter plays it well. I would not be too surprised. But I can also just see them putting it on Malrine mid.
Yeah.
It's also really nice to have Lina there, because they can flex it since they have last pick, so they can decide when they're picking their last hero if they want this Lina mid or safe lane. So as far as draft is concerned, I think this is a really strong opener from Falcons.
Crit is the one person I could actually see playing for Lina as well.
They could.
He used to, but
Yeah.
I think this hero is just so much better as a core. Not that you can't do it. You can do anything in Dota. That's the beauty of the game. You can always find a way to incorporate some new idea. But for Falcons specifically, this team is so, they have their ideas. I think they will stick it on a core. And if they do, I'm going to assume it's going to be mid, but we'll see what the matchups are, because maybe LGD wants to take something from Falcons in previous game and go this Pangolier route against Lina. This heavy physical damage, can lane okay mid lane, combos well with the Mirana as a follow-up. I can see that, but that would not be a crazy hero for Thompson. Might be too stable, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what is the counter to Lina, because I've not really experienced it much. So I'm wondering what kind of idea LGD has against it. Usually some physical damage is good, like some Lycan, Tiny, Axe. When they banned two of those heroes, they banned Axe and Tiny. So I'm interested to see.
You want to be able to basically have some gap close against Lina, because you don't want her to just sit in the back and be able to either right-click you or cast her abilities depending on what style she's going for. So any sort of jump, heroes like Spectre, for example, are really good against Lina in the game, because you just press Haunt, you find the Lina, and you try to target her in fights. So I'm sure Cafs is probably thinking of what kind of hero can fulfill that role for us. I think Pangolier was a good example of that, because he has physical damage and he is gap close. So he's definitely one of the better ones. So the bans are a little interesting with the Axe and Tiny, because those two heroes could have been good for LGD, actually.
What about, and I know it's not a good hero, Whisper Batrider. You're talking about gap close. I feel like this is a very good gap closing hero.
We have talked about that as a signature hero, and that we want to see it.
I think it is good against Lina.
It just feels rough as a hero in general with the Firefly nerf. You do not farm as quickly as you used to.
It's true. But Whisper could also perhaps do a punch. Can you see it?
Oh, I like that.
I would love to see it.
That sounds nasty. I mean, they can run it on Yuma too, so it's flexible. Yeah, that's a cool suggestion.
Okay, it's a good pairing with Lina, in case it is carry. You want a melee guy that will kind of soak up the damage for you, make sure that the enemies can't kill you. And Clockwork is really nice in that aspect.
I think Crit's been the only one who played Clock for the,
really?
for
They played
the previous, I don't know, 20 games or something. You could correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, even when I played against them, or we played against them, it was always Crit on the Clockwork. He will still fulfill the same role in the game. It's a good pairing together. Like Saber said, Clock and Lina, they can just play on the side lanes together, look for pickoffs. But LGD goes back for the Wind Ranger, which was, it was really good in game one, and it was a flexible pick where they could kind of hide what they're doing. And I think it is a good route for how they're drafting. And I think now they're going to look for a melee hero to combo with this, maybe the Tusk again. Okay, they go Shadow Demon actually. Okay.
Oh, because I guess they're blocking it from being picked against them.
True, true.
That's interesting.
Shadow Demon Mirana, old school combo.
Yeah.
Of course.
If we are going to see Clockwork still in the hands of Snaking somehow, this could be a good Largo game with that in mind, because you also lick off the Wind Run.
5 seconds remaining.
That's true.
Very true.
But not sure if that is important enough.
I'm trying to think about the other snaking heroes. Maybe this is actually a pretty good Crystal Maiden game, just because the root is good against both Mirana and Wind Ranger. Maybe he'll go back for that. It's not particularly good against Shadow Demon because he can purge your abilities when he gets the shard. In lane, it's kind of like he can out-trade you on the side. But I'm trying to think what other snaking heroes he would bust out here. Maybe Chen? That would be hype.
Well, they'll get the Crystal Maiden in combination with the Sven.
Yeah, it makes sense. So they're doing their same formula where they'll just pick the Skitter hero along with the snaking hero. So this is the combo. We know that Sven and CM are just like a very solid lane. Also, I think they have some lore together, which is cute. And then that means the clock is going to be position 4, and Lina is indeed middle lane. So they kind of know everything now from LGD's side. They know where each hero is, and Amar is going to get the last pick. So now they have to choose what to address. Are we going to pick a hero against Sven? Are we going to put Windranger against Sven? Because I think that lane is actually good for Windranger. She can just stay in the lane, right-click him down constantly. She has no real threat if the Shadow Demon is around. Or maybe they'll pick something new against Sven, like what does Whisper play that's good? Actually, Batrider?
Yeah,
Batrider is really good against
really
Sven.
good against Sven. I guess the CM makes it a little weird. Like, she should be hypothetically pretty decent in lane against Bat.
It will be a Dragon Knight. Yuma's hero for this one?
It could be mid lane. That was a old answer to Lina back in the days because Lina relies on right-clicking you in the mid lane and constantly harassing. And Dragon Knight was a hero that can withstand that because he has this passive regen and armor. He can just stay in the lane, and when the Dragon Knight hits 6, you can pressure the Lina really hard and attack her tower, which, you know, Lina's not happy about. Later in the game, Lina does go this magic build, which is going to be good against Dragon Knight, but this is like an old school answer, and it ties their heroes really well together. What they were missing, they have all these like snipers, right? They have like the Windranger with the power shot, the Mirana with the arrow. They needed like a stun, and Dragon Knight is a stun. So it kind of ties their draft well together, so I kind of like it.
Yeah, they needed some dude to make first contact, so all of the like response heroes can go in and do things. And DK is like a very boring hero. Nobody's ever like, oh yes, DK, my favorite hero. But it was needed for the game.
So they banned Timber, so they're thinking the same as me that it's probably DK mid and Wind carry. Even though Whisper does play Wind, so theoretically it could be Wind offlane, but I'm imagining they will probably pick like some Snapfire Bat kind of hero and just have the Wind. Now they need to make sure to ban like another counter. Mars is already kind of good, even though Tal hates it. Center's already banned, so Axe is already banned. There isn't many offlaners left that would counter Wind.
Yeah, these bans are definitely, they look like they're protecting the Windranger carry specifically, right? That's the logic here. But I can definitely see them putting Wind top as well. It's this weird situation for LGD where they have a lot of options, and now it's gonna depend on Yuma and Whisper between themselves, like who's confident to, you know, pick their matchup here. I can definitely see both routes. I'm trying to think what else can pressure this Sven in lane. It's a bit hard. Like, I think Timbersaw was definitely one of them. I'm really curious about the Bat. I don't think they're gonna do it because, like you said, Crystal Maiden is decent against Batrider, but I think it would have been really cool.
They banned out the Kunkka, so that wasn't even on our radar.
It's a cool ban. I mean, Whisper is one of the few people that will play it, and it does actually do pretty good against Sven in lane just because of like the slow harass that you do, and he can't. It's not that easy to kill him, even with like the double nukes of CM plus Sven.
I mean, Saber, what do you think? If this is your pick right now against Sven, what are you going for here?
Sven CM.
I would ask for Largo, because I like Largo, but I don't Whisper plays it. There we go.
Let's go.
Whisper Bat.
That's so hype. This guy is such a menace on Batrider. I think every time we play against him and he played Batrider, he would always find a way in lane to get that one kill on us. And he would like snowball the game. I don't think I've played against anyone as good as him on Batrider. So I'm really excited to see what he can do with this hero. And now we need Amar's hero against Windranger. He wants some kind of like melee hero, I imagine. What is even left?
Like Dawn is one of the remaining heroes he'll play, and it's pretty good against like the hard initiation of Bat DK.
Well,
Let's see.
Going back for the Pango.
Yeah, that is MMR Pango. Honestly, so many heroes were banned, I could not even think what's left anymore. But it is a classic MMR hero. I think it fulfills another role for them where it's just a stable Falcons draft. They have double initiation under cores between the Pangolier and the Sven to make space for the Lina in the fights. But LGD, they did get that gap close that we talked about against Lina. They have the Dragonite and the Batrider. So this game is actually very interesting. I think both teams have a lot of potential to win. I don't see which one wins clearly draft-wise, but I'm a bit biased towards Falcons, so I'm going to go with Falcons.
Very important question. There's a lot of people watching that are very heavily invested in the success of Thompson. And he's playing Dragonite, and we already pointed out that's kind of boring. How is he going to make it not boring? It's Thompson on a Dragonite. He can make it not boring.
You guys think he'll cook some build? Is there a Thompson build that's available on DK? Is it a hero that even has builds like that?
He's gonna cook. He's gonna cook for sure. But I think he will go with the standard blink. But then after the blink, cooking will start. Gonna put the heat on.
A lot of salt on this,
Yeah.
this one.
You think
Well,
that's
we'll see.
salty?
We'll see how much he salts it.
How can you cook on a DK? What are you going to make?
I don't know. Maybe Hydra's breath. That sounds fun.
Oh, that's
Perhaps
good.
Okay.
Cruella's crows here. Maybe he can sneak it in.
This guy cooks. He's a chef.
Oh yeah.
I respect that. I respect the Krellas on TK.
I like it real salty.
All right.
Yeah.
So we know Fly is going for Falcons with this draft. Jenkins, you on board with that, or are you going LGD?
Oh, I want to believe in the Whisper Batrider so bad, but I have seen people try to make the hero work, and since the nerfs, since Batrider was like the best offlaner a few patches ago, it has not looked good. But if there's anyone that can pull it off, this guy's the best.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious to see what his build is, how he makes it work.
Okay, we're going to find out what's going to happen. Deciding Game 3 coming your way with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, here between Falcons and LGD. Thompson is switching it up again in the mid. We're going to get the mid DK this time round. Of
More
course,
normal.
as the panel said, not the most exciting of heroes, but that's not because we see it a lot now. It's just because over the years we've seen it so much, and the hero just never really changed. A DK is always a DK. Is it any good, though?
We'll have to see. It rounds the draft together, right? They needed somebody that's that start. Otherwise, the SD and the Mirana, they're the ones that have to kind of do everything to start those fights. So he's the one that they can round up around. And it's an old school counter, like the panel was mentioning, versus the Lina. You just breathe fire on him, reduce the damage. You're tanky enough to be able to withstand versus it. But that was in the old days. How is it going to be now with the new Lina, with the overheating, with all these kind of different things? Is the DK actually going to be able to withstand all of this in the lane? We'll have to see. And then, of course, Whisper playing this Batrider, his hero, pretty much one of the only ones that you'll see probably played at this tournament. He is nuts on this hero, so we'll see what he can do.
And how does it look as a back game?
Versus the Sven, it's fantastic. Sure, versus the Lina, you'll have your issues. Same thing versus like the clock and all that. They have ways to address you and to deter you and push you away from getting on top of some of these targets. But versus Sven, you can do a lot in the laning phase to harass, and that's where Whisper, like they said, that's where he runs away with games. He gets like 1 or 2 kills in the lane, and he's able to do so much with it. So I think a lot of eyes on Whisper, even though this DK is, you know, quite different as well, too. It's the bat that's really going to pull things together for LGD. And for Falcons, honestly, it's similar stuff that we see from them all the time, right? Very cookie-cutter kind of lineup. Amar was running out of heroes to pick for that offlane, so I think this was one of the last ones left.
But does it feel bad, or is it kind of like, well, we didn't have many options, but offlane Pango's still pretty nice here?
Yeah, it's pretty damn good. Yeah, not too shabby at all. Oh my god, Crit just got an insane amount of damage onto Yuma there, just attacks.
Not a fun way for Yuma to start the lane.
No, definitely not. So it looks like the start here for the lane is kill the range creep. And let's see, yeah, it can secure the lane with the Sven and the CM. Double stuns being able to prevent Whisper from getting on top. Let's see. This is an annoying lane, actually. You have Sticky and you have Shadow Demon poisons and other.
Oh, yeah.
Sticks are going to be incredibly valuable at level 2, of course. Even level 1, perhaps. But let's see what they can do. Because I've seen Whisper, you know, even some of these like unorthodox kind of lanes can just get a kill or 2. Just run away with things. Mid. See how those first few waves go, because that's where Thompson can have some amazing success.
Yeah, if you're able to sort of get the advantage on CS on the first few waves, get a good amount of denies in.
I think overall what LGD has gone for this game is just not getting kind of crushed in the laning phase, because that last game, besides Thompson just having a really tough time on the gyro, it was kind of all 3 lanes, just not really able to get out into a good mark at the first 10 minutes. This time, it looks like it should just be, right?
Yeah, a much easier time laning as the DK.
Yeah,
Even though, as we say, we might still see some pressure and heat being put on by the Lina, because Lina is that good right now. But yeah, regardless, much better shot at getting good CS as opposed to being on like a gyro in the mid lane like he was last game.
Yeah, in top lane, right, they have this double ranged versus double melee. Yuma should have some great success up there too with just securing those last hits. And bot, that's the one that can be that volatility. Go, sticky stacks.
That's a lot of damage. Skeeter's looking to be in a whole lot of trouble. First blood for Theolicore between the two of them. And this is sort of what Fly was saying on the panel, right? This kind of happens when you lane up against Whisper on his bat. Somehow, some way, him and the support, they find a way to get that early kill.
Besides just getting the kill, look at the CS. He's 2 on Sven. He was not really getting anything. The way that they just manipulate the creeps over and over again.
That's pretty crazy, actually. It
is nuts.
A very, very rough start on the first few waves for Skeeter.
Yeah.
And not really a start that's going to get any better, right? This lane doesn't really get easier for the Sven, does it? When the levels come in for both sides, or...
It'll get easier because he can just kind of not play it, right? Like, just kind of, you can just nuke it and then get away. But yeah, definitely not the easiest start here for Skeeter in particular. And across the board, as we said, yeah, for LGD, it's looking much better.
And it's looking even with the modern day Lina, Thompson on a DK, still crushing it, showing that kind of age-old advantage of the DK against the Lina, being able to sort of sustain through that harass, still persisting here.
Yep, still all exists. And here, too, it's like Snay with this Crystal Maiden versus the Shadow Demon. Like Fly was mentioning, this isn't a hero you can trade with. Cannot trade with SDSCM by any means. Sure, you've got Frostbite, but Menace is way stronger to just trade with you. Skater is really struggling. Damage is starting to build up, as we see. Level 4 for the Lina. Thompson is starting to get brought pretty low.
That's true. Maybe this sort of level is the tipping point.
Yeah, I think maybe
where
the 4
things
and the
do
5
start to really become tough for any hero to sustain the damage that the Lina throws out.
Just builds up so quickly too. And maybe he could go for something like a raindrop to block some of it, but he's just gonna bring salve. He's just gonna bring that extra regen. Keeps getting hit by the nukes too. Now Reen will get the fill up as well too, so we'll be able to continue getting that spam onto him. Yeah, 24-8 to the 19-5. Still getting those extra little denies, but being kept low.
Definitely a much better outlook from this game.
Oh, infinitely.
Off the back of these first few minutes.
And it's a normal mid laner, right? We have to just say that. Like the gyro, it felt so strange because it didn't really combo that well with too much of anything here. This one, as we said, there's clear combos. And eventually when he gets the blink, he's going to be that starter for the fights. Pretty much the whole draft is around him getting the initiation. All the other heroes have good follow-up. Top lane, level 3's been hit there from Crit. Gonna start reducing their resources. KJ doesn't have leap. Crit has identified it.
Trying to stand his ground here with the help out of Yuma. We'll get the trade, Yuma.
Saw the level 2 Starstorm after the arrow, so he saw how much damage it was, knew that there wasn't that leap. Exchange.
Starting to fall pretty even now across the lanes, really. The difference being that when you compare the side lanes, still a much slower start for Skeeter on the Sven.
This is an interesting pickup. I feel like I don't really usually see Amar go this build on the Pangos. He's usually one of those like naked diffusal blade rushers that I've seen from him when he's having a good lane, so feeling like he needs some more HP to be that frontliner for his team, going for a Falcon Blade. Bit different than from what I've seen from him. Bottom, some small recovery, of course, coming out from Skeeter. Rotations. Falcon's incredibly ready for it.
Yeah, Theolicore tried to set something up in the mid.
Ooh! Oh, almost able to get the deny, perhaps. Snay has the mana.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Who gets lucky with the rune?
Yes,
it's going to be bottom for Malrine.
That's the dream, and it's a regen as well, too. As it's about to hit 6, Amar.
Pretty low here.
As the Lotus.
Power shot's not going to hit.
Okay.
And as you say, Lotus and 1 charges would have likely been fine.
Hard for him to play alone up there, though, now at this point. But mid, it looks like they might be able to get tops in here. They will.
Look, an easy setup there from Snake King.
With some creeps under the tower, too, so they should be able to get a bit of damage up here. Is Wind Ranger 6 yet? Not quite. When the Wind Ranger 6, that's where it becomes really hard for the Pango to lane. And just get that focus fire and run him down. Yeah, Skeeter still not really recovering just yet. It's 20-8 to the 29-8. Starting to get the levels, though, so he will just likely leave that lane very soon. Unless he dies again. Looks like he should be okay.
Not fun to stand in the lane. And top, they do make that play as soon as Yuma has the focus fire.
Yeah.
Run down MMR.
Even bring Thompson for it, so that's a cool move. Gets involved in a kill, can quickly shift toward mid. Check out the stacks. Not going to be any. Maybe, does he want to linger around the area here? Looks like it's got to be, he's thinking about it, but wants to maybe poke the mid tower a little bit with his ultimate. Marine. Ooh, KJ, careful. Might get Lagooned.
Just on the verge of getting kind of comboed down there by Marine, but
that was so close. You can see what it was going for, though, right? Like, Thompson maybe could close the gap and get that stun there, but not quite able to. Power Rune, 10 seconds. LGD really trying to control that one, preventing Malvarine from getting the fill up. Quieter early game than we saw in the last two, though. 3-3 at this moment.
Rune.
Bottom Rune. Thompson gets an Arcane.
That's very nice.
A really good one for the DK, especially for that next ulti form if he's going to have it up in time. Skeeter is still only level 5, too.
They want to punish Whisper.
They're bringing numbers.
Yeah. Coming in with Marine's TP. Disruption will buy a bit of safety. But as he comes out of it, no way to get out. Shackle not going to latch completely, but Skeeter's very low. The power shot comes in. Yuma taking Skeeter out. Now the focus fire turns over towards Marine. They might have killed Whisper, but LGD, quick with the responses, fights back.
A lot of rotations.
See if Crit and Snake can clean anyone else up. Good moves there with the cogs from Crit. Does allow him to ensure that Yuma does not manage to run.
So a 3 for 2.
Thompson, make sure he gets that.
Right at the end of the Arcane.
Yeah,
oh
so
my god.
Try and maximize what he can do with these early dragon forms.
That's a big, like, pressuring this bottom tower is definitely going to be the call for them right now. A lot of resources have been used from Falcons there to push them off. Should be able to get almost the whole tower here with this DK ult now.
Whisper's going to move up to the top, but Falcons, they are hot on his heels.
Some fast moves.
They'll take him out.
Wait, it's Snake King's level 6? Oh god. Whisper's like, wait a minute. What the?
Couple of bounty runes as well for Snake King to pick up for the team.
Okay, wow. I mean, that's, yeah, catches him completely off guard. The wraparound and the level 6, both positions. Really clever there from Snake. Full tower, though, will be claimed, so good aggressive move from LGD. They're going to have access to this bottom side, which is where Sven does like to live.
And what do you expect from Thompson on the build? Is it just going to be this Blink to open things up?
I think so, yeah. I would imagine. I imagine, like, what, maybe Blink Mage Slayer or Blink BKB? Sounds a little boring for Blink BKB, but...
Oh, that's
what an arrow.
That's a clean one there for King Jungles.
What a beauty. Now, Skater continuing to struggle. Look at the difference between him and the other carry, right? 1,300 at this point in the game.
Thompson.
DK form is back up.
Get the power shot slow as well. Marine tries to turn. Shield Prince there is going to protect him. Crit comes in with the cogs, holds back Thompson.
5 heroes from LGD.
Crit should die for this, but was at least able to make sure that Marine gets out safely.
Holy moly, the aggression that they're bringing. They literally bring all 5. DK form coming back up probably because of that Arcane Rune usage. Can maybe get some damage onto this mid tower because of it, too. Marine. In from the side. Okay, Amar is going to get involved now. Look for the support kill, and he finds it. What an angle. And he's tanky, too, so this build that he's gone for, right, rather than Diffusal, Treads plus Falcon Blade, this is a 1,500 HP Pango. Could be annoying for them to just burst down in the early game now at this point.
Yeah, because they've obviously got good setup and stuns, but it might not be as quick as a kill as they would have hoped for if they do try and throw things down onto the Pango.
Yeah, their damage actually, it takes a little bit of time to build up, so it absolutely could be enough to protect him to until an ally gets there. Top, Yuma.
Up the other core here.
Outrange very fast. He's got boots of travel. More than enough. Skeeter. They actually look for him here. Whisper is trying to close the gap.
It's not easy though. They need
sentries down.
Yeah, Snake King's ready. Whisper's gonna watch from the side. The ult's gonna get dropped down.
Hey, this ult is gonna hurt Whisper a lot. He should be okay. Doesn't want to use the lasso, wants to save it for a potential kill, doesn't want to just stop and walk away. Blink almost done.
Yeah, Tommy's going to be here with this wave pretty much on Thompson.
Picked up quickly, 10-7, 17 kills now at this point.
Yeah, having a game on our hands again. As,
we are.
Game 2 was a little bit one-sided. Falcons made that one look quite easy.
Yeah, like Panel said, right? This one looking much more 50-50.
Yeah.
Depending on, you know, how these mid-game fights end up going. And the fact that Skeeter is slowed down right now is pretty decent for the side of LGD, but the other two cores are looking really good from Falcons, so got to keep looking to keep that pressure up. And with Thompson with the Blink Dagger, I imagine they're going to look for that aggression.
Yeah, you go for the smoke play.
Yep. At least try to slow down. At least try to look for one of these cores.
Radiant are scanning.
Should be a mark.
I imagine they're just going to be able to walk up and set this play up.
A little awkward.
Going to be off the mark, but with the focus fire and the shackle, they'll still have no trouble taking him out.
I mean, they do bring the 4 again, though, so doesn't mean that there's all that space. Every time Skeeter sees that, he's like, woo! Rubs his brow, and he's like, I've got all the space in the world to catch up, and he is starting to. They don't really have an access point now down to him here either, since they showed all 4 up top. Somebody TP'd mid too. Skeeter knows he's very safe to get probably a solid like 2 minutes of farming. Ooh. Off the mark there, crit. And overall for the game, for the Sven though, as we were saying, not the most straightforward for him to just play it, right? He's playing versus the Shadow Demon, the Disruption saves, the Purge, of course, which is very annoying for something like a Sven, and the Bat Rider, of course. So, not the easiest targets for Skeeter to be able to go toward.
For the 14-minute Wisdom Steal, and he might be able to get away with this.
Yeah.
They don't have anyone over at the moment, LGD.
Looks like they're focused on other things, perhaps, for the moment. Whisper is coming over, but it might just be too late.
I think it is. Yeah, he's going to have it, so Snake King able to get away with taking that Shrine of Wisdom away from them.
Very smart little individual moves, as we're seeing from Falcons. LGD bringing numbers in situations, but Falcons playing around that. Diffusal now finished for the Pango, and Whisper, he also wants a Blink. So that does mean they're going to have 2 Blink Daggers. So usually indicates that they got to get some good aggressive plays in that mid-game. Theo. If Crit lands that hook, they might even find Thompson there, so off the mark. Yeah, Blink BKB, Blink Shard BKB. Nothing fancy, nothing different. And let's see if what they're going to do, right? If you do go double Blink Daggers,
you don't want to sit back.
You don't really want to sit back too often.
You got to get these towers, you got to get these kills. You do not want to let the Sven and Lina free farm.
Especially not that, the Sven who you did such a good job of at least shutting down in the laning phase. You know this hero can recover if he's given the space, and he is getting that space now.
I've absolutely got to see LGD just keep this action up.
And
they cannot slow down. Here's the smoke.
Smoke's up. They probably want to break open the mid tower, honestly. Allows him to get easier access to Sven and the Lina.
I mean, he's about to have his level 2 Dragon form Thompson off this wave, so he can get the level 12.
Let's see if anybody from Falcons even shows up in the area. They might be reading this.
A little short on the XP, actually. One more creep.
Yuma, he's in trouble.
And they'll block him off. Crit doing some good moves this game with the cogs, blocking off a lot of people when they've been trying to run.
Looks like Falcons,
they want to fight into it. They'll get the lasso into the arrow onto Maureen. It's enough to bring him down. They might have lost their carry, but they still seem to be cleaning up the action as they'll take out the CM. Crit will hookshot back over to Whisper. Skeeter's in as well with the stun. A defensive disruption comes out, but as the disruption comes to an end, Whisper will still die.
felt like Falcons was reading the movement, right? They were avoiding the mid tower. I think it ends up getting brought down anyway, but they were playing around the top side to find that initial grab there. They lose the Lina, but Skeeter, they have multiple different carries in this game.
Yep.
He shows up, gets some good cleanup kills for himself, and now he's actually top 4. Quickly off of that there.
Because that's the thing about LGD's lineup, right? It's all single target, really.
It is. That's true. That's actually a very good point.
And they need kind of multiple of those cores to lock onto the same one to get the kill. So if you're trying to deal with all 3 in a team fight, it's not easy for LGD, especially in a game where they're slightly behind on the net worth. They have to try and play for these pickoffs. If it comes down to a team fight, execution's going to be very hard.
And you losing Yuma at the start is probably the worst case scenario, right? The way that he dies, gets absolutely nothing off, just gets burst in a heartbeat. Ideally for LGD, with the way that they itemize, right? With Blink Daggers, they want to be the ones getting the pick off first, having that number advantage into the fight, so. Now, though, not really the case, because there's the Blink from the Pango, so Falcons now have the way to also get the start of the fight themselves a lot much easier. (14-10).
Yuma's going to need a fair bit of time.
He does.
We'll be going for the build-up, just for that full Mjolnir first. That will be rewarded if you keep the game going right, but you're absolutely playing for the long term there.
Amar, ooh, dodges it.
He's quick with a blink there.
Yeah, the risk of the Mjolnir, right? It's like if you do get picked off a couple times after you purchase it.
But if you get away with it,
exactly.
The farm is going to start flowing in with how quickly you're able to clean up the camps.
Does need a BKB immediately after, though. There's a lot of control and magic damage, so. KJ.
They're going to see him.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay, Thompson's going to get the chance to jump in on towards the Pangolier. And they'll catch out Amar. They'll look to Whisper, but the disruption comes in. Whisper's going to be fine for now. Rocket Flare, Frostbite will do it. They bring Whisper down. Bit of an awkward start there from Amar. Swashbuckles into the midst of the river.
Kind of
stun.
Yeah, he kind of suicided a little bit there, right? I think for the next few fights, we'll probably just see him do the Rolling Thunder into the jump since he does have that Blink Dagger, and there's not anything really that bypasses it.
No, jumping in like that's very risky when they've got multiple ways to kind of click you and lock you down.
Yep. 1-for-1 exchange, though. Both offlaners die. And I mean, Snaking gets another tip. I mean, Whisper giving that respect to Snake.
CM plays look pretty good today. From Snaking.
I think this hero's underrated, honestly.
I think, I'm surprised, honestly, even in previous tournaments, that other teams don't really consider this one.
Mm-hmm. Because, like, yeah, sure, the Hoodwinks and some of these other, and like the Ringmaster, if there's a Bane pick, etc., right? There's certain reasons that these heroes are insane, but I think
the damage and the team fight presence that this hero can have.
And you farm very fast. And if you're a team like Falcons, where you like to farm and hit the creeps, right? It fits the niche. How's Thompson's BKB looking? Getting closer and closer.
Solid stuff from him so far this game. 2-1 and 5 on the mid DK. Maureen very close to the Aghanims. Should have that done for the next fight.
Level 15 also has been hit. And yeah, there's the blink. So double blinks on both. I mean, both sides having kind of similar things in a way. Maybe not from the same roles, right? But
and I like this as well. This is something where you can get away with this game. Just not getting the BKB, just tank up, get the heart. Will he commit for that, do you think? Or because obviously there's a lot of the stuff's through the BKB, right? The lasso, the focus fire. So just having raw HP, beefing up, extra damage.
I mean, BKB is usually just much better and safer, but
because there are still a lot of stuns that the BKB will stop. Well, we'll see if he commits for this, Skeeter. It will be a lot of fun if he does go for the Blink Echo straight heart of Taras.
I mean, massing strength is what you always want to do on the Sven, but
you're going to hit hard, and you're going to have a lot of HP they've got to get through.
Heart is also a pretty broken item at the moment, too, but
yeah,
we'll see. It's a bit of a crazy one if he does want to go for it. BKB is finished. LGD. An easier way to approach this fight. Falcons will be able to get this tier 1 mid. Tormentor time. Can start to swing toward this bottom side.
Whisper very close to his own BKB, just 1,000 gold away.
They're setting up bottom. They want to contest this Tormentor. Or at least get some type of kill outside of it, perhaps we see here. Wind Ranger and DK kind of inching forward.
Let's get out with the blink just in time before they did Very close to finding him on that camp.
I think the lane ward caught the initial TP before the Moonlight Shadow. I think Snaking had just placed it, so it did see them starting to make the swing around. Perhaps this can secure LGD, though, for getting that Tormentor themselves, if they want to bring extra heroes. Hook shot in mid.
Crit looking very good on the clockwork this game.
Yeah. And honestly, we're seeing the difference of just cogs in comparison to batteries. Salt cogs are just broken. They really are. How much you're able to do with them. And he is going the build that we saw pretty much from all of the clockworks, the blink after the distiller. Super strong.
And this road should be theirs.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone trying for any crazy blink plays on LGD's side anytime soon here around the Roche.
Momentum starting to build up pretty heavily for the side of Falcons. Whisper, after having, you know, a pretty good early entrance into this game, he's gotten slowed down a lot. Bottom of the cores. Not the easiest for him to just run into now at this point without that BKB.
They really do need them on all their cores, LGD.
Yeah.
They need that little bit of a slowdown.
Sometimes you don't see many BKBs in some games, and sometimes you just see 6 BKBs ASAP on the cores, so. Tormentor. Rocket will hit.
I feel the core might die.
Lives.
On.
KJ going a very aggressive build. Amar won't be able to find Theo. Won't find the secondary one, but interesting to see this from the Mirana, right? Usually we see a first item, maybe even a second item before they go for Aghanims, but he's just going straight for Ags.
Thompson doesn't want to be forced to press the BKB. But he has to. Second light strike was coming in.
First BKB usage. Not the way you want to see it.
Falcons still plenty of time now with the Sages to look to take some more towers themselves.
The warding and dewarding from Falcons has been kind of next level in this game in particular. I'm seeing Snaking just like we saw him like the wraparounds onto Whisper a couple times, right? I feel like they have just a bit more information. And they're playing around it as we see in these last few moments. Maureen. It's a Linken's game for sure. You're playing versus Bat, DK, even versus the Shadow Demon. Could see a lot of Linken's coming into play here. Skeeter gets the blink. Camping the high ground now. Bit dangerous for LGD to approach this area. Thompson TPing to join his team. Woke up. Still have the Aegis on the Lina. No BKB on Thompson. If he gets caught here.
He just might. Skeeter's found him. In with the God Strength, the lockdown of the Rolling Thunder. They'll try and get a disruption off. Not going to happen. Rolling Thunder comes across from Amar. They'll get the two of them.
Again, it's the vision, right? They just know where he's going to farm. They see the whole bottom side. They knew they'd forced his BKB beforehand. Falcons playing this pretty cleanly now in these last 6 minutes. Tier 2. Gonna give them the outpost as well now, too. And let's go. Come on, Skeeter.
Please do it. It's going to give him the confidence to get this a full heart for sure. He's going to feel pretty good about the position he's in right now.
I want it.
And he's going to show us. You don't always have to get that BKB.
He's doing it. He's committed. He's got the relays queued up. He's doing it.
So this is build coming to your pubs. If you're a strength hero, well, maybe if you're just a Sven. But if you're a strength carry, you try it as well. Blink Echo Saber into the heart.
Hey, Centaur does it too, man. You love like first item hearts.
As you said, heart's kind of good.
It is kind of good.
It's kind of good right now.
All 3 cores on the side of Falcons, pretty much dead even net worth. Kind of having that little competition. Thompson actually doing a good job of keeping up, but as he said, Whisper, he's really falling behind. And they're going to start buying these Lincolns to deal with him as well, too, and these Lotuses.
I mean, that's the thing. When you see that the enemy's friend's gone for this heart without the BKB, are there any items you're then picking up on LGD being like, this guy doesn't have a BKB, let's itemize against this? Like, are you buying stuff like, are you using him up in the air during his ult?
Who is going to buy it, though, right? That's where I was like, the Mirana, the Aghanims hurts. It could have been something like that to address the fact that the Sven's not going to have it.
Maybe that's what kind of happened. He's like, well, this Mirana's not buying a Yules, so I don't need a BKB. I can get away with a heart. Starting to build up to be a difficult one here again for LGD. Falling behind. Falcons getting a lot done around these moments with the Aegis.
And it was LGD who, they're the ones that went for these double blink daggers, and they weren't able to find these kills, get back into the momentum versus Falcons. We'll have to see how these next fights start to kick in together. But besides gold, it's also levels, right? Whisper's level 15.
Yeah, he's fallen behind a bit, which is
struggling.
Of course, the case with the bat, and one of the reasons why a lot of other offlaners aren't playing the bat right. Whisper can absolutely make it work, as we've seen many a time, but some of the flaws of the bat as a hero and the nature of the hero is definitely being shown when the game slows down like this.
Yeah. If the game slows down, like sometimes when I see Whisper do this, he'll go the boots of travel and he'll keep up with the farm and all that, but I think he probably felt like he had to do a little more this game, so he couldn't go that super greedy route.
Yeah.
And we're seeing the results of it. It's hurting him a lot.
It's hard.
Independently.
Not as hard as game 2. Still very much a chance here for LGD.
Yeah.
Both Topson and Yuma, you know, their farm not far, it was pretty much the same as the cause of Falcons. Just the struggle being that it's up against 3 very farmed cores of Team Falcons right now.
And it's overall on a DK, which is a hero that at least I haven't seen how much it does as the game progresses lately. It feels like it's fallen off in comparison to a lot of these other heroes that just scale a lot better. But we'll have to see.
It just takes a lot of items really to be able to get to the point where you're doing any sort of formidable late game damage.
And you're not like you're not the safe lane who goes through that old build, the Mask of Madness, Armlet, BKB, Daedalus kind of style. It's a bit different. All right, LGD. BKBs are ready.
Aegis is gone on Falcons.
Is gone. These Lincolns, though, very problematic for them to deal with. The Initiators have to find a way to break that. And that's perhaps why we do see the build that Topson's going for, right? Getting that Lincoln's Breaker into the stun. They do need it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Going for the long wraparound here. Does mean they're going to lose their Wisdom again. A couple that we've seen Falcons be able to steal away. These levels absolutely matter. Snay.
And they're going to know now. Topson's still going to try for the jump.
He gets caught by the stun.
He's trying to get the stun off on the wall to be to get the BKB off. He's gone for 50 seconds. Whisper will be able to burn down Snake King.
Whisper.
But as his own BKB comes to an end, Whisper is going to get tripped up by the Rolling Thunder. Theoloco will offer up a disruption, trying to save him. Will allow him to get the blink off up to the high ground.
Can he get out, though?
He's not going to be able to. The hook shot's there from Crip. So Topson, he wanted to lead the charge, go for the jump, but one of those situations where he did hold back on popping the BKB, doesn't get a chance to get it off.
Oh, and honestly, another thing that it's kind of obvious, but overall, the other things besides Batrider getting nerfed a lot, dude, Distiller destroys this hero. You're fire flying around the sides, and they just Distiller you even with your BKB on, and they see you. So he's trying to play around these angles. It's just not possible. And yeah, like you said, Topson not getting that insta BKB off, quickly burst down. Map feeling small for LGD now.
Falcons falling more and more into the comfortable position they love to be in. Holding control of the map and having their options open. They can look to try and close this down, or they can happily farm to their heart's content on the Sven and the Lina.
Absolutely.
The only one really with that tried and tested scaling potential being Yuma on the Whim Ranger, but again,
not easy for him.
A few too many cores that he'd have to try and take down as a Whim Ranger alone.
Yeah, and the real difficulty is, even though they have a save too from the Shadow Demon, the burst comes out so quickly from Falcons. These heroes die, as you saw, before the BKB is able to get off in a lot of situations. And yeah, map is small. Falcons looking for the next play.
They're going to find the big killer swap. They get Yuma, and he's gone for a minute.
He can't even get the BKB off again. They just have too much control. Another one. And that's a gem. They just picked it up. Immediately stolen away.
Falcons, they're definitely going to be ready to get back on towards the high ground here. 2 dead on LGD. They can take the buildings down very, very quickly here with this incredible amount of damage that Skeeter has.
Just feels like they've played really well around the information. Just knowing where LGD is going to make the moves, reading the moves as well too, and just keeping this farm and keeping the fights going in their favor. Ags now for Amar. And a deity rune as well.
GD. No crazy item pickups really that close. Yeah, sure, there's the Hurricane Pike now on the DK for Topson, but it's just not really an item that it's going to do anything crazy.
It's just a
you said you can
Linken's
see the
breaker.
merit of it,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's still. They need a whole lot more.
They sure do. Their damage is going to be pretty slow. Wind Rangers take some time with the focus fire, and now there's the War Cry with the shard as well too. Heroes are getting incredibly tanky. It's a 4,000 HP Sven. Still have this ward as well too that we saw them place deep. Mirana.
Crip. Look at the opening onto Thompson. Thompson will be able to slide back up to the high ground. TP back up from Yuma coming in, but can't stop Theo Lacour being taken out there on the stairs.
Dude, the Mirana doesn't even have the Aghanims done yet.
It's been a long time coming, that Aghanims.
He did have to buy a gem for the team, so it
Sure.
did hurt him, but there's a reason you don't see most people rush it like this. Getting that small item in between just helps you get to it even faster in most situations.
And we'll get the catch here.
Nice bonk back.
That'll keep the game going.
There we go.
70 seconds or so without the Pangolier. Topsy getting a decent amount of money from that kill.
I think that was the first... Can we actually check? When was the last kill that they had beside? It felt like it had been a long time, yeah. So, about 10
It
minutes.
was just, yeah, it was just Amar, right? Amar.
And Snay, sure.
Oh, and Snay. Yeah, of course, yeah. That's
Dire's top tower is under attack.
oh, it's something.
It's something.
Give them another minute of gameplay to try and close that gap a little bit.
Oh, they saw him. I think that top ward does scout Yuma.
Got Thompson by his side. They're straining onto Yuma, but Yuma got the
Gets
BKB
BKB
off
off.
and the shackle. Turns with the shackle into the Dragon Tail, stunned under the tower. Skeeter's in trouble. He'll try and pull himself away, but the jump force there from Thompson.
No way, he's regenning.
They're going to bring him down, though. Well,
Right, that's a big one.
You know, that's one of the cases where you go, well, there you go, kids. That's why you buy BKB. Doesn't
Yep.
matter how far ahead, you need a BKB. But yeah, that leaves you vulnerable. If you're trying to dive towers, they catch you in a stun, they'll find the follow-up. So that's another big kill. They
Massive
get
one.
Amar in the mid. They over to kill off Skeeter.
And I think
LGD.
they recovered a gem too, right? Off of one of these kills.
And they
now
might get a
potentially
Roche.
This is pretty huge.
All right, we've definitely got a game on our hands here.
They have buybacks.
Okay, maybe they don't get the
If they
Roche.
want, and I don't even know if they need to use it. Crit is in the area to go for a steal, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
the Roche is it's a little too far. They can't get too ahead of themselves, LGD. They've got to kind of reassess the situation. They got the two big kills.
It was massive.
Bit of a chance now to get things going back their way.
Gets him a full item on at least two of the cores potentially after those, so pretty huge. Malrine, though, keeping his composure, keeping his cool. He's like, you guys, I don't know what you two are doing, but you know, getting caught. Did Skeeter go for, is he queuing up the BKB or no? Still not yet.
Nah. One death's not. If you die a couple of times without it, then you're like, I'll buy it. But once you're like, nah, I don't need BKB. I'll be fine.
He was completely isolated, to be fair, so. Looking to secure the area, still trying to set up for the potential of that Roche. It is going to move in about 40 seconds, though. Skeeter is back up.
If LGD feel off the back of those plays, they've got some sort of newfound strength to try and tackle a team fight head on.
Still did not find that ward from earlier that they had placed behind them. Crit. Zoning the area. The Daggons are starting to get upgraded. Malrine's burst increasing, his cast range of course too. They're committing for the Roche.
Any chance of a steal? They're closing in.
Moving. It's gonna move. It's gonna get arrowed in place though. Looking for the fight.
He gets
Theo.
the jump. Immediately deletes the Shadow Demon.
Oh, Theo he is in such a dangerous spot there.
He's going to have to buy back. They get the hook shot in. See Yuma try and help out here with the shackle in return, but they've already lost the Whisper back. He'll buy back as well.
Thompson TPing out.
Goes with the beacon. Nice, he cancels it. Wants to stick around.
Okay.
Support buybacks coming in. LGD's made the call to try and hold this area.
Yuma still has BKB. Trying to find an angle for a jump, but the Lincolns are out. Buybacks used, looking for the Roche.
Can they finish him?
It is low. They should be able to. So it looks like Falcons are going to give that one up.
Oh, I mean, so why did Falcons fall back completely from this?
I think
They don't.
BKB cooldown, right?
Sure.
I think was still there, and then
It would just
also-
been too much risk, even though that they have this kind of lead at the moment.
Well, there's no BKB for the Sven, sorry, and then
Oh, Whisper,
Whisper.
that's a die back. 100 seconds, he's gone.
God.
This isn't Bat Rider country.
I guess they're just afraid of like Yuma still having the BKB and just maybe not feeling like they need to contest it, right? Maybe they're like, we can just deal with an Aegis.
Thompson.
Arrow will catch.
Still set up there. Is it enough to take him out though? He's got the shield crash and the swashbuckle off, and now the backup comes in. Skeeter jumps forward on the Thompson, but the shackle shot's in play. Holds him back. Rolling thunders there though from MMR. They take out Thompson.
A lot of damage.
Yuma turns though with a focus fire. Destroys the Sven. Also takes out Snaking. Amar and Marin are trying to finish up the job, but he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2, but he's completely on his own. The Kong pushed back into the Light Strike array.
And perhaps that's why, right? They were like, we can probably just deal with it pretty easily.
Didn't matter that they had an Aegis. Didn't matter that they lose Skeeter kind of early on in that play. They can still clean up the team fight, take them all down.
They're confident in their scaling. That just has to be the answer, right? So even though they have Sven dying, they have these 3 cores that are just incredibly farmed at this point.
They just didn't have enough to get the Pango at the start there. They have good lockdown with the stuns, but not the kind of anywhere close to level of damage unless Yuma's around. Yuma turns up. He has got a crazy amount of damage. They're able to cut through the thousands of HP that the Sven has, but he can only do it kind of once, and against these multiple cores, seeming pretty hard for the Wind Ranger to carry alone.
Disseminate also adding a good fair bit versus that Sven, but yeah, Falcons, they've got more than one carry. 2 sets cleaned up here. Dagon 5. Liga is hitting every single one of the timings.
Crazy burst, and nearly level 25. There it is. So
it's just so ridiculous that you're doing so much magical and so much physical when you go this build, right? Malrine having a pretty flawless game here, 9-2-6. 23,000 lead. And the growth for Thompson, it really is much of nothing, actually. Just a blink the BKB, and then he's got that Lincoln's Breaker, but not too much extra increase for him.
Really, it's just all on Yuma to try and kill an entire team somehow.
Oh, that's a pretty busted neutral item with Lina, huh?
Oh, the Mandible.
Yeah. He's like unkillable pretty much, it feels like. As he has been most of this game anyway.
Yeah, only the 2 deaths so far on Malrine.
It's tough because there's so many distractions, right? The Sven comes in, the Pango comes in, they have to use the focus fire on either one of them. Can't really go for it onto the Lina. What is that? That's the Shiva's done?
Pretty much. He's nearly got the money for the recipe, Thompson.
I mean, what's he looking for then? Like a multi-stun kind of angle thing? Because you have the AoE increase on your AoE stun thing, and then you have this other AoE. I don't know. It's kind of some interesting type of build that he's gone for here. Full AC now for Skitter, completely foregoing for that BKB.
Yeah,
so much goes through it.
Absolutely doesn't need it at this point. He is so far ahead.
Hook shot. Whisper. We'll be able to get away. Snaking will not. He does get caught. That full disperser for Amar? It is. Oh, wow. Okay, I mean, he is also. It's crazy how farmed these two are. Staying ahead of the Sven, staying ahead of the Wind Ranger. Jump onto Amar, but incredibly tanky. Lincoln's protects. Ends up saving his role anyway. He's unable to punish Malrine. And he's not the tank. Like, if they could find him and isolate him somehow, right, they can kill him pretty easily, but it's just the fact that he's so fast around the map. He just clears these camps in seconds, rejoins his team. They can't take advantage of this at all. Can't punish this Lina. He was expecting something perhaps coming his way, but not going to be the case.
I've got another
Lincoln's.
Yeah, with the
Lotus
CM
also.
Snake King picks one up.
I mean, how are you going to lasso a target, really? Lasso might get blocked, focus fire might get blocked, your DK stun might get blocked or reflected. Game feels like it is still just getting harder for LGD somehow. Falcons itemization. Perhaps go for that final fight here. I picked up for KJ, but there is so much hybrid damage. Ooh. Whoopsie.
All right.
Wanted to go for Yuma there, but Malrine blocks his hook.
Might have been a bit of a risky hook. We're going into the base, or you think they get away with it at this point? You can
maybe.
dive.
You can at least try to force a reaction, maybe force a BKB MR. He'll go for
They
it.
get the setup on a Yuma.
Stun.
Option there.
Yeah, see, force reactions, back up, reset. They got a DK ult. Whisper looking for a chase forward here, but very deep.
You know, this will protect him. LGD still trying to see if they can get something going
Hook
here.
shot.
Someone's going to kill onto Yuma. Yuma's in trouble. They burst through him.
What a hook from Crit. It hits them both. It went through the Wind Ranger and hit the Bat Rider, and it actually connects on the Wind Ranger when he's bypassing.
Dead for 100. Does have buyback on Yuma. Very likely going to need to use it.
The damage just comes too quick from this Lina and Sven. They'll get the lasso.
They do. If they got any follow-up, the Shackle's going to get blocked by the Linkers. He's low to Skitter. He's trying to get out of it, but the focus fire will bring him down.
Does die.
Have to use the buyback here, but LGD will be able to hold off on the defense. Push back Falcons, get the double for Yuma. Amar
rolls back up.
He's thinking about going back over. Roll in, jump forward, looking for Yuma.
Got another focus.
Yeah, he's going to go for the TP out at the end of it. He will get out at this one, but Snakey gets left behind. So a third kill to be found. LGD keep the game going, Malrine.
Actually gets the kill.
Can he get out, though? Because Yuma's hot on the chase.
He might turn.
Oh, he might just get another kill.
Laguna in 2 seconds.
Uh-oh, Yuma's in trouble.
Oh my god.
He's dead for 2 minutes. All right, Malrine
And
making it look a little easy. They really want to kill him.
Buybacks.
Do these two have the damage? Doesn't look like it. Malrine's getting the backup coming in through these buybacks. He's still alive. Whisper really wants to finish off the kill, but Malrine's flying away.
Taking 0 damage.
He's going to be able to survive. Malrine lives. Thompson's got to run. Amar kills off Whisper. Thompson turns with another brief fire, but he's gone. The tip's coming out.
Man.
As this game, and very likely the series, looks to be over as there's 3 dead without buybacks. It's only Thompson and Theo Lacour left.
Malrine, just the true rock for the team in this game. They buy back everything to make sure that he survives. Closing this one out perhaps now in these next few seconds. Insane how he tanks it all. The war cries, the little barriers, little extra things from the pupate. Yeah, that's it.
And no way to hold them off the Ancient as this game is over, the series as well, and indeed Amar, very happy that he got to tip back, of course, after the earlier situation.
True,
with the
that's
tips.
fair.
He got to have the final tip here, Amar, as Falcons turning up very hot in Game 2. Game 3, a little bit more of a pushback than in Game 2 from LGD, but still Falcons, after a rough Game 1, closing up the series in their advantage. 2-1 here for Falcons against LGD.
Just every game that we see is more convincing than the previous one. Falcons taking this 2-1, and in quite the fashion as well. This was a treat of a series to watch. I'll say that. A lot to break down here with this victory on the board for the defending champions here with Saberlight, Fly, and Jenkins. Fly, you already knew what was going to happen this entire series. You never stopped believing.
Yeah, I'm definitely, like I said, I like the discipline style. I just like how Falcons play, and the Batrider was a wild card in there. It could have gone either way. There could have been a chance where this Whisper Batrider snowballs, and I know this guy plays an amazing bat. Unfortunately, he did not have such a good game, and that was, I think, too big of a determining factor in how the game was going to play out. Because if the Batrider has a better start, he gets blink faster, he's able to get a pick off maybe on the Lina here and there, but he never quite got there. So I think that was the reason why the game felt slow for LGD. But Falcons just hit all their normal timings. Everything kind of went according to plan.
Yeah, by the time Whisper had all of his items on Batrider to actually have an impact on the game, Falcons had like 3 Lincoln Spheres and a Lotus Orb, and it just becomes so difficult. We even saw it in a fight at the end there when Skeeter got lassoed into the base, and there was like 3 Lincolns and a Lotus on him, and they got him, but it was really hard to get him.
I also feel like Falcons is a hard team to pick Batrider against, because usually you just want to pick someone off, blink on him, lasso, and pull him out. But Falcons is a team that will keep the formation. They'll like support each other. It's really hard to pick them off on the map, so it doesn't work as well as against like some less discipline / formation teams.
Yeah, Falcons very disciplined. Losing game 1, I mean, that's just on brand. At this point, I'm happy for them that they do, because that just means that everything is going according to plan. This series certainly did in terms of results, with them getting the win here, and it was very much this entire series making me want to play Crystal Maiden. Don't you, Fly?
Yeah, I'm a Crystal Maiden fan.
I know you are.
She's so much fun. I love the shard build as well, where you just buy it early because you have more offensive capabilities. You can get 2 frostbites. You can also push waves. It's a lot of flexibility. I know Snay loves the hero. I love the hero. And I think this was an amazing performance from Snaking. Even the game 1 when they lost, I thought he had huge impact on the Crystal Maiden. He was able to find farm. He was able to find pickoffs. He was super high level. He found very clutch moments in the games where he was able to utilize his ulti to, basically almost solo kill a hero.
Yeah.
So Snaking had a fantastic series, and especially this game.
He gets the MVP because of that as well. It was a tough battle, though, for MVP, because, yes, Snaking played fantastic, and he definitely had some very big impact, especially the early stage of the game. But towards the later stages of the game, there was someone else also who had big impact, Jenkins.
Yeah, we have to go with the exciting guy, which was Malrine on Lina. This is 2 games in a row. We've given him the eventual MVP. Of course, sharing is caring, so Snaking can have a little bit of the shine in the early game. But those jukes in the late game and the fight that basically sealed the deal for this entire series, it was beautiful. He was very confident. You could see that he was playing on the fringe of the team fight and only going back in when he thought that the kill threat was actually there. And I feel like this is something that if you're not a Grandmaster Lina player, you're just out. You see your whole team is dead and you're out. You also have to have confidence that your team, if they see that the fight is going along, that they will be willing to buy back, even though there's a big risk there. He still has that trust in his team, and that fight ended the game. There's no coming back after that.
No. I personally really admire the Dagon build. I've heard that, I think XM did it first and he got it from a TikTok.
Yeah, he did.
So it kind of changed the meta, because it just makes so much sense on Lina. It gives you cast range, so you can nuke them from even further away. And and then you can also just, it's like a double burst.
Full to 0. And almost anyone. Even DK looked squishy in that game to Lina. Tiny DK. I don't care what hero you are, Lina will full to 0 you with this build. It's really crazy.
Yeah, and I think we're going to put the numbers to this one, as well as we do have Snaking. This is a mean comparison, Jenkins. Why did you do that?
Well, honestly, because Snaking was just mogging everybody in this game, in the early game. Fly, you mentioned it in the first CM game we saw from Snaking, that this guy legitimately needs to be dealt with by the enemy team cores. He's having that big of an impact, and this was the same thing. I don't know how he does it. CM is a really slow hero. But
swift, like the wolves of ice.
Apparently, those are not very fast wolves. But he manages to be in the most annoying positions. There was one kill we saw where he was on the high ground and Whisper was farming an easy camp, and then he frostbites and uses the ult. And you just see that on camera, and you're like, how did he get there in the first place? This is not a fast hero. He didn't have a blink. He won Aether Lens first item, but he just knows. The guy has reads on the game.
He does have reads on the game, and they were very strong. And we talked about how Malrine showed great strength as well this game. That's why he got the second MVP in one of those fights in particular. Fly is the one you want to highlight here.
Yeah, I think this was after Roshan, where there were 2 buybacks happening from the LGD side, and Falcons makes this extremely, high IQ decision in the game to not take the fight at the Roshan, but then wait to strike later. So they get a pick off on the Batrider, which kind of sets this up. And keep in mind, LGD has the Aegis during all of this. So the fact that Falcons are like, okay, you get the Rosh, we're going to seize the map. We're going to find this pick off on a Batrider. Then we're going to set up the other side of the map. You see a beautiful rolling thunder here, to follow up the initiation. Yuma gets a great turnaround, just focusing down the Sven, which is what Ranger does. But ultimately, Malrine comes back into the fight, and they're able to take down the Aegis and basically get a full team wipe, which is just all based off this decision-making to give up Roche, but still look for the opportunity to be the aggressors against the Aegis. And this is a sign of, a championship team.
Yeah, incredibly strong showing, especially in game 2 and 3 for Falcons. I think the result overall, maybe not too surprising. I know that we had on stream B and C also not necessarily surprising results. Iron Wing won their matchup. Boom Boys won their matchup as well. There is a little bit of a surprising series going on still. So the full first line of games is not yet done. But there is a tie on the D stream. Resilience taking a game off of Vision. Saber, was that in your bingo card?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am rooting for the Chinese teams, of course. So yeah, I wasn't able to watch that game as we were studying the LGD Falcons. But yeah, very impressive from what I saw. They just kind of survived until the late game, and then they won the late game. So if you can win the first one, then you can easily win the second one as well.
Yeah. We have some highlights coming your way for that, and one of the things that I think in this fight in particular, which was somewhat of a deciding fight, is it's all about Satanic in this game. He ends the game at like 17-3 or 4 or something like that, which is, he was crushing it on his Shadow Fiend, but not enough at the end of the day. Resilience. I mean, that's Are you going to say it, Jenkins? Are we going to let Lacoste do it later down the line?
That they're resilient?
Someone has to.
We'll
Come
see.
on.
We'll see if they can. I mean, I do feel like Vision has a tendency to let these things happen. I'm very happy to see the China buff. We want as many Chinese teams going through to the playoffs as possible, and to beat Vision of all teams who just won EWC would be an incredible feat. But there's 3 series. There's 3 games in a series.
Yeah.
And Vision is very experienced at being in a position like that. So we'll see. I have faith in my boy No One as well.
I have faith in no one.
Great.
Not on that team, I mean.
I am so sorry, Fly.
that's
I
okay.
feel like I started this. So I feel like I should apologize. You might have also noticed that we had a slight set change during that last game, and that is announcement that the secret shop is live. You are correct. Is the link below, and this is okay. So we got a little bit of a sampling, and we got a little bit of favorites.
You lost a frog.
Is it?
Is it?
That's not a frog.
This is honey.
All right, let me try to put this guy on my shoulder. Oh, right there.
Damn.
There you go.
That's technology right there.
That is the tech.
Stand up. Can you stand up?
How does that work?
Can I stand up?
Yeah, with him on there.
I mean, yeah, I can. Still stays.
Still stays.
Unbelievable.
How does that
Beautiful.
work? Magic.
This man is a Largo player.
I am.
Magic, and
This
if you
is
are
finally, I get my little froggy.
on certain subreddits, this time when someone mentions magnets, it's actually true. I feel like I should mention that.
Okay, it's not a magic trick, but look how
Magic.
cute this is. It's so beautiful.
What you got for us, Jenkins?
I went for the classic. It's the donkey, but it's not a regular donkey. Look at this. Check this out. I was very excited about this.
No way. What's wrong with the donkey?
He's a bag. You can zip
No
it,
way.
You can open him up, and you can put some stuff in there. Even these little things.
He's an actual courier.
He's an
That's what
actual
you're saying.
courier. Yes.
He can act. Oh, that yeah.
They did the thing.
Yeah,
They're
they
like,
did the
This is a
thing.
courier. It is a courier.
And you can take the little glasses off, and he does have eyes under there, so you can take those off.
He looks cooler with them on.
No,
Yeah.
I think he's cuter with them off.
He's got the
Because this is
the
like
smiley eyes.
he's badass. He's like Steven Seagal, but you take that off, and he's a cute little guy.
He's a
Like
cute fuzzy
Keanu
one.
Reeves.
I mean,
That's
Keanu Reeves
Keanu
is pretty
Reeves.
cool, though.
He's a cute guy.
I shouldn't have picked a guy that was also badass.
It's just like
Yeah.
like Jonathan, from down the street.
Oh, the chef.
The chef.
Yes, the chef, the salty chef.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of looks like that.
What do you got?
The glasses.
You got
I got just a Roshan. He's
Just
got-
a Roshan.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's got a pouch in his left hand, and then I'm assuming this is honey,
That
or
is
maybe
funny.
molten lava.
What?
Isn't that from the
It's like
from the
the-
candy?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like the baby Roshan with the honey, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the one.
And
Like
he's
the-
got,
the
he's
super
drawing
cool one.
candy. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got a mouth as well. You can't put stuff in there though.
Am I trying to sell this? Is that what I'm doing? If
I mean,
was-
that one's taken, I think.
Well, yeah, this one. I'm not selling this one. This is mine. This is not coming off. I have a bag that's a little wiener dog, and it is from China.
Yeah.
Got it in Shanghai, and I swear to God, if you walk around with this, you're gonna get a lot of comments. People love animal bags.
They do.
This is the new rage, and it started in China as the trend, and now that's spreading across the world. So get the courier on pwd.com. Can we get the website up again?
We can get the website up again.
Pull up the website.
We have the technology.
We do have the technology.
Excellent.
There it is.
Yeah. AliExpress. That's hype.
That is high.
They make good stuff.
Yeah. The Largo. And the mugs. Don't forget the mugs.
We do have the mugs.
Yeah, I have a mug from the previous international, and I use it near daily. I can't say daily because sometimes I can't fill the dishwasher in time, so I have to skip a day. But other than that, near daily.
You have 4 of them. You have 4 of those mugs.
Maybe.
And I know because I was at your house. And they're great quality mugs. But I only got one, and mine still has the Jenkins sticker on the bottom. And everyone, when I use it on stream, they tell me, "Why do you have the sticker on? Take it off."
Don't you wash it?
Yeah, I wash it. It doesn't say Jenkins on it anymore, but it's the stickers there. And they tell
That's some good quality sticker.
We're not selling the stickers here.
All right, let's take a look at what's coming your way as we do have to move forward. We got a lot of Dota on the agenda, and Falcons LGD is in the book. And that means Falcons goes to the group of winners. LGD goes to the group of losers. That sounds harsher than it is. It's fine. It's a modified Swiss group stage, and those 2 teams are in Group A. We're going to move to a Group B. And these groups are only relevant for the first 3 rounds of this modified Swiss stage. So keep that in mind. Our next series is going to be Team Spirit versus Extreme Gaming. It will be a best of 3. And we're going to dive into that one. And I feel like this series, there's something like we've seen this before, Jenkins.
We're just absolutely blessed today on the A stream. I mean, this is TI season, so we're gonna have to go back and talk about all of the stories over the years, and the big one, of course, Yatoro and Ame. These guys, it's a loving relationship.
It is.
It's a complicated relationship.
Yeah.
You know, you had Yatoro supposedly signing the Aegis with Ame's name on it in his name as a pay of respects to. He's the guy who watched all of his replays, learned everything from him. But then at a certain point, you have Yatoro saying, you know, Ame's not my idol anymore. Who is my idol? Myself. I'm the GOAT of Dota. And I think a lot of people rate Yatoro. I don't know how you guys feel about this. We haven't talked about it, but people rate Yatoro as like the greatest Dota player of all time.
He's definitely in contention for that. I think it's hard to choose one.
In terms,
but
let's
he's
say,
up there.
in terms of mechanical skill and like being an actual player in the game, not captaining.
Yeah, I think he's really good together with, like, if we're just talking mechanics, I would say some Satanic or Collapse would also be up there. But yeah, I mean,
Collapse, of course. Yeah, that's Satanic. He's too young. You know, he doesn't get that title yet.
Fair
in
enough.
my opinion.
I mean, yeah, for sure.
He's in maybe in a few years we can talk about that.
Yeah, we have a couple of 2-time hopefuls in this matchup, of course, on the side of Spirit. The 3 core still the same as it was. I want to focus our attention on Team Spirit in terms of their roster because it has been a turbulent year.
There's been a lot going on with these guys. And the thing is, a lot of it is self-inflicted. You know, you have people retiring. Maposhka wanted to chill out. Winning 2 TIs is enough for him. We'll get into what happened. It's actually on here. He eventually came back as a coach. It's a little bit easier of a role. You have the story of Not Me swapping in and then Rue switching to 5 position, and he looked amazing on 4. Maybe at the start, there was a lot of improvement there, but then when he switched to 5, it was no problem at all. And then there was also some stand-ins for Team Spirit too at the start of the year. And this is one of my favorite things about the team is that there is a culture at the company, from what I've heard of, which comes a lot from management and the core of the players that you're talking about, where they're big on mental health, they're big on psychology, they think about a lot of the stuff outside of the game and like the meta of things, and they will take breaks. Collapse and Laurel will skip major tournaments if they need to focus on their mental health, if they think they need to take a break and it's the only time they can do it. If there's some health-related issue, they're not going to tournaments and like being sick. They're actually putting priority on other things in life, not experiencing that burnout, and then coming back. And every year we see them, we always talk about them as a team that could win. They're never out of the question. That's very impressive.
Incredibly impressive. Championship team, for sure. I'm expecting them to do well in this international as well. They have been leveling up, especially with Not Me showing up big time in the second part of the season, the last couple of months. They are no strangers to facing extreme gaming either, as well, actually they faced each other a lot. Like even in 2026 alone, like not even the season, but 2026 alone, they've played 14 games against each other, with a nice 7-7 record as well. But I believe we have some records to show there as well.
That's right, we do. It was many tournaments. They faced each other at the Dream League, and yeah, from what I remember and from what we can see on the screen, Spirit would beat Extreme most of the time. Every now and then they manage to claw it back, so I would say this is not one-sided matchup by any means. I think Extreme can easily take it, but in my head, Spirit are kind of the favorites going into it. But at the same time, we are in Shanghai, so perhaps Extreme are buffed and ready to take it.
It could very well be, as we also have the classic matchup. We have to talk about this, Jenkins.
Yeah, we do. I mean, these guys are both legendary, and you have, you know, carry players that are very obviously modeling off of each other. You know, we talked about Theolacor and Crit in the previous series, and how you can see the pretty obvious comparison between the hero pools. Ame and Yatoro, it is the same. They play a lot of the same style, but Yatoro has 2 TI wins under his belt.
You know, every time I see this, I mean, obviously the numbers at the bottom are impressive, but he does it about 23. There is a 6-year age gap, and he's got that under his name already. That's crazy.
Yeah, you forget that Yatoro's still a very young player because he came into the scene so young and had such a high success right at the start. And then, you know, we have to talk about the uncrowned king element to Ame. This guy has been in so many grand finals and the clutch factor just hasn't been there. And everyone is hoping that if there's any year that it's going to happen, maybe it's this year.
I think it'll be a beautiful storyline, especially if it would happen here. I'm definitely rooting for Chinese teams to make it far. Also for FY. I think he's also... I forgot, was it he also the uncrowned something?
Yeah, Prince.
Yes, the uncrowned prince. So they have the prince and the king together, and
the family.
it would be amazing if they're able to take it. And I think they do have the potential to have some great performance. I think they've had indeed some turbulent year, but there have definitely been good performances as well out of these guys. They have the skill. I think they just need to get on the same page, get some momentum going, and figure out how they want to play. Because sometimes I'm not really sure from the outside what their plan is, but I think now, coming to TI, being here, there's going to be a good momentum for them, and I think this year's will be a very good deciding factor in how the rest of the tournament will go.
Yeah, and as we have on one side, Maposhka as a newish coach to Team Spirit, on the other side, we also had a change, a very recent change, actually, only in the last few weeks. Lanham has been the coach for Extreme Gaming, and that is a crazy late change for a coach. I mean, how long would you guys like, if you have coached your team and they're going to coach you at TI, how long do you want them to at least be able to play with your team? A long time.
6-7 years at least.
I walked right into that one.
Honestly, the more the better.
Such a disappointing look from Fly my way. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's just a saber trap. It's okay.
I was apologizing to him. I'm here too.
Yeah, but you don't mind.
I thought he would say months, but he went for years.
Yeah, I was also
well,
thinking
if you think about it, you want your coach with you as long as possible.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's not really going to happen, you know. But I'm sure, to be fair, it is hard to make it work after just a month, because I think you need to get used to the players and their coaching style. You maybe need to adjust it for different players. So, yeah, I think 1 month is nowhere near enough, but at the same time, maybe they click better and maybe they can make it work regardless.
I think there's definitely some familiarity between Lanham and the players. I think in general, Chinese scene, there's not too much new blood, so a lot of them actually have in some way played or coached one another. So I think it'll probably be more of a natural fit for them in terms of Lanham just coming in. I do agree you want a couple of months Not gonna say the other numbers. But 1 month is not enough, but it could still give them fresh air, like for the team. And we'll see what ideas he has. I think Lanham has always been a very good drafter in terms of Dota from all of the years I've played against him as well. He always had this like classic Chinese Dota style with like plenty of team fight and being able to group up together in the right timings, bringing everybody together. So that is what I'm expecting from him. And I think that style suits Extreme very well.
Now, we already know that Saber thinks that Spirit has a slight edge in this matchup. We also, and I think this goes for all four of us, we really want to see Extreme Gaming do well just in the tournament as a whole. Does either of you have Extreme Gaming for this series as the favorite?
For the series?
Yeah.
I remember there was a stat when Ame was on LGD, and it was about Spirit. It's Spirit versus Ame, and basically when it was not Grand Finals, he actually had a very good win rate against Spirit. But when it was Grand Finals, they had an abysmal win rate against Spirit. There's a lot of teams that are like that in Dota history, and so I would say in terms of a group stage, yeah,
they have an edge.
Extreme definitely has an edge. In terms of who is the clutch team, if they go super far into the tournament, there is arguably not a greater one in history than Spirit. So because it's early on, like it's anyone's game, really.
Yeah, I think coming into this on paper, Spirit is the stronger team for me. But indeed, this is like the time for Extreme to be able to maybe beat these guys on the first, game of TI and being able to build on that momentum. So it really depends what they're going to come out with, because I think there's a lot that could have changed since we've last seen these two teams play. And I'm really looking forward to what Lanham has done with his team.
I want to talk about this man on your screen, and a hero in particular that is also very strong for his counterpart, and a hero that we don't see that often, haven't seen that much at all, I think, this morning. The Rubik, the FY Rubik, still very strong, but the Not Me Rubik is, I would say, rivaling it. It's very high up on his signature hero list, I'd say, for Not Me. Are we going to see it? Is this hero any good right now?
I would say it depends on the other heroes in the game a lot. You kind of want to see at least like 1 or 2 heroes that have good spells that you want to steal. I don't believe anyone is like first picking Rubik just for the sake of it. Sadly, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fun hero, but I think the stats of the hero aren't like that crazy that you just want to send it no matter what. But I would guess that at least one of the 3 games we will see Rubik.
I think with some of these supports starting to get banned, so for example, this Hoodwink might just get banned more often, it does leave options for different position 4 heroes. I think Rubik is actually pretty solid against heroes like Crystal Maiden that we just saw, and also Mirana, which is very popular in this meta. I think just in a straight 1v1, Rubik is a good matchup. So you see Mirana, you might consider Rubik if you're a Rubik player. So that is where I can see this actually happening. And it would be an exciting hero to see, that is a TI hero if there's any, right?
It really is.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you on that. And for Crystal Maiden, actually, Rubik normally is a better Crystal Maiden than Crystal Maiden is. So maybe we'll get to see that in action. I hope so. I think both players have shown on that hero also this season, not just for FY in the past, but also for this season. For this matchup in particular, Jenkins, which lane is Zurai gonna catch?
Oh man, it's so hard not to pick Yator or Ame. I mean, I guess in terms of laning, that's not so impactful because they'll be kind of hard carries. So I suppose we have to go with the mids. Like Laurel is almost always the sacrifice for Spirit, I guess. They don't put like a lot of eggs in the Laurel basket, but they still expect him to do a lot in the game. So he'll be on his Ember, his Puck, his Earth Spirit, whatever, trying to get runes, trying to make plays in the side lanes. And for nothing to say, I mean, it depends on what he's on, because he can always whip out like a Tinker, for example. And then, there's a lot of eyes on that lane, but not because there's a lot of action there, but because, okay, how are they going to stop him from farming? So, I think a lot of support rotations will be going towards the mid lane in this game and trying to get the runes, because both of these players play the
rune-taking heroes.
A bit of a, well, not a bit of a, but it seemed like a very different mid matchup than the one we just watched.
It's so polar opposite. It's other than the Tinker, it's more classic mids. Even the Sand King that Nothing to Say has been playing, it's, you know, you'll still want the runes. There will still be stacks to play around for the supports going mid. Like, there will be a lot of action towards mid.
Yeah, Saber, could you do us the honor of dissecting the difference between Collapse and XXS? I feel like both are top-tier offlaners in their own right.
Yeah.
Somewhat different still as well, though.
They are. And at the same time, I like when I look at them and their playstyle, they kind of remind me a little bit of a similar playstyle, similar to me as well, where I feel like these people, just as me, they pick like strength offlaners that kind of go in, that initiate teamfight heroes. I've seen the XXS Mars many times, just like the Collapse Mars. I would say Collapse is much more of a greedy offlaner, as in like I can see him carrying the games much often than XXS. I feel like XXS is more of like do your job kind of guy, and that job usually entails just getting your Blink Dagger, initiating fights, team fighting properly. As we can see on the common heroes, it's all the strength fellas, the Darkseers, Centaurs, and Axis. I'm surprised that Collapse ever played Omni. I hate that hero. I'm sorry.
Okay, from this screen though, the unique hero, the Legion Commander, it used to be when Legion was actually still picked. It used to be XSS signature hero. So I wanna grant him that a little bit there as well. But less variation coming out from Collapse. That was a very clear one there, Fly.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing a lot of heroes, actually. I'm not sure exactly where his entire hero pool went, because Collapse does play plenty of heroes as well. He does play heroes like Dawnbreaker, Underlord. He is also quite versatile in a sense that he is able to bust out, for example, heroes like Lycan and Beastmaster if the right game calls for it. Yeah, he has his signatures in the Mars, Tidehunter, Magnus, obviously. But he has expanded his hero pool over the years and his playstyle, that I think he's a much more seasoned offlaner that can do plenty of different things if he is needed.
That's true.
Yeah.
I remember the exact timing when like people said this about Collapse, that he's the Blink Initiator guy. And that was like all he was. And he was the literal best at it. Like nobody could contest him, but you would never see him playing summons, for example. And then when he started whipping it out, everyone was like, oh, hold on a second. Like, we need to be very, very afraid of this guy. And I don't know, I feel like it is about the time that he has that Spirit has an amazing TI performance using this newfound wisdom that Collapse has. Because he can play almost anything now, it feels like.
He can. From all the offlaners that I've looked up to over the years, I would say Collapse has remained the one that I always look up to like look for how to play the game. I feel like people like Amar, they're a bit too niche in how they approach the game, whereas for Collapse it's very, very stable, and to me it feels like very offlane like.
Yeah.
Like he knows what he's doing and he's extremely good at it.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. Like Amar is just Amar, and you can't really copy that. It's really a hard thing to do. Whereas Collapse is if you take like archetypical offlane and just make it 10 out of 10 the best. That's the guy to look for. So if you're a generic offlaner and you just want to generically learn how to be really good at the role, he's one of the top guys to watch. And I feel like XXS is up there too for that.
He is. That's why, to me, they just feel very, very similar in this aspect of like, if you're a generic offlaner, these are really good guys to look at. You know, if you want to be a little crazy, you look at some Amar, you look at some 33, and look what they're cooking. But, you know, there's a lot of salt in that gameplay. This one,
there's a crazy
like,
amount of spice there.
Yeah. Whereas for Collapse and XXS, it's just like a nicely tuned tuna salad. You know?
We love a tuna salad, right?
Laning against these guys, I can say Collapse he's the type of guy who will look for the opportunity to actually kill in the lane. So he is more of an aggressor. If you make a mistake, he will punish you. as opposed to, for example, we highlighted Amar and even XXS actually. I find them as more, not necessarily passive, but they will care more about their game than trying to destroy you. And I think Collapse has a bit more of that balance of like that aggressor and when he needs to relax a little more. But you know, if you misstep against this guy, he will punish you 100%.
Would you consider that a little bit of weakness for Extreme or for XSS in this case?
I think, like head to head, I think Collapse is just a bit better.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
I mean, he's got 2 rings, you know?
Yeah.
Hard to compete.
I think XXS is an excellent player. He tends to play a little more passive, and maybe it just goes with their overall strategy as a team, where Ame is kind of like their win condition most of the time. Maybe Tinker kind of changes that, but usually they play around this old Chinese style of Dota where your carry is your hard carry. And honestly, I hope they break out of that a little bit since Dota has evolved. And you even see players like Yatoro who have also played this like 1v5 style. Like, I'm Morphling, I'm anti-mage, I'm going to 1v5 this game. He has also evolved as a player, Yatoro. He is willing to be aggressive. He's going to TP mid at 8 minutes to try and gank the enemy mid laner. He's going to make these like cute plays now. And that is a sign of like a Dota genius to me. Like, he's able to change his playstyle to fit, you know, the evolvement of Dota.
With that in mind, how come that these 2 teams are so even and, you know, goes both ways in terms of the results this year? Should the way we're talking about it, it should be Team Spirit coming ahead almost every single time. Where does Team Spirit go wrong?
I think probably a lot of the tournaments Spirit had a stand-in. And yeah, in those scenarios, it is very clear that they're not playing in their main stack. I feel like Yatoro has played the whole year, and it's like a testament to how good of a player he is that they still manage to like place really well, even with stand-ins. But you know, you can for sure feel a difference when Spirit is playing with Collapse or if they're playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, that is fair enough. Can we talk a little bit about the supports? I mean, we talked a little bit about position 4 already, but I want to talk about, well, mostly Xnova, but we'll include Rue in the conversation, of course, as well. But in the sense of Xnova, we've talked about this today, about stability and players that have been in the scene for a long time, attended a lot of internationals. This will be the 6th, actually, for Xnova. This is also, I think, a very stable support, always delivering. Would you categorize him like that as well, Fly?
Definitely. Xnova he just does his job really well. He has a wide hero pool. He can play plenty of different heroes, whether he needs to play a Tusk some game or like a spellcasting hero like Mirana. He's been around forever, and I think he's still very good. And I think as a position 5 player, you are sort of like a part of this building block for your team where you have to be able to just do your job well and enable everybody else to also do their jobs well. If you have a volatile game, it's going to affect everybody. So somebody like Xnova, I think, definitely fits the bill of a very stable player, and I think it's perfectly good for Dota. There's nothing wrong with that.
Very stable.
I disagree, actually, Shiver. It's not about anybody else's game other than Ame's. Xnova, you know, he's laning with Ame. You got.
Well, there's one thing that Xnova does way better than Ame.
Support?
Talking, as we're going to listen to Xnova right now with Tsunami.
Xnova, welcome back to TI, but it is a TI under much different circumstances than last year. Because last year, you were coming in as a stand-in. When you were getting on that plane to Hamburg, what was your mindset like about getting into that TI?
Last year, I came as a stand-in, so basically I felt really no pressure going to the tournament, to TI. So I was really enjoyed throughout the whole tournament until the finals, yeah.
The whole tournament, because that's what I was wondering is, at any point during the run, were you ever like, oh, this is getting kind of real now? Like, it's no longer just for fun, like, we're going quite far. Or you're saying the whole time you were like, whatever happens, happens.
I felt the most nervous on the first game against Tundra at the playoff. Yeah, that was probably the only time I felt like not myself. But I immediately adjusted into it.
Nice. I like that you're saying that you felt not yourself, because that to me sounds like you're usually quite easygoing. Like when you come to a tournament, you're not that nervous. Is that true?
Not really. Sometimes you do feel nervous. You do feel pressured sometimes. But for me personally, I felt I played the best when I'm really calm and really like enjoying everything. The atmospheres, the vibes, and everything in gaming.
Okay, so then, if you don't mind me asking, how are you feeling right now coming into Shanghai?
Right now, I think I'm actually adjusting into like trying to catch back up how I felt last year. I mean, it was a long season for this year for me compared to last year where I just played for 1 or 2 tournaments. So yeah, I'm slowly catching back up and I hope I can enjoy it like last year.
So for you, when do you feel that rhythm? Like you were saying that you were nervous for the Tundra game last year.
Yeah.
After you beat them, you got back into it. What does that feel like for you? Like do your clicks feel better? Do you just know what to do? Can you even describe it?
I think I just stop at everything.
Okay.
Like basically everything. Like I'm enjoying like what I'm doing. I'm so clear-headed and like every spell casting or predicting what the opponents are doing, like everything is on sync.
How often does that depend on you syncing up with your teammates? Are you usually the kind of player that like as long as you're focused, you can worry about your game, or sometimes if your teammates are off, you can find that affects you as well?
I think as long as I'm focused, the others doesn't matter at all. Like I can basically like control everything.
Extreme Gaming has a lot of attention this TI. A lot of people are looking at you guys. Does that pressure from the public, do you feel it at all, or does it do the opposite? Does it energize you?
We are playing at home ground, for sure. There would be a lot of expectation for us, and the tension would be there, for sure. There's no doubt.
You think that home field advantage, you're going to be able to feel it, like not just with the crowd, but like I was talking to Bach earlier and he was even saying that just seeing the signs and like you're seeing the Chinese script for text and stuff like that, it makes you feel at home.
Yeah, for sure. I think being here just feels like comfortable.
And then how about your team's state right now? How are you guys feeling as a group of 5 in the current patch, current meta?
Throughout the year, we had some struggles. We had some up and downs, but now I think we are like getting ready mentally for it.
Nice. Well, I think that mentality is going to carry you far. Xnova, looking forward to your Shanghai experience.
Thank you.
The home team buff is real for Xnova and Extreme Gaming. We'll see if we also feel it. From a viewer perspective, I wanted to also still talk a little bit about the counterpart of Xnova because Rue, yes, this is not his first rodeo, this is his second international, but the first international that he played last year, he was position 4, and now he's position 5. And I feel like, Jenkins, this player has just seamlessly switched roles. It's just like that, easy.
He has. He's been very impressive. Probably one of the most improved players from joining a team, having an okay performance, to the next tournament, okay, this guy's pretty good, to the next tournament, okay, he's team spirit. Like, you can see the clutch factor there, you can see the skill. And then when he switched to 5, I think a lot of people expected that, okay, maybe it's not going to go so well for the first little bit. Even very good players, when they switch roles, it does not go that great for the first few tournaments. You can see a little bit of rust there. For him, no problem at all. But I remember an interview where his teammates were talking about him, and they basically said, like, well, he plays all the 5 heroes anyway as position 4, and in his pubs, sometimes position 5. So for him, it was just natural to get a 4 position player for the team and just swap to 5. So it certainly looks that way.
Yeah, Fly, you've swapped roles in the past. Is it like Jenkins is saying?
Sometimes it is more natural. Sometimes it takes a little more time to get comfortable. I think for Rue specifically, he is very talented as a player, and his hero pool also did indeed like match everything already. So it just made sense for them. I'm not sure what exactly they were looking for in the team, but with the addition of Not Me, it looked like they were, I'm not saying these names, just Noah, Not Me. Anyways, it looked like they wanted something a little more aggressive in the team, and that's when they found the Process 4. And Rue and Not Me together are like a pretty good combination, I think. They have a bit of that like defensive, but also aggressive that they're looking for. One is like a setup, one can play a little more defensive, but he also has that pause 4 in him that also is able to just go and roam the map and find the openings.
Yatoro even said in an interview, now I'm remembering, that he really likes having Rue as his position 5 because he knows all the things that are the most annoying for a 4 position to deal with. So Yatoro's like, oh my god, I'm free farming. There's no 4 like poking me right now because Rue knows what he can be doing to occupy the 4's time. So sometimes you have transitions that work that way too.
It's true, and I also think Not Me as an addition was very powerful. I've not heard of this guy before he joined Team Spirit. Suddenly he came out of nowhere and he's like popping off. He's playing super well. He's very stable. I don't know where Team Spirit finds their supports or like just in general where they recruit, but they're clearly very good at it.
Yeah, they seem to have a special talent in finding new talent and putting it to good use and making them fit into the team seamlessly and within a month, and sometimes in Not Me's case within I think a couple of series.
It was the first game.
It was the first. Yeah, that was his Rubik game.
Yeah, it was Rubik and Dream League, and we're like, what is this guy?
This guy's good.
Yeah, that was. I think it was like a 70-minute game that he got to enjoy, and I say enjoy because he's the type of guy that we were questioning how is he going to react to the pressure, and the answer was there is no pressure at all. He was having fun playing in that series.
And that brings me to the next point, because Team Spirit, just like Team Falcons, sometimes has the tendency, just like Extreme Gaming actually, has the tendency of going sometimes for long games and making the best of those long games. Fly, how do you feel about 2 supports relatively new fitting in, and you go for a 70-minute game and it's like nothing changed? That's impressive also.
I think for sure it's impressive. And I think for some of these heroes, especially, we're talking about Rubik, you're kind of hoping for long games because you're able to get a highlight reel after that. You might just completely pop off one of these games. And it's fun because you also get items these days. So it's really important for your supports to be able to scale into the game, press their abilities well, and just be confident because they can completely take over a fight in the late game when they're set up properly. So nowadays, Dota is just a game where everybody has to play well. The later it goes, you're going to get stuff. And these guys are both very talented.
Now, going into the series soon, I want to talk a little bit more about the Dota we're about to watch and about the style of play both that these teams have shown coming into this Saber. Do you have, because I know you had a little bit of rundown for us for LGD Falcons, do you also have that for Extreme Spirit in terms of how you expect them to play?
Yes.
Yes. Good.
I expect them to play really well, especially in the late game. I think Team Spirit are the best team at comebacking and playing the map when they're behind. I think playing throughout the years against many teams, Spirit is the one that even though you're 10k ahead in lead, you never feel safe. There is countless games and countless examples where they just get a kill on a core and they come back the game from that. I don't know how they do it. I feel like when they won their first TI, which was I think TI 10, well, whatever, the TI that they won, that's how they won it. They just kind of came back. There was an incredible game against IG in the upper bracket where they won out of nowhere. They just kind of ran it down in their base. I mean, trust me, I don't remember many games, but I do remember this one. And ever since then, this is just how they do it. So that's the highlight for me is Team Spirit and this like aspect of them. For Extreme, I would say they're a little bit less clear to me. They kind of do their own thing. They have this like Chinese Dota aspect to them where they love to draft for their team fights. They love to play stable. They don't really do like the LGD style of chaotic. They're a bit more, you know.
Would you call it scripted?
Yeah. Scripted in their way. They do have their unique picks like this Tinker. Ame is also a very important part of their team. I think very often they play through him. I've not seen it, recently, but there has been many times where Ame would pick some anti-mage and they're just like rallying behind him and he would carry the game, which is, I'm sure, also why he was Toro's, idol back in the day. Yeah, so we'll see how this matchup goes, and I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, me too. Before we get there, we are also going to get the chance to see what's happening in our third series of today, because the final series of Group A has finished. It was, in the end, Vision beating Resilience 2-1. So we now have all those matches done. So we're going to take a look at all the streams. So the third series of the day, another time with Falcons up against Vision. I feel like I don't need to see the rest of the schedules at this point.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I mean, it's...
I'm going to watch this one.
EWC winners versus previous TI winners,
Like, come
champions.
on.
Like, what more could you ask for?
And they were also TI third place last year, right?
This is true.
Yeah, so
that's true. And I know from speaking with no one that there were a lot of things he... I was talking to myself.
Yeah, yep.
There were a lot of things that he would like to do differently. Like, he is here and he's a big voice on this team looking to prove himself. And the crazy thing about some of these competitors, man, is third place isn't good enough. That's not good enough for him. He needs to win.
Yeah. And now under the leadership of Puppy as well. They didn't have him last year, so who knows how far they can go. We could take a look at the other ones as well. So Stream B will also have winners going up against each other. We're going to have Boom Boys versus Iron Wing on that one. Another blockbuster there, Fly.
Yeah, these are all extremely spicy. If we're talking about cooking, there's a lot of spice happening today on Stream A, on Stream B, honestly, all the games. This one is going to be very interesting for me because Iron Wing is this team where I feel like they always have the potential to just destroy everybody, and sometimes they don't turn up. But today, looks like they're feeling good right now. It looked like their games against Nigma Galaxy went pretty well. It looked kind of stompy almost, from what I could catch. So I want to see what kind of shape those guys are in, because I think when they play good Dota, it's extremely crispy Dota.
Yeah, we also saw their slight potential, spoiler anyway. Liquid winning first game up against VG Gaming, even though I think Shiro at some point was beyond godlike. So
that's a blame your team scenario right there.
That's classic Liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll get more info on that, of course, at some other time. But we're going to take a look at Stream C, and that is for the third series of the day. Losers going up against each other, so that's where we'll see LGD and Resilience. And I think this will be a very close game. Both of these teams are the only two series this morning that went the distance, so I'm expecting the same for this one.
Yeah, that's actually a goodie. I mean, at the start of the day, I don't know if I would say that it's a goodie, but then after watching the two series, it will actually turn out to be very interesting.
Yeah, and you did see that the score was still 0-0 for Gamer Legion versus Aurora, but we are spoiled. We have streams on our other monitors. I'm sure you guys at home might have the same, but that is actually a very close game. Gamer Legion is looking very good at the moment, and in the lead, some might say there as well. We take a look at the final stream, Stream D. They only just finished, so they are waiting for Yandex and Huligani to kick it off. But their final series of the day is Nigma Galaxy taking on OG.
That's a classic.
No,
that is a classic.
Yes. Honestly, kind of sad that Thompson isn't somewhere there in the middle of those 10 players, but NGX against OG, that's a cool one. I feel like that's the one series not to miss.
There's a lot of series not to miss.
I was gonna say, like,
you just need 4 monitors. I think that's the only solution, guys.
That is the only solution. Yeah, you can. I mean,
there's
figure it out. You know,
there's a replay system. That's
true.
It's TI season.
Just don't sleep.
Yeah, just keep watching. Pick the games with your favorite heroes. Unfortunately for all the Dota players out there, a lot of heroes are viable right now, so there's going to be a lot of games to watch no matter what. I think it's going to be a 4-monitor situation, actually, now that I'm thinking about it and saying it out loud.
Well, yeah, but you can opt not to sleep or sleep less. So you know, you can watch a series in the morning. It's possible, and otherwise it's okay. You can tune into us and we'll keep you up to date. Just be mindful that if you don't want to be spoiled, then, you know, that's the wrong place for that, because we will show you the results every now and then and see how everything's going. And we are getting closer to getting Team Spirit versus Extreme Gaming on your screens. Don't worry, we're still locked in on the second series of the day here. We'll get to all the other ones later on. I want to know about some of the heroes we might be expected to see in this one. We talked about the signature Rubik already. But other than that, is there any other heroes that come to mind for these teams in particular? Because I feel like both of the teams are kind of versatile. I also think that we don't really know too much about Extreme Gaming because of the addition of Lanham. And I don't know... We know that Zhao 8 rules with the draft, and he picks the heroes. Is Lanham a type of coach that does the same? Is he going to be like, you're playing that, you that, you that?
I think I have a feeling he will draft for them.
Yeah.
I think it is also very normal for the Chinese teams to have this setup where the coach does the drafting.
Yes.
I think they've been doing it for years.
True.
So I do think he's going to be drafting. I don't know how much impact the other players are going to have. I don't think he's, you know, Zhao 8 was called like the director.
The director, yeah.
So I don't think Lanham is quite that.
No one's going to be at that level.
Yeah, so I think there's going to be a little more added input from other players, which could be a good thing. They might have like their unique ideas that they're like, now we get to really like say what we want to do. Ame is going to be able to pick whatever he wants, that type of thing.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, you know, maybe some Morphling's going to come out.
Hey.
That'll be a classic.
Yeah.
Heroes to look out for. That's one of them. I think Morphling could be something like this battle of the carries. Tinker, we've mentioned before. I think that is an NTS special that he might be the only guy here who's really going to play that hero.
Yeah.
And I've also seen Laurel play some Ricky in pubs. That I want to mention that. I think that could be an interesting one. Don't really see that hero. So.
Have you been seeing, did he pick it against Invoker?
It might have been Invoker.
Because I've seen people doing it in that matchup because Invoker is just toxic. It's just such a toxic hero. So people are looking for answers. And I think if you give Laurel an excuse to whip out the Ricky, he'll whip it out on stream.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's not only against Invoker, it's really good against the Spirit as well. Like all of the Spirits.
Yeah, that's
maybe except for Earth.
Okay, well, I was going to say one of the Spirits is already out. We are in the draft for the first game of this best of 3 with Team Spirit on the Radiant side and Extreme Gaming on the Dire side, with the first pick going the way of Extreme Gaming. So the first couple of bans are already in with the Invoker, the Earth Spirit, and the Lina. And we got Lone Druid and Treant Protector banned out by Team Spirit. Are we just going to see Treant Protector first phase banned every single game? Is that just where it's at still?
I think so. I think ever since like the patch where they made Treant like broken, it's been the first phase ban every single time, alongside with Lone Druid, which is also banned this series. But I think the Lone Druid, it kind of did get nerfed a bit more, whereas the tree seems like it's just too strong.
Yeah, the Vision is just king in Dota, and I think Treant Protector, he kind of gives you this map hack, not just with his shard, but just the fact that he can walk around invisible anywhere. It's just completely annoying, and Living Armor also kind of ruining the other lanes for everybody.
11 bans. I just did quick math. There has been 11 games so far, so every single game, yes.
That's
Okay.
fast. Wow. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That does.
The Living Armor buff where they changed it into damage block is it's very difficult to deal with in the other lanes. It's almost like there's an extra guy in the other 2 lanes, depending on where the kill threat is.
Could you explain that to me? Let's say there's my parents watching. How would you explain this damage block on a Treant ult? Let's maybe, because I did not reach the patch note, so I don't know what it does, let's say.
You put an armor on a guy, and I think it starts at 80?
Yeah, somewhere like that.
Somewhere like that, at max level.
Yeah.
I don't know the number, but the important thing is, you hit a guy for 80, they take 0 damage, and this is including reductions, so it's after reduction. So if you have armor, if you have damage reduction in any other form, all of those things are factored in, and then it blocks for 80. So it technically scales, which is really, really crazy.
It's broken. It also works on towers. You heal your towers up. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
This is a first phase pickup, Drow Ranger. We've seen Drow Ranger picked up earlier today in some other streams, and we of course have seen a lot of Drow Ranger in the last couple of months as well.
I'm gonna
But
need my
overall-
pro players to break this one down. First pick Drow is
Yeah,
that's
overall
crazy.
first pick is unusual.
Yeah, Toro loves this hero. That's a classic. So I'm sure he just wants to pick it, and then they'll find some Ru hero for a pairing.
I can tell you what's going to happen. Ame also loves Drow Ranger.
Yeah.
So if they lose this game, Ame is going to tell his coach, first pick me Drow Ranger next game. I'm going to bet on that already in case they lose. I think Drow is definitely a comfort hero, and it is very much your entire strategy is just going to be Drow. So as soon as they pick this Drow Ranger, everything else that's going to come out is going to be building for this Drow to be able to hit in the fights and become this like turret where everybody's going to protect her. That is just how the hero functions. So I think we're going to see collapse on like some sort of melee initiator, same for Laurel, and then probably Ru is going to have to play some sort of 5 that can protect the Drow Ranger, like whether it's a Clockwork or another melee hero, maybe something exotic like an Orgrim Magi, that will be funny. So that's going to be the build-up, and I think Extreme has to respond in a way where they need to find, again, an opening to get on top of the turret. Just like we talked about Lina being this hero that you need to gap close. I think, again, this is going to be a case where they have to gap close. Maybe Ame Spectre is going to come out. I mentioned it before. I think that is a hero that can definitely deal with these range carries.
And is the Winter Wyvern is considered maybe a little bit of a counter towards the Drow as well? Because Drow really fast will kill one of her teammates. Maybe. With the ult.
Yeah, well, they picked Drow into Wyvern.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, so...
You are not mistaken.
Well, the neat part is that usually Drow is like a really long range hero. So if there will be someone next to him, it would also need to be some long range hero, but that's not often the case. Usually, like, let's say you have some Axe blinking in, he's really far away from the Drow. You just kind of stay clear of him. However, the Wyvern heal is very nice. You cannot deal physical damage through the heal, so you kind of cover the Drow. That's a very nice boss fight.
I was wondering where the Undying was in the games we watched today.
That's true.
It's in every single pro level pub that I've watched, like picked or because I guess because it's like a Treant. Like Treant gets auto banned, everyone picks it and it gets auto banned, and then Undying is kind of the other one. And it can play off lane, it can play 5. It's a great body to run in front for Drow. Now there's this problem of, okay, you need to deal with the Drow, and somebody needs to get on top of the Drow Ranger, but you also have to kill the Tombstone.
Yeah, I really like the new shard build that I think Maladi started doing. That you just get the shard first, and then you just hide people in the Tombstone. It's pretty dumb.
Yeah, I think it's just constructing this whole Drow lineup already. Now you have the probably Pulse 5 that's going to protect the Drow, and I agree the shard build is very good. You just pop the Tombstone. It is essentially a save. You can even use it on somebody who's cursed if you have enough cast range. And now it's up to... Okay, they responded with the Darkseer. I think this is a good response.
I like this.
For Drow Ranger. I think Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, it's 2 heroes that can obviously manipulate the lane, because Drow Ranger is a very strong laner on top of Undying being on the lane. You need to do some funny stuff in that lane to be able to survive. So getting these heroes that can pull the wave together, could jungle if things go bad, and also have a pressure point when Darkseer hits his wall against Drow. So I really like the Darkseer pick. I think it's great.
And I really like the Dark Willow pick, because I feel like we've seen her a lot in the other streams, but not yet on ours, and it was about time.
Yeah, Willow
That's all I
is
have.
good against... No, Willow is great against Spirit Breaker because you see him charging in. First of all, you're a natural Yule's Buyer, which is a great item against Spirit Breaker. Also, the Brambles make it very annoying for Spirit Breaker in the fight because he has to navigate through all these thorny flowers on the ground. So I think it's a good response. You see the supports you're playing against. It's good against Spirit Breaker in the game, and it's good against Wyvern in the lane because you can just out-trade the Wyvern and you have a lot of magic damage in the game. So I think it's a classic response. This is kind of the hardest pick for Spirit because they have to pick something blind here. I'm not sure if they're going to go Collapse or Laurel. I'm trying to think, how will they construct this lineup now?
Because they have overall last pick.
Maybe a Centaur here could be pretty stable. I think it works the role of Drow. It's another save. It's a good lane with Willow. I don't really see too much wrong with it. What do you think, Saber?
I like it. I like it a lot. Centaur Drow is a super nice combo. Okay, they decided to go with Storm. Perhaps the Centaur will come later. I like the Storm pick as well. Because if you look at their heroes, they kind of need a playmaker, someone that's gonna go in and start stuff, and then the two supports, Dark Willow and Undying, will like slowly come and throw their spells as well. So you need the initiation. So I like the Storm, and they got Tinker.
There it is.
Okay, I feel like the Storm is actually not too bad against the Tinker. Like, you want a jump and you have that. I don't know if it's necessarily enough. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious what this matchup is like now, because I know historically speaking in Dota, Tinker was owned by Storm. Like that was a counter. But now that Tinker has this annoying shard that's essentially perma-rooting, maybe this goes the other way, where you're forcing Storm into like an early BKB. That kind of sucks.
It does, especially against Spirit Breaker, because if you get charged, you still get bashed through the BKB, so you don't really want to buy it, but you kind of have to.
I think the cool thing Spirit did is they kind of used the enemy's bans against them. So they noticed that both Ember Spirit and Puck are banned, which makes Storm just better, because if you see Storm, a lot of teams would just pick Ember or Puck. So they kind of use the enemy's bans against them, which is cool. And then the Tinker, I actually don't know how good of a Tinker game it is, because I think he does well in the lane against Storm, but in the game, having any hero that can catch Tinker is going to be annoying, and Storm is one of them. And I don't think this new Tinker also can outrange Drow Ranger, because against Drow, the turret type heroes, you either outrange them like a sniper, or you get on top of them like a Darkseer. I'm kind of not seeing the synergy from Extreme right now, but it is an NTS Tinker, so it's hard to know what to expect.
And there's no tombstone hitter either. Like Tinker and Undying, I mean, these heroes just don't really interact with Undying in any way. They kind of have to run away from the tombstone, as things are.
That's true.
I mean, I guess they can solve that with their overall last, or not overall last, but with their last pick for Ame. But I guess you don't want your carry hitting the tombstone, because that means he's not hitting enemy heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the one solve is like Morphling is a big one people pick against Undying, because you just get a tombstone, but then you're picking Morph into Drow, which sucks, and then you have Morph Tinker, which kind of sucks because it's a lot of farming. It's very greedy, but it is Ame. I mean,
perhaps he can pick Anti-Mage and collect his free win.
Oh,
Hunters, all four of their heroes.
Anti-Mage Tinker, it's a classic.
However, it is maybe not the best with Tinker and Darkseer. But I would expect him to pick some melee guy that kind of pairs well with the Darkseer. Okay.
Okay, we got the spec.
I like this even more than the Anti-Mage, to be fair. Yeah, super good against draw. You always get on top of him. It scales super well. You have global. You have a team. You have a Spirit Breaker that's gonna charge someone. Tinker can TP in, and Spectre can haunt in. And suddenly, it's super hard to play the map because you just can get picked off anywhere.
Yeah, this seems like a very scary draft to go up against. If you're a Spirit, if you don't get a lead in the first like 20 minutes, this is, ugh.
I think the Darkseer Spectre is a great combo for sure, and it is what we talked about, some sort of gap close. But you are giving Collapse a completely free game on whatever he picks here, and I think Collapse is. Whoa, okay, I did not see this one coming.
We talked about this hero being countered by one item.
And that's the thing about items. You can buy them on any hero.
It's true.
So, like, you don't need to get counterpicked. You can just buy it like every single game.
But even Spectre is not bad against Night Stalker.
You dagger him.
You dagger him and you get vision. I actually am really confused by this pick. Saber, please.
I personally hate it. I think it's really bad. But, you know, what am I? I'm just the washed up guy on the panel, and Collapse is the 2-time TM's winner. So I'm sure he knows what he's doing. I personally would have really loved if he picked like a Centaur, so they have a second stun, because as it stands right now, they have the Storm Pull, and that's kind of it. That's the only real stun they have, which gets really hard against Tinker. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he can win the lane. It is good against Tinker, because you can always find him, and you can always silence him, so he can like rearm and TP out. So in that aspect, I like it. Good against Tinker and Wyvern. But the rest, I'm not so sure about.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I can really see as well. I mean, I've been playing this hero because I'm just bad at the game. People are getting Essence Distiller against me, and I'm very sad at losing these games based on 1,000 gold item. But
for people wondering, by the way, that item gives you the target's vision.
Yep.
So Night Stalker, Vision Hero, it's like, got that one.
But I do love picking Night Stalker into Wyvern. He's just food. You have to jump him. I would be a little concerned picking it into Spectre because I feel like Spectre is very punishable in lane. This is a point in the game where you want to punish her, and Night Stalker is a bot for the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, this is a weird one. I was totally going to go for Spirit before I saw the Night Stalker. I know Night Stalker is amazing against Tinker, but I don't think they needed it. They just needed to punish Spectre in lane, in my eyes. So I'm going to go with Extreme on this one, just because of the Night Stalker. Hopefully I'm proven wrong and we'll see it pop off, but Extreme.
All right, we're going to see if two other voices can make sense of it all. It's ODPixel and Fogged for game one.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, looking forward to this. Spirit versus Extreme Gaming. And yes, already some interesting stuff going on in the draft. XG, they get some pretty scary final 2 picks, right? The Tinker, the Spectre. They're ready to take over the map and take the game late if needs be. Sure. On Spirit's side, ending with this Night Stalker, I mean, if anything to go by from what the panel said, I feel like we've got to expect Spirit to be expecting to run this game over.
That's what I think.
There's no way they want to play this long or late.
Yeah.
They just want to dumpster them in the early to mid game.
So that's kind of my read. Like when they play the Centaur, they play kind of more farmy style. I think I could be completely wrong, but I think the reason is like you're saying they just want to just stomp, run over the game. Don't let this Tinker and Spectre be able to hit creeps and go to this timing 30, 35 plus. They want to end the game ASAP is what I'm seeing. But I don't know if it's going to work because this Night Stalker can be a risk. Versus, the Distiller, of course, too. There's also other things that can be really disruptive. Spirit Breaker charging him gives good vision as well, too. But can see the concept about disrupting the Wyvern, finding the Tinker, and just snowballing. So let's see if that's going to work. Oh, thank you, Collapse.
There we are. He's got the good voice lines.
There we go.
So these two teams, both of them ready to go here with the voice line spam to start this one off.
We haven't had any. We didn't have any in the
last game was kind of quiet, right?
Very quiet.
A little bit of all chat, but the voice lines, we didn't have a few, but at least definitely from both sides. Yeah, we're seeing both of them.
They're using.
Hey, there's Saberlight.
This is good.
Good one.
Oh yeah, I really like that Spirit line too. You can't kill the king. It's a good one.
Both teams ready to go.
Okay, so
nearly, but we've got a little pause. It's only going to be a little pause, hopefully.
So I'm really curious to see what that is because I was in the same vein. I was talking to you back here just with Saberlight, where I'm like, okay, the Centaur, it has the save for the Drow globally. You put the pressure onto the Spectre on the lane because you have 20 base damage advantage over him or so you can slow him down in farm. A lot of different reasons, but there has to be something, and we're gonna get to see it, of course. Like Collapse is gonna give us a real reason as to why he wanted to play it, and maybe it is just that, snowball factor. And we'll see if the the bit of lack of stuns is going to be a problem for Spirit as well, too, because like the panel did mention, Saberlo was saying, too, there's a Vortex, and then it's Bedlam. It's the Willow follow-up.
Sure, some roots and stuff. A lot of silence, right?
A lot of silence.
Between the duration of the Gust and the Night Stalker getting on top of them.
Now I'm curious to see how this one's going to go. Now, it's a clash of two different styles, and it looks like a very Spirit draft, and it looks like a very XG draft, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I feel like she's going to be very happy with getting that Tinker and Spectre kind of core close up to the draft.
And we get to see some more fun stuff, too, is like how this interaction with the Storm versus the Tinker works. As we know, always in the history of Dota, Storm hunting Tinker, very good. But nowadays, Tinker with the new shard, like Jenkins was mentioning, you can do some type of trippy stuff with just chain locking him down, chain rooting him. Let's see what we do get. So already queuing up Dagon. Okay.
Let's see how the lane goes. So how does the lane go in this matchup? Storm can do all right, or?
Yeah, Storm can do all right. You have ways to secure creeps versus the laser, so you can always just use Remnant. You have ways to push the lane in, so you're going to get stuff on the Storm.
And how much of a factor is it that the draft has ended with XG pretty much having a draft where nobody wants to hit a tombstone?
Bit of a mess up there from Laurel. Just drop the Remnant in place rather than throwing it at the range creep, ends up missing it. I do think that can be a big factor, yeah. I think they mentioned it on the panel as well, too. This tombstone is very annoying.
Yeah.
The fact that you go in, out, over and over again provides insane amount of protection.
Because literally none of these heroes want to right-click, right? It's like the Wyvern might be offering a few, And then
he's
second
showing
in line is
himself.
kind of the Spectre, but the Spectre really doesn't want to be turning up to the fight and hitting the tombstone.
No, I mean, Wyvern can't in this game. If you're showing yourself like that as Wyvern, it's like, okay, thank you. Night Stalker and Storm are going to just rip you to
Fair enough.
shreds, right?
And then the other, there's none of them.
There's
Nobody wants to hit the tombstone.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those big problems for them to deal with. Maybe the Darkseer. He still gets a little bit of attack speed, right?
Ame, first blood here for not me.
And it's a lane that... It's a Night Stalker in the first 5 minutes, and it's the lane that gets the kill, so that's a big deal.
Key part of the snowball potential here for Spirit.
And Not Me has been a fantastic addition for them. I have to mention how much he's been able to do for this team. His early aggressive plays that he does, super nice. And with Willow, it's a super good early aggressive hero. Can't find these grabs even onto Ame as we see.
I'm getting a couple of Bramble connections onto X-Nova, and with the Shadow Realm...
He might just be dead.
I think he will be. A dagger in an attempt to slow the two of them down. He'll try and get in the trees, but they've got him. A second kill here for the offlane duo of Team Spirit.
A lane not really designed for kills with the Night Stalker too, so fantastic stuff. Yatoro getting a bit of pressure onto him here, but he has more than enough last hits. He has the Undying Body as well.
Yeah, both teams on the bottom lane taking a bit of a beating from one another.
XXS, got to be careful.
Might just be dead.
Fairy Fire too.
Ooh, won't be forced to pop it at least, but still kept incredibly low.
I mean, he could just die.
Play it safe for now. Well, I say play it safe. He's getting back in nearly in attack range there of Yatoro.
Might be able to get him if he goes for Soul Rip. He has Mango. Got him.
That'll do it. Okay, both side lanes looking kind of hot here from Team Spirit in these first few minutes.
And look at the way that Rue itemized too, right? He's playing versus an SB and a Darkseer lane, so you don't really need stats. You just get the boots, you get the mangoes, just so you can spam that decay out as well too. All three lanes looking hot.
Oh, bash.
Maybe return kill.
Another bash will do it. Not going to get it. Needed a bash out of one of the two of those hits.
Another bash.
Oh, needs a bash.
Oh my god.
Not getting him. But Yatoro did have to take quite a bit of time to try and get that kill, and that's more than enough time for XXS to get back in on top of him in the Iron Shell, get the trade now with the Surge, might just find Rue. So, rectifying the lane decently, not quite able to get Rue, but it's still killing off Yatoro, something back the way of XG down there.
That was a fun little exchange, nice little bash, and then not getting the extra bash, of course, afterwards. I think XXS is actually kind of happy with that.
I think
because he gets like a double wave. He gets a double wave by himself as well too, so he gets the level 4 after skilling Vacuum, so it gets a fair bit.
So far over the mid, looking pretty even. Slightly a few more
charge
denies here for nothing to say, but the rotations are coming in.
Gets the rune.
If he can stay away from this lull, it's getting slowed down by the blood grenade. We'll slow them with the remnants. He's up.
And
the high ground. FI trying to chase. Nothing to say. He's going to try and hide in the pit. They're
Nowhere to
looking at
hide.
the vision for the Shadow Realm. He's that's a good spot there. They will still get him. The Remnant comes in. Lal, he cleans up a double. He might just get more. The root's going to connect onto X-Nova.
Wait, is this going to be a triple kill for Laurel?
That's going to be pretty huge. I mean, either way, however X-Nova dies, they're going to be happy. They are able to set it up so Lal gets that final touch. Triple kill for Lal.
I've never
4 minutes
seen
in.
a Storm get a triple kill pre-level 6. I gotta be honest with you, that was insane. Brought the numbers, it works. Even versus that March.
Oh,
nice. Bramble.
Again, not me with these brambles, tripping them up. The Shadow Realm hit comes in. What? Not quite going to be able to kill him, but definitely going to force him back to base there.
Crazy aggressive plays, and this is before that nighttime comes in for the Night Stalker too. They're just making moves all over the place.
I mean, this is what they needed to do, right? We said with Spirit with this lineup, we got to see them play it fast and aggressive, and they're certainly showing they're ready to do that.
100%, and Collapse on the meanwhile just left on his own up here too. We see the build he's gone for too. 3 points in the Silence, the newer build that we're seeing more people go for here. He's got phase boots. Arm is looking super good.
Silence, as we say, going to be incredibly obnoxious for a lot of XG's heroes early on.
Yeah.
XG need time. See if they're going to be able to buy that for themselves.
It's a lot of Galvanized stacks too for the Storm very early that he usually doesn't end up getting. He's probably up to what, 4 now? Yeah, 4 here in that mid lane. He's going to hit 6 fairly earlier as well, too, because of all those extra kills to be able to potentially make those moves. Nothing to say. Looks like he might get it first, though, still, with the way the rotations came in. Power Rune, though. Laro's gonna get the protection for it, and he gets a regen. Probably one of the best ones he can find here at this point. Quick move to the portal, sending the Undying top NS. Almost level 6.
I like to try and go quick on the dive once they hit the 6.
They're bringing the Willow up too.
Snova.
They got the scan. They expected the move with the way that they're playing here. Collapse can still heal up a bit more here. Can eat another creep. And he sees backpacking those gauntlets every time. Triple backpack of the gauntlets into the eating a creep.
Down bottom. Max Success having to keep his distance.
Securing it for Yatoro. All 3 of those cores in a better spot than they're opposing. It'll be a 1-for-1 wisdom. And Laurel overall in this game, we do have to mention the lack of disables, right? Yes, there's going to be this annoying shard.
Sure,
right,
but that's
the Tinker, but
that's a few minutes away. Outside of that, it's maybe getting lucky with the charge connection, but you're dodging those. So
overall for this, the Storm Spirit game.
I mean, do you go for some build on the Spectre where you get the Orchid in there early, or is that just kind of griefing? You have to stick with this Radiance Manta.
Yeah, well, depending on which build, we'll see what Alma even wants to go for.
Sure. Those look pretty good for the Storm's prospects this game.
Collapse trying to go for the dive.
Oh, nothing to say. He's come in to try and help out with the defense.
Zombies.
And we'll focus the Tombstone here slowly but surely. Already, though, X-Nova dies.
Charge onto Collapse, but
Lars ready to dive in, and they get the grab. Vortex on a nothing to say. It's going to go for the second TP out, and we'll make it before any of the roots connect.
Very heads up TP from him, but the aggression from Spirit, we said this is what, I mean, this is definitely the reason why they went for the NS.
Yep,
it's all about this aggression. We're seeing it coming into play. XG's lineup, it is more about the later in the mid game, of course, too, but so far the pressure absolutely building up here. But as you said, a lot of times when there is a Darkseer in a lineup, it kind of looks like this, right? The Darkseer plays for himself, gets to level 7, is going to get those Ion Shells going onto one of the supports, and then they can look to play better around it. But the supports, again, also can be pretty low level if you don't have a good lane with the Darkseer as well, too. So level 4 on the SB. Toro is 7. He's got the Falcon Blade.
He might be in trouble here. And they're bringing it back up out in time. TP's coming in. Yatoro still alive, but the illusions will bring him down. Spirit, they'll look for a trade, see if they can find Collapse, but the Haunt comes in from Arme. Sets up for the double kill for X-Nova.
Good movement. Success. Still healthy.
Too much for them to go on. Not me. Left Shadow round back up in a few seconds. Charge comes in from an angle. They get the vacuum back.
That's the power of those shells.
XG striking back on the other side of the map.
Like how they bring even Ame and just get that extra number, get him involved into some extra kills as well. And yeah, the power of the Darkseer, right? It's always around that level 7 that it comes in with the extra.
Collapse
now.
Still hanging around. Good Gus comes in as well. Puts a stop to the charge. Sets up for the damage coming onto FY. Not enough to kill him, though.
Backing some of that damage. First nighttime, soon disappearing. Still in a comfortable position, of course, but we did see a good punch back there from XG with that first taunt coming in. Stabilizing the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Split back up across the lanes. Not feeling that XG is going to be coming straight back down to the bottom lane.
We saw NTS change the build, right? I believe I saw the blink. He was deciding to go for it instead.
Oh, the Dagon rush.
Yeah,
yep.
I think it makes a little more sense too. Just to follow up. Then he actually can just burst something like the Drow with the Spirit Breaker charge. They can go for these type of aggressive plays on the side. More standard. And then he is going to go down that Dagon route. That can be very strong, right? But overall for the Drow, like a pretty low HP hero. You do just get laser dagoned from super far away. And Ame, okay, showing. He is going to go the Radiance. Goes for the Urn, the small item in between. Get another one.
XG. Again, finding ways to get nothing to say involved early.
The power of his Tinker, right? Up to level 10 now. Even though the lane We did see those extra kills to the Storm Spirit. He's able to make these rotations. Playing around Darkseer is nice too. Just being able to join in easily.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom global presence from XG.
Look at the catch onto XXS. TPs are coming in. Charge as well. Close. Does still die. Have just enough mana to get away on the Storm, but not me. Will get left behind.
Oh, it's a nice creep that he has too. As he said, a bit of lack of stuns for them. He does have a Centaur creep for now. He might die, but could have actually almost caught the Storm Spirit. It was very close to the stun catching him. XG striking back. Yeah, the global potential, we're absolutely seeing it to be able to match Spirit's movements.
Yes, it's very strong. And if XG do get the chance to kind of keep this game even and the Radiance comes online for the Spectre,
scaling is
he
there.
can't help but feel that Spirit are going to have trouble
Yep.
down the line. This is not going to get easier for Spirit. They've got to somehow try and maintain the advantage. Now slips away and the Spectre starts to get the chance to hit the creeps and Arme gets this Radiance Manta timing. It's going to be very, very hard. And you kind of consider their draft.
And it's nothing to say Tinker all at the end of the day, too. Like, yes, there's the answer with the Storm Spirit in a way versus him, but as we said, it kind of goes both ways, and he's up to level 11 now. He's starting to get that, that big increase for himself. Arme?
Yeah, they've got to try and put some sort of pressure onto Arme. They were able to snipe his courier, so the Talisman of Evasion's out of the game for a little bit.
Nice juke there of the Bramble. Not able to get the connection. Trying to accelerate a bit here to look for an early tower, but does look like XG will be able to get at least an exchange. They are going for the push down bottom as well. Good vision as well in these last moments that XG was able to place, so they get to watch where the Storm Spirit is, know where Laurel is. They know that most of that aggression is going to come out from him early, unless they see it's nighttime or the NS pops ult. Most of that early game move is going to be around that Storm. They do keep tabs of him with that vision. Ion Shell too, it can be a fair bit of damage if he does get the connection, but not quite able to that time.
XXS walking up pretty deep. How's FY to help? Shatora and Brood did try and chase.
Some lack of this catch. Definitely seeing it at least for, versus XXS in particular. Is a tanky Undying? Not something they want to go for.
Not at all. Not something that Nothing to Say wants to get involved in either. No. And it's this deep on the map.
If he pushes far too bit forward, then they'll probably go for him here, but don't want to waste too much time for him here. Game slowing down.
XG. So see if they can find.
He got another Centaur, I believe, right? So they did they're making sure that they have that secondary stun.
Not sure what they're going to catch here. I mean, maybe they get a chance to take out Collapse again. The smoke's over to Arme.
The damage builds up very quickly because they'll have the double or triple Ion Shell plus the follow-up stun from the Centaur with the Spirit Breaker. Collapse seems to know something's up though.
Yeah, I guess they were just trying to be there in case a smoke move came in towards the Spectre, ready to protect Arme, but wasn't the case.
And we see the build. The Collapse is going for a bit of an interesting one. He has a Yule's queued up. He is playing versus the Tinker, versus the Darkseer is incredibly good versus, honestly, even the Spirit Breaker too, right? So it does have its merits. Not the standard you do see from it so often, though. And actually, I'm sorry, really quick. Can we see if XG... Is anyone even building an Essence Distiller?
Got to be one.
Just the Wyvern, okay.
Excellent.
So, yeah. I was making
they will have it, yeah.
They better. Playing versus Night Stalker, playing versus Storm. Oh, he's going to have the benefits. And yeah, he's pretty much got it. He's getting pretty close having it finished. Okay, Nighttime has been hit again. Does Spirit want to look to make an aggressive move or not?
Like
it's slowing down.
Right. Yeah, this is... I mean, you can't help but feel that XG are feeling kind of cozy in this position.
Arme, Fear will connect.
These are the sort of kills Spirit need to find. They can't let Arme get this sort of space.
And it's a pretty efficient one too. Arcane Rune. So Laurel does have the mana to continue to look for another move.
Over the mid.
Long zip.
Catch on to X-Nova. We'll get off the ultimate.
Bramble.
The curse. Pot Embrace as well, try and buy a bit more time. XXS watching from the side, seeing if there's a chance to do anything here, but no, won't be the case. Tombstones drop down, they don't want to fight into it.
Whoopsie also. Accidentally walked into a Bramble there. Collapse with this Nighttime. Looking for more.
Drop the wall down. Okay. Burst through, not me. I mean, in any of these sort of plays where they're finding a trade, XG, I'll be okay with that.
They don't lose the tower either. Oh, and he actually is able to get the rune as well. Nothing to say. Confidently blinking forward. The levels on the Tinker are just crazy. Just how much ahead he is still. Like a full 2.5 or almost 3 levels ahead of Laurel. Zero does farm at absurd paces, of course, but...
What do you imagine the timing is going to be for Yatoro on the Drow? Like, when is he going to look to try and get more proactive with the pushing with the team? Like, how early can he start to...
I think now he can.
To step forward with them.
I think Manta, and even if he can get to the Pike, it's an amazing Pike game.
Sure.
Playing versus the Spirit Breaker, playing versus the Spectre, being able to distance them from yourself. But I think Spirit overall, you know, we are indicating and saying a bunch of things about like timing. Spirit is a team that usually doesn't feel like timing team either.
I mean, they are a team that kind of makes the late game work with lineups that you don't always expect. And into matchups that you don't always expect. You know, a lot of teams, they wouldn't want to do a drown to a Spectre in a 60-minute game. Yatoro, he's probably one of the carries that says, hey, easy.
There's
I'll do
possibilities.
it.
Yeah, just got to itemize. And he is farming, honestly, like look at the difference between him and the Spectre, right? Like, yes, the Tinker's massive, but Yatoro has almost 3,000 ahead of the Spectre. So...
That is true. The lead he has right now is pretty impressive.
And Ame is not really getting too much freedom.
No, these are big moves.
Nice curse.
Okay, that curse might just do it. Gives Ame the chance to live. In fact, the chance to turn.
What a play. Great positioning there.
And they have to come in with this, as you say. Ame still trying to find that Radiance timing. XG have to keep him alive, allow him to get to that point. He's very close, just a few hundred gold off it, and then that will be obviously the pickup that does give him the chance to start closing that gap in net worth between him and the Drought.
They're looking for him again. He is far forward. There's no curse this time. There's going to be the Embrace.
If they can save him a second time. Vortex comes in, nothing to say, coming across.
Cancel.
Ame, caught by the root, the cold Embrace, not enough to save him, not me. Finishes him off.
Nothing to say, made the call. That never mind, it looked like there, right? He was TPing in, they popped the glyph.
I mean, that one definitely hurts, right? They did everything they could to save Ame the first time. Gets a little too confident, feeling that the team can bail him out a second time. They couldn't.
He's especially the position where he is.
He pushed forward pretty deep.
Super deep there.
That's one of those times where you save your carry and you're like, we saved him. Great, he's not going to go there. He went there.
Nothing to say, though. He's like, don't worry. I'll make up for it. Level 16.5. Pretty wild. I mean, yeah, it's insane how much solo experience this hero gets. It still surprises me sometimes.
Yeah, super fast levels.
Yeah.
The XPM's going to be very, very high on this Tinker.
800. 250 ahead of the next, almost. That's pretty nuts. Collapse did end up committing for the Seals, as we said, a lot of different reasons that it can have that benefit. And still keeping themselves at least ahead in the gold, as we say. And yeah, this is probably one of the slowest Radiants I think I've seen from a Spectre, Owen.
Oh, yeah,
it's almost 20 minutes.
You've not seen mine, but...
I have. I think you've gotten faster.
Damn.
No, I thought I mean, he's getting pressure. 0-3.
Yeah, they're going for him. They're making
him.
it very tough for him. Well, as you say, nothing to say. He's sort of holding the team together with how good of a game he's having. And, of course, the XXS Darkseer not too far behind him. No. Spirit, get the chance to make the jump here onto X-Nova.
Laurel still continuing to get all these kills too unstoppable.
Coming in with a horn, Ame wants to get involved. Looks to try and close the gap straight away over towards Yatoro. They see if they can find the Drow. The illusions, he's taking him down. Yatoro will fall. They do lose nothing to say. And Collapse, Rue, and Lar, they're still pretty strong here as they'll bring down FY. Can they chase and dive forward for Ame? I think they can. Under the tower, completely alone. They went all in their Spirit to get Yatoro, but it cost them their entire team. Oh, sorry, XG. Everybody's dead. I mean, he wanted a haunt in, go for this kill on Yatoro. They get it, but losing everybody for it, that's going to feel rough.
Look at Laurel. He's up to 14 galvanized.
Yeah,
and they get the Tinker kill as well, too. And as we said, he's kind of a pinata to pop with all those levels. They get an insane amount of XP. Little fun thing, too. I actually, this is an old school mechanic thing that I was trying to remember about here, too, is this Tombstone. It hurts a lot versus Spectre. You can't isolate targets. There's always a unit next to it, so you don't actually get that desolate damage.
The Tombstone's very strong.
It's really obnoxious. They did get the connection there, and Yatoro, honestly, like some of this pathing didn't really go into his favor as we saw there, but yeah, the cleanup, the Tombstone. we mentioned it's going to be a problem.
It is.
It didn't get hit
nobody
once.
wants to deal with it.
It didn't
Nobody
get hit
wants
once.
to touch it.
0 attacks. So that's going to happen quite a lot in this game.
Yeah. No real way to deal with it. Arme not able to get out at the end there alive.
No,
it's super tough to fight into.
Yep.
You know, again, feeling that sort of difference. And honestly, it was very close to not even getting the Drow kill. If XXS didn't get the wall down and get that illusion of Yatoro would have got out.
Brew. Not tanky enough. Has a couple bracers to his name, but fully ganked out here.
Yatoro, next fight, he should have the Hurricane Pike. So with that taken into account, it's not going to be as simple for Arme to just kind of jump in with the Haunt.
But Arme also now has the Radiance.
He does.
A lot stronger in comparison to what he was, but it's quite slow. He's still behind the offlaners by a decent margin here. Well, the Night Stalker in particular. Darkseer, you're always going to be behind until super late. Another Arcane rune. Laurel's getting, I want to say, like 90% of these power runes as well.
Oh. Got the setup, and as always, Not Me's there ready to help out. Nothing to say he's going to come in to try and bail him out, but cannot do so. Lal, godlike here. 9-0-4 as the Storm Spirit, having a beautiful game. And once again, Spirit able to take Arme out of the action, slow him down.
Literally styling on Laurel. And as you said, right, there's not a lot of stun. It's just, you're really seeing him just able to get in and out of the fights constantly. Extra damage coming in. They do now have that Ags on the Tinker. So, I mean, nothing to say. He's honestly the real carrier. And it tends to be the case when he's playing his Tinker, but yeah, Ame's level 12. Drow now level 16. Nothing to say 18.
Yeah, that's
It's
crazy.
a rare
The
disparity.
level difference is pretty insane.
Even the Willow is higher level than Ame.
Yeah, I mean, Nobby's been turning up for all these great plays, right?
Yeah,
We've seen it
he's
pretty much
everywhere.
be, well, it's 6, 3, 11. He's been to 17 of the 20 kills. Another one here for Lal to get involved with, him and Yatoro.
These are big kills, and this is around potential Roshan timing that they can go for here, even though it's daytime. So this actually catches XG probably pretty off guard because of they're making aggressive moves during day and not popping Ascensions.
It's a little risky, though, because Haunt is back up. So XG could still bring together some sort of play around the Roche Pit, and they're going to have the Curse back up in 20 seconds with the Wyvern.
Maybe they wanted a bigger kill than the Wyvern before they just committed to a Roshan, because they can't kill it pretty safe with the Undying.
Yeah,
But
I think it's just that the team fight from XG is still pretty formidable, right?
True.
They've got some great combos.
Always with the Darkseer, especially when he's got the Blink, he's got Shivas. That Vacuum, it will connect on at least like 2-3 heroes every time now with the AoE. BKB now for the Storm as well. Difficult to see how they bring down Laurel.
Yeah, he has to make a big mistake, and so far he's not shown any sign of making any mistakes this game, Lal. Flawless gameplay so far.
Like if he gets cursed, right,
then,
next to the Drow, then they can get the setup.
A curse might do it.
Rare to see.
Nice success. He went for the rune.
Another one.
He's going to regret that.
Beyond, yeah, this is an outrageous Storm Spirit performance.
I guess that's the funny thing as well. On the other side of things, it's also a pretty outrageous Tinker performance. It's just a lot harder for Nothing to Say to sort of have the impact at this stage of the game as the Storm is, even though he has this insane amount of levels. And, he's doing everything, more than everything possible. He's doing everything on this Tinker. Just at the moment in this game, it's just not enough against how much Lal can do as a Storm.
And he's much more vulnerable, right? If Nothing to Say steps out of position for a second, he's probably just dead. If the Storm steps out of position, he's like, you guys have no stuns. I can just zip away.
Yep. They'll give the Aegis to Yatoro. Lal doesn't need it.
Yeah. Even though he is like the best Aegis carrier, that's how confident.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not going to die.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Some really nice plays from Spirit. Now they have the Blink as well, too, on Collapse, so bypassing the front line, getting into the back line versus the Wyvern and the Tinker. Now an easier option for him. They're looking pretty lax this game, Spirit. Looking pretty comfortable as the game progresses, even though they are into this Spectre. His farm is just that slow on the Spectre.
Those kind of, 3, 4 back-to-back deaths, really, where Spirit made moves to get out and catch him. Worked out very well for Spirit. Slowing Arme down.
It's shocking that he's still trying to build toward this Manta style. Without the Manta, he's still very vulnerable as well. And always during this nighttime, you can kind of see that the way that they show on the map. No one on XG wants to show on a creep wave, really. It's very dangerous for them to do so.
No, especially with this Blink coming out for a Collapse. So many ways for Team Spirit to get the jump.
And when you're the team, when you're playing with, you have Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, you have like tons of global ways to play around if people are split up and you're the one scared to, it says a lot.
Collapse. We've got the Yule set up.
I really like this Yule's pickup, honestly. It's not the most natural you see on the Night Stalker, but can definitely see all these reasons for it.
That's the thing with the Spirit Breaker's sort of dead. They don't really have any real way to hunt for kills themselves, actually. It's kind of just a game of waiting for Spirit to come to them and then hoping that Nothing to Say and XXS can sort of set up some defensive team fight to allow Arme to keep this game going and catch back up in this.
It is quite difficult for them to find any of these connections. And into Aegis, we're seeing Spirit really put the pressure on with it. They're looking for these tier 2s, looking to shrink the map even more for Arme. And overall, yeah, the Drow, like if you are this ahead on a Drow versus the Spectre, that matchup doesn't matter. No, you just start itemizing. You can either go for your silver edges and whatnot. To just
because you're pretty much over a full item ahead.
A full item
in this matchup here, Yatoro versus Arme.
And he's just going tower to tower, so he's gonna get that much more for himself and his team. No BKB yet.
Gonna get the setup. See Arme come across to try and stop them from getting the kill. They'll come in with the BKB though, and still Nothing to Say off. They might just get Arme on top of it, and they will. Well, continuing to dominate this game.
He needs a big award for this one so far with how he's performed his mid, though.
That's a great fear. Not me. Gets all three of them perfectly around the edge of the fear to ensure that Yatoro on the second life, he's perfectly fine.
And teams connecting. Another kill.
Let it go the way of Yatoro on top of it. I mean, not me on this Willow. We're seeing some of the teams bring the Willow back in. It's looking great. And in some of these Willow players' hands, it's looking pretty unbelievable.
He's everywhere, right? Like every time you look for a play that's happening, he's there. Anytime you see them setting up a play, he's there to see.
And he's always hitting multiple heroes with his brambles, and with his fears. He doesn't miss here. Not me.
Now, Spirit's playing this. I mean, it's beautiful to watch how they're everywhere, right? They're top, they're mid, they're bottom. They instantly are literally collapsing with him as well.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you have this Night Stalker pick, they talked obviously about the fact that there is this Essence Distiller that can be incredibly potent against him and use a lot of his powers against himself. It doesn't really matter, though, when the team's this far ahead. Like, who cares if they see you all if you're killing them all?
No, and Collapse he's literally only died the once. The way that he's playing, he's just not giving them these opportunities to set up.
No.
And XG, you can see they're scared. They're scared to look for these plays with their globals now at this point. Because Ame he turns up and dies as well, too. He's not getting that extra farm. Another jump.
Collapse. He's in here with Not Me.
Ame.
Yule's control onto Ame for now. Not Me just being annoying here for the Spectre. Into the brambles. I mean, Not Me just toying with them, buying time for the rest of Team Spirit to come in and pick them apart one by one. Arme's gone. Lol, beyond godlike as he continues this streak. Will they even lose Collapse? The charge comes back in. Collapse still surviving. Finally goes down. Not Me has to go for the BKB TP out. XXS is going to get left behind. It's a triple kill for Lal. 4 dead on XG.
They're just cleaning up. Yatoro and Laurel just killing absolutely everybody there. They, as you said, they barely even get Collapse at the end of it all. Like, it looked like Ame kind of just accepted his death, right? He was just like, screw it, I'm dead. Like, he just kind of ran in.
It's got to be a frustrating game for him.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
Like, you can't, you're getting ganked, you're getting multiple times. It seems to be impossible for him to find a safe space to farm this game. Spirit keep finding him.
And honestly, Not Me, like you said. He just toyed with him in that fight, right?
Yeah, this is...
Gets the pollen bag on him, Yules him, controls him, kites him, gets him into multiple brambles, and then Ame's like, what am I doing here? Some really nice play. Spirit just with that Aegis. They get Aegis, they win like what? They get 4 or 5 kills, they take tier 2 bottom, tier 2 mid, tier 2 top. As methodical as you could kind of say it, right? Very scripted how Spirit's playing. 30 kills at 30 minutes. Laurel, untouched.
Not Me. Teasing around with Nothing to Say.
He didn't pop the BKB.
Felt that he'd have a chance to get out. He did not. Lal and Yatoro surround him. FI tries to get Not Me. Will at least get something.
Yatoro?
They're looking for Yatoro. They'll get the bash and the charge in onto him. So this time, XG not going away empty-handed. Arme also being the one to get that kill against Yatoro.
Very important for him to get this. Game was starting to get incredibly one-sided. They were literally finding like almost nothing on the side of XG, finally able to punch back. Yeah, it's a scary thing for the Tinker, right? When you're playing versus Storm, it's still the same thing as the old times. Didn't pop the BKB for an instant stun, immediately just flies out of nowhere and catches him. But yeah, Ame, finally able to get involved.
A little bit of something. That's something.
BKB also finished up for the Spirit Breaker. Little something extra, but wow, yeah, Laurel, 28 galvanized at 31 minutes, one of the highest I've seen. BKB now for Collapse as well. Multiple different ways to save Rue.
Tinker's coming in, they want to try and help him out. They won't be able to save him. Rue goes down, XXX gets the vacuum wall down onto Collapse. Lars, he just goes straight into the midst of them all. They'll put the BKB, they'll look over towards the backlines, try and get rid of the Riven first. Ghost Scepter buys some safety here for X-Nova, but he will not be able to get over the tree line. X-Nova goes down. They do lose Collapse.
Ame.
The Curse Crown onto him, not me. On his own will not have enough damage, surely. No, indeed, the laser comes in, blows him up. XG, keep Ame alive this time.
Nice little plays there, XG. Striking back, forcing a buyback even from Rue, as we see there. Starting to get the ball rolling, starting to get these kills for Ame. The levels are starting to come in for him, which are very important. Up to 19 now.
Definitely starting to see signs of a bit of a swing back in XG's favor. Still going to take a few more mistakes from Spirit to sort of allow Spirit, but allow XG to kind of get that lead.
Next most important thing is going to be contesting that Roche.
Yeah.
If XG can somehow get that Roche or steal the Aegis away from them, would be massive.
And they'll certainly bring that team fight to them.
Oh yeah.
They will not sit back and let that one go for free.
The straight-up 5v5 engagements, if they do have those numbers there, they can take those fights, rallied around the Darks here if they get the connections. Ame just can't start those fights. Can't get caught solo at the start of these things, as we've seen a couple times now.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be super aware of Yatoro's positioning in these fights now with the Silver Edge pretty much done. Yeah, there it is. So having a further answer here to the Spectre if Ame doesn't get kind of a clean entrance and kill into the fight.
Okay, Roche, it is up. Tormentor going to be the choice there for XG.
Not the quickest and easiest Tormentor.
They're not killing it the best.
But they'll slowly but surely take it down. Shard goes the way of X-Nova.
Yeah, they TP out immediately. Dangerous position to be that low. What is it, 7k kind of swingish, or 6k in the last few minutes? Does mean that the Roche is probably left open for Spirit to get. I don't know if XG makes it there in time now. They're getting a little scared though.
Yeah, Spirit expect that some sort of team fight is going to be heading their way. They know that all the ultimates are up from XG.
They might catch them off guard, because XG might think that they're finishing that Roche, and they might just get caught because of this movement. Maybe that's what Spirit's trying to set up for here. Smoking themselves, walking out, they're going to go into him.
Collapse. Getting in with the silence. Fear coming in from the side here, on towards them, but XXS got the BKB off first. Heads in forward, trying to find some sort of setup here for the wall. Curse momentarily locks down La, but not for long enough. He already got the BKB off. Collapse taken into the tombstone. They'll keep him alive, but Ame just gets shredded by Yatoro. He tries to turn up to the fight, but now at this point, Yatoro with the Silver Edge has easily enough damage to clean up the Spectre with no questions asked. XXS taken down. They don't get anybody. The tombstone save coming in clutch there from Rue to keep Collapse alive.
Just super heads up, right? XG probably thought that they were finishing the Roche. They do that smoke play, they get out, and they catch the perfect target, right? They catch the Wyvern on the front line, gets the curse off, but it's on a single target. Don't have the rest of the follow-up, and Ame just gets evaporated. Yatoro, I believe, gets the Silver Edge hit onto him. Rue?
Yeah, we'll see again here.
Yeah, right on the front line. They catch literally the dream.
They didn't expect to sort of find them at this angle and in this position. And you see for a lot of the fight, XX just kind of runs down in the river. He's trying to find some sort of dream setup here for the vacuum wall. Just couldn't really find it this time. And yeah, the damage from Yatoro when he gets that free sort of angle to just lay down the damage into the Spectre.
Solo.
Doesn't stand a chance right now, Ame.
Oh, solo kill, but he's going to lose his life for it. Gets 1,000 gold for killing Collapse, but then ends up giving a lot there to Yatoro as well.
It's all right. With that Aegis, easily able to buy time until he has the BKB online. And then at that point, he's also going to be very hard to kill. Not really, you know, for the same reason they don't have the lockdown to stop the storm. They don't really have the lockdown to kind of stop him from getting the BKB off. So this drought also going to be super hard to kind of guarantee a kill against in the team fights.
And there's just a lot of attention. There's a lot of problems that Laurel is honestly causing with how big he is this game. Won't be able to steal this one. Not me. We'll have to back away.
Radiant are scanning.
And not me also considering treating himself to a dagger.
Cast range, baby. Inching forward. Trying to get some information. Expected the ward.
Yep.
He's got the blink. He's got the Yules. Doesn't get the Yules off.
Let's see how much time he could sort of buy for himself there. Well, the Shadow Ramen and the blink. And he's still under vision.
Oh. SB ult. That we got him.
Spirit. See where they want to go to next. Armate does have the next big pickup. The Scardy's done.
Not really into too much healing, of course, but good versus these ranged heroes. Soul Rip, sure, it'll reduce a little bit of it here, but... Laurel, 25 has been hit. With Conjurer's Catalyst. So the timing, I mean, Laurel, besides already having literally the best game I've seen from him in a long time, one of the best Storm Spirit games, period, he now has the literal best timing, too. And Yatoro, the bauble, with the attack speed plus range. Ame. We'll be able to pop the Lincolns away. And yeah, of course, we do have to point out that they did give the Aegis again to Yatoro, not the Storm, who's beyond godlike, and it's a Storm Spirit.
They're like, he's not going to die.
Says a lot. Continues to show that Laurel does not feel the fear. Close to that 25, also on Yatoro. Lotus now for collapse. A little bit extra protection versus this annoying Tinker. Tinker hates to play versus two of these items, and it's Yules and Lotus in particular.
Difficult game for nothing to say.
Cool. Goes for this Krullas. A little bit extra protection for himself as well, too. But still, as we're seeing, it's hard for them to make these kind of like individual plays. He's going to go for a Hex next, because it's really just the Spirit Breaker who can make these plays, as we're seeing still.
And they buy themselves enough time. XG. Spirit looking pretty unstoppable right now.
Yeah. And Laurel just hunting. He's looking for something. He wants to catch somebody with this Catalyst. He's going to be doing so much damage in these fights. Darkseer now Aghanims is finished up, so extra little bit here for X Success to get on top of the Drow.
If they can land the team fight down on the Drow, could cause an issue for Yatoro.
1 minute left on the Aegis. Oh my god. That was very dangerous. Might still end up dying here, FY.
No TP for 30 seconds.
They catch him with the vision. They do.
BKB will not save him. No way to get out.
No. And even more kiting, right? If he gets to the Disperser as well, too, Yatoro's gonna have they're gonna have so many ways to reset, get in and out of the fights.
Might make a go for nothing to say, but no, he'll clear the wave, get out immediately.
You can look at the way that they're playing. Everyone's in the base on the side of XG. They're terrified. They're just trying to force these waves out, trying to get some extra, but Spirit really limiting what they can do. Okay, Aegis gonna get reclaimed. Spirit Breaker respawning. See what XG wants to do.
I'm queuing up the BKB, very much feeling that that fight's going to come, that he just has to be able to kind of get involved in and have some sort of chance against the silence and control. Spirit.
Daytime for a few moments, so Spirit kind of just chill, but XG still, they really can't get outside too effectively here.
No, they're terrified.
They really are.
They are continuing to just sort of hover right outside the base. They'll leave the base now.
Spirit
unit.
Spirit starting to maybe discuss these other items as well too. We see, I think, the Lotus for the Willow as well now starting to get queued up.
Okay, and actually getting the Basher a little early in the build, right? So opting away from the BKB, looking for something a bit more on the offensive.
More greed. Something to go through these BKBs as well to maybe get that extra lucky catch.
Sure. I mean, they need the lockdown.
They need it for Laurel.
You get a few bashes on Laurel, maybe they'll do it. Yeah, and indeed the Abyssal eventually. So between that, if they get the Abyssal on the Spectre and the Hex on Nothing to Say, then they can start to have those answers.
Yeah. Laurel has a lot of regen, so it's going to come back very quickly here. There's that disperser.
Hey, it's all right. Continue to be about 10k ahead of the farm of Arme Spectre.
Pretty wild. Next rush again, right? 1 minute. Spirit perhaps chilling until they do that, have that, because Collapse also getting close to another very big item. Actually probably has it if he sells the drums away.
Should do so here to free up the slot.
Yeah, pretty much finished up, and that's going to make the Tinker's game a lot harder, the Wyvern's game incredibly difficult. Ex-Nova's positioning is going to have to be pretty much perfect in these fights. No way to really protect yourself versus that Nullifier. Ame will be able to deny away at least that amp damage away from Team Spirit.
But not risk going down for that one.
No. And even a Nullifier for the Storm Spirit, so yeah, just difficult for these backliners. And this is also, of course, for the Tinker too, right? So getting rid of that Krellas. Roshan 20. Smoking up, looking for a catch. They still have a ward on the top side that might give them some information for a jump here. See if it does. Okay, they do see the Wyvern. I think they got a glimpse of the Darks here for a second too.
Bilal.
Look at this clash.
Dodging each other.
Maybe Spirit looking to try to claim some type of high ground positioning for the fight here to get some extra wards down. Roche, 25 seconds.
Okay.
Also controlling Secret Shop area a bit there too, so getting the Hex for Nothing to Say. Not yet, of course, but can be a little difficult perhaps.
Because he's quite close to the gold for it.
25 soon for Collapse. They're about to have 3 level 25 heroes to just the 1 25 on XG. It's real. The supports are actually higher level than the Darks here, even on the side of Spirit. That's nuts.
It's been involved in so many of the kills. So many of the plays here, not me.
Waiting outside this Roche. It's going to start shifting in about a minute. Oh, it's a regen rune bottom. Strong one for Laurel. Not me. Forces the roar. I was wondering what he was doing.
Seems like they know, though. You know, they're not kind of jumping straight in to see if anyone is in the pit.
As long as they can just keep throwing Essence Distillers into the pit, get that information. So, I mean, the great thing about this item is you don't have to commit to look inside the pit at times. Another smoke coming out here. It's about to be nighttime as well, too, on top of having Dark Ascension ready. So the fight for Spirit is going to get stronger as well, too, in the next 15 seconds. Right, here we go. Roche is shifting. Laurel does find that regen. Are they going to go for the kill?
They take
they're going
take it
for
quickly.
It. Oh, this is heads up.
Oh. Well, it's going to start moving.
I was going to say.
Okay, not quick enough to do it before he starts moving.
I was going to say, the problem is that they don't really have stuns to keep him in place that we have seen a lot of the teams do it. So, but the idea was cool. The idea is the right one.
Well, they're probably going to want to follow up on that because otherwise they just kind of set it low for Spirit to finish it off.
But they know that Spirit has control of this triangle area. It's very dangerous for them to shift into that high ground. XXS.
Oh, they do have the full Abyssal on Arme.
Okay, he's committed his gold. That means no buyback. Force the roar again. Laurel
Oh,
jumps.
gonna make the jump forward. They turn quickly over the gust. We'll see Arme jump over to the side of the fight, trying to get back in on the squishies.
Yatoro.
What's the BKB looking to chase Yatoro out of the action? They'll turn for the tombstone. Arme will go for the kill on route. They've killed off the Undying. They've taken out the tombstone. Zip forward for Lyle. Gets his hands on. Nothing to say. The Curse Crown connection hits onto the two of them and collapses in on top of them, beating them down. Sets up for Lyle to get the triple, who's still got mana to zip over towards XXS. They'll line up the kill against the Dark Sea. Ultra for Lyle.
What a beast.
And they've used 3 buybacks for this XG. They need something.
Yatoro has
come out of this.
Yatoro didn't even die. He was able to reset. Laurel's regenning the mana.
I mean, because we sort of saw the jump with the Haunt at the start. I think he just went fully over to the Dark Willow. They got the Dark Willow. Arme will get the Aegis pickup. The Aegis is in his hands. Can he kill off Lyle? They can.
will.
Finally, Lyle dies.
So much
Arme puts an end to the streak. I'll catch Rue as well up here on the cliffs.
He's stuck.
All right, they might have to use the 3 buybacks to stabilize the action, but they did get the kill out on the Roast. They got the Aegis.
Yatoro?
Can they get Arme out, though? Yatoro trying to fight here, 2 versus 3. They'll back off for now.
Yatoro trying to find a safe place to disengage and TP out. Actually, doesn't even TP.
They find any of them trying to escape. To get eyes on Not Me for a little bit of time, but he get the blink off.
Oh, this game crazy.
All right,
a lot of buybacks. They will be able to get
3
that
buybacks,
rush.
right?
Yeah, but Ame, I think he got the last hit also on Laurel, so he got like 1,000 gold extra.
I think he might even have got the last hit on the Roche as well. They got the Roche kill, they got the Aegis, they got Arme that opportunity to bring down Lyle.
It was close to because I think Laurel, he got the cheese, used it, almost survives because of it, but then that extra little bit of lockdown. Even though they're at that 14K deficit we're seeing, they can't take the fights if they do use excessive buyback.
Yeah, it's a massive fight.
And that was their biggest fight yet of this game, it feels like. So.
Absolutely. It's you know, Arme's now got himself back into a position where he's beginning to close in on Yatoro's farm. Still a fair way to go.
The way the fight started, too, it looked like it was going to go extremely well for XG, and then it just got super complicated. Yatoro was able to distance himself, and they were honestly so split. That's where Spirit was able to get success. But then after those buybacks, XG able to at least secure themselves that Roche for Ame.
Next pick up for Yatoro. It's just going to be the Agnum's Blessing. Big items flying out though on the other side of things. Butterflies picked up as Ame takes apart that Radiance, gets the Butterfly and the Nullifier ready to slot in for the next team fight.
He's hitting critical mass.
He is.
He's getting to that point.
This is the point where things are scary for the lineup of Spirit. Now, we saw Spirit for the first kind of 40 minutes or so of this game have this dominance. It gets harder to enforce at this stage of the game against a Spectre that has now got his build online, Arme.
But they can bring the numbers, right? That's one thing. With all these buybacks used, that's when Spirit can bring these buybacks and can still fight back versus it, of course. Oop. Ame dropping dangerously low. We'll be okay, though. Yatoro, he gets the shard for free. Ame with 2 minutes of this Aegis, though. Should be able to finish up toward maybe even that next time.
Yeah, what does he want to go for next? He'd have to get rid of the treads.
Yeah. I think this is Disperser.
Yes, yeah.
Probably, so we'll have to say. Smoke up, Spirit. Still perhaps feeling confident into just taking the fight if they can find heroes isolated. Because overall, we did see, like, that fight, it got so split up that they did have that success. Laurel getting the Ultra kill. It was the numbers, as we said, for XG was necessary for them to come in with that success at the end.
Out on the map, if Spirit finds someone.
XG.
Nothing to say he's thinking about coming in to help out. He will not. They have to just let the Spirit Breaker die.
I think he saw
They
more.
don't know. They want to try and make this fight happen. They come with the cold play. Arme jumps over towards Yatoro with the fear for Not Me, catching onto XXS, and Arme pushes them back, allows Yatoro to bail out of this one. And will kill off the Wyvern.
In the Tombstone.
See if they can get the chance to finish off FY. They can. Yatoro ready to turn for more. Looks over towards Arme. Arme trying to close back in on towards Yatoro, but he's gone the once. That's the Aegis pop. They're trying to kill off Yatoro. XXS in on towards him. He'll slide over the pit. The Soul Repeal comes in. Yatoro survives. Turns. Shoots down Arme a second time. Triple kill for Yatoro. Everybody dead on XG.
They didn't even have to buy back anybody. I mean, Spirit sometimes with the way that they use these team fights is insane.
And that might be that. Everybody's dead. No buybacks available on Extreme Gaming.
Holy, I mean, look at the damage from Laurel and from Yatoro.
They just couldn't kill him. They couldn't kill Yatoro there.
Huge heal.
Just sort of slip sliding all over the place. Again, an insane fear coming in from Not Me. that kind of bails Yatoro out of that initial attempt that XG were throwing at him.
And then-
they know they can close the game up now, Spirit.
And then Rue, right? The heals, the tombstone.
GG.
Wow. All right, Spirit. They are so beautiful to watch in team fights.
That's crazy. Yeah, a great game from Spirit. A little bit of a pushback from XG around that Roshan, but Spirit, they did not care one bit. They knew with those buybacks expended, their team fight was still going to be strong enough, and the potential to keep Yatoro safe and alive into a fight where Arme, he was the one with the Aegis. He had the 2 lives. It didn't matter. They get through him 2 times.
Yeah, I mean, it's super impressive. And we do see right here, I mean, not me having an insane game on the Willow,
The Willow
I have to be
play
honest.
was-
Laurel, beyond godlike, obviously the MVP, but this guy putting an argument for it with this Willow play.
Crazy stuff all around the board there from Spirit. They take game 1 here against XG.
Somehow, when these two teams go head-to-head against each other, they always deliver, and this game 1 of this series was no different. This is a great first game. I think everybody's already excited, looking forward to game number 2. But let's, like the players that we saw Extreme Gaming just on the graph screen, we want to also try to break this game down. Here's Silver Saber, Light Fly, and Jenkins. Jenkins, this was a great one. Where do you want to start?
Oh, geez, where do we start? I mean, first pick Drow Ranger.
Yes.
And they managed to make it work. Like, Spirit is just really confident that they can play around him in the game and in the fights. And we saw it in the last fight. Like, all of the eggs were in the save Yatoro basket, and even into an Aegis, it's enough. As long as they're playing really well. There was a lot of, like, really high-level plays in this game, which we will get into. Stuff with baiting Roshans and other cool things like that the Spirit were doing. The game was not easy for them.
No.
But they clutched.
They clutched, and that's the way I guess they normally do it. From the laning stage, oh no, I'm gonna start different because Saber, you were critical about the Night Stalker pick. As the Night Stalker player, this is of course bearing a little bit of extra weight there. How'd you feel you did?
Yeah, I was, but just like a chef, it doesn't matter what kind of ingredients you have, as long as you know how to cook. And I would say Collapse cooked.
Yeah.
He cooked real hard.
Approved.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, like, you know, is it good NS game, is it bad? I think they played really well, especially in the early game. They made it work. They somehow won this lane, which I did not think can happen. And yeah, I mean, if you manage to win the lane, then it's a good hero.
I think it says something about a Spectre Wyvern lane if a Night Stalker is... I think they had like 2 kills by 5 minutes, and then it's nighttime, and Night Stalker has like 1 kill, 1 assist. How are you going to lane there against this guy?
Yeah, I think we all expected the lane to go a little differently, and I mean, Collapse saw the vision. You know, he asked for it, I imagine, and
Ame saw the vision too when he daggered Collapse.
Next Nova saw it too.
Everybody saw everything this game. It was just map hack for everybody, pretty much.
But that makes it all the cooler that the fights that we saw, I feel like both teams at times went just all in.
Yeah, I think the fights were really cool to watch this game, and I think Laurel, you know, being our MVP is very much justified. I think he had a standout performance. He was able to just snowball the game, and when Storm snowballs, he gets all these like galvanized stacks, and he's just a menace on the map, and he was able to open up most of the fights. The team fights were crazy because, again, everybody had vision of everything. It was like a saving private Yatoro versus like everybody trying to get on top of this drow and take her down. And we had some really clutch saves with the tombstone. We had a lot of like really nice terrorizes by Not Me, and it was a really cool game to watch in terms of how the team fights played out.
Yeah, we had 2 MVPs, I guess, in mind that were a bit fighting against each other. Laurel, obviously great, only down the ones, but Yatoro, you gotta respect the first pick draw there too, and the way you delivered Saber.
And Tal said it. Ame will want the draw now.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, this seems so
Here
nice.
we go.
I somehow wasn't able to kill this draw with a Spectre and Darkseer and Spiritbreaker. I honestly could not believe that they weren't able to get him in these last few fights. It feels impossible. You have the Haunt, you have the Vacuum, and yeah, Team Spirit just played so well. They protected him, they like kited them around, they picked off the supports, and they won these team fights, even though I don't think it should be easy at all to play against the Dire Draft.
In your guys' experience, I want to know, is there any credence to one team like Spirit saying, if we play the saving private drow strat against Extreme, we think we are just better at team fighting than they are, and that they will not win if this is the sort of game that they play. Is there this like thought process when it comes to drafting versus a specific team that you force them into some strategy that you simply think you are better at handling than they are?
I think for sure there's probably some of that going through Spirit, because I think both of these teams excel at team fighting. I think I would say it's one of Extreme Gaming's also strengths.
It is.
And Spirit is just that confident in their Drow strategy that I think they're fine going toe to toe when it comes to team fighting.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Drow at some point die in a team fight, which Fly you wanted to highlight, and Drow did die.
Yeah, I think this fight was around the 20-minute mark, and honestly, this could have been Extreme Gaming's fight, even though Spirit gets the jump, and I think this was about the same time where Spectre was about to get the Radiance. But I think he jumped before actually getting the Radiance on him, and so Spirit gets a jump. There's a counter initiation by Extreme with the Spectre. She then gets the Radiance delivered mid-fight, but it's kind of too late. And all this time, we talked about the Tombstone, and this Tombstone is just a menace. There's so many zombies on the map, nobody's touching it because their heroes are not equipped to deal with Tombstone this early in the game, that this kind of led into snowballing the game from Spirit's point of view, because that Radiance fight for Spectre, it has to be a clean fight.
Yeah, it was very painful, because at that point still I think a lot of people were like, you know, Extreme Gaming, they're doing well, nothing to say on a stinker, having a decent game there as well. But yeah, that was a rough moment. There was another rough moment. Jenkins, you want to highlight a little bit of a carry diff situation potentially?
I think it was the Roche double roll the clip so I can remember. They went in and they hit Roshan, so it roared, and then this forces XG to go check the pit, but Spirit actually smoked out and went for the kill here. And finding X-Nova as your first target as a Night Stalker, like literally he didn't even blink. It was just X-Nova was in the front because they did not expect for Spirit to be making this play.
Yeah.
Spirit tried to do the same thing again later with Nami going into the pit, hitting Roche, so it roared, and Extreme did not take the bait that time. But little plays like this, like we saw this in the first series as well, Falcons doing things like this, where instead of just running into Roche and going for the Aegis and doing like the typical play, they do the subversive thing. And it's just beautiful to me, because it only works against really good Dota players, where they're like, we cannot give this Roche away. Like, we're going to lose the game, so we need to go. But Spirit's predicting this, and they do the 5-head play of smoking into them.
And that caused for us to watch some great Roshan fights. And around minute 46, Saber, there was one of those exactly.
Yeah, I wanted to look at this team fight because that's one of the few Extreme team fights that they won. So I wanted to look at what exactly happened. They got the Draw Ranger, they got the vacuum on him, but they weren't able to finish him once again. I think he Shadowbladed away and they didn't have the vision on him. So now he just runs away. You can see him on the left side. He's just shooting the Darks here. He's just about to die to an illusion. Tinker's stepping in, and no, he just killed the illusion. They bought back 3 heroes for this, and I think they still weren't able to completely take it because they just kited them so well.
Yeah, they still got the Aegis at the end, but I think those 3 buybacks, because the fight we saw of them afterwards, that was the fight where they did not have any buybacks left, and that was just the nail in the coffin for that one. But yeah, we do see the attempt of Collapse stealing the Aegis, but Ame still gets his hands on it, so that's good for them. But this was of course moments away from disaster.
He did get refresher shard there, by the way, on Collapse. So
okay, he got something.
That's always nice. Yeah, that third or fourth Roche, whichever Roche that was. It, has all the juicy loot. Like, you have to go for it on someone. So even if you die.
To be fair, it was big that he stole the refresher, because a double haunt could be big problem for Radiant, or even double vacuum with double wall. So even though they maybe not necessarily lost the fight, even though they didn't get the Aegis, at least they stole the refresher and they forced 3 buybacks. So this was really nice fight for Spirit in the end.
So how do we feel about going into game 2 with the first game under our belt? What lesson? I mean, we know the Drow Ranger lesson, and I would be surprised if it doesn't get picked first phase.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the battle of the Drows now.
Yeah.
We'll see if they have first pick on Extreme.
True.
If they do, it'll be very funny if they just click the Drow Ranger, and Ame is gonna turn up for that one. I think Ame had not the best game this one, so I would like to see him having a better lane, be set up for a more successful game, basically. I want to see the Ame versus Yatoro showdown.
Proper.
Yeah.
I love that this is like not analysis of any Dota or what is meta. It's pure psychology. And it sounds like conjecture. It sounds like it shouldn't be true. But from what we've seen from these players after all of these years, I actually believe it, dude. I feel like you're manifesting it's going to happen. This is going to be the Draw Ranger series.
There's a
for
cooking
some
class
reason.
and there's a psychoanalysis here, so I don't know what else we're missing. Maybe some Dota analysis, but besides
Potentially.
that, yeah.
Potentially. That's what I'm here. No. It's all good. I'm curious to find out because I feel like both series, like this is the second series on this stream, we've got like mini metas in the series developing. So
Very different.
Yeah, it's incredibly different. Like it's night and day almost from the LGD Falcon series that we saw.
It's really nice to see. I think it's like a TI thing.
Okay.
Because teams have more time to practice. They usually bootcamp for a bit longer for TI. So teams will have like different ideas of what is good. And I think these first few days of TI, people just kind of go in with their own ideas. And then I would imagine it gets a little bit more like conjoined as the tournament goes on. People start to realize like, okay, you know, I was wrong. I wanted this hero to be good, but I guess we do need to play some Necro or whatever. But yeah, these first few days of TS is always the most exciting. People just pick random stuff, you know, gyros mid, stuff like that. So yeah, I'm hoping to see some more crazy stuff.
Speaking of that, we really didn't break down the Tinker that much.
We didn't, but it kind of did look decent.
It looked, with how much farm he had, though, I feel like it's not supposed to just look decent.
Okay.
It's supposed to do a lot and be a menace. And he just was kind of a non-factor.
The hero it's a strange one because he sucks so much farm on the map from everyone, right? He's going to take the Ancients, he's going to push every wave, and then it really depends on what he buys. And I'm not a Tinker expert. I don't really know if Dagon is a thing that people do right now.
Mm-hmm.
I know you buy Ags at some point. I know you buy probably BKB at some point. The Dagon, I'm just not sure how strong it was this game. We can kind of look at the items. And he also bought a Crozier, which we talked about. I don't think it was a really good anti-healing game, but I think he just bought it for the sake of the Ghost Scepter, so he could survive. It was weird. I actually don't know if this build was that impactful.
It just... I'm not a fan of the... one of the issues with Crozier, to me, is the fact that it does not stack with BKB, obviously. At least the Ghost component doesn't. If you're BKB, you can't go Ghost form. So there are these fights where you're getting hit by both physical damage and you don't want to get stunned, and you have to press both, and the Crozier is just useless if there's no anti-healing that you're doing. And Undying, I guess, is the anti-healing hero that you're playing against.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I would imagine I would wish he buys Shiva instead of the Crozier.
Yeah.
You at least have the armor, and then you can just Shiva everybody. But yeah, you know, my Tinker's a little worse than his.
I also think it was also... I had an issue with the draft when I saw Darkseer and Tinker.
Yeah.
I think they just don't play off each other. There's no real synergy. I think the Spectre, again, it was a bit greedy, and the Spectre ended up losing a lane, which I thought he should do better. But the Tinker was also not set up for success. I think when you have a Tinker, it's a Tinker draft, very much like Drow Ranger. You need to be able to have this Tinker cast his spells in the fight. And Darkseer's Spectre, while they give vision, it's not like a stun that goes in, right? It's just like some chaos manifesting in the fight.
Because he picked Tinker into Storm, right? He knew what he was going to lane into, and it's not just Storm, like Drow and Dying Willow were also known at that point. He should have done better then, or no?
if he's picking it, I mean, that's what I was thinking. Is that, okay? I'm not a Tinker expert here. You know, this guy's the best Tinker in the world. He picks it into Storm. Maybe there's something with the shard there, but we end up giving Laurel MVP, and he's got 22 kills. Like, it looked like old Storm versus Tinker, which is just devastating for Tinker.
Yeah, and maybe it's exactly as Saber says, where, you know, maybe on day 2 it's like, well, I really wanted Tinker to be a better hero, but it just might not be the case. But you gotta go through that day 1 to figure that out proper.
True. You just kind of roll with the punches, and then eventually something will click, and then just keep picking it. That's how Falcons do it.
Just try it again.
Ever since Amar got his 10-minute win against Vici with his Necro, they just love picking it. So I think whichever team, you know, now you saw Spirit win with the Draw Ranger, and I'm sure they all just pick it again if they give if they're giving the chance.
Yeah, why not? You just go again, but potentially also we'll see something entirely different. Who knows? These two teams they might just change it up and have something else prepared for game number 2. And especially keeping in mind that Yatoro does generally like playing different carries every game. And this is not just, the thing from when he won TI in 2021, but also recently in many tournaments, his hero pool is very wide. He normally doesn't play hero more than once or twice. I am going to be very surprised if he's playing Drow Ranger 2 games in a row, as we are nearing the draft of game number 2. We will have Extreme Gaming this time on the Radiant side and Team Spirit on the Dire side, so we did change that around, including Team Spirit being first pick for this game, so a complete swap of what the teams had from that previous game number 1. In terms of bans, also a lot of difference because of it. We still have Extreme banning out the Invoker, but they are the ones having to ban out the Dream Protector. They also ban out the Lina. And it is on the side of Spirit that they'll ban out the Largo, the Darkseer, and the Keeper of the Light. And I want to try to focus a little bit on that because those 3 seem just out of normality. Or is that just respect coming in from the Darkseer from the previous game because it didn't win?
It did look good against Drow, though.
Okay.
He was actually doing a pretty good amount of damage with the normal punch illusion and the wall illusion. It's just if there was any lockdown on Yatoro, if they could just somehow catch him in the fights, they maybe could have killed him with the Darkseer. You're kidding.
Well, there we go.
All right.
And now the Darkseer ban also makes sense because you want to first pick this Drow, and you don't want to get Darkseer on 9 because Darkseer is just a strong hero. I think Extreme could easily pick it there.
I was getting hyped up that Yatoro is going to play something else, and we get Drow and Extreme. But all right, so it's round 2. What do you have this time? Darkseer's banned. Maybe XXS should just pick his counter immediately because else it might get banned. So I think Saber, you like Centaur against Drow Ranger because of the Stampede.
I think he should Centaur here. You already see your lane. It's good.
Okay.
But to be fair, Team Spirit second phase banned the PL right after they picked a Drow. So in their heads also, it's a bit of a counter.
What is going on out there in these scrims, bro? This is not what the previous 2 tournaments looked like at all.
This is crazy because I think Phantom Lancer, usually he cares more about the mid and the off lane more than the carry. I think it's very hard to get a good carry matchup against Phantom Lancer, just straight 1-to-1. You more care about the heroes mid, like an Ember Spirit or a Puck, these anti-illusion heroes, or on the off-lane heroes like, I don't know, Necrophos, which is, I guess, banned, Timbersaw, etc. So this is very interesting, and I guess both the carries are like, all right, come at me, I'm going to pick my Drow, let's see what you got, Ame, and Ame's like, okay, Phantom Lancer, it is what it is, just one-on-one.
It is very...
I guess a million against versus 1 in this case.
It is very in line with the personalities of the carries and the narrative that we've been building for 2 years about Ame.
I think it's just really funny that they're like, no, there's no, this is old news. There's no narrative here. And here we are with the 2 carries, first picks. I mean, that's just,
the beauty of Dota.
Yeah.
Now it also becomes a question, you see these 2 carries, they're both quite exposed, right? These are not necessarily first picks. So what do you guys think is the more exposed hero? Would you rather counterpick a Drow or counterpick a Phantom Lancer?
I think you'd rather counterpick a Phantom Lancer any day. I think Drow is a very... you will make a Drow lineup work, and she's a very strong laner, and it's hard to punish her in lane. But I think Phantom Lancer can have some really bad matchups. Clearly, they don't agree with me, which is fine. It makes it more interesting for me to kind of see what they do with this PL. Yeah. And again, Collapse is having some kind of buffet here. Hey, man.
Yeah.
What do you want today,
dude,
man?
Literally, pretty much all of Collapse's heroes are hard counters to PL. He can Timbersaw, that's amazing. He can Tidehunter, that's amazing.
Do we still like the Axe?
Yeah,
Axe is great.
Axe is probably the best, I would say. It's the strongest in terms of it's just a very good hero. And then it destroys PL in lane and in the game.
And we're going to find out what Extreme thinks is the strongest, because I would imagine, there's 2 options. Either they don't ban any of them because they feel like it's going to get countered anyway, or they ban out the one that's it definitely can't be that one.
Axe is probably the best to run with a Drow out of the ones that we
I also think
talked about.
Centaur is good for both teams. It's good with Drow and against Phantom Lancer, but it's also good against Drow.
Ooh. They removed the timber, so they're like, that one is the one that we find the worst. And they pick up the Ember.
They just love picking cores.
They're okay.
They're asking for it, bro.
Yeah, this is wild. Okay, so now Spirit is like, we see 2 cores. We can just double pick our 2 cores. That could be fun. I don't know if they'll do it, but then you're just gonna have all the cores immediately picked in the draft, and usually they're hidden at least until later.
Fly, how happy are you if you are in a game and you have 6 cores on the board and you get to pick support? You know exactly what you're gonna face. Does that make you happy?
Wait,
I love it.
Yeah.
This never happened.
It just never happened.
I feel like this
Dream
is
scenario.
this is such an Earthshaker bait. If you're Laurel, you get to Earthshaker against Ember mid, and then you're against PL in the game too.
It's good, yeah. It's good Shaker.
It's just a little weird with the Drow, because I guess you want something that's a little more active earlier.
Maybe the Puck could still be good this game. Puck against Ember is solid, and against PL it's very good. I mean, there's so many options. There's like 1,000 heroes we can name. Okay,
It's a buffet. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That's good against both the cores as well.
Rubik, let's go.
There we go.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Actually, why though?
I think it's a strong lane. You like root someone, and then once the root ends, you have the lift, and you lift them back into the pit.
And 2 other reasons. 1 is very good against Underlord, so they don't want it counterpicked.
True.
2, if they do want to have a Shaker, they also don't want to have that counterpicked by the Rubik. And they still have the chance to pick a Shaker, because it's not like Extreme is going to pick Shaker in the next 2.
Nah, I like the logic where Rubik is great against Underlord, so you might as well pair it up, and it is a good laning duo together. I think now, if I'm Xnova, at least I kind of know what I'm playing against, most likely, so I would probably think about something like an Ench, could be really good against Rubik, and you can pressure the map, you can gate on the Drow. I would like to see something along those lines. You can also kind of protect the PL in lane a little bit. So I'm thinking about Ench for him, and then the other support, who do we have here?
Marana's
Or maybe
out.
just pick the core, whatever. You see the Drow Ranger.
If we're picking cores anyway.
You might as
Let's
well.
go for the 3rd core at this point.
Just last pick FY.
The Dream. Let's take a look. It's going to be the Winter Wyvern once again.
Interesting. I mean, it's good harass against Underlord. It's like strong. I'm not sure how they managed to lose the previous lane. I think it's like very strong lane. And so is this one, to be fair. You just have like a similar core slash carry that has Q that deals damage and harasses, and you have Winter Wyvern that's just gonna poke them again and again.
What's stopping Team Spirit from going back for the Undying in as their +5? Was that because it worked out so well in game 1 as well?
PL's like the most difficult hero to
Okay, so
play
he's
against.
just going to kill Tombstone, so you don't want to feed him that.
Yeah, with Aghanim Scepter, you can literally just throw illusions on it, and you kill the Tombstone. That's one of the most frustrating matchups. But there's plenty of good melee heroes to run with the Drow. A lot of them suffer versus PL, though. Like, Clock also suffers against PL. You just kill the cogs.
Yeah, I think you just don't overthink the PL, because I don't think it's your job to kind of deal with him if they go down the route of just picking a melee 5. I think you should just pick something that pairs well with Drow. So I'm fine with them picking Undying. And his job is just to secure the Drow lane, run around in the early game with his Rubik, and then late game, somebody else deal with the PL. I'm out of here.
Yep. We got the Willow coming out. We saw it in the hands of Not Me in the previous game. Had great impact, especially with the Terrorize later on in the game. So this time we'll be in the hands of FY.
I think Laurel has a very nice Puck 18 pick. Blitz loves talking about Puck 18, and now you finally have the option to do it here. They have no stunts on Extreme, except for Willow ulti, which is just never gonna hit a Puck. So it's very free game.
They'll go for the much talked about IO, but this is a support, most likely.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but good nonetheless.
Interesting. So, but that would make it IO 5 most likely.
Yes.
So you have Drow IO lane. Which is interesting. You can always reload out. They don't have much cancel for that either.
I think this Drow lane is pretty exposed, because usually you want this kind of bodyguard type of hero with Drow, like the previous game we had in Undying.
Yeah.
But when I see a Drow IO, if I'm Extreme Gaming, my plan should be to attack that lane. If I'm pos 5, I would look to gate when it's possible. If I'm a mid laner, I want to rotate to that lane because it's two vulnerable heroes. They don't really have any way to escape until there's a relocate maybe. So I'm not feeling this IO. I'm curious to see what he'll do with it.
Isn't Wyvern an IO hard counter?
I wouldn't say it's a hard counter, but it is a good hero against IO because if you try to reload in, you get the curse immediately on multiple heroes. So it makes sense. And also Ember is a natural vessel hero, which is also good against IO. So I'm not sure about the IO. We'll see what they do with it.
It's also cool to see they banned ET on Extreme, so they are assuming that it's IO mid, and they will pick a 5. Which, to be fair, ET is good. I think that's like a nice melee pairing for the draw.
We haven't seen ET in forever.
Yeah.
I feel.
And I'm also very surprised that Spirit did not ban the Centaur against Drow. They do have Underlord, which is nice. You have like percentage damage against the Centaur, and also Root is really nice. But I don't know. I think that's like a very solid pick for Extreme.
Well, we got the Phoenix also removed, which is another support. So I think maybe there's a bit of scrimming information showing here as well with Laurel potentially taking the IO for himself.
That honestly makes the pick make a lot more sense. It feels quite sus with a Drow and against the heroes that Extreme already has, unless it's a core. If it's a core, then I don't think core IO really cares that much about Wyvern or any of the things we're talking about.
Yeah.
And this is the classic pairing, right?
Yeah.
But you did say it was not nice against PL.
It's not as bad as Undying. Like, Undying relies much more on the Tombstone. That you care more about the Tombstone dying than Clock cares about PL, like, focusing the cogs in the fight, you know? I think Clock is fine against PL.
I also think they really needed some initiation, because if you look at their heroes, they have no way to start a fight. They have relocate in and gate in, but that's it. So they needed something like that.
Well, that's a Dawnbreaker last pick, and we've seen Dawn offlane many times. And we have talked early on in the day a little bit about the IO as a core. I just want you guys to reiterate what was said, and why is it now so accepted that it's like, oh, it's mid, of course it is. You know? It's like, yeah, because it changed. And this was what was rumored was going to happen. Core IO is back. Why?
I think IO, basically the talents were changed, where you get this level 15 talent where you have a lot of the spirits damage. I think you get like plus 55 or something like that. So the numbers are just really high for the damage that IO does. So you would just max spirits, you can farm really fast. Usually you would buy like Dominator into Ags and then either BKB or Heart depending on the game. And the hero scales really well. You want one hero to tether. In this case, it's probably the Drow Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been looking really dominant. Like you get ahead by getting more XP, more gold, and you just connect the fights with your relocate. So it's a global hero. They have 2 of those right now between the Underlord and the IO. I'm very curious to see how this goes, because I think this is a completely different game compared to our last one. Even though there's a Drow Ranger, it's such a different style that I'm very curious to see what Laurel does with this IO especially.
Yeah, because I don't think many people take Laurel as a guy that you would ever expect to play IO mid, right? Like, he's always had his heroes that he's gone back to. I feel like when you're IO, a lot of the game is played around you. Like, you're the linchpin of the team, and Laurel for Spirit is usually getting sacrificed and then just has a good game anyway. So IO, I don't think you can do that. Like, you can't just give IO a bad game. IO's got to have a good game. So very interesting to see this pick.
Yeah, IO versus Ember, because IO is one thing. IO versus Ember Spirit Saber seems rough.
Well, I have honestly no idea how this matchup goes. I feel like on one hand, Ember should be very good. You get the vessel, you have the chain, so you can keep IO in place. But on the other hand, IO, he has his balls. They're going to be spinning around, hitting you. And I think it mainly depends on the math, if the balls are enough to break the Ember shield.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, how many balls do you need to break Ember?
My guess is
well, this conundrum, I think, can be solved potentially by our commentary duo. Let's head over to Odipixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, getting ready for game 2 here between Spirit and XG. And indeed, the IO coming out in the mid for Lal.
Been seeing it a lot in the pubs.
Yeah, and something that we saw indeed on those final bans that XG, it didn't catch them by surprise.
No, no.
They were like, okay, this is going to be an IO mid. Overall, what do you make of this? Because this was a draft where XG said, we're going to pick PL first pick. Did they get away with it, or do you think Spirit's got some pretty good answers to make this game tough for Arme?
I don't know. Actually, I know that this IO, the timing, the way that it plays with what people are talking about is you just get like these 2 items and you take over the entire map.
Oh, he's got the, that's why he's playing in mid. He's got the
he's
rare
got the
set.
face.
He's got that rare set.
I don't know. I thought that they would actually put.
Look at that.
I thought they would address the PL actually a little more, to be quite honest with you. But I'll mention the ones that I was mentioning to you just earlier is Atrophy Aura versus PL. It's like all his damage is about that, just base damage, so it's going to reduce straight up 32% in most situations.
Yep.
And then Drow, you bypass armor. And it's all about that straight agility armor for the PL too, so you're going to be able to do a lot of extra damage onto him in the mid game as well too. And there's itemization. You can go Aghanims on the Drow if you want to. So we'll have to see which build that we do see Yatoro go for.
Because talk to me about the Drow lane as well, because that last pick from XG, you were saying to me you weren't completely sold on it. The Dawnbreaker coming out here against the Clock and the Drow.
I think I understand why, though. They're trying to match the global potential. They need something because this game is going to speed up very quickly. But I'm worried about the lane. I just think Dawn versus Clockwork sometimes can be kind of suicide, and even into Drow. You're this melee hero. You're putting yourself in position to get orb walked.
Not easy.
And you can never really use... You can't really use your Starbreaker that effectively as soon as the Clockwork hits 2. Has Battery Assault. He isolates you. You're in some trouble. So this is my lane to watch, at least for now. And then... Of course, the mid lane, we'll have to see how the Ember deals with this IO, because I've seen some of these matchups. The IO just gets to be a bit too much for a lot of these heroes to deal with.
I mean, because the panel was talking about it, but as you would say, then you think the balls are enough. Like, the spirits add up, and it's too much for the Ember to lane into.
It does feel like... I think I saw Quinn play this one the other day, and he did have some difficulty. You feel like you can contest the IO.
You're just getting hit.
You're just getting hit, and he's healing these creeps, even the slight that you're missing these extra CS. And even then, if you do, he just goes to the jungle and he farms insanely fast. That's the other thing. This hero just farms so fast.
And what are you buying? Is still the helms, the hearts?
Helm into Ags, I think, was
helm
the one that I saw most of them. I don't know if they do the helm in the mid, though. I think they don't do the helm in the mid that I saw. They usually do the helm as the carry.
Let's see what approach Lal has this game.
And let's see how the levels come in, because the thing about the Ember Spirit is you're good at reacting to the movement, because level 6 comes out for the IO, and he relocates almost instantly and will get a kill. So you have to have this mid laner that can react to it, so they at least do have that Ember that can be pretty strong versus it, at least in terms of reacting.
And for the first pick, PL Arme, how's his lane looking against the Rubic Underlord?
Quite a bit of damage negation, right? The Atrophy Aura plus the Fade Bolt, it actually can start to add up a little bit here, but I would say it's not the easiest lane down here for XG.
Nice, fair bit of spam.
Yeah, Spirit's got some good spam, some good ways to go for kills with the lift into the pit as well. Well, Clockwork. Level 2's been hit.
Okay, so now's the point where they can sort of mess with XXS when he tries to approach the wave.
Every time he steps up, yeah, you're going to eat like 2-3 hits. And if he does try to go aggressive, it just can be answered almost immediately. Yatoro even saving skill point.
I meant to go from there, but
dangerous.
Able to get either of the connections.
Hard to go for that aggressive play here. FY trading really nicely here versus Rue. Standing inside of those cogs, doesn't get hit by them at all. Actually gets vision there for a second. Okay, gets the hit off. Nicely done. Mid lane though, 15-5. The Ember's handling it. Level 2 Flame Guard's enough, it looks like, for now. Is still being kept a bit low though.
It's got the bottle charges at the ready. Yeah. Nothing to say, so...
the other thing we do have to mention also is I haven't seen Laurel play this one as much, right? I know there's some absolute specialists on the IO mid, not playing in this tournament, of course, but it's like the Starry Bog and like some of these other crazy players in the pubs. They're just absolute specialists on it, so we'll see how Laurel does on it as well, too. I'd have to look to see how many games he has played on it, of course. Yeah, can't quite remove the level 2 Flame Guard with the level 2 balls.
And we'll, of course, have that very likely build-up that could be annoying for the Aya.
Straight into that vessel. Yeah, he's doing fantastic in this matchup right now, nothing to say. Ooh, Laurel missing that money creep too. Business creep, not allowed.
And how much, is it going to be an issue when you look at Spirit's lineup in terms of ways to start a fight? As the panel talked about, they go for that clockwork, so they do have some way of initiating and getting moves going.
Absolutely.
Outside of that, not too easy.
And he stepped up a bit forward here. Gonna commit.
Try and get himself at least away from the clockwork, and he'll be all right.
Actually able to get himself out of there.
And not having too bad of a time at all.
No, not really.
The CS looking pretty good, so certainly showing that he doesn't care about this Drow Clock combo in terms of the laning phase. He's doing very well against it.
Not getting punished by the batteries, not getting over aggressive here. 26-8, 15-2. Now this Flame Guard can easily be able to withstand it. I thought this was going to be, especially in this top lane, this was going to be harder for XXS. So a very good start here with the Willow.
Yeah, I think both this sort of top lane and mid lane, and bottom lane they will lose a life here as Notme's able to find the first blood, taking down X-Nova.
Say, chasing down Laurel.
He's going to have chains back up in a couple of seconds, nothing to say.
Get the rune though.
Well,
for this.
It's going to get pressure pretty heavily and that'll take him out. Nothing to say. So, yeah, the mid lane could start to be a bit of a problem. Nothing to say, getting pretty far ahead, getting the chance to get that solo kill against Lal. As you say, as an IO, you can still catch up.
Still can farm.
Very good farm speed in the jungle if you do get bullied out of the lane.
But that's a big deal. Now this Ember's going to be 6 super fast. He can start to make these aggressive plays onto the side lane. That is going to come earlier than usually the IO hits that 6 just a bit earlier than a lot of other heroes. So a beautiful play, beautiful start here for nothing to say in particular. But as he said, those side lanes, Dawn's doing okay. We are seeing them get kills and slow down the PL's farm. And now the Dawn.
This time around they might have got the angle. They certainly do. Nami comes in with the TP.
Power rune spawning in about 10 seconds. They're going to make it there in time on the side of Spirit. He was going to find it. Shield rune top, Laurel. Won't be able to secure that one, and they don't make it in time either.
They could dive for Lal here.
Does hit level 6.
But they were tempted.
Yeah, now that he can just reload out. They don't have the greatest ways to cancel this relocate. Top. Reload comes in. Brew might actually just be getting saved from that heal there. Yeah, what are there ways to actually cancel the reload? It's actually extremely lackluster. Not the most stuns as we do see on the side of XG. Not the most stuns in this game in particular, really. It's a lift, it's a clockwork, and then it's a Willow plus Dawn Q.
If you're able to line up the Q,
Yeah, just...
not the most reliable.
Oh, nothing to say with the shield rune, level 4 flame guard. Getting some good pressure here onto this tower. Even looking for the aggressive move onto the IO. Trying to slow down that farm, because as I said, as you're seeing, right? IO just backs up, can't clear the camp super fast. Does mean it's a lot of damage onto his tower, though.
On the bottom lane, do you think Arme's happy enough with how things are going so far?
I mean, yeah, probably happy enough, right? He anticipated this was going to be a difficult lane for sure versus the Underlord, so he's getting what he can out of the lane. Collapse, though, very happy. He probably expected this lane to go this way versus a Wyvern and PL. Not much they can do to threaten an Underlord by any means. Significant damage onto this mid tower, though, halfway. Not bringing anybody over there either to push him. Now Notme is here, Ru as well with the cogs. But pretty much 3/4 of the tower gone. Staying around the area for the rune as well.
Yeah, if they can set something up.
Arcane rune bottom, they're gonna dive.
In. Nothing to say. Ready for the jump forward. Spirit, they back off. We're getting some good cog control here, down on a nothing to say. We'll force him to remnant back, but a lot of damage continues to get done to the tier 1.
I think that last cog expired as it was if that cog actually hit nothing to say, it could have been dangerous. That might have burned the last of his mana there. We'll be able to get the Arcane Rune, though. We'll be able to persist with the aggression. They're forcing reactions around this mid. But Laro's just hitting the creeps. All in the meantime. Does have that first component pretty much done. But mid tower will go down. And he's gonna have, I mean, he's gonna pretty much have the vessel done as well.
It's gonna be a very quick timing.
Super fast.
Oh, and now with the brambles down, Lal. The back away. Chase forward coming in from nothing to say. Jumps in over the root.
Gonna get a neutral. Okay, tried for it with the rocket there. Good attempt. That's the vessel.
Yeah, already out. So a 9-minute vessel timing here for nothing to say.
That's going to be real nice. In this game, I mean, getting it this early versus all 5 heroes is going to be fantastic. Even versus the tanky Underlord can be very nice.
Looking towards the top now.
Expecting a move, Rue. Looking to protect Yatoro. Who is having a very good time, right? 4,100 compared to the 3,500. He's getting a bit more freedom up there. He's able to stand his ground rather than getting disrupted or annoyed by some type of Underlord. Overall, XG, they have to be very prepared for these global movements, right? Fiend's Gate's online, the relocate's at the ready too, so in an instant, there could be like 4 or 5 heroes on top of them. They do have Solar Guardian to respawn, they do have the Ember as well too, but have to be ready for the movements before they happen. Daytime as well, now XXS. High damage.
Want to try and make a play up here. Once again, bringing the movement of nothing to say.
Getting some good tower damage. And with not really like the best tower hitting lineup, right? So getting these early towers is definitely very important for them. Rue.
Looking pretty dead.
Being very annoying though.
They will get him.
Took out, what, 700 XXS's HP and his entire mana pool. Very annoying. It does get brought down. And much more of a farm game. You know, Spirit, last game we did talk about how they wanted to play that pressure game. This game, it does feel like they're more content with just hitting creeps, I guess.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they need time for the IRI.
At least until the 15 talent, right?
Yeah.
Until you get the Aghanims, the 15 talent, but honestly, Laurel.
Vessel's going to cause him a lot of issues. Oh, the Dukes.
He's going down.
Yeah, not happening.
2 solo kills from nothing to say.
Top lane. And we'll get XXS.
Why?
Gus comes out. And why though? Able to get the Shadow Realm off. Shouldn't matter. Collapse TP's in. Comes in with the gate.
Laurel, this time is struggling, but his team making up for it with these rotations, shutting down the other lanes, making sure that Yatoro is still in a very comfortable spot. And not me making the moves. One of the few players that I'm very happy to see when he plays as Rubik. He's one of the best.
That's pretty decent steals this game, right? That has ended up being.
I mean, the support steals are always pretty good.
You're mainly looking at the supports, right?
Yeah.
But as I said, we saw how good of a Willow he played last game. He kind of gets to play a pseudo Willow this game. Get some steals from FY.
I mean, support steals, and if you can ever get Solar Guardian, it can just change the entire game.
Oh, that's the big one, yeah.
And that can happen pretty easily, right? If he just lands into a cog, you can just grab it, or lands into any type of disable. 2 components finished for Laurel, even though he has been slowed down, even though he's 1,700 behind. Amedal will start to accelerate. Yasha's finished.
And not losing the tower yet, so being able to hold on to quite a safe spot of the map down there in the safe lane.
Very true. I've seen a lot of these tier 1s drop, and it does cause some difficulties for these carries. TP's over.
And if they can catch Lal, should be fine with the relocate coming off for there in a couple of seconds. He's out.
Oh, they're being annoying. And Rue, he has the hook shot in TP if he wants to go for it onto a creep. There's no creep, though.
There's no creep. And they'll curse him.
I thought it was too because I was looking at mini-map. I just see the triangle for the neutral spawn. So I was like, oh yeah, he's going to hook TP. Oh, no, not the case. Does require them to use a curse, though, so it won't have that for the next move. They went up instead of going right. They could have potentially found Yatoro there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
bot tower. Now starting to get some pressure onto it here. Okay, next success, he's just gonna, okay, go this build. I've seen XXS go a lot of different ones, but wants to be able to ensure that he can get some scaling. He's going Echo.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it always feels like such a value pickup on Dawn.
Of course.
Can feel kind of rough when you don't go for it and you skip it for the bigger stuff.
Always good to have Echo Harpoon. Right, Harpoon in particular versus Drow can always have its merits. Same thing versus that IO. That IO's farming though, even though he has those deaths, and his net worth is mine. At least the XP, right? You're seeing him catching up in terms of XP versus the Ember. And yeah, it really is. It's all about Ags and all about 15 timing, like it was in the past. Increases it by so much here. The fact that it's 50% is also insane, because I think
that's a big percent.
I know that
you don't get 50% of many other things at level 15 on other heroes.
Because what I think originally the old talent at that TI was 55 hero spirit damage, but now it's
yes, it was a flat number.
Yeah, now it's just a percentage, which can get pretty insane when you amplify. Bit of a slower game though. 6-5, as you said, it's going to be a bit more creep hitting this time around when it's a PL versus Drow.
Nothing to say. Getting to be very proactive. You know, last time we did see him get kind of insane numbers early on his farm and his levels, but on this Ember, as opposed to the Tinker, just able to do so much more with that kind of success out of the lane this time around in this game to get these kind of kills.
And he is going to go for the early BKB, right? Playing into the roots, playing into the Gus.
It is pretty scary.
It is pretty necessary, probably.
Yeah, I guess some members might have tried to get away with just a Yules.
We've seen Yules into Underlord is just setting up for disaster.
Oh, sure, that's true. Yeah, I guess that's the main reason to not do it here then. Yeah.
I mean, I've just seen so many different builds where they try to forego getting the BKB, they go to Kaya, and then they just die like 5 times in a row before it. So,
catch. Sets up another opportunity here against Rue.
Hey, they're just bullying Rue.
I mean, they are. I mean, there's
Ags on Underlord. They're going in.
Thinking about striking back. They'll look for a support trade, get FY.
That's the Ags going to be done for Laurel as well, too. So they're going to have these double Ags at the ready. Collapse, though.
Very tough kill.
They have a curse.
I do. But backup's coming in, not me. Turns up. He's got anything to help out. He does not. Collapse taken out. Lol will be able to swing over in time to ensure that nobody else goes down. But the kill's found by X-Nova and Ame.
I mean, that's super nice for Ame just to get involved this early on. For the most part in this game, he's just going to be hitting those creeps until he gets that Aghanim's timing, so getting that type of kill handed to him is very nice for Ame. Yet to die. Getting that space.
Yeah,
all right.
Neither guy.
Okay. I think this might be I was going to say this might be the first game I've seen a triple Aghanim's core. They have Ags Drow, Ags Io, Ags Underlord. That's actually so interesting.
Yeah, I can't even think of another kind of triple core that would do that.
Yeah,
that's
quite wild.
But makes sense, of course.
It does, right?
3 heroes.
For sure.
Nothing to say. So find himself another support pickup here.
Getting so much done here on December. Yeah, wow, that's very interesting stuff. But yeah, as you said, you can see absolutely why, right? IO goes the Ags, it's always good. Drow goes Ags when he's playing versus PL.
Yep.
And Underlord always goes Ags. So, cool. Very, very cool. And this Underlord overall versus PL, it's always going to be super annoying. Playing PL into this is not so fun.
FY. Nearly getting the fear off there at the end, but Brew and Yutoro having enough to take him out. Nothing to say. Couldn't quite get there in time that time round.
Rue's doing a very good job of being that body, right? I think every single time we're seeing a play happen when they're looking for Yutoro, it's just Rue catching.
It's
catching the smoke.
Yeah. Yutoro's been kept very safe on this top side of the map with those positionings.
Overall, Ame, as we're seeing, he is going to start creeping and soon probably surpassing the Drow if he's able to get this type of game where there's just no attention put onto him.
We've seen PL is a pretty annoying hero if it can get there. And they did it in a pretty bold way. Picking it as the first pick, but 18 minutes in, it's looking like it's paid off. Whatever kind of answer they have against this PL evidently hasn't been one that they've decided to exercise in the early game.
Yeah, but now they will, right? Like now with these triple ags, it's absolutely the way to address the PL. So we'll have to see how he does end up dealing with it now that they're going to probably start looking to put a bit more pressure onto him and look for some kills even onto him if he does show. And both teams playing very cleanly here, responding accordingly. Less than 1k lead for the side of XG at the moment. And Ame just playing it very safe. Nothing to say as well. Not really going too crazy how far he dives. Goes for these plays until he has this BKB at the ready. Wants to ensure that he keeps himself in this comfortable position. That IO's gaining on him. Only 1k behind now. And actually ahead in the experience.
I think Lyle, you know, he's going to be all right with this.
Yeah.
It's...
And then he can go the BKB, and it is... I mean,
and then you're not
all
killing
of it.
Yeah.
Answers the Ember completely. And he'll have 15 talent with the BKB very likely, so Spirit is going to hit a timing that could be a little difficult for XG to fully prepare for. Not me.
Should be pretty dead here. He's going to get some backup thought about at least, and then we'll try and go for the trades. Come with the silence, the cog push back onto XXS, the fear, catch on the two,
nice
beautiful curse. Given a bit of a chance here for XXS to back away, pull himself out with a hammer. He's going to live for now, and yeah, he's out of there. He'll survive as an excellent play there between the supports. FY setting up with the fear into the X-Nova curse. They lock him down, and they get themselves a couple of kills.
Jenkins said it, right? They did pick the IO into the Wyvern, comes in and just hands them a target to really go for it there. Good moves here, punishing the support. I mean, not me playing a bit over-aggressive again. Ends up getting Laurel killed. We'll get a Tormentor quickly, though. Not me now. He can go for these aggressive moves. He has the shard to be able to protect himself. XG looking for a move. Can they find the Drow?
Be the dream catch here for XG, something that they haven't been able to find so far this game. Toro step ahead. Does not overstay his welcome this side of the map.
Game super close on the numbers still. Rue looking for perhaps that Wisdom steal.
It's going to be pretty tempting.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker's in the area though. Are they going to just I mean, are they going to actually bring the heroes here with the numbers?
They don't have Fiend's Gate back up yet.
They have reload, but nah, not going to be the case. He's out. Ooh. Oh, that was close.
That was nearly catching him there, FY.
Yeah, for Spirit, it's probably just going to be a wait for BKB for Laurel so he can be safe, but not going to protect him as much versus that curse still. So overall, still finding that Wyvern is going to be important, and in this game, they don't really have the best ways to hunt, right? They don't have this Night Stalker Storm. It's much harder to get on top of that back line.
Yeah, it's sort of just trying to find some awkward angle with one of the ults, right?
Yeah.
Getting the vision so you can either get him with a hook shot or having the chance for the Fiend's Gate just to come in straight on top of him and start the fight with Collapse closing in onto X-Nova.
A lot of it's going to be on that Clockwork to just give the information.
Yep. Yeah, with the flare spam.
Lags online. Seeing that farm. About to surpass the Drow for the first time, and now he does. Ame.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting to be in a much better position, at least, than he was in an Inspector. And let's see if he's going to be able to do it with the PL. Let's see if it is going to be able to deal with all these, you know, the Ags from the Drow, which is the end. So the Ags from the IO.
Another one here for nothing to say. I say that. The Stolen Remnants, well, nearly gets him out of there, but of course nothing to say with his own Remnants to chase with.
Didn't end up placing the second one down during the Remnant, so ends up getting caught from it there. BKB, though, that's done for Laurel. See if that's what they want to rally around. XXS also has his own BKB. Getting quite a bit of farm. Level 17, actually the highest level in the game. Even though we haven't mentioned him too much. Just quietly farming on the sidelines here. Toro.
Oh, he's a bit far up. Hookshot's there, though. He's got backup.
A lot of backup.
Rue comes in. The Fiend's Gate's out. Nothing to say. He's going to jump forward here with the Remnants over towards Toro, but the relocate's coming from Lyle as he tethers across over towards Toro. Gives him the chance to back away. As they'll be able to TP out on the Drow. Collapse will get left behind, so XG able to find at least one of the big kills, taking out the Underlord, but couldn't quite get Lal or Yatoro again this time. Just a little too slippery.
And now Roche, they still have that tier 1 alive. The fact that they have it, they can just bring all the numbers in spades to answer the Fiend's Gate plus the relocate. Honestly, XG is responding super nice versus this global lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't get the carry kill, but they do still get enough to set up for this Roche.
And it's a PL getting the Roche, not the Drow lineup getting the Roche, which is not what you'd expect, probably. Ame, feeling good.
Now, down the line this game, how good are their answers to the PL? You know, I feel like a lot of them are ones that kind of fall off, right? It's going to fall down to really the Drow, because there's going to be a point where, with the itemization of the PL, you don't really care about a lot of the other stuff that was kind of potentially having the chance of tripping you up earlier this game. You're going to feel very strong.
Eventual, like, Catalyst, right, when they do get it on the Underlord and the IO, that can start to, but it's gotten nerfed, right? Versus the Illusions in particular, It's not as busted as it once was. So yeah, it is going to be up to Yatoro to deal with him as the game does progress in this type of state. But his damage will be, you know, slowed down, though, right? Atrophy Aura plus Fade Bowl plus a couple of these other things, it is going to slow down how much we usually see. Because a lot of times when you do see these PLs in the late game, PLs just get evaporated, but might be a little bit slower in this versus this lineup. Okay, lead now with the PL. XG probably feeling pretty damn good.
In a very, very good spot. And again, just impressive to see them be able to do this when they do open up the draft, as they did with the PL being the first pick. Fully exposed.
Toro. You get an early BKB out of nothing to say. They didn't really have, they didn't commit anything. Spirit could just smoke after this and look for a fight. Even though it's into the Aegis, might be something they consider since there's no BKB on that Ember Spirit. A bit difficult for them to do so. XG playing the split up of the map very nicely here.
Very close to that Skadi.
And he always has just, double saves. He's got the Wyvern behind him. He's got the Solar Guardian as well, too, so playing very confidently forward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I know, it feels spooky.
It feels spooky.
We've seen these PLs many a time before. You know, Arme had a bit of a rough game one, but he's come back hungry here in this game too. He is locked in, and this PL at the top of the board.
Yatoro's prepping for that late game, though. He's got the Dormant Curio.
Okay.
He's building it up. And his, big timing, right? It is, if you can get to the Butterfly for the Drow, because it is difficult for sometimes these PLs to deal with it, but it's going to take him quite some time. Has to go for a lot of these smaller items in between that he wants to have. Nice connection, XXS.
Continuing to have no difficulty in killing the Clockwork. Not been an easy one for Rue. We'll lose FY elsewhere. I'll be able to come across and help, not me.
I like how XXS is just kind of, just farming, right? Like, he's not trying to make plays. He's not like, hey, guys, go do this, go smoke here, and I'm just going to, oh, no, he's literally just hitting the creeps and just joining in when he feels necessary. So making sure that he keeps very good scaling going for himself, too. Keeping up with the Underlord's farm, even staying ahead of it.
Yeah, there's just been a lot of space on their side of the map, right? Because there's other two cores, the Ember and the PL. They can kind of push out pretty aggressively with their farm. So there's a lot to clean up across the map. So having the greedier offlane in this sort of game feels really nice for XG.
Yeah, both offlaners doing like the same exact thing, right? Like they've
got space
into the fight. Yeah. Both have the space to be able to do so. Aghanim is now done for the Ember. And I like that XXS, with build he had queued up, the AC in particular, right? Playing versus the Drow, always going to have its merit. I believe that's what, very likely what he'll commit for next.
Dire's top tower.
1 minute still left on this Aegis too. Not really too much gained out of it in particular. Gold just kind of stagnated. Laurel going for a Wisdom Steal.
He's going to get it. Oh,
he does.
Very close, but it's his, and he will be out of there.
Yeah. has the illusion rune, nice little micro play so he doesn't have to pop his BKB, is able to get out, save the BKB for the fight. Double Shrine, more and more levels being acquired here for Spirit. They'll continue to be very close on the numbers, but yeah, the PL, right? You can still feel that fear.
You can only imagine this is sort of the game state that XG, when they pick the PL, we're hoping to be in a kind of 30 minutes coming up.
Yep, and now they find Collapse as well, too. Yeah, a lot of the games I feel like that we do watch the PLs, right? It's like, it can be kind of even till 30-ish, and then like 35, the PL it's just completely untouched.
Oh, absolutely. Pretty much, once you've got this kind of, these 3 items online, the Ags, the Mount, the Skadi, and if you're not getting completely dumpstered as a team,
you use your...
normally the PL's able to take the win.
Yeah. And they're finding these catches. Right now, finding Collapse split up on the side. These absolutely matter. Looking to set up themselves. XXS, again, just he's playing super careful. Again, never pushing too far forward, not getting caught from the rotations. Got to keep it clean, though. 1 or 2 of these mistakes versus Spirit absolutely still work for them. Drow's keeping up, right? Same level.
He is.
Same gold.
Yatora is in...
And he is the answer.
Is in a very good spot. It's just whether or not the lineup around him is enough to lock down and isolate the real PL. How can they get their hands on this PL in the midst of a team fight? It's not going to be easy.
They're looking for the fight around this right now.
Wow, hook shot in from Rue. It's a pretty good one as well. Catching on to X-Nova. They'll be able to take him out. A very lovely angles found there by Rue. Does end up dying. See if this sets up for the rest of the team to get stuck in. Arme was thinking about going into the fight, but holding his distance. Just the support for support.
Pretty much dream catch there for...
He's straight through the middle and catching the Wyvern.
Yeah, if you can catch the Wyvern at the start of pretty much any of these fights with the Clockwork, that's what you're going to want to do. But XG, they don't overreact. They back up, reset, still have their ultis at the ready. BKB on both mid laners was used there, right? I believe the Ember and the Isle both ended up using theirs. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a slowdown for both sides again. Tormy time? Looks like Tormy time. I'm really curious to see if this Drow plus IO is going to be able to do it. I'm very curious because like the way that the IO also works with the Drow, like you're amplifying so much of this extra damage when you're overcharging as well too.
Okay.
It actually can start to add up as well, how much extra you can do. The whole spell amp with the multi-shot, right? The way this whole thing functions is very interesting.
Yeah, big numbers.
A lot of damage. Level 20, fast and more relocate. Look to make more moves around the map. Yeah, Gold just sticking at that 2K.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What's going on here?
Oh.
Well, that's not... I mean, I don't know what that is. Misclick. Oh, win.
Slacks. Somebody get him out of the production room.
Butterfly done. Actually finished up already on the PL instead of on the Drow. Nice juke, X-Nova.
Yeah, he's going to be doing his best to dodge these ones, as we saw. You know, it doesn't go too great.
Spirit's looking for fights right now. They're feeling strong. They've got all the timings that they were looking to hit. Even though the PL is strong.
They do. I mean, they've got the full Gleipnir picked up on Collapse, so they do have that extra little bit of control.
This game, I feel like it's going to be like one team fight, and it could just decide it from whichever side wins it, because it could lead into that Rosh. It can snowball pretty drastically. As we're saying, for Ame, a little bit easier perhaps for him. We're seeing that Spirit.
Yeah,
they can find
this PL's in just such a good spot, Ame.
Yeah. Charging in.
Could be able to get Rue quick and easy.
Can't get away from this PL. He's trying. Nothing to say. A flawless game from him this time. We saw Laurel pop off in that last one this time. Nothing to say. Yet to die.
Oh, talk about Laurel.
Bops the BKB.
Has to. Didn't want to get caught there in the Fear Bramble combo in case there was follow-up.
That could probably secure a Rosh, or at least let them start the Rosh if they want to on the side of XG.
Silver Edge done on Yatoro. Bit better of a way to weave in and out of the team fights.
Ame starting the Roche.
I think they know that Spirit aren't really going to want to come over and do much about this. I think going for a team fight situation does not seem easy for Spirit.
No BKB on the IO. There's no way you send Laurel even near that area.
That's the AC done for XXS. So the aura's starting to really come together here for XG. And now with an Aegis on Ame, they could try and step up this sort of aggression and push for the tier 2s.
Yeah, this will be very impressive if Spirit's able to do this. Because overall too, right, from Nami, we did mention his Rubik overall, if he was able to get any steals, but he hasn't really been able to find too much here. Much easier for the supports on the side of XG to just function. Nice hook shot.
You get the hook shot again over towards X-Nova. Ame, he's going to go straight over towards Notorious, try and force him out of the team fight. X-Nova getting bullied here in the middle. He'll fall. Ame turns attention over towards Not Me instead of Rubik. Nothing to say to him with the BKB onto Yatoro. Cold Embrace and the relocate gets him out of the side. Oh, can he get away? Ame chasing him down. Another Cold Embrace comes in. Not Me trying to keep him alive, and he'll be able to do so. Lyle surviving. Tethers over to Yatoro.
This Cold Embrace.
I mean, Lyle's just not dying. Not Me, time and time again here with these stolen Cold Embraces, keeping Lyle alive. They're coming with a buyback on Nothing to Say. They really want to try and get these kills done. Yatoro again, Cold Embrace again. Not Me, buying more time for him. Surely Yatoro finally dies. There we go. Finally, he'll fall.
But Ame dies.
He does. The Starbreaker hit comes in.
Collapse.
Success.
Up.
He's caught here in the Feeds Gate. So the pit, he'll die.
He's got another Glype in a second.
Running a little low on the mana. Won't have the pit to follow up and the remnants are there. So Nothing to Say he's able to jump out, but having to use...
It was a buyback.
So much to get that. Indeed, the Ember Spirit buyback getting over for that fight. Ame still dies. Dude, I mean, the stolen Cold Embrace there. Not Me. He got so many of those Cold Embraces off that they just couldn't get the quick and easy kills.
The fight got so... This honestly looked reminiscent of the last game where the fight got so split up where Ame gets the jump onto the Drow Ranger.
He's going straight for the Drow. Yeah.
His supports end up dying. They get eviscerated because the Drow has this much damage. And yeah, these Cold Embraces, just a couple extra of these saves being crazy, and then Collapse. I think he builds up 300 damage from the Atrophy towards the end of things because he just survives the whole time. This is a crazy fight, and yeah, it was XG using the buyback when they have Aegis. Wow.
Certainly something that...
I cannot, like, Laura, look at this, right? Like, these Cold Embraces are just insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
No, brilliant steal there from Not Me. And getting maximum use out of it throughout the entirety of that team fight.
Yeah,
causing Ame having to spend so much time to try and get these kills that not only loses the Aegis, but ends up losing his life as well at the end of it. And just as a team, feeling pressured to use that buyback on Nothing to Say to actually try and get something done.
I mean, if he doesn't buy back there, they're all just going to die. And Laurel, they might all survive on the side of Spirit as well, too. So an absolutely necessary buyback there. Wild game. What a crazy fight. I mean, Spirit sometimes does have this type of execution that they can have even when they're at a bit of a deficit in the fights. Heart is soon going to be finished for the IO too, and that's a big timing for him.
And X-Nova's just got to be so careful. I mean, it seems almost impossible for him to find the positioning now at this point because both of these supports are going to be looking for him. Rue's trying to hookshot him to kill him. Not Me's trying to look to him to get his spells.
I mean, right now, Nothing to Say has no buyback. So this is a dangerous position perhaps for XG. They got to be very wary of the smoke. Has BKB.
Oh, they're going to see him.
Has to use it.
They have the hook shot, but they don't have anything else to go through the BKB. And
they can't fight for 50 seconds.
They will, at least for the next fight, have Blink Dagger on X-Nova. So he is going to be able to play a bit safer with that position and make it much less likely that Not Me or Rue are able to make these sort of counter plays against him.
Level 25 is about to be there for Collapse too. 25 also for XXS, speaking of which. This game he's actually going for the pit route. We've seen a lot more people knowing how strong the other one is, the Fiend's Gate damage, but this one makes sense, right? Just to be able to kite, control the PL.
For sure, yeah, against
for the Drow.
Obviously all three of these cores, right, that rely on kind of moving around the battlefield.
I own. We're in for such a treat, honestly. Because even though, as you keep saying, like the PL, I feel like Spirit, they're having answers. They're having ways to deal with it. They shut down, like...
They did.
This Ember Spirit 2 now, not having to use that buyback in the last one, it's going to hurt a lot in terms of the progression for Nothing to Say.
Yeah, and that they could deal with the damage output that Ame was providing. Yeah. And that's not going to step up anytime soon, obviously. Building for survivability, getting the heart next is now done. So he's going to be very annoying and hard to kill. but is he actually going to be able to clean up some of these kills quick enough?
That is the question. Support's starting to have a little bit more protection for themselves. There's no nullifiers, so they've got these Ghost Scepters and whichever others that they want to be able to survive. But yeah, the main thing, like you said, X-Nova in a couple of these fights getting caught, and that's the key for Spirit, is ensuring that
finding this Wyvern.
Yeah, the Wyvern or the Willow in particular just isn't able to get these curses or these saves off. Amp damage for the next fight for Laurel, and a full Daedalus now too for Yatoro.
They can kind of keep that distance between Yatoro and Arme. Yatoro's going to pack quite the punch.
These fights are going to be so insane.
We saw last time. Got to keep an eye out for not me getting these clutch steals. Can absolutely be the difference maker.
If you can get to Aghanims too, right? Like even actually start to get these like double spell steals as we do see, if he's able to get some of these stuns. And I mean, Cold Embrace might actually be one of the better spells.
Yeah.
Being honest.
Yeah, I think when you have the action, you can get the 2 spells. If you get something just like Remnant,
casual.
If you get Remnant and Cold Embrace and you're zipping around the fight,
Remnant takes up 2, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, I guess it would, yeah, with the D. Oh, that's
it is very sad, but
and talk about the Rubik. He's going to actually not get bailed out. They are able to kill him off before Lyle's able to relocate him out of the side. Nothing to say, jumps over towards Root. The curse getting reflected will mean that they'll see an opportunity as the buyback comes in from Not Me. Collapse moves in on top of X-Nova here with the Firestorm damage. They'll blast it down through the Cold Embrace here with the Fade Bolt. They'll jump away with the Remnant. Arme and Nothing to Say having to just back out away from this fight. Team Spirit, they're going to be hot in the chase. Yatoro, can he find anything?
Arme, they're still chasing for him, lifting him forward even, trying to get the extra catch. Not Me using the buyback.
They'll get out of here. Whew.
Crazy aggression. Yatoro, the damage that he's dealing is insane. Is able to just bring down these targets super fast. And Collapse is doing... He is a menace on the Underlord. He's just getting in their faces.
And yeah, a lot of damage as well coming out from him.
Yeah. And he's stealing their healing.
Firestorms.
He's popping the Krella, stealing this extra healing that comes in from either the Embrace or from the Solar. He is annoying.
All right.
Yeah, honestly, I'm watching Ame going into some of these fights. The illusions are dying insanely fast. The way that the bounces are coming off from the IO, those balls as well too, smacking into all of it. He's close to 25, Owen. Might get to see the excitement. Although I have seen some people take the relocate cast away.
And he does.
I was going to say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you're doing this build, like...
It's so safe.
The tether attacks ally target. It's just
you're not even attack. Like you don't have like a damage.
No, you don't. Yeah, it's like it looks fun and flashy because of these extra attacks. But yeah, with this build, doesn't really do anything unless the game kind of goes another 30 minutes. You're able to kind of
X-Nova
change the build up
in the front lines.
Oh, it's a rough hero to lose at the start of the fight. If he ends up going down, he's trying to crawl away. Should be fine. Oh, I say that. No, the relocate's coming from the side there, blocking off his escape. They'll take X-Nova out. He's gone for 50. They do lose Rue over on the side themselves, Spirit.
Another stolen Cold Embrace.
And the Starbreak coming in here potentially, but the silence comes in, stops the initial follow-up combat from XXS. Now the swing comes in. Takes out Not Me, but he gets shot down by Yatoro.
Ame.
If he can get his way out of this fight. Multi-shot coming into play, forced down in the river. The Fear pushes back Collapse. Ame. Another doppel, but there's the block off again with the feed skid. They come in, the hook shot as well. He's caught in the pit. The multi-shot comes into play. Arme's caught. They've killed him off.
100 seconds.
He's dead for 100. No buyback on him. A Spirit showing that they really have no fear and they do not care how farmed the PL is. They are making it look like Arme's got nothing in these team fights.
He can't run into them. There's too much damage. It's just clearing out his illusions so quickly. All 3 of these cores are addressing that PL pretty much perfectly, and it's taking them some time to kill these supports. Not Me with the Cold Embrace again. Ends up surviving. They have to use a Solar Guardian onto the Rubik to bring him down.
And just these sort of ways that they can get over to the back lines of the fight, right? They have been hitting these hook shots. Lyle's been bringing them in over with the relocate to get into these awkward positions, positions that are very awkward for XG. And then obviously these Fiend Skates. So many ways to kind of just attack XG from all angles. They can't quite deal with it. And Arme, for all the farm that he has, it's just not looking like they could set up a fight to allow this PL to just run rampant.
No, it's insane mobility, good control, and then just damage mitigation. You're absolutely seeing that from the Underlord. It's reducing so much of this PL's damage. This might just be 2 sets here. 30 seconds still on the PL.
This Butterfly on top of the Daedalus. Yatoro having insane damage now.
And looking at the extra damage that he does with the IO, of course, too. That overcharge. Absolutely seeing it. Laurel now has a full Hex as well, too. It looks like he's about to pick up.
They can back off for the Roche here if they want Spirit.
It feels like, I mean, now it is starting to feel like they have so many of these answers. Not just the PL, right? The Ember. It's hard for them to really do much damage into this lineup now at this point. Into Spirit.
Relocate over and an Aegis for Yatoro.
Truly hitting their stride. And yeah, there's that Hex for Laurel.
Showing some very good stuff here with the IO play from the mid. You know, it wasn't an easy start for him against the Ember. The early to mid game, we certainly saw, nothing to say with his Vessel, caused some issues. But all in all, the relocates and so the tether targets, the way he's moved around the fights have been very impressive from Lyle.
Finding these backlines, finding these Wyverns, finding these targets. Very impressive. Yeah, Ame just can't stick on these targets.
No,
They have so many ways to protect. They have Ghost Scepters, Force Staffs. They have the Cold Embrace that he's stolen multiple times. Lotuses. And they don't have this Nullifier. They don't have a way to really bypass. I think they just got one, sorry, on XXS. I believe he did just get it. So now perhaps can look to bring down these supports easier. But yeah, as we said, it's taken them some time to kill them.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Aegis on Yatoro, Cheese, of course, on Lyle.
In XG, when they had Aegis, when they had numbers advantage, they were struggling. Now at a 13k disadvantage into an Aegis Cheese and a Refresher Shard Underlord, there's chances that they can just get stuck inside the pit. If he does the combo with the Refresher the way you can just get completely stuck.
Yeah, the lockdown's getting pretty crazy now from Collapse.
Yeah.
Try and make a go on him, but you're not catching him.
No. 550 movement speed.
And you're losing your base. It's alright. Mate.
Brings it down so fast. Giving some information with some cogs. Gold continuing to grow incredibly fast, up to 17k. IO with the cheese as well too, so a lot more they have to try to bypass on the side of XG. These illusions just, they cannot survive.
It's alright. Taking up the rain tracks. Onto the melee. Got any sort of answer here, XG.
Ame trying.
He's going to see if they can bring him down the once. Did a fair bit of damage this time, but not enough. Yatoro's able to back off. Surviving through that initial attempt.
Still has Aegis. They still have cheese on their side if they want to pass it.
There's the Glimmer and the Hex onto XXS.
I can't believe he holds the BKB. Rax almost brought down. Drow healed up.
I'll be able to finish off this top set of Rax now. Ame attempting to move in, but pushed back by the Gust.
Ame.
They found him now. They've got him with the Hex. Curse will come out, or at least stop the Drow from getting the hits in. Gives Ame the chance to jump back, but now the hook shot from Brew comes over to X-Nova. That's going to be X-Nova gone. Now to jump away here with these remnants, does the save, but the Gleipnir's up. They've caught him. And we'll get the slider fist off. He does have BKB ready to press if necessary. It's not. He's got the remnant out, could jump away, but the racks are gone. Spirit.
Ame can't do anything in the fights. He tries to show up again, almost dies in a heartbeat, has to back away immediately. Still Aegis for a minute. They did end up popping the cheese there. I think they popped the Refresher Shard as well, but they're looking for the final set.
Zoro, catch on the back, ready to go straight away. They've got the Hex down on the walls, nothing to say, but the BKB's up. Comes in with a slider, Fish jumps forward, they'll look to take out the spawns. They'll bring down Nobby, now over towards Yatoro, but Yatoro's still got the Aegis here for the full minute. They'll take him out the once, he's going to be back for round 2. Arme, surrounded by Lal and Collapse, trying to stand his ground, jumps forward aggressively here with the Doppelganger, but he's falling low, needs help. XXS comes in with the Starbreaker, but Arme, he's in trouble, the Hex is there. Arme's gone, dead for 100, Yatoro gets the double. They could get him the once, they couldn't get him the twice. A Spirit can push up and put an end to the game and an end to the series here, taking game 2, 2-0 against Extreme Gaming. Both games, phenomenal play from Spirit.
And in the team fights in particular, honestly, the next level plays that they're able to do, little things that you can't even anticipate, cold embrace steals, perhaps
not me showing up today here with his Willow and into the Rubik in this game too. And it looked like it was going to have potential, the PL, but it looks like at the end of the day, Spirit, they weren't even breaking a sweat. They knew that they could deal with Arme's PL. They certainly did. 2-0 here for Spirit.
I never doubted the IO mid for a second, I promise. I believed in it the whole time. That was it was definitely a cool game to see, though. I don't think anybody was really expecting this one when they woke up this morning. Team Spirit take this one 2-0 against Extreme Gaming, and with a very cool fashion in the IO mid, of course, here with Saber Lightfly and Jenkins Saber. This was especially cool, the IO making it work. You trusted that too, of course.
No,
No,
I thought it was really bad. He was getting cooked. This lane was not looking good. The Ember was kind of destroying the game. Luckily, the side lanes were doing pretty good. So even though the IO didn't have the best of the games, eventually they never got too behind Extreme. So they were always able to take these fights and play the game. And eventually it kind of flipped. But I think it's just Spirit being a better team and just playing better. I think Yatoro played amazing, so did Collapse. And Lara also eventually, once he got online, he also did good. I think the biggest problem was just, you can't pop the Ember Shield, not enough balls, and it just doesn't deal enough damage.
Yeah, we had that question early on. It did get answered. I thought it would be enough to snowball the game for Extreme, but it wasn't. I mean, we saw some really interesting interactions in that game. 2 Krellas. We've been talking about it all day, and we finally see it. Ember had a Krellas. Collapse had a Krellas on Underlord. And we were questioning, I'm going to go test this in a lobby afterwards, so I don't know the answer, but if it works on Illusions, because it looked like he was really fast in a lot of those fights on Underlord. And I think with the Shivas, too, increasing the AoE of it, pretty nasty stuff.
Yeah, I think Collapse had a great game on the Underlord. We saw him popping off. Of course, maybe that was all credit Fly due to not me popping off on the Rubik.
He had some great performance in his game. We talked about his Rubik coming in, and I think this was an amazing showcase where he got to steal, especially the Wyvern heal, doing clutch work in the team fights, keeping people alive, being able to kite back with the Rubik shard as well. Another underrated thing about the Rubik. So amazing performance. I think Collapse also kind of like a standout player for me. He had a very cool item build, which I think we're going to get into later, and just really early ags and being able to participate and kind of protect the team fights, because he's protecting his Wisp, his IO, and he's protecting his Drow Ranger. So some good standout performances, and this game was definitely close.
Yeah,
NTS was having a fantastic game too.
It was very close. We are going to give Collapse the MVP here. I think not a lot of people would doubt that. But I do want to touch upon the overall first pick Drow Ranger, because we've been saying how this series is has his own little meta going on. We had the Drow Ranger first pick with the answer Phantom Lancer. I'm not sure if we're going to see that again. But if Yatoro can make first pick and then overall second pick in the first game, of course, work on the Drow Ranger, this is going to be something more people will look at, because nobody else at the moment is doing this.
I just think Yatoro is so comfortable on his draw that it's like a him thing. He is him, to be fair.
Yeah.
He is him. It's a little bit similar to Malrine and his Huskar, but unlike Malrine, he won his first game, so he was just like, okay, let's just do it again. I won my first draw game. I would say this draw game was a little bit easier for the draw, because he was mainly just countered by the by the Phantom Lancer, whereas in the previous game there was Darkseer, there was Spectre, which I think is harder matchup for Drow than PL. But I just thought he played amazing. I think he had like 1 death this entire game, so just very impressive.
Yeah, hats off for sure. When that draft was going on, also we saw that the IO was picked into Winter Wyvern, which had us questioning a little bit, like, is Winter Wyvern not supposed to be good against IO with targets? Fly, we have a clip why we were questioning that, and it came to fruition.
Yeah, you can see here in this team fight that IO basically reels in, but X-Nova is in really good position where he's going to be able to counter go on the IO here, and that is exactly the interaction we talked about, where you relo in, you get cursed next to a bunch of heroes. You can see the setup here, it's like beautiful. And I think Laurel did do a good job afterwards to adjust for this, but you know, he got punished here. And this was like the timing for Spirit to fight, because they had, I believe, triple Ags at this point.
Yeah.
So missing that timing kind of made the game a little harder than it could have been.
A little longer.
Killing a core eye was pretty nice too. Like there's a lot of value there. On the Ags timing too, like it's very hard to think of a hero in Dota that has a stronger Ags timing than IO. Like it's up there in the S tier.
Yeah, we are gonna also take out the items, of course, from a collapse. I was gonna say from Saberlight, but he's right there. So easy mistake there. Because you were very excited about the items.
I was super impressed by Collapse's build. I thought, like, he bought the Gleipnir first, which I thought is really nice. You get the bigger AoEs, bigger pits, and you also get to double root people, so more control for your Toro to deal out damage. But then the star of his item build is obviously Cruella's Crozier. I personally would compare it to something like, you know, like a little bit of chili powder. You can put that into anything. You'll always spice up your food. It's good. And you could see that once he got that item, Radiant or Extreme Gaming, they had so much healing. They had Dawnbreaker and just so much other stuff. The movement speed from the illusions. So you just pop the Cruellas and suddenly you're healing everything, you're running around. And then I also really like the last item, which was the Bloodstone, which amplifies all the damage that you're doing. It also heals you more because you have the spell life still. It just felt he cannot die, and he's doing so much.
He did so much that entire game, and of course Team Spirit with that victory joins the pool of teams that wins in Group B, and we'll see later on what their matchup will be for tomorrow. Extreme Gaming will go to the pool of losing teams. We'll see how that plays out for them, but of course that also means that we have to move on, because that means all round 1 games are played out, and we're going to go to round number 2. We're going to have Vision versus Falcons coming your way, and to introduce that one properly, in a little bit, Nati and her team will be there. But first, we are going to listen to Satanic, who's talking to Nomad.
I'm here with the Prodigy carry player from Team Vision. I'm joined by Satanic. Satanic, firstly, how does this international compare to last year's international for you?
It's the same.
Exactly the same?
Yeah.
Do you feel like there was any nerves or anything last year which maybe this year you aren't going to have?
I mean, there was for sure nerves. I can't say that there's not going to be nerves in this day, so it's going to be the same.
Is that something you've been working on coming up into this international then, like mentality and things like that?
No, we just came to bootcamp, practice to TI, that's it.
That's cool. Well, I mean, what are your plans for the international, Leo? Do you keep on doing what you're doing, or are you going to change things up a bit?
We just keep doing what we're doing, that's it. Just trying to get better.
All right, is there any other carry player that you feel like is playing very good at the moment, other than yourself, of course?
I think Skitter is playing better right now. Mickey is playing good, I think. Pure is a random guy, you know. Watson, I think he's stable, good. Itor, I think, gonna play better. Kiritich, I think, will be playing good as well.
Okay, well, it's a lot of players you mentioned there. You think it's going to be very competitive then?
Yeah.
In terms of the game itself, I mean, what heroes are you enjoying the most at the moment?
Right now, I enjoy playing Sven, if I get to. Lifestealer, hard to say more, to be fair. Yeah. There's not much heroes I enjoy playing right now.
Why is that? I mean, I noticed you didn't mention any ranged heroes there. Is that not what you're enjoying?
Nah, they're just not that good. already.
Is there any hero that you want to be buffed so you could play it more?
Maybe some Void I want to be buffed. Morph for sure I want to be buffed.
Of course.
And TB. I think TB deserves maybe more buff as well.
A lot of teams I've talked to have put you guys as their number one to beat, and they want to play you really badly as well. Who are you looking at as your biggest opponents in this international?
I think maybe Spirit.
Yeah?
Because they're just casually good, I think, in this tournaments. They didn't win anything, and I think they have new captain. And I know, like, Miposhka is super good coach. He improves Spirit a lot, so I think this team can cause us troubles, I think. But we'll see.
Is your preparation for all teams the same? You go into every team?
I mean, it's just prep, that's it. We don't do anything.
So what have the team discussions been like? Is everybody talking, everybody giving ideas, or is there like sort of leaders?
Everyone can give ideas, but not every one of them can work, so we can't even pick it sometimes. Like, I wanted to test Tinker Carry, but we can't even pick it at all.
Tinker Carry, okay, yeah, I'd love to see that, but
yeah, I don't think we'll see it.
Not good. Okay, don't try that one at home, folks. You're playing under Puppy, of course, who's been playing Dota pretty much the same amount of time as you've been alive. What has that been like?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. I mean, he improves team a lot for sure.
Is there any game which you remember really enjoying playing this year that stands out for you?
I think we played versus Boom Boys on Valachia. I played on Medusa versus Jagger, and we come back like super hard game. It was good.
So are Boom Boys a team which you always enjoy playing against?
It was always not easy to play versus them. I think now it's going to be easier.
So how did you feel about, I mean, I'm guessing the biggest win of the year for you in Paris?
I mean, first game it's just hard by draft. It's super hard. We lost, and then second game we just were missing buttons. That was the main problem. Then it was kind of easy series, I would say.
Is winning the international still your ultimate goal as a player?
Of course, it's a goal for me, but I want to win more and more and more. Be like super good player to remember.
I think people will remember you for sure.
Maybe.
Satanic, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the international.
Welcome back to day one of our group stage here for TI15. A lot has changed in the last little bit. Of course, I'm going to be your host for this evening, Natty, and joining me as well, a change up here. We've got the ever so dependable Lacoste there. We've got Gunnar, one of the best, I would say, at coming and outshining everyone at TI when it comes to the NA region. And a first timer, of course, Monkeys Forever. I'm going to start with you, Monkeys. How are you feeling to be on a TI broadcast, a TI panel?
Very excited to be here, Nat. I mean, you know, I'm here with a bunch of wonderful people watching good Dota. What's not to be excited about?
Yeah, all right. He's already trying to win us over here, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of good stuff already. Certain things, you know, letter patch, people had expectations. Maybe we're going to be seeing the same heroes, but have been already excited and already fulfilled my expectations what's going to happen.
Yeah, and of course, Gunnar, you've been on many TI panels, but it's been a while since we've had you as a talent instead of just a guest player.
Yeah, unfortunately. But, we're here. I'm excited.
We're not that bad, are we?
I mean, I've had better teams. Probably better performing teams than this in the international. But as a four-man team, this is one of the best.
Okay, perfect, great. Because he's never done a four-man team before, that's why.
We'll take it.
But yeah, I'm really excited. We've had really good games so far with day one. And there's been a lot of three-game series, a lot of long series, and it's just really exciting. It always gets better. The longer you get on, it's better. So if day one's this, then day two, day three?
Yeah, I thought we were going to be seeing like a little bit of a longer day, a little bit more action from Stream A, but more importantly, what's happening over on Stream B. They're kind of just blasting through their series here, Gunnar. I mean, the fact that we've already had two 2-0s and potentially, you know, looking at what's happening between Boom Boys and Iron Wing, that could also be a 2-0.
Yeah, I think for me, the most impressive was Team Liquid, because they kind of went on a roll recently with the finals they won, and their drafts today, I think, are really good. There's a lot of people, I think, questioning them. Just a month ago, they're like, oh, is Liquid going to do good? Are they going to make it out of groups as a question? And so I think they're showing that they're doing really good.
Yeah, they're able to kind of pull around. Turning a corner, I think, is a big one that a lot of people would say for Liquid. But over on stream, Sea Monkeys, I know there's one team standing out above the rest, even though it might not be in results. There is, of course, the Gamer Legion and Aurora series that went on.
Yeah, I mean, I love Gamer Legion, NA Pride, you know, gotta hype them up as much as possible. I think Aurora were definitely the favorites going into that matchup, but Gamer Legion in the first game took them to a 72-minute brawl fest. I think there were a lot of positive moments in the game that they were showing that they had fight in them and they were able to, you know, compete with the best. So I think RCY specifically, he popped off on Earth Spirit like really, really hard, and I think that guy is an up-and-comer mid laner for NA and very exciting to watch. So
essentially, don't sleep on them because the results might show something else, but there was a lot in the tank for them.
They're my dark horse of the tournament. I would love to see them go far.
And of course, there is the Stream D as well, Lacoste, where they went to a game number 3 in their first series, but ultimately they've moved on to their third series already with Enigma Galaxy up against OG.
Yeah, I mean, this one most definitely going to be interesting to watch. It's happening right now because of what happened with Enigma Galaxy at EWC, the way that they played. They topped their group. OG, they lost their first match against BB Team in a pretty convincing fashion, I would say. They're still having some of the issues, but, you know, BB Team, they showed the great performance. Like, I tune in, first thing I see, Legion Commander. Like a
Dude,
hero
that was fantastic,
I'm
wasn't
like,
it?
all right, they're cooking.
I think that's always the fun thing when TI comes around and maybe you've had like a really small letter patch beforehand. You go, where exactly our team's prioritizing? Because there's a lot of scrims that we don't know, right? There's information that we're sort of lacking when it comes to this. And I think that adds an extra layer of hype and joy. And some of those teams that feed into it are the ones that we've seen on Stream A as well. Because of course, what started off our day was a lot of fun, was that Falcons and LGD matchup where we're like, okay, LGD coming in with Thompson standing in for themselves, able to take game number 1. That PL looked fantastic for them, Gunnar, but ultimately they did falter to the defending TI champions of Falcons.
Yeah, and Falcons, they kind of punched back really hard. They had a, for fun, often here in the first game, they had the Mars, but then they picked some really strong heroes. Yeah, they were like, oh, you know, maybe we should win. We should pick the Necrophos. And we got Falcons again right now, which is, I'm excited. I want to see them do good. They are the defending champions, so will they be able to keep the crown, keep the win?
Yeah, I think there's not necessarily that level of pressure because this team and this roster has been together for so long, but something special that happens not only when you win TI, but when you return together again the next year after winning, you get one of these beautiful and gorgeous rings, and that was what happened for them yesterday. They all got to have their TI champion rings for themselves, and definitely a good-looking ring.
Oh, absolutely. I've never seen Amar so happy. I saw a picture of him posting on Twitter, like he was just like all over the place, like the biggest smile ever. Maybe, you know, some of the tips that he does in-game, sometimes we don't see him on camera, but this tops it.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was like, what does he get more joy from? Old chatting Thompson and tipping him or getting his TI ring?
When does AY get the 5?
Yeah, how close is he to Thanos? It could be this year. This one he could add 4th, and then it's
next year it's 5. And
wow, you're putting him as 3 back-to-back TI winning.
He's just gonna keep going.
Gunna's like, come on, man, how is the GOAT?
He's North American. Greatest region in Dota?
Yeah, okay.
We claim him as our one of our
Pride,
own. Is there anyone you don't claim? Because I feel like for a long time as well, NA was trying to claim Crick because he played it in NA for so long.
Claim?
We just we claim the winner.
He is NA.
Oh, sorry. My bad. So Falcons is actually an NA roster.
Yeah.
What you're saying with Owie
they have
and
3 NA
Snake.
players out of 6, if you count the coach.
Oh, who is definitely a player for sure.
Yeah. He was a player, is a player, good enough to be a player.
Look, I don't even have a comeback to that one, Lacoste. I feel like part of them is right, but, you know, it feels the more star players, the ones that stand out a little bit more, of course, is Amar, the flashy one. Malrine as well, holding his own against Thompson in the mid lane earlier too, and now you wonder, is there anything this 21-year-old can't do?
Probably not. I mean, this is the guy that has probably the highest amount of level 30 heroes in the game. And, you know, the Falcon strategy when it comes down to picking certain heroes, whether you're allowed to play the hero or not, it has to be certain level of Dota plus. And, yeah, I mean, this team, the way that they played so far, they, like the game 1, they looked okay-ish. Game 2, game 3, they're like, yeah, we're going to do our own thing. And they did it.
Yeah, it looked like the Falcons we definitely expect. However, when it looks towards the team that they're coming up against, Team Vision here, it isn't necessarily in their favor. Whilst this team has always had great results, Team Vision seem to have their number. If you look at their past encounters, it is very heavy-handed when it comes to the side of Vision being able to win out the series, whether it's 2-0, 2-1. They do just have another level on the Monkeys.
Yeah, and I mean, I would honestly say these two teams are two of the favorites to, you know, go far and even win the tournament. So it's honestly, it's going to be a fun watch to see this matchup so early on. And I mean, while I do think Vision has, you know, the historical lead over them, or over Falcons, I think Falcons, you know, they're a very good team, and they're especially a team that shows up at these bigger tournaments like TI. And, you know, I think after their early exit, or what most would consider an early exit in EWC, they're here to play and win and show what they got.
Admittedly, Team Vision did an amazing job when it came to TI last year, right? They ended up getting third place for themselves with a lot of debutantes on their roster too. And so now I wonder that you've changed a little bit up. You're coming into TI really hot, right? Notice joining them is the biggest one, feeling like a little bit of their star player in the fact that as it has progressed throughout this season, they've only gotten better and better. And Notice himself has played 4 events with Vision, and they've won 3 of them. Like, that's insane to think, as well as going through qualifiers. If you wanted to add qualifiers on top of that, they've come first in 4 out of 5 events they've played in.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will probably disagree. I'm just going to throw it out there. Noticed has been their best player, like stats-wise, and the way that because he's the newest addition, so maybe a lot of people would disagree, but he has been so stable after the swap. They even look good with the DM, but after Notice joined, like, this team kind of like gelled together, especially like with Puppy behind them. It just feels like a really magical team that can make this potentially TI run.
His KDA, I think, Gunnar, is the one that stands out to me the most. It was like, 5.3? 3 deaths. That was his average since joining Vision. Like, that's insane to me that he's playing that way as an offlaner, and he isn't just to sit back and I want to farm, and that's the hero archetype he plays. He is still a very aggressive offlaner.
Yeah, I think when you think of like the oppressive offlaners, it's the ones that have like 1 or 2 deaths every game. You think of like Amar back when he was like the supreme, like he's the best offlaner in the world. You think of 33, they're always like, they never die in the game. So he's kind of replicating that these days, which I think is really cool to watch. And he's also doing it in the high pressure situations. They're winning the tournament. It's not like, oh, you know, he's doing it and they're getting like top 8 and then he bows out, but it's full tournament into a...
Yeah, and what's even more impressive is that he was able to do this in kind of carry meta, where you're playing against these very oppressive, like Treant Protectors, Clockwork, Shadow Fiends, Drow Rangers. Like, even during EWC, his average death was 1.6 per game, which is pretty insane to think about, that he was just not dying. So his positioning and understanding of the game is just through the roof.
Well, we're seeing our Game 1 draft here. Both of these teams winning their previous best of 3s, now coming up against each other. A win here puts you at least halfway to being that 4-0 team, the only one that could potentially achieve it. But Vision picked for themselves first pick, and now looking towards the bans, what has been coming up time and time again, Necro and Earth Spirit. And it's funny that when Falcons first formed, it was Target Amar, and now it feels like there is still a little bit of that, but ultimately still a lot of signature heroes that we look towards Gunnar, where we're like, you need to take them out when you come against Falcons.
Yeah, the Enchantress has been a really big one for their support duo recently. In the past, it was always Snake King, but now they're swapping it. And
yeah, and Kurt plays it as well. And I mean, to go off of the Enchantress, I think in their last 15 games with Ench, they're 13-2 with it. So I mean, it's really no wonder that teams are first banning this hero against them, because it's just like when I've been seeing Crit play it, I mean, this guy is just solo killing, you know, every carry in the game, and he's basically a core himself. So
it's pretty much the only time that crits get priority in a game, where Snaking usually is the greedy one. We've seen him play Crystal Maiden earlier today with Shard plus Ether Lens. These are not the items that you would typically expect from your position 5. Mirana rushing the Aghanim Scepter. And again, another game of CM where like he just gets to play whatever he wants. And it does feel like in certain situations, you know, Crit might get that extra bit of a farm, but usually Snaking is the one who's soaking up the map.
Well, look, Vision opening their draft with Lone Druid brings a bit of a question mark. Where do we put this hero in the meta at the moment, especially at such a high level? Not necessarily pubs, because I feel like that is just a menace, but when it comes to competitive, it almost feels like to some degree it's figured out. It doesn't feel as cheesy or as impactful as what we had 3 patches ago.
It's definitely a lot easier. People realize like, okay, there's just one bear that runs around the Shadow Blade. You have a sentry with like a stun, you kill it, which sounds like very, very simple, but I think when you're like playing the game with a normal carry, this guy has to like be with his team, so he's always going to have backup. But there's so many times that the Lone Druid will micro his bear away from his team to do stuff by himself, so it's way easier to like catch out the carry. And I think people just realize it's so easy to just kill the carry off cooldown, get your gold, make it so it's not so oppressive. And I think it's still a strong hero, especially because of his laning stage. But definitely in the mid game, it doesn't feel to me as what he was 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah, ever since the level 10 talent nerf to the Summon Bear, I think it's more of a specialist hero now. But I mean, you know, say Satanic, he's like the lone druid player when I think of this hero. I mean, the amount of times I've seen this guy in pubs like just circle his spirit bear around the 7-minute wisdom shrine and just forces 4 heroes on the enemy team to come deal with it. I mean, he's truly a menace on the hero. So I mean, if there's any player that will make lone druid work, I would say it is Satanic. But overall, I do agree. Like I think the hero is beatable. It's not this, you know, mountain that teams have to overcome anymore.
Do you think there's some answers though Lacoste already showing in Falcons draft? Their response was Centaur, and then they opened their second phase with the Mirana.
I mean, they can disengage against the Lone Druid. They can find them in the back lines. You talked about finding the Lone Druid, the main hero as well, like we've seen it during EWC, that this hero has also been figured out, planting out some deep vision, knowing exactly where the hero is going to be farming, and then maybe kill him again if they don't remove that vision. But, yep, seems pretty standard. Good amount of stuns, good ways to move around the map. I think Moonlight Shadow is the reason also why this hero is picked, on top of other things where she goes for Aghanim Scepter, deals insane amount of damage. Arrow setup in these early and mid-game fights feels strong, but having smoke every 2 minutes feels very good killing hero like a Lone Druid. I think you get a lot of value from it.
And I want to say for the Centaur Lone Druid, I'm pretty interested in the laning stage because...
bounty. Sorry.
That is a cool one. I think for the laning stage, it's interesting because Centaur, a lot of the time, it's like there's Centaur, Darkseer, Axe are the big 3 right now that cut. And Lone Druid actually, I think, is one of the better carries at dealing with the cutting because you can have your bear tank the creep waves in front of your tires so you don't lose anything, and then run at the Centaur with your main hero. And so it'll be interesting to see, like, is Ammar going to actually cut the waves and how they deal with the Lone Druid running at him, or is he just going to try to play the lane straight up, which I think Centaur can do. He's a really strong laner, so already kind of seeing some potential, like, very strong lanes one way or the other.
What makes you so excited, Monkeys, about the Bounty Hunter?
I mean, Bounty Hunter, it's definitely not a hero that you see all that much, but I feel like anytime you do see a Bounty Hunter, it just means you're in for a high kill game. There's going to be a lot of brawling, you know, Vision, they're going to try to force the issue with track, and, you know, Falcons, typically when you see Bounty Hunters, the opposite team, they 5-man a lot, and they're just like, they walk as a ball, and they want to, you know, do everything together, because getting picked off against Bounty, you're just handing them bags of gold over and over and over, and, you know, it's just not a good time. So
I feel like we were already impressed with Bounty Hunter, and then Vision had to just like one-up it and go, oh, also, here's a techies for the draft.
I think this hero is highly underrated compared to some, like, stronger position 4s, let's call them. These like Hoodwinks, Rubik in certain situations, Dark Willows, the Wyverns. But I feel like this hero has definitely a place in meta. I feel the hero, the Taser is one of the best abilities in the game. It's just so insane what the hero can do. And also a bit of a, I would say, newer experiment where you are trying to go greedy with the Aghanim Scepter as well. It does feel pretty nice because you are scaling. And of course, in a classic Falcon fashion, we are going to be seeing another Huskar.
Just a Huskar, like, you can just pick it.
Casually.
They also, I do want to point out, I was talking about the offlane Centaur, but they do play mid Centaur.
True.
So Marines play
and they do also play offlane Huskar. You are right, yeah.
Mentioning that with the Huskar pick now, that there is some potential flex. He plays Centaur in like really weird matchups. Like, he doesn't care if it's like some Storm or something that he shouldn't like win. So I'm really expecting, if there's like a Windrunner being picked, we saw that as a response from LGD earlier with Topson for their Huskar. If like wins mid, just pick Centaur and then can't retaliate. Just kind of counters in the mid lane.
How do you think the Lone Druid Huskar matchup, if like theoretically, if it was Ammar or ATF?
It sounds a bit scary in concept, but I'm not an expert on Huskar offlane. Like, in my head, I just imagine that Lone Druid just walks at the Huskar and he's all physical damage with the root from the Lone Druid bear, and like you just die on the Huskar without a good support. So I think it depends a lot on what this pick for Falcons is. If they pick a strong 4, assuming the Mirana's a 5.
Yep.
If they pick some really strong 4 that can protect the Huskar offlane from Lone Druid, I think it's good, but I would just feel more comfortable with the Centaur offlane.
I was going to say, what's also the inverse, right, is what's the benefit of running, and this is the two-parter, what's the benefit of running Centaur mid in this game specifically, but also overall, like, why would you want a Centaur mid? Why has it been working? Why has that been something they've gone for?
I think they mostly do it to kind of make the lanes awkward or like dodge a weird matchup for the Huskar mid. And Huskar usually free farms in a lot of the offlane matchups he ends up against. So you have this like Century free farms mid, Huskar free farms offlane, and both these players just want to have those free farms, those like explosive early games where it's like you just win your lane, you get a lot of gold, then the mid game is where you really do the damage. So I think that it sets up for that kind of play style for them, whether it's mid or offlane for both heroes.
Seems like they don't want to experiment too much. This is something that Falcons do when they find the right hero, when they feel the hero is strong. Seems like this is going to be the hero that they're going to feel very comfortable playing. This is going to be their third time out of 4 games. So seeing something in Shadow Demon maybe that some others aren't really seeing. Having Disseminate on Huskar, a hero that goes in, should be pretty valuable as well on having the save on top of him once he gets initiated on. You have Stampede on top of that. So quite a lot of value that they're getting from the heroes that can actually play around Huskar.
You also have the SD Mirana combo, so you have the Disrupt setup for Arrow, which I think is just really value. You know, Shadow Demon, Bane are very common combo heroes with Mirana, just because 5-second arrows once you max that arrow is just, I mean, it's so impressive. I mean, so many kills can happen because of that. So
I think the other interesting part though about it is this almost like the dichotomy of a Shadow Demon and on paper how he plays compared to other position 4s that are clearly banned out of like a Hood and an Ench that feel so high damage, run around everywhere, whereas Shadow Demon is like, actually you kind of want to stick with a certain hero and you're more there to be backline and just save.
Yeah, I was a bit critical of their Shadow Demon picks earlier today, specifically in the first game. They had a Mars off lane. So this guy like doesn't really scale too hard in this like mid-late game, and then a support.
This was Mars' fault rather than Shadow Demon.
Maybe, but I think
Not the way to blame, but if we were to blame someone, it would definitely be a Mars.
he just doesn't know how to play the hero. Or something.
I just don't get it.
But I think it's the hero problem, not a hero.
It's a hero problem. And in this game, they have a Centaur who I think scales really well with the way that people are building him, just like the Heart Shard. Gets you like 10,000 health in the late game if you're able to get the W's off the double edges. And so having that with the Huskar mid, so you have 2 scaling cores, which I think is the big concern with Shadow Demon that I had, and now they have that, so it's really good. And another really good pick right now is the Viper. This is probably a mid Viper, which counters Huskar. It's like insane counter to Huskar, and also even the Centaur mid, you don't necessarily want to lane into the Huskar, so I think that's also kind of like a nice way to make sure that they don't give like, oh, we pick something that doesn't do amazing for Centaur. They have like a double counter pick basically.
Yeah, and I really like this Axe ban from Falcons. It would fix some of the issues that they have on side of Team Vision, where they need somebody to actually jump in, and also it's a blade mail buyer. It feels really nice, even though they have something like you have Disruption. It's not a save against Centaur's Stampede, so you would have only 1 save. Right now, they don't really have many playmakers on side of Team Vision. It's going to be like Bounty Hunter running around. This is going to be very strong once they group up together, but I want to see what the last pick for them is going to be to try to make some kind of a plays on the map.
Yeah, I honestly am a little concerned for Team Vision's draft because, I mean, they have this Bounty Hunter and they really want to get these kills, and I just don't really see an angle for the kills to be happening right now. So it's like, as of right now, I would say Vision are trying to just like go for objectives with Viper and Lone Druid, but I obviously this pick is gonna have to gel it all together, which, I mean, Vision are much better than I am, so I'm sure they know what they're doing.
I don't know, man. You've been calling every draft today. You've never once gotten a good draft wrong.
We'll see. I'm sure I'll be wrong eventually.
Not today.
The worst thing I have right now is if the hero isn't bad, like we were saying, Mars is really good for Team Vision.
Yeah.
Because it does fix a lot of the issues with it's amazing for Centaur because you can't run away with the Stampede versus Arena and the Mirana, but I just worry about the heroes.
Yeah. How does it come out of lane? How does it farm? Like if you're a little bit behind,
and he's probably getting counterpicked because he is into this very last pick for Team Falcon. So you have to pick something that's very robust. You're laning with a Bounty Hunter who's not the strongest position for, I would say.
So something that can be left alone is like a big
I thought, I was thinking Darkseer. I'm concerned about the Shadow Demon in particular because it's a very good, you press Purge, you remove the Iron Shell, you remove the Surge, and there's not really good like illusion heroes, and you're getting counterpicked, so there's probably going to be some...
don't see the matchup.
Yeah, like they can pick Ursa, which is something that Falcons is kind of picking as no one else is doing, but Skeeter's been playing Ursa recently, so there's a couple counterpicks I can see for Falcons here that will look really good for their draft.
Yeah, and also with the Darkseer pick, I mean, well, like, he does have the Bear and Bounty Hunter to put Ion Shells on, so like there is potential there for
You like want that mid. You want like the Ember, the Storm, the Earth Spirit, like the guy that goes in and then you vacuum on this one melee mid hero and he's like doing everything for you, but the Viper doesn't really give you that.
Yeah, I know. I almost feel like the Viper is an out of place pick, but I mean, you know, it's such a good Huskar counter, and there's an ALK for Falcon, so.
They can be fast though. The Surge, Taser, this is their like chase potential, but this type of a draft doesn't really start a fight. It's not very good at just, you know, Dota a lot of the times is very simple in terms of like how you want to play it out. I don't think there's that easy vision for them right now to be able to, you know, just go in, start a fight. Because there's also Shadow Demon, there is Moonlight Shadow, Stampede on top of that. I don't think the heroes are as easily killed on side of Falcons, and I'm just feeling like something is lacking for Team Vision right now. They will need to snowball. They will need to get the Viper in the mid lane. Yep. This is a kind of a guaranteed one matchup for them. Offlane duo, they try to implement this Bounty Hunter with the Darkseer to have that extra bit of a damage, maybe twin gate rotation, but I'm just not sure if it's enough.
I think it's stunts. You think of Falcon's draft, they have an ALK, he starts a fight when he wants to. You have a Centaur, he starts a fight with a Blink Dagger. And you look at the other team, it's like, okay, techies, go jump in there and stun them for me, like randomly. Or maybe you have like a Bear Fear, but that's not even the best one because it gives them movement speed. So I just worry about Team Vision's identity with like, you smoke and what's going to happen. Maybe if they get a Hex, they get a Scythe of Ice on like the Darkseer at some point, maybe they're able to do these like initiation fights, but I do worry about them in the mid game of what they're doing.
So right now, the only caveat that both of you are seeing is, okay, if Vision don't necessarily snowball, if they take a 5-on-5 with even net worth, it should just very heavily favor Falcons. But Monkeys, is it the similar sentiment for you? Or are you hoping that these guys are just haters?
No, I think they're pretty spot on. I'll be honest. I mean, and in addition to all of this, like, there's just going to be the ALK ALK, he just farms and farms and farms. So the fact that Vision don't really have this, like, you know, reliable way to start fights and stuff, it's like if they play a passive game for 20 minutes, this ALK is just going to pop off, you know, get this Radiance, blink, maybe even buy some Ags, and, you know, the game will snowball really, really quickly for Falcons if Vision aren't able to apply the pressure that they need to. So I'm slightly concerned for Vision personally, but
even though it's a satanic lone druid, he's still concerned for them. And I mean, you got to factor in everything, the bigger picture of what's happening in this best of three, or more importantly, this game one that both of our teams will be wanting to win here in our modified Swiss stage. But let's get on into it now that we know our draft with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. That's right. Optimism. We got to be looking on the bright side for Vision. There's a Darkseer. I'm so excited. I can't wait.
First game of TI, the Darkseer that you casted.
There were a couple more.
Would you believe? Well, for us.
Yeah, it was good though. I'm so excited.
Yes, this is an important series. Not for just like the returning champs and everything, but for the millions of predictions. Because I know everybody's got Vision somewhere around that 4-0. I know a lot of you did it. So you see this draft, you're like, ooh.
Hey, but it happened earlier too. You know?
Okay, this guy. So this is Amar's new thing.
Yes.
All right. He loves going instant all chat, and he loves telling other teams what they should have drafted.
That's right.
I've been watching a lot of their replays, and usually the very first all chat will be Amar being like, "No Ursa? You didn't think Ursa was a good pick here?" And most teams will start chatting back. Have they not muted him yet? That's my real question. Coaches, what are you doing?
Right.
Teach your teams some good strats.
Got to stop the mind games as early as possible, and the fastest way to do that is, the problem is that he's still got tips on his hands. So, you know, no matter what, you're going to be getting a little bit of influence from Amar. We saw that all chat earlier in the day against the LGD roster. But we'll see how this one goes as we're getting out to the early rune battles. Always dangerous with a Mirana in tow, but everybody's sitting up around this Satanic Bear. It would be a pretty tough kill to get on the Bear early. It's going to be a smoke up from Vision. But yeah, I do have to agree with what the panel was saying. Like, I feel like Bounty needs to have an insane game to make this work.
Yeah, this is tough. Like, you think of playing as Bounty Hunter the kind of heroes you want. All right, well, they got him this time.
They got him there. Now the stun throws out, and an early Bear tries to TP out. Not going to happen. So they managed to get the last hit onto the Shadow Demon. So he has a bunch of gold now suddenly.
A sweet little bonus to start the game for crit, but yeah, not the best start for everything we've discussed about Vision. So yeah, if you're playing Bounty Hunter, you think about, like, what do you want in a game? Like, I think the laning duo kind of makes sense, right? You got yourself a Darkseer. Of course, we've all had some fun with that combo, some Ion Shells. Now, the pro players are a little more wise to the invisible hero with the Ion Shell.
Sure.
Doesn't work as well versus them. But you're hoping for people to play around with when you get your track at level 6. This does not look like a great lineup to be friends with at level 6. Darkseer, I've seen your Darkseer. I've seen every Darkseer player. You don't see them for the first 20 minutes of the game.
It's true.
They just want to Ion Shell on the jungle camps, on the lane creeps. You never see him. Lone Druid, you're not seeing him for 20 minutes. So you got a little trio of heroes that got to do a ton of work right now for Vision.
Yeah, they really are going to need some help from the rest of this squad to make things happen. And I think that, Techies, Bounty, definitely kill potentials when you roam into a lane. But also, when it's just like two heroes, you can kind of just know on Falcons when they're missing off the map and then play pretty safe. Also, Alchemist, one of the most annoying heroes to play against for Darkseer, because you tend to want to just trade out lanes, as we're going to see a courier go down there. Oh, how does it feel, 9 class? How does it feel? A little bit of retribution for all the other squads that's gotten him killed.
Yeah, like as you said, though, like Darkseer is kind of happy if you're both farming, but versus Alk, it feels kind of bad.
Yes.
Yeah, that is a bit of a tough one. And then the Illusion, it's not great, obviously, since he's a transformation hero. And you know what? The Invisible Ion Shell's actually doing some work right now versus Skinner. 9 class is just following him for a while. So you know what? Maybe it works at all levels. The trench never ends.
That's right. That's one thing that we've definitely learned throughout our time cast in Dota. As 9 class is going to come back in here, steal away some last hits whenever possible, and maybe even try for some denies. No, Snaking won't let him have it. But yeah, this is kind of nice here for a moment at least. Good denies.
And then, of course, our mid lane matchup that was mentioned by the panel, it's Viper versus Huskar. Viper has an innate. It does more damage when you're missing health. Huskar, it's a hero that misses a lot of health. So it's not great. And then we move into the ulti later on, and Huskar's just going to have a horrific time versus this hero. Considering the prevalence of Huskar, we have not seen this matchup very often, as there it is. The Ion Shell eventually adds up to a kill.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that you can do is if you hit an early timing, get that vacuum up and just catching Alk a little bit off guard. So, this has sort of been a hallmark. I remember those Jenkins videos breaking down 9 class and the way that he makes what would otherwise be annoying lanes just very strong and always has an idea of how to win them or at least have a good time in them.
Yeah, very well done. And feels a little risky sometimes to get that early vacuum, but as long as, it is Alk Miranda. They do have the actual combo potential to maybe punish you for that.
Yeah. Gonna send the bear back home. Satanic healing it up again after losing that initial bear. Was not punished for it at all as Amar pulled that creep camp into the hard one and backed away. So 9 class will now get the Lotus. And this is some potential here. Now that they're hitting level 3 on Notice, there's some huge damage output. They want to do it.
He's just gonna keep following him.
Hey buddy, how you doing?
I mean, you can only buy so many sentries as Snaking.
But again, like you talked about in this mid matchup, 9 and 10 on the Viper so far, making life feel a little bad for the Huskar.
That is a lot of denies. I mean, he's still up though on net worth, so.
Gets rooted now. Crit is off to the side, stacking up damage on Satanic. 4 stacks, looking for a 5th. Does he get it in time? Oh, he didn't pop it. He raised his hands to try and do it, and it didn't work. Now Satanic, the turnaround, the kill! Amar finds something out of nothing. And Ducalis, the last one left alive.
Just forced to last hit some of these creeps.
Well, he missed that one. That's fine. Don't worry.
We don't show that. I mean, not like it was like the good one or the flag bearer or anything.
Yeah, definitely not.
No, it's super not.
Another
Another Ion Shell.
Oh, how much damage can they do here? Doesn't decide to go in any further. With vacuum back up, there's maybe something there they could have done. But yeah, you can see him, Alreen, just understanding what's going on as Ducalis does eventually go down. Crit, finding that kill.
Nicely done. I mean, the wave's been in a really good spot up here for Falcons because they're controlling that hard camp. It did cost them the earlier Lotus, but obviously well worth it. Especially because you were very reliant on your side lanes having a good time, since you are putting this Huskar into the mid lane versus the Viper, which in reality is not in the mid lane, it's in the jungle.
farming up the little polywogs.
And look, now they see that scan there scouts out that Bounty was coming over, and that lets Malrine
that's a dire
know.
scan.
Does it matter? Can he survive through this anyways? Oh, trying to get away from it. He doesn't. 9 class now denied. The creeps can't do it. Still. Just knew that it was coming, but didn't respect it.
So that was a Radiant scan into a Dire scan. Now I see.
Noticed. Oh, trying to get away, not going to happen. That's what happens when Bounty leaves. Wow. So, I mean, again, the context for this, the panel was talking a lot about the need for Vision to sort of snowball off of the laning stage. So far, we're looking at the CS, things looking relatively good. 20 denies on the Viper. How are you feeling about the state of the game right now, Trent?
I think a lot of it comes down to the actual towers. And so, I mean, we're getting to that stage, right? Like the Huskar can't come mid. Mirana's trying to get over here to throw an arrow, and no one's going to guard the catapult with his big poisonous body. Easy peasy.
Nicely done. So yeah, the catapult stays aligned and the pressure is going to keep on mounting now. They move forward. Crit going to be found. Damage out from the Bounty and Eucalyptus. One more punch is all they need. No, stick charge keeps him alive. And eventually the catapult does drop, but you can see this pressure coming in. I mean, Huskar wants none of this. He's like, yeah, deal with that, supports.
Yeah, the problem is that, unfortunately, Darkseer can't do Darkseer can't take advantage of this in the bottom lane because of all the reasons we talked about the hero. So the Alk still gets the free farm, even though you're bringing all these rotations mid to try and defend your mid tower. But yeah, I mean, that is the name of the game for Vision.
We get close now to the 7-minute mark. One of the things we're going to be looking for, as Monkeys was talking about, is that movement towards the Wisdom. Definitely could use it on these heroes for Falcons as 9 class starts making the move over. He's sending his Baron.
They've already pinged it. Like, there's a Shadow Demon and a Centaur. I don't think this works.
No, they're very ready for this. And yeah, he's just going to channel, get the heck out of there, and leave it as is.
Yeah, he got away with that way too many times on this hero. Snaking has absorbed the mid lane, so once again, Snaking gonna get relatively farmed. I mean, he had an insane game on Crystal Maiden this morning. And Mirana, another hero that can pop off a bit here, as they do pop off on top of Amar, but he can get back.
Yeah, not quite level 6 yet, but still needs to be a little bit wary with his positioning. 3 stacks right now onto Satanic the hero. As Bounty's gonna TP in, they see that. 9 class making the move. Gets the stun, looking for a slowdown onto Amar. But we'll be fine. So again, these moves not translating into anything for Vision. And that means Skitter keeps farming.
Now Snaking with the Moonlight Shadow available for some maneuvers perhaps here, or at least a save on someone who's being gone on, as he also finds some D-wards in their jungle.
Stacking up some camps.
These Malrine's still just hunting for the armlet.
Yeah.
It's tough out there. I mean, it's only 8 minutes, I guess. It's not crazy. We're just so used to him, like, winning the lane, you know?
Yes, exactly.
And bullying at this point, as 9 class tries to bully the courier, but can't quite get there.
I mean, I think that's something else that we can talk about, right? Like, they knew that this Viper was going to be there. They left it open. And so it definitely wasn't a surprise. And Malrine just understanding, like, you know, we want to get what this Huskar gives us a little bit later. And sacking the lane slightly as no one makes the move in. They find that stun now. Crit gets hit by the ulti. Stampede to try and run away. Still got the DOT. It will not quite be enough.
Crazy. I also thought that was pretty much a guaranteed rotation. Like, once they start going to the Shadow Demon, it's like, okay, well, he really wants the first kill with his bots, but can't secure it. And keeping Crit alive means easy extra Ancient stack going to be done up here.
Yeah.
Except it's blocked.
Oh, okay. Well,
by Jugalis' sentry, so too bad.
Easy. Yeah, Mar will take that one out now.
Armlet finished up.
Got bottom.
Red's next.
Oh, the Centaur! Oh, that's super annoying. Yeah, they had Vacuum still up. He was waiting for it to come around, but no such luck. Skitter gets away with that one. Yeah, I mean, this does not feel good right now for Vision.
They're going to try and make the move down here with the Viper.
Making, chasing this out, and now making that move, the turn onto Huskar. An easy bring down for them. Now, can they get anything else off of this? Snake King's retreating. They're hunting a little bit. 9 class still not quite level 6. And yeah, you can just see Skitter. I don't want any of it. Almost level 6 now for 9 class, and then they can really make the hunting continue. As Snake King... that was... Okay. Not quite. Wait for the track. Yes, very good. All right, that was not his finest moment. That's okay.
And maybe not the big game hunter you were hoping for there, but you get a little bit. Yeah. A little track gold happening. All right, Alchemist starting to pull away from the bear here as expected, but now that the Maelstrom's out, might see that even up for a little while there until the Radiance appears for Skitter. Overall, I'd say pretty much what you were kind of expecting so far for Falcons. Like, they should be pretty happy with how things are going. It's obviously that first big timing with the Alchemist that we're looking for, the Radiance plus Blink, and see how aggressive they want to get at that point.
Now, TPing in with the Viper, has the track ready to go. Crit in some trouble, and as they run him down, more track kills on the docket. If there is a pathway to success for Vision, it is through these kills. Can they find more? I mean, that just feels like they're messing with Amar a little bit, but yeah, they need to get these ones and continue that aggression.
Yeah, there's a reason no one is like lowest on the CS right now for the cores, right? Like, he is just determined to TP everywhere, all over the map, and try and get these kills. And sometimes in a game like that, you end up with like these really weird Viper builds where they're like, you know, maybe getting a Pike to chase really fast, or even the Atos early, but in this case, he's just counting on the track and some help from the techies.
A turnaround chance here. Notice trying to stay alive as they run in with several. Dust already out. They actually Glyph keeping that creep alive. That lets no one get into this fight. Now they have to run. Have to get out of there. Now Snake King decides to jump forward, finds Ducalis. It's enough for that kill. Maybe Vision have overextended a little bit too far, or have they? Wall down, now onto 2. A second support dies. And as Falcons show up in mass, they're able to fight back against Vision.
Malrine, I mean, he was tracked up there and dusted and still had the confidence to go back in there and find that extra damage. So they don't get any big kills, but every single time the Viper's TPing in here and not finding something, it's obviously a lot of a wasted effort here for the mid laner. Vision does pick up a DD, though. Skitter gets a pause.
FPS issues, but again, 7-7 here at 12 minutes. I mean, this really feels like we're coming towards that inflection point where what happens in the next 5 to 10 minutes will determine the course of this game. If Vision can pull together some more of these kills, maybe you can start like separating a little bit from Falcons and build a little bit more momentum. And you can see like Amar just going straight into the heart.
Yeah.
Like, wants to be unkillable
Helm
this game.
Heart. That is our good old Centaur right now. It's, I mean, problems, I think, no towers still for Vision.
Yeah.
I think it would be really nice if they had an early tower takedown. Like when they made that play mid, I think they were kind of angling for a potential early one, especially then layered on for like the 10-minute, but they didn't succeed in that. And that just means there's more and more space for this Alk to operate in. And it also just means that the Falcons are able to play a lot closer to where your Lone Druid is living. Lone Druid wants to be alone, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of the whole thing. He doesn't want other heroes for like 20 minutes. He's going to go hang out. He's going to get his Mjolnir, and he's just going to farm creeps. So he wants Amar as far away as possible at all times so he doesn't have to worry about these ganks.
So far, so good as a TP away from Mirana does not manage to escape from that one. So these support kills are good. This would be an even better one, but Malrine with the armlet. I mean, tough to chase it.
This is good. This should be a dead tower.
Yeah. And that's the other thing that you get out of this Helm build from the Darkseer, right? You can bring in your creep, catch the waves if you need to, and also pressure the tower just that little bit more. You can see rushing into a Shiva's next. Very interesting.
I mean, the sooner you take down this tower versus Alchemist, the less time he has to stack up that small camp and just get disgusting Greevil gold amounts. I mean, we're kind of ending that phase anyway at 13 minutes, but never hurts to remove more camps from an Alchemist.
So you can see Skitter hemmed in slightly, but is working towards that Radiance, and the top net worth in the game, that's where you want to see him at.
Yeah, and I mean, the Shivas you're mentioning for the Darkseer, the Spirit Vessel for the Bounty Hunter, the break from the Viper. Malrine is going to have to pick and choose his moment so incredibly carefully as Huskar. It's not easy to just... Like, you can't just jump in, I think, as a Huskar this game. You're going to have to count on your Centaur and your Alk to actually be the initial jumpers like they are good at.
Right.
Just, you know, play more of a side Huskar for some of these engagements.
That was a very bold move by Satanic.
He loves it.
I mean, to be fair, that pulls a bunch of heroes to here. Otherwise, he doesn't get the wisdom, and then they get the mid-tier one. So,
yeah.
I mean, you know, you lose the bear, but it's for an objective. Not bad. So Viper TPing top now, as no one with this Invis rune wanting to catch Amar out. Does he step a little bit too far forward here? Oh, 9 class. They spot 9 class now, and Amar turns. Yeah. That sentry laid down by Crit. Snaking shows up. Arrow there. 9 class still getting hit. Crit starting to get a little bit lower here, but they do manage to bring down that Bounty Hunter. Can they go for any more?
I mean, they're still holding Stampede here. Just deciding if it's really worth it.
Thinking about it. Darkseer can TP if they need to. There's the dust. Spot Snaking, spot Amar. It's like you need to get the right angle for sure. They're going to kill the Techie's Courier, which had 2 wards on it. But just good movement coming out from Falcons right now.
Yeah, Snaking ends up going in really deep right now. Doesn't have any obs on him, though, so he's just kind of wandering in here.
Yeah. In that mobile ward.
That's right.
And again, 9 class just does not have a game. Wow. Every move that he's been trying to make over the last like 2 to 3 minutes has been thwarted.
They just don't have a lot of exciting moments coming up in terms of their builds right now for Vision, right? Like, what changes? My Lone Druid gets Mjolnir, cool,
Yeah.
but he kind of just wants to hit stuff for a little while longer. Wants to get his Agnums, obviously, becoming the disgusting bear that he can be. Your Viper is going Lance into BKB, and your Viper also got stifled, very much so in this build, because you're 1, 0, and 2. How many TPs did he do?
Yeah, I know.
Like 6?
Yeah, it's been really tough to make anything happen.
It's not a great success rate.
And I mean, I do kind of wonder, like, do Falcons even really need to push their tempo? Like, you imagine often with a Huskar, that's kind of what you want, but like this play right here is so nice for them.
Yeah, it's just easy peasy. They're in no hurry. Centaur is getting a heart. Alchemist is going to get some items. Like, they are just mega chilling. And, I mean, Crit's going to have Blink pretty soon. That's 1,700 gold. So then you go back to the already weak initiation of Vision, and you add a Blinking Shadow Demon into the mix.
Yeah.
It's a bad time.
No, it's going to be really tough for Vision to find anything going here. I mean, again, it's not necessarily that, like, it's hard for them to take the fights. It's that none of their heroes want to fight right now, and they need to keep building momentum.
This is such a, like, pub moment. Guys, we need to fight.
Yeah.
Lone Druid just has muted everyone on the team.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you know, they do have a Lone Druid. He'll punch people later. It's going to be awesome.
Well, he won't.
Okay.
But the bear will.
Yes.
You know?
That's a good point.
You'll never see this guy again.
So 3,000 gold lead for Falcons. 10-8. And very free in their movement. A full heart at 17 minutes. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, 5 minutes faster than the average so far in the tournament. That's nice. We like that. Our 5 matches.
Okay, so there's a Heart Centaur, Huskar, Aegis. Alchemist is like pretty stacked too, you know. It's going to have a BKB in a little bit. Let's kill some supports. Leave everybody else alone.
Yeah, no value Aghanims this game, I wouldn't say, to rush here. Just your Mirana, obviously. Yes. That would be the real play.
I mean, the plus side of it is that you are still getting a ton of farm on the Lone Druid. Darkseer is very farmed. It's just this Viper that kind of feels a little bit useless now.
Wait, hold on. Shadow Demon will be kind of sick.
What?
If he just agsed him, like right now, whatever. He bought the Mithril Hammer. He wants to win the game, I guess, on Alchemist. But, you know, imagine. Like 2 Purges right now versus Darkseer.
Oh,
you know?
dream.
The guy would not be able to play the game.
Yeah, no, it would be awful.
Of course, currently he really hasn't been all too much. He's just playing the Darkseer PvE experience.
crew. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? Is that like if sort of Skeeter's controlling his own farm and building himself up, then like he's going to be set. Maureen going straight into a Lincoln's. Wow.
Yeah, sad Viper, you know?
What do they have that can break that? I mean, Track, Ion Shell can break it too. I think that, I mean, yeah, like Shuriken, but it's pretty garbage. This is nice though. The mines to scout out the smoke movements.
Yeah, Teggy's is really nice versus Mirana too. Same reason, right? Smokes and the invis plays.
Yeah.
Just an extra layer of protection. Teggy's, I think, very good hero. Little underpicked, I would say, so far. I think the Taser, I think, is one of the best abilities in the entire game. It's kind of ridiculous. It just dispels everyone. Because why not?
Yeah.
Just dispel them all.
Sure.
You know, not a lot of sources of dispel overall in Dota 2, so just having an additional one like that is just kind of crazy.
And that's so consistent, too. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Blink now for the Centaur as well.
That guy's getting huge.
20-minute mark now with a 4,000 gold lead. Falcons feeling very comfortable in Vision, wanting to make sure that they're staying up in farm so they can contest them for a big fight when the time happens.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is you have a Darkseer who at least is an offlaner who is really solid in these moments. Like, he has a lot of use in terms of pushing lanes out from the Helm build, going to the Ion Shell. Unfortunately, the big herder is going to be no one. Like, he's just dropping down on the net worth chart. Like, he's going to be tied with snaking pretty soon.
Yeah. And, like, I mean,